to be in a hotel in Michigan where next door you hear people fucking, and 2 doors down he was beating her. Yeah. But it doesn't matter because you're going to do what you love so much. That is a fucking feeling that people live all their lives and they never fucking experience loving something. Trying to be that good at something that there's nothing to it. There's no guarantees when you get into this. If I go to school to be a doctor,
Yeah, you could be a doctor.
I could do anything after that. I could be an assistant. You know what? I don't want to be a doctor, but I'll be the highest paid assistant in that fucking office.
X-ray centers,
It's
just weighs out.
no idea. Well, it's like when you take a gun from white man and you take a life. That takes you to a different level in your life. That puts you in a different perspective. That puts you in a different world. You have no disregard for a human life. Now you do it again. Now every time you have a beef with somebody, I come up here and I just shoot you in the fucking head. Every time I have a beef with somebody, that takes you to a different level. Not knowing where you're. Now I have tons of practice about not knowing. Yeah, 83.
Oh, yeah.
I used to wake up and go to a diner and put breakfast on the arm until 5 o'clock.
Were you conditioned? You don't even realize
So I would force myself to make money by 5 o'clock to get the Charlie's back their breakfast money. You know, it was $7 and I take a 20-ounce sign for it. Just to get the party started. If you get 20s, I go to the bar, get cocktails, see what's going on. Listen, I got watches, I got 100 white loots. Let's make something happen. Get Theo one of the likes loots, get him on the phone. Me, I got loots, 1,000 people, you get loots.
I'll give you $8, that's for sure.
50, all right, they'll give me 4. What's 25 and 250? I just made $400. I just covered breakfast. And then I can have 2 or 3 more drinks. I get a $20 sack of coke, but I'm not going to do that. I'm going to buy loots and sell more over the tablet. Give me 50. Because with $2 money, I'm going to flip the other ones and make $4 fucking dollars. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. And it started right. So what, Joe? You made $46. $46. When you wake up not knowing, yeah, that's fucking 10,000 in the bank check.
Yeah.
You know,
It's a lottery. That's a lottery when you do that. When you don't know, when you get something, yeah,
you have no idea what I endured from 95 to 2000. People like John Lupote, I lived in my car in front of his house. Some nights I went to his couch. Some nights I went to Ralphie May's fucking house and slept there. Yeah, I was an addict, but I was working every fucking night. Right? I was working. I was on stage 3 times a fucking night at the store, 5 o'clock in the morning. There were 2 Mexican rooms in a car that had no brakes, with no insurance and no registration. You understand me? And every time the fucking black lady with the donut hairdo saw it in Hollywood, I got a ticket at 2,000 times on that fucking car. And it wasn't even my name. It was the casting director's name.
Dude, that's the best, man. That's one thing I do remember about, like, just being a little younger, a little more carefree was having shit in other people's names, doing shit, not caring.
Not caring, you don't give a fuck. I'm just telling these guys, I had a car that blew up in New York. I took a loan out of that car. Like I took a loan out of that fucking car when I was a kid. I had the car for 10 days. Yeah. And it lit on fire and all. I was getting late porn with the electrical circuitry.
Oh, dude, I
And I left it there. The next 2-3 days later, I went back and the car was gone. It was just a wishbone. And I took a bank loan out of it, like a $2,000 bank loan cosign. I didn't give a fuck. Even the cosign never said nothing to me about it. I'm like, damn, when is he going to hate on me? I forgot all about it.
We had this guy named Andy.
We couldn't verify you're an adult.
A house fire to get some coke and got all fucking burnt up. And not even a bunch, like a couple grams, dude. And
What are the
nobody ever
non-adult?
brings it up with him, because it's kind of embarrassing, I guess, Thinking you ran back in to get a little bit of coke and just got burnt up pretty good. But yeah, man, I miss being younger, dude. I miss just feeling like I had more time to just waste if I wanted to, or just experience. I just miss that freedom of being like, the next 5 years, anything can happen.
Like right now, if I didn't have Mercy and my wife, we would get off the fucking podcast Wednesday afternoon. Me and Lee would be on a plane Wednesday night in a red eye. Plane Thursday, sleep all day, do 2 shows Thursday, get on another plane. Do 2 shows Friday, get on another plane, do 2 shows Saturday, come back. I do that 3 times a fucking month. Yeah. And some weeks, we ain't even coming back on a fucking Sunday. birthday. We're going to the city and hang out. We're going to
Costa Rica.
No, I'm not going to Costa Rica. Fucking Costa Rica. What I'm saying is,
I can see you guys in Costa Rica.
let's say I'm in Miami for a few days. Fuck it out. West Palm, book like Tampa.
Yeah.
Stay in Miami. Eat
What's
fucking
Harry
food. Get some sun. And Wednesday, take me up to Tampa. Yeah, and you're out of town for 2 weeks. Then you come in 2 weeks. You don't have to come home. We can do a podcast on the road. That would be the ideal life right now. Yeah, I would love to be able to do that. I would do anything. I mean, I wouldn't give up my family right now and all for anything on the road. But if I didn't have mercy on my wife, get the fuck. I'd go on the road old school, sit down. 3 weeks a shot. 3 weeks. Fucking stay out there and leave. You're coming for 3 weeks. We're doing podcasts in Miami, Tampa, and Atlanta, Georgia, or fucking DC. And then come home after 3 weeks. Stay out unless you have an audition or something. There's no reason I really come home.
There really isn't.
There really isn't. There really
Is no reason. I get up every time I get back. I'm like, what am I here for? Just clean clothes, Just to see some friends, to go to the comedy store. That's the only thing that keep me really, enjoying the atmosphere, man. Yeah, I miss doing good drug. I miss doing some LSD, man. LSD was always, if I could go back in time, it's something I would do more of as a child, Dude, I miss doing drugs when you were young, bro, because you didn't know what the fuck. You didn't know what year and a half, a little over a year and a half. How you feel? I feel good. I feel better, I think. I feel a little bit more emotionally okay. My biggest thing I wasn't addicted to drugs or alcohol, but I was addicted to feeling bad about myself. And when I would get to certain places in those feelings, I would then use drugs. I just ended up doing drugs by myself. Because I could be by myself, or I felt the only place I still felt comfortable. And I could do drugs, which made me feel good. So,
you have antisocial issues like I have from time to time.
Yeah, it would just get bad.
Yeah.
And there wasn't anything good because I didn't have any, resources built up that made me feel okay.
When you go to the comedy store, is there an anchor at the comedy store that sues you?
Yeah, Adam Agate.
Okay. There's always Adam as the booker.
Yeah, booker.
But is there, like, when I see you, you get genuine?
Oh, yeah, I feel you. Yeah. I feel good when I see
I
you.
have that. I need an anchor at the store. Yeah. That's why I don't like the store sometimes during the week. You go down there and the halls are empty. And it's a great audience and stuff, but the halls are empty.
You feel, yeah.
And you feel like your anchors aren't there. That's when I get anxiety.
Oh, it's
That's when I get anxiety. My anchors aren't there. When I'm solo, when I'm by myself.
Yeah.
No Ari, no Joe, no nobody. I know Eric Griffin, I love him to death, and I know Neil Brennan, I love him to death.
Right.
But they're not the guy I hang out with, I mean, I don't know Eric forever. I should get him on the podcast. Next time I see him, I want to get him on the podcast. But it's funny how sometimes you go to the store and there's nobody there. Like this night, I go to Flappers. And I see young comics and I get happy. Yeah, like they're still in for 2 years or 3 years. Sometimes I go to improv, you bump into people. I just bumped into the guy that created Metal Monologues. And Doug Benson. Excuse me, Roger Rittenhouse were roommates. In like the late 90s, they created this show, like a play. They're doing it. They still do it. I've heard of that thing. Well, they did it in New York, right? Yeah, they did it in Metal Monologues. I just bumped into that guy. I hadn't seen him in 10 years.
Yeah, that's a joy, seeing people, I mean, yeah, when you go up there, it's like, yeah, I love seeing, certain people. Makes me feel good. Certain people I know I can talk to. A couple people I know are always around. Like Tripoli, I can always talk to Tripoli a little bit because he always hot on a new conspiracy theory. Somebody's, fucking kids for cheeseburgers or something out in Milwaukee or something, something crazy. There's always something wild. I saw Syed, I think, where was it the other night? You had just gotten up and did comedy. Where was that at? In the store? I mean, it was either the store, maybe Sam's room. Yeah, that was exciting, man. That was crazy. That was awesome. That lifted my spirits up. Yeah, there's just, some of you just get so excited to see, and I feel safe there. I feel safe at the store. Some places I go, I still feel a little bit nervous. But at the comedy store, I feel safe there.
When I go to a new town, I feel that whenever I go anywhere, from the first night I was getting bad at Variety Thursday and Friday night at the fucking Comedy Works. Yeah. But once you get up there, the anxiety becomes...
It must have felt good, bro, walking out on that stage, man.
Well, it always feels good when you walk on the stage, but it's so weird. that fear that you have before you go up, how it flips. It flips as soon as you touch the microphone, and it goes into the microphone. And for years you hear a flow and energy, and when you do stand-up comedy, that's when you really see it.
Yeah.
When you go to yoga, they talk about energy and this and this and this, and feeling your body, and I feel big. I feel I can't breathe, I can't carry myself up really fucking pounds. That's what I feel. What I do feel when I'm on stage is the transformation of anxiety and fear into a little bit of anger, a little bit of rage, and a little bit of funny. And that journey taught me. That journey teaches you how to take that fear. I was once you stop getting scared, don't go on stage no more. That's the day you quit.
I had a lot of anger for years. A lot of my on stage, it was anger. It was like, I want to show these people, you know, if there was something wrong. It was just anger that was separate in my life. It had nothing to do with the stage. And only recently, in the past couple of years, has it become more, you know, I feel a responsibility, like I have a gift a little bit from God just to communicate. And I don't know, this may be the facet that's always in comedy, I don't know, but that I have to use this gift to, you know, help just somehow make other people feel good. So now I feel a little bit more when I get on stage, like, I'm here to work for these people. Whereas it used to just be me. It was like, I'm here to just show, you know, just prove I can do this. And maybe that was the fighting instinct that I needed to say to survive in this. But now I feel more comfortable knowing, like, okay, you know, I still get nervous for sure, especially if I'm trying new bits out or if I'm at a new stage. My feet are touching a new stage for the first time. It's like a baby deer being born. But I do feel more now like, okay, this is a team effort. These people, they want to have fun. They're not judging me as much as I've just always thought everybody was in my head. And I'm here to help them have a good time. We're going to work together. I feel that vibe more now.
When you're frustrated at one point,
I was fucking angry.
you're frustrated with the system, your life, yourself.
I was frustrated with my life, dude. I was frustrated. I was just angry. You know, I had that kind of like, you know, I think I had a little bit of that poor white anger. You know, the same type of just, you know, nobody gives a fuck about poor white people in America, it seems like, you know, except for poor white people. So, you know, I had a little bit of that angst. You know, I knew, dude, I mean, I grew up around some fucking real crazy poor white people. You know, the dude, no arms, they had a dude in our town, no arms, used to fucking fight everybody. You know, that dude, you know what I'm saying? He'd get you in that lurch, he would catch you with his, between his chin and his chest, and he'd fucking snack you like a snake.
We've been talking about this dude that
Boy, Kurt was his name, and he would just get you like that, bro, and he would choke you down.
he had no arm.
No arms at all, and he'd fight anybody, dude. And he would choke you, he would
So if you wouldn't punch him, how would he block?
oh, bro, he spin out of it. He'd spin, he'd duck, he'd dodge. The dude had, I mean, he just,
When he catch you again with his neck,
huh?
when he catch you,
Oh, he'd just lurch at you. And bro, the thing is, he was a,
oh, you know what? If he hit you with that shoulder, you go with that.
yeah, part of it was a choke. He would get you, catch you,
So when he catch you,
he would catch you neck to neck.
that's funny.
But once he got you neck to neck, or you, but his whole family was fucking, he choke you out like those brothers sharpened half of his teeth on one side of his mouth, dude. It would fuck you up. One of the kids was in a wheelchair, just, they never told him to walk. I don't think he was crippled, they just never told him to walk. And so the other brother would carry him on his back everywhere, like a backpack, dude. They didn't give a fuck.
Maybe it's because these people are away from society. An entire family?
No shirts, bro. Oh my family, zero shirts.
Some of those people don't wear shirts.
The girl didn't have shirts either. They had one girl in the family. What was her name? Jessica.
She was normal.
She was, you know, she was pretty nice. I thought she was a sweet girl for as tough as, you know, with everything that going on down there. And they used to put a board over the sink at night, and one would sleep over the sink. They had 11 children. The house, no joke, was just two of these studios. You know, and they had 11 kids in there. But yeah, it's like I grew up with it, and that type of environment where it's just like, I don't know, you don't feel like anybody gives a fuck about you. So I think it took a long time for some of that to get out of my system. I still feel it when I go around like really rich people who think that they know everything. Man, that stuff makes me mad.
You know, it's funny, I was telling you that this morning I woke up. I slept so much yesterday, and last night I fucking slept hard. I woke up like a fucking 4:30 in the morning, wide awake, ready to fucking kill one kickboxing and I did my usual shit. I went on my audition on the sides, and I wrote it out, and I wrote my stuff for the day, and then I went, I fucked around, and I went on Messenger. Like, you ever go on Facebook Messenger? I went on Messenger just to see, because sometimes you messages accumulate, you know.
Yeah, you get some in there.
I got a message this morning. It was like the weirdest thing. It was like fate. I was telling Lee when I came in, I go, Lee, well, you got my green room with me all weekend. And we got here, and I go, Lee, I got an email today from a couple. I went to the Facebook page. I didn't even answer back. But the first line was, you're a sham, like a scam, like whatever that word is, a farce or something. We went to see you Friday night. We could visibly tell that you were on cocaine. Oh my God, they were genies. They were like drug geniuses. They had to be Rogan people. When I went back to their page, they had 10 pictures of Rogan. They listed Rogan like in 8 places. They all went to those guys Rogan and always questions on the Rogan. Rogan looked at them like, are you fucking crazy?
There's no better look than Rogan in Rogan.
They just say stupid shit to Rogan to seem intellectual. And there's 200 people behind you guys. Chin, let's go. Take a hike, take a picture, take a fucking hike. Yeah. So you can tell he's one of those guys that he'll see Rogan right away, call me a farce, that I was obviously on cocaine, that there was no way that I was clean, that my energy levels on stage were too high for my age for me to be on cocaine. He said, but I knew how to hide it. You weren't sniffling, wiping your nose. As soon as you do a line of coke, this shit started dripping out of your fucking nose. You know what I'm saying? That's the first time I can look at somebody now. Now I can really see it.
Oh, yeah.
The thing when I was under the influence, I couldn't see it. Now I can really see it.
Dude, everybody, my buddy, this one dude used to put his, he would start to get do a little dust, you know? Start touching his asshole, bro. By the end of the night, if we had a couple of bags, he'd have 4 fingers in his fucking ass, dude. He had like a, you know, some of those people eat their hair. You see those videos where people eat their hair, you know? He just had like a weird tick like that. But he would just, I don't know what it was. He just like would go to the pants. He would go in the pants, go in his ass, in his own ass.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
I had a guy that used to do this. He would hold him in like he would be talking to you. He'd go, I had another guy that when he get coked up, he was bald, so he always felt like something was landing on his head. So every 8 minutes he would tell you this shit, and he would look and point to his head to tell you that because they're above me, you see it like that. That's what
Like you want you to be an investigator for him?
yeah, like, what, everything I'm lying, let me know. It's like those people that tell you your nose is clean, I got everything on my nose. He would look at me, he didn't have to say them. He would, let's say he started snorting 11 with me. Yeah. By 1:30, that would start. He wouldn't get paranoid, he wouldn't drive me crazy, he wouldn't say a lot of shit. He would just tell me that he had a spider on his head. After 2 or 3 hours, he would sit smack his head. And that's when he would fucking die of laughter. But he would smack his own head.
To be honest, Joey, after like the first couple of times he asked you, when you just start like looking above his head, just like, I think there's something on your phone.
Oh, I tortured him for days. That poor bastard. I think he stopped hanging with me because one night he must have smacked himself 90 fucking times in 3 hours. You know, when he was punching himself in the head. Because I kept telling him, I'm feeling spiders. I tortured him. I tortured 18 people in there. Oh, yeah. The best torture I ever did, ever, in my 55-year existence, was to my ex-wife in San Francisco on acid. That was one of the best days I ever had in my life, ever by myself. I kept telling her, get it together, you gotta pick your father up at the airport. And she was like, my father's coming in. I mean, it was fucking crazy. That's a good one. I had her looking for her keys. I had a Bruce Lee poster, and I would look at it and look at her and go, don't tell her. And she would look at me and Bruce Lee poster. I was like, I think I want that. I went to Restream, dude, on my fucking eye. I got on.
It's so vague and good at the same time.
Oh my God, I got on one of those 12-hour fucking Grateful Dead hits ass. Like 9 hours, shit just burned. We were burned in 1985. We were burned.
Like the whole while I was playing volleyball in the rain.
Out in San Francisco, the first hour and a half is burned. And it just goes into overdrive. And you're seeing shit, you're hearing shit. You can't focus on the TV. Only music could be on.
about how when you're on acid, how can you torture somebody? Like that's like,
well, you just think of something that's casual enough just to catch a little bit of their, just a couple of their senses at the same time, and people will squirrel out, dude. My buddy made it, put him out in the yard on a mattress one time. It's the only way he could function, dude. Another buddy of mine took all his clothes off and started driving. Drove like 5 hours, dude. No clue where he went. And he came back in the morning, and he was still, he was out of gas, but he was butt ass naked. So what ass snakes have to eat when they're on the dust, man. I miss that.
There was a time in this country where if a movie came out, there was an undercurrent, and there wasn't Twitter, and there wasn't Facebook, and there wasn't social media, but there was an understanding that if you went to see that movie, if you were going to see that movie on okay, that was it. You know, when we were younger, we like in the 7th and 8th grade, we get together on a Saturday, then we'd get in a bus, the number 1 bus to Jersey City, and we'd go behind a fucking alley, and we'd smoke 10 joints when you're in the 7th grade, and we'd get fucking baked.
Oh, yeah.
And go and see the Big Panther movies, or the Kentucky Fried Movie. They were just movies that there was an undercurrent that you knew you weren't going to see that movie straight, like you're there going to see straight movies or your fucking family were leaving.
Yeah, we did that.
You know,
Rocky Horror Picture Show, that was amazing.
that was kind of later on,
Right.
Like, you went to see all the rock movies at that time, all the theaters at midnight showings of rock movies. There wasn't a lot of them. There was 10 of them. They were all in rotation. Pink Floyd, Live at Pompeii, The Song is the Same. Neil Young, Crazy Horse, Neil Young, with the Dog Crew, Crosby, Stills, Nash and Young. There were a couple of movies that were hour and a half that you knew you were going to see them high at midnight on Friday night. And that's when you and 20 of your friends did. But the most vivid movie I still remember going to see that, it was mandatory that you did acid, was Apocalypse Now. It was known that you were not going to see that movie.
based on what?
That was the word on the street. Before the movie even came out, like that was it. We're going to see the last. That was it. Everybody's doing acid. You know, like 20 of us would go and do fucking acid. And on the side of the road, you would hear people, there was 3D glasses without the 3D glasses. When they were doing the fucking scenes with the strippers and shit, that scene blew my mind because they did the Redux and they had all the Dutch scenes and shit. This was before all that fucking Dutch. When they were bombing them with the things, you're tripping your fucking balls off in the movie theater. We ate this acid that was double barrel sunshine. And we all went to see, I still remember vividly who I went to see that movie with. And one of the guys did, this guy, John Crowley, there was a Carvel in that mall. This was the Fairview Cinema.
The Carvel cakes, ice cream.
Yeah, but there was a fresh store that gave you the cone. And somebody went into the movie theater and threw the cone down, and it was melting. And then a few minutes around it, there was a long line. And you can watch our cut in front of the line. They picked up the fucking ice cream and stuff. We were all on that. Like, his name was John Crowley. He started eating the ice cream. And everybody in that line fucking froze. And we just walked in like we owned the joint.
People on acid were fucking eating.
I know people on acid were watching my friend eat a cone of ice cream that was melting with ants on it. He picked it up and ate it. People were gonna fuck with him after that before the movie started. He went up on stage. Go up downstage and tell the people he was so fucked up last week. He went up there. He's like, can I have your attention, please, ladies and gentlemen? And people were fucking howling because they had just seen the fucking ice cream go outside with ants on it and shit. You know, like I went to all those. Another time, I went to a movie. I went to see ACDC with a friend of mine, Kirk DiLorenzo, God bless his soul. And we did coke that night and said, like blackberry brandy. We had it tight. And one day we pulled the Leon. Me, him, and this kid, Louis Castellano, went to a movie. I can't remember what movie it was. But on the way home, we were on fucking fire. Yeah, like the acid was beaming. We were tripping. We were seeing shit.
That's crazy, bro.
And I think it was Louis Castellino kept saying to the guys, I keep hearing sirens, and there were sirens. I kept telling him, there ain't no sirens. And now the dude played a little crazy. He's like, I don't need them sirens. We kept walking. There must have been a fire somewhere. There's sirens everywhere. This guy's like, I wonder what's going on. Why are there sirens? And we're like, we don't hear no fucking sirens. Knock it off. And it just rained. Like, what we deal here? Rain. It rained the ton. And there was a pothole on it. And I will fuck with him for at least 15 minutes about the fucking sirens. He's hit his ears and shit. He's like, I gotta make it stop. I gotta make it go away. We're fucking howling, man. There's a pothole filled with water. And I'll never forget, he bent over and took the water and started coming on his face. He started splashing the water on his face. And he kept saying, I still hear the sirens. And we're like, listen, knock it off. There's no fucking sirens. And after about another block again, torch, and he just took off. And the next day we saw him, like, that was fucked up. Because I went home. Oh my God. That is the best when you take somebody when he knelt down like Kelly Boulevard dog and splashed water on his face. From the bottle. The only fight, it was right across from Fairview fucking Diner. We enjoyed it. There was a little hill, so all the water ran into that bottle. There was a couple inches of water when he bent. The street was still wet. But when he bent over and splashed blood on his face. That was the killer right there.
The increase in like mental institution, like in that from acid, from just Joey. Oh, just like somebody from acid do it, yeah. Yeah, I mean, acid was like a $6. People were always like, acid was more popular when you know, for $6, you might fucking die, bro. You know what I'm saying? You don't know what was gonna happen with acid. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, that was the thing. That's what I loved about it. I was like, and people would always complain like this acid's no good. Like it was $6 fucking, bro. You know what I'm saying?
It was $3, bro.
Yeah, you're lucky you're not dead. You're lucky you're not dead. Dude, we had this boy in Barry shirts, and he would, this dude, he took a hit too hard. He might have taken like 10 or 20 hits one time, and he would start to keep an extra shirt with him, right, and change his shirt when he was tripping. And then eventually it was like 2 shirts and in a bag, 2 shirts, 3 shirts. You just sweating. Oh, just no, not even sweating. Just switching shirts, bro. So you'd be hanging out with him, he'd leave the room, and he would come back in a different shirt. And so then if you were on acid with him and you didn't know he did that shit, you didn't know he just had this kind of little psychosis thing he was going through. He's just switching shirts, just fucking. So then every 40 minutes, he'd have on a different colored shirt. So if you were a new person, you didn't know. You'd be like, what the fuck, man? You'd think you were tripping even harder. Dude, we had time. I remember bad acid would come through town, and like everybody would start acting a certain way. People would start, you know, I remember one time people wore like a bunch of like kind of, you know, Grateful Dead type of stuff. People wore vests. They'd have like a bad batch of acid would come through next, you know, half the town's wearing fucking vests. You know, women are gelling their hair down. I remember one time. Dude, they had this one dude at this party, and he apparently had taken a bunch of acid he put in his mouth, and for, you know, $4, whatever, he would like spit into your mouth like a hit of acid.
Why would you do something like that? That's disgusting.
But there wasn't anything else to do.
So I'm gonna let some fucking strangers spit acid in my mouth. For $4, I could put the acid in my mouth for free.
But we didn't have it.
Oh, you didn't have the $4?
We had the $4, we didn't have the acid. He had it inside of the system. For $4 or in his, you know, he put it in his mouth, and then for $4 he fucking fired it into you. So next thing you know, bro, we spent about $36. We're fired up, dude. This dude's party. This dude, I'll tell you, this dude, Icy Mike, right? So this dude used to get ice from anywhere. Like he would get water, and he had like a nice freezer. His family had one of those. You ever go downstairs in like some people's house and they keep meat in like an extra freezer? Like they don't want you stealing their meat, so they put it in like a special freezer down in the basement, or the freezer has like a flat top. It has like a door on the top, and you open it like that, and the whole thing's a freezer. There's no refrigerator. You know what I'm talking about? like a big freezer.
Yeah.
Yeah, so these people had, this dude, Icy Mike, would get water from different places, fucking local water, fancy Lake Mead, Lake Pontchartrain, Mississippi River, freeze it, and then people come over and eat ice in the summer. We'd go over there and eat ice. He had water from everywhere. He had water from Ireland, France, Lake Powell. You know what I'm saying? So we'd go by Icy Mike's and fucking have a piece of ice. He'd break you over with some fucking chunk of ice. Everybody's sitting having ice from other places, It's kind of...
Are you sure this wasn't... He just didn't write it on the bottle? Like it was open his faucet?
Oh, no, you could taste it from different places, man. Some of it was brackish. Some of the shit was fucking, Iceland. Some of the
Icy might get the fucking water from
different places, man.
he went himself.
Oh, maybe his family went. I think his dad did some kind of travel work.
He thought he brought back gallons of fucking water. I mean, lost your goddamn mind.
I'm telling you, there's no other way.
I got tricked.
There's no way you could have gotten these flavors in this water.
What fucking flavors did they remember one time in talent did a show called Bullshit?
Yeah.
28 years ago in this fucking town in Beverly Hills, there was a water park. We see these women, they would drink fresh water, different curated waters.
Sounds good.
So one day, fucking Penn and Teller went in there, and they took the hose from the back, and they gave people that hose water, and they asked them what they thought. And you should have seen my people making assholes of themselves. This water is nutty, it's tasty. And they went to give 3 glasses of the same water, and these fucking morons.
Dude, this guy wasn't smart enough to do that, though.
Yes, he did. He tricked you, motherfuckers. But he had no proof. He's got nice from around the world. Yeah, what do you do? Send me a gallon of water. Call. What the fuck are you gonna call?
We loved it. It was good, man. You
want it for the fucking name. You like to think about this face. I'm telling you.
Let me tell you what happened.
Are you fucking crazy?
Oh yeah, it was exotic shit, man. You could see the bottles and stuff, and he had it like in the, he'd get the trays up and break everybody off a fucking tube. We'd all be sitting there having something,
What he did was he sold you a dream, which was cool. He did that. He was a great guy for doing that. It was brilliant.
Yeah.
He took your mind away from the fucking Hyundai bullshit. I got this from Antarctica, and there you are. Someday I'll go to Antarctica. That's what happened. It happens. Trust me. Listen, when I lived in Jersey, I tried to fucking get out of Jersey.
Yeah.
When you eat Bon Jovi, I love Bon Jovi because Bon Jovi is really from New Jersey.
Yeah.
When he did Slippery When Wet, the one after that, there's some songs in his lyrics. And that one, Never Say Goodbye, like that Slippery When Wet song, like we were trying to break loose. Like when I was a kid, that's all I fucking, I always knew there was something out there.
Right.
Like I love New Jersey, I love Newburgh, and I love my friends. I gotta tell you something, I always knew there was something out there. I wasn't going to stay there. I knew that was not going to be my calling. I knew I was not, and I lived 8 minutes from New York City. Wow, the place where everybody wants to be. And I loved it. I love where I was telling my most favorite neighborhood in the world is the Bronx. If I could go back into a city that was the way it was in the 80s, the 70s, I loved the Bronx in the 70s. It was a murder zone. But the food was out of this fucking world. The people were out of this world. My mother had a dry cleaner up there until about 1971, and I would spend my weekends up there. It was fucking great. I got bit by a dog up there, got chased by gangs. I love that Bronx. I love the smell of it. I love the fucking Bronx. Like, I love all that type, but now it's very gentrified and stuff.
New York's changed, man.
Fuck, I go back to New York and I can't believe it.
What is it now? The city is all, everybody's just rich people.
I can't believe it. I can't
even get mugged in Alphabet City anymore.
Oh, there's not even people out at night, like 2 or 3 in the morning. They used to this very select. The streets are empty. I remember closing the bar and taking the fucking bridge over. The tunnel over, just like going, what do you want to do? Whatever. Let's go over, get a brown bag of beer, and sit on the fucking corner. That's what we do. We got a job. Come on, let's do it. You got 20, I got 20. Let's go to the city, pick up 20. For the dog, we'll get a 6-pack, 2 6-packs, and we'll bring up the fucking
You can't have any fun anymore. I remember that, the first time I went, dude, it was eating. I remember a couple of lesbians brought me back to their apartment. You know, and I ended up stealing a sex toy out of there because I got a little bit keyed up on some cocaine and got nervous, but you can have fun, though.
You sniff it or jerk off. Is that what's not on the sex though?
Dude, well, I went over
I used to steal chicks' pants.
Oh, bro, I would steal something every time.
On the way home, I'd jerk off in the pants and throw them out of the fucking car like a savage.
Okay, one time I was with this girl, and I was so drunk, bro. She was driving us, and I had to puke so bad, I just took my hat off my head, filled it, just vomited right into it. Just threw it right out the window, just kept talking. Like nothing had happened. Dude, another time, this dude, my buddy, Billy Conforto, rest in peace, where he died. He drove into an embankment. But he used to do pills and everything, and we were bus boys together. We were co-bus boys, even though he was about 35 or 40, you know. He looked like Don Flamenco, you know who that is from Mike Tyson's Punch-Out? A little Italian guy, and he's like, he looked like that guy, but without the roses and about an extra 20 pounds, and he was also homosexual. But he gave me some pills, you know, gave me some somas one night or something, I think, trying to maybe take advantage of me. I don't remember. That's a good thing about pills is, you know what I'm saying? If you didn't get molested, you don't really have to remember. But I remember this girl, this hot chick that I knew, was at this bar we ended up at, and I was like, I need a ride home. I mean, I sat in my passenger seat, she drove us home. While she's driving, I vomited all over her, right? And the only thing I remember is we made plans to go to church the next morning. So in the morning, I come out of my house, I blew how I got home, opened the car door, and there's vomit everywhere except like in the shape of this woman right on the front car seat. And I went over to church, and she was there, and she looked at me like I was the devil himself.
You parked on this poor girl.
Yeah, she's a sweet girl too, man, and she has children now because I've seen on Instagram she has some children.
You still follow her?
Yeah, I still kind of peep at her shit sometimes, dude. But I miss the old day, man. I miss doing acid. I miss.
You miss doing drugs. Do you? Does your mind? You know, there was a time where if I didn't have coke, there was no reason to go out.
Yeah.
I'm not going to that bar. If I'm not smoking, there's no reason. Like that, I equivalated. It was the equivalent. Like, if I didn't have coke, I couldn't have fun. That was it. From the ages of 18 to 25, I didn't have, that was my fun. I didn't want to go to the movies. I don't want to go to a park. I don't want to see nothing. You know, so once I stopped smoking coke, that whole world disappeared. Which I wanted gone anyway. That was the part I didn't like about the drugs.
Yeah, it's a dirty world after a while.
Dirty world after a while. So
Literally with a bunch of creeps.
I didn't like that anymore. Like at the end, the last 5 or 6 years, I started by myself.
Yeah, that's all.
If you were a girl, I know you were gonna give it up. Like there was no before you went up into my cave or your cave. I'm letting you know right now, or I give you half this coke. I'm gonna eat your asshole later.
Yeah.
I would let them know. I don't get that's the only way. And I would if they would start irritating me, then I could fucking get pissed.
Yeah.
It wouldn't be worth the blowjob because they would drive me fucking crazy all fucking night. I'd rather hang out by myself because people drove me crazy.
Yeah, maybe that's how I think I got, man. That's my
I was
fear.
very antisocial. I was social for what was necessary.
Yes.
But when it came to that shit, it's still like that. It's not like I still have.
Right, because you had that thing in you that was never going to change.
That was never going to change.
The coke was just a side effect of, you know, a progression of that feeling or whatever that was. You know, because cocaine allows you to be by yourself. You're like, oh, it gives your brain a quick reason. Oh, I got to go do this by myself. Anyway, that's what it did for me.
That's what it did for me too. Like I have fun. Like, you know, it took me 2 or 3 years after the coke to even have like when I first got into comedy, it was a new thing for me. Like I fell in love. Wow. It was my wife. Like that was it. And the road, that road life, you just meet girls.
Oh, the road is fun, man.
And they know what time it is.
Yeah.
They take you back to this piece of ass, and I'm leaving in the morning.
Oh, yeah.
Their communication is zero. They know before going up to you. You know what I'm saying? I ain't gonna tell nobody. You ain't gonna tell nobody. We're gonna do a couple dirty things, and I'll leave town. Never see each other again.
I had some fat ankles hanging out of my bed sheet out of
I
town.
didn't want anybody at that time.
Right.
I love comedy so much. I didn't want anybody. I was having a great time sleeping in that car. I was having a great time some nights sleeping in a Motel 6. And some nights sleeping in a fucking Hilton. You didn't know until you got there. You know, this week we stayed at the condo in Denver. That's his introduction.
Fucking luxury, bro.
Oh, you know,
Really taking it easy, dude.
then he goes to the condo in Albuquerque.
Yeah.
And they got sperm on the sheets.
Wait till you get out there.
You know, and like I said, you know, I got to wait for you to make that level in your life jump. There's got to be a little suffering. You got to do a little something somewhere along the line.
You're gonna have to suffer
That's what
somewhere.
takes you to the next level. You being at home comfortable, thinking that your world is never going to break apart. You never know what it is to fall in love with something and that nothing means nothing.
You gotta get attacked somewhere.
You have no idea what it's like to fall in love with comedy when nothing means nothing. Your mother, your father, your car is your best friend, and your notebook next to you. Your computer, your clothes are hanging in the back, and your trunk's got a spare tire, a pillow in the trunk, a blanket, a fucking knapsack, you got a stove back there, you got a P.O. box, and you got a pager. You don't even call people no more. Everything's done on the computer. You know what that life is? To have zero money in the bank and just depend on your comedy. It's a fucking adventure, and that's what life is. Like,
Yeah. You gotta get out there, bro.
It sounds like a blast. It sounds like, other than being like completely broke, like honestly, that's a scary part about this. It's not. I know, like
it lets you know. Because for years I thought you weren't anything until you have money. I really believe that. I was really under the impression society forces you to believe that you're nobody if you don't have all those things. And guess what? When I fell in love with comedy, I didn't want those things no more. I didn't need them. It was the weirdest fucking thing.
You got a new currency now.
28 fucking years. All I wanted was to sell drugs and be a kingpin and be that guy that would go to a bar and buy Dom Perignon. And by the age of 31, when I got divorced, I didn't want to make a sound.
Yeah.
I wanted to live off the fat of the land. I wanted to pay for my sins.
Yeah.
And that was it. Like, it was great not having credit cards. Like, I had every crap from having every credit card to having none.
Yeah.
Everything was done by cash. You know that Robert Oscar has a good joke about it. He does an imitation of that dude. If you're a Mexican, if you cash your checks, and you know you're a Mexican, and you cash your checks at the liquor store.
Yeah.
That was me. I cashed my checks on Whitley in Hollywood from $15 ones to $60 ones. And they were all special. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. You're running that, moment to moment.
That's what happens to people. They don't know that side of the coin. So when they come here and there's a little disappointment, I'm going to become a director or a producer. You know what? I'm going to shoot commercials. Don't fucking shoot yourself. That's what I say. You've never understood. You never forced yourself into that next level of your life. You never Black's not going to force yourself into that. You have to force yourself. I accepted it. I was like, you know what? I don't give a fuck.
Yeah, I worry now that I feel like one of my biggest fears is getting too comfortable. Sometimes one of my biggest fears is getting comfortable.
No, you never get comfortable. Oh my God, that's what else this whole life taught me. And it's 7 days away. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what you're talking about watching TV. I don't know about you. I don't know what you're talking about. Right. This was the life that I chose. And people still get mad at me. I don't know what you're talking about.
Right, this is it.
Yeah, this is it. People still, till 27 years later, do not comprehend that I really don't give a fuck. That now I give a fuck a little bit more because of my family. I'm not missing nothing. It took my brother 10 years to realize I was never going to visit him in Comic-Con in San Diego. He held on every year. He came out here. Come on down. They got a lot. They got a booth. He didn't believe it. He don't come no more. It took him 10 years. He thought, I tell you, I don't have, listen, I don't have 4 hours to drive to San Diego. I can have an audition tomorrow, and I'm wasting my time dressed up with a bunch of people looking like superheroes. I'm here for business. I didn't come out here to fucking go to the beach or to roller skate. And those are the people that fail. And then they bitch at you, they get mad at you because there was too much of a good time. There's no good time. There's no good time.
It's a lot of work, man.
It took me 10 years. It took me I was 31 to realize there's no good time. Like whatever 1995 was, I was, 32.
Wow.
There's no movement done. Studio 54 closed.
Yeah.
That was it. It was Tony Bennett, cocksucker.
Yeah, I think about that sometimes. Yeah, I think about that sometimes, man.
And then people complain when their life doesn't work out, but they didn't sacrifice.
I wanna be around to pick up the pieces when somebody breaks.
You think that ice was fake, man?
Fuck yeah. Don't worry about it.
It's just like it's wrong. We draw this child like
No, he took you away from a day like the drugs. He made you think you were in Morocco. And you had fucking water from Michigan, that Flint water.
somebody who will
I mean, we had such a Blake Owl one time that was fucking
as you used to do with me.
pretty hardy.
Who leave you to
I miss those
learn
days, man.
that misery loves company.
Good acid.
LSD. I wanna be
No, I miss it, and I don't miss it. I miss it, and I don't miss it. I do not ever want to be in that world again, man. Ever.
Do you feel like you made the, but you probably have a feeling you feel like you made the most out of that time. That you got the most out of that time.
It started when I was 16, and then when I was 4 years old.
Yeah.
That wasn't, I had ups and downs. I went to prison. And it was all that dropped. Now I see when people have problems. It takes me just a little while and I'll figure out why they have problems.
Yeah.
It's a drug. It's a drug.
Yeah.
And you did the right thing. When you look at all the famous comics, I look at the ones that fucked around with drugs. And then good for nobody.
Yeah.
Prior to Kennison's, the Mitch Hedbergs doesn't have good. Mitch Hedberg was on another level, man. Dog, I saw that motherfucker on another level.
Really?
Dog, I was here when they showed. Dog, I was here when they closed the Improv on a Monday and Tuesday.
Yeah.
To showcase Mitch Hedberg. Monday was for fucking writers and producers, and Tuesday was for show writers.
Wow.
Like that's the strength of Mitch Hedberg.
They don't even do like that shit anymore.
Like when Mitch Hedberg died, I was furious that day. I still remember like cursing him to somebody like that dumb motherfucker. And like a year later, I had to call that person and go, I was just angry because people die to get to that level. I love Mitch. I didn't talk to Mitch probably the last couple of years of his life. I didn't really see him. I didn't see him. He was living on the road in a fucking trailer with the girl. God bless his soul.
Well, yeah, when you get bent up, you're not spending time with your friends. You're not spending time with your loved ones.
No,
You know what I'm saying? Whenever you're fucked up, whenever you're really getting fucked up like hell, I'm sure, you're hanging out with your buddies, your sister. You know what I'm saying? You're hanging out with other people at a party.
it's funny. There was a time where I thought maybe someday, with the grace of God, I could get Eddie Murphy to, and I'd be doing coke and have my entourage. That's not what I ever wanted. Yeah, it's not. I don't like the entourages or, all the fucking, what I'm saying? I just didn't. I've always been an only fucking, I love it. Yeah, I love doing what I do. I enjoy it. I'm really happy that I got to find, how happy are you that you got to find what you're going to do the rest of your life? We're all very uncertain.
Yeah.
I knew when I thought about getting a job in New York, a friend of mine said to me, listen, I can still get you a runner job. We'll have to cover up the felony and everything. I thought about it for a while. I'm like, I wouldn't do that. Yeah, I thought I wanted to do it. I really thought it was adventurous. But once I heard the comedy lifestyle, and I read the books, and I did just not knowing. Just that gift of not knowing, just knowing I'm going to pick up $50 today. Right. Yeah. To cover my hotel, but guess what? Today I'm doing what I love doing. What the fuck? What the fuck? You're going to get a job that you hate, and then meet a girl. You're going to marry her, you're both going to get fucking fat, and then you're going to start owing money, and now your job owns you. You got to work 6 days a week to make that fucking money, and guess what happens? One day you just die from the fucking stress. One day you just die from the fucking stress. we were talking about studios before. When they come major, I always look at numbers.
Yeah.
You know, and that's why I said to you, me and him had like 1,000 arguments about things and different situations. We went to see an office one time on Van Nuys. The guy wanted $16 hours. That means the first 16 that you make on this podcast on the rent.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, just to have luxurious offices. I'm not one of those guys. I drive a fucking Subaru.
Right.
But I was looking at, they had the new cars that were coming out. 200,000 for a car, 100,000 for an Escalade. What, really? Are you fucking kidding me?
Yeah, that's
There's a lot more to life than fucking paying that shit to impress your fucking friends and the people around you.
Yeah, we had a Ford Festiva, man.
Yeah, that's it. It doesn't matter what the fuck you drive. I sat that night on my birthday before the comedy store with the bandanas, and I sat out there and watched the people who drive and what they were pulling up with. And I pulled up with a white fucking Subaru with my own gang, and people are looking at me. You know what, man? That makes me happy. I don't live for nobody. I don't need to drive a BMW. Yeah, it's such a great thing that I let go. That's what comedy did for me. It made me thwart that thinking that money made you. Money doesn't make you at all. Money don't do shit for you. Yeah. Money don't do shit for you at the end of the fucking day. When you realize that money don't do shit for you, your life changes completely. Your mood and your day is created by you.
I love that.
It's the fucking truth. I felt good without money, and I felt good with money. I felt good in both avenues. Because sometimes without money, I'm telling you, I'm in a hotel condo. I'm in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. The condo smells like foot ass. I just had a Chinese lunch, joints, and the waitress is giving me a half gram of Coke tonight, and I still don't have $10 left over for tomorrow to get a sandwich at fucking Subway. I sit there and watch TV all day and write fucking stupid jokes. But at least it was not doing something I didn't want to fucking do. Right? But towards the end, when I sold cars, the last year I sold cars, I got fired from every job. I just,
What kind of cars was you selling?
it didn't matter.
Yeah.
Jeep Eagle, Subaru, used car, like Jeeps. I got fired from every job. You know why? Because I was just there for the paycheck.
Yeah.
I would go there, use their long distance to call comedy clubs.
Yeah.
And then I wouldn't even sell cars. I talked to people, and I took the $250 salary a week, and they do that for 90 days until they fired. I was very happy with the $250. It helped out my cause. My cause was comedy. It wasn't stars. Yeah, I was just looking for a job. That's why you get yourself those non-responsible telemarketing jobs.
Yeah, the Tony Little Gazelle freestyler.
You pay somebody $18 an hour, anywhere from 12 to 18 an hour. No, you can make anywhere from 12 to 18 an hour.
This voodoo's magic shirt.
It's up to you to fucking sell people on the phone. That whole thing, selling like tell that some cigars on the fucking phone, man. The business has been better. You guys are both young. 20 years ago, the cigar business got hot in this country because Demi Moore took a cigar and smoked it on Valley magazine or some fucking magazine cover. So you would go to bars and women would be smoking cigars. Oh, it was hilarious. It was terrible in Hollywood. Women smoking cigars.
I'd love to see some big tits with a fucking cigar ash on them, bro.
Oh, they all had them. All of them. All of them were smoking cigars. So the hot thing was when you went to a bodega like Harlem, you could buy a cigar. They would have a humidor, like a fake humidor. So I would sell you the whole package for $300 on the phone, and my commission was like $1.25. I could negotiate. I could do it for $2.75 if I wanted to. And still make a yardstick. I would sell $3 a fucking day, and go home. And you're not knowing. That's the side of comedy that you have to understand. It's not knowing sometimes.
Yeah, I guess there were times like that for sure. You know, where it's like, I guess there were times where I felt like, fuck, is this the thing for me? And those are the moments I think when this continues to choose you. You know,
But the first 7 years of this shit, it's like anything else. You get down on yourself the whole time.
Yes.
It's that little sign you get for trying. You get a little sign for trying. Every 90 days, you get a little like a reward for sticking with it. And next thing you know, you've been doing it for 3 years. And next thing you know, you've been doing it for 4 years. Next thing you know, you're doing it for 7 years. Now, guess what? Now you're at a crossroads in your life. It is what it is, and you're doing it 7 years. Yeah. Either you're going to continue to do it, you're going to dive into it. And at the 7-year mark, you pretty much go headlining, go featuring. Yeah. You know, and now you have to make a move for it. Yeah, that's the craziest part. Leaving Boston, leaving Chicago, leaving Indiana, leaving those other cities to go to New York, to showcase cities. And, you know, do you watch Crashing? This week was an interesting show. Like, I watched Crashing. I watch every episode. And I can't tell you that I don't like every episode. Like, not every episode is my favorite. But this season, it's really picked up. Last week, it was about Artie. About him confronting Artie about his drug problem, trying to help Artie out. And this week, it was about when the comic dates a girl. It was very interesting. That's how you know it was written by a comic. A comic dates another female comic. They start dating. They start fucking. You both go to the same open mics. You write together. It's like a faggy fucking dumb shit. That's stupid. Don't date a female fucking comic. You want to fuck them in the ass, and move on. But do not date a comic, because at one point somebody is successful. And that's where the tension starts. So they both go to NACA. This is a very good episode. This is something that if you're a young comic, listen to this. This is a very good episode. And you're going to know exactly what I'm talking about. So they get to NACA. For those who don't know what NACA is, it's a convention that you go to, and there's a bunch of colleges there. It's the worst. You get on stage, and a bunch of colleges bid for you. I bombed at that. And sometimes you can think that you bombed because you were yourself. Yes. So what happened is they get to NACA, and they're going downstairs, and they get an orientation. By the way, you can't talk about rape. This, that, the hair loss, anything, diabetes. So she went up the first night and did her fucking act. And she said that she went to college and got roofied and raped. And they call it roofie, like it's how can you get something that cute? Fucking something that bad, a cute name like roofie. She sold, you know what I'm saying? Like she did her act, right? And then they show her standing out there by herself. Nobody's talking to her. And then Maria Villasenor, was there, and she went up there and did impersonations. She was getting people, and she was giving away buttons. So, what's his name? Pete Holmes was sitting there. He's watching all this. And he goes, wait a second. So he ran across the street to a gas station to look for something to give away after the show so people would stop by him. And it said, the shirt said, gas it up. So he went back and signed. He bought a bunch of shirts for $2 a piece. And he signed them. And he wrote a joke about the shirt. So he went out there, he watched what was working, and he did it. He didn't do his act. You know what I'm saying? Like he watched what was working. Hi guys, college kids, you know. Remember guys, got duct tape and the kids are laughing, and he was doing material that college kids laugh at, right? And then afterward, he wrote a joke about he did Arnold Schwarzenegger. He ended with an Arnold Schwarzenegger impression. He says, gotta sit up. And afterward, he got like 6 or 8 colleges. People loved him. He did great. And in the room, she confronted him. And she goes, I fucking love dating the guy that took a dump on fucking stage today. And what it means is that a lot of comics come here. Bro, I know 20 comics that I saw on the road. I'm like, these motherfuckers got me stars, but they moved to LA and they take advice from their agents. Yeah. And they start writing material to sell a TV show instead of writing material that comes from their heart, what they really, really say. Because what comedy is your world colliding with another world and how you live in it. That's it. How you see, that's what comedy is. How I collide with the world. You know what I'm saying? There's a stop sign. You either can stop or you can fucking go through it. You know what I'm saying? Like, your comic, you need that little, je ne sais quoi of rebel in you. There's got to be a little touch. There's got to be a little original rebellion in you. It was a great episode because she told him, you played for them. You didn't do your end.
What did he say?
Bro, this is a career move. I would love which a lot of people on that have money in colleges. And they do great colleges, pay great, it's a great living. Like I said, that's really like interact. It's like being a ship. I have nothing against it. It's a fucking living.
Yeah.
Because it's not brilliant.
The ship I could do, but I couldn't. I remember going to Nashville flying. I hated it, bro. But I did my shit. I booked a couple of them.
Did you like doing it?
No, I didn't like it.
So shout out to my man D from Colorado who showed up at 22 pounds. I'm sorry I didn't get to see you. John E. McClain, Roston Jeff, you bad motherfucker. Brian Allen, Christopher Berryman, Jimbo Slice, Benzo, Omar Rodriguez, and my man Jack Shipway. And I really want to give a shout out to Denver for fucking coming out and supporting. That meant the world to me, guys. They were great shows. Lee went up on Saturday night.
How'd you feel, Lee?
Oh my God, it was amazing.
That's awesome.
It was just crazy being on that. Because I've heard about that stage for years, and then here I know Rogan filmed a special there, and it was crazy. It was an amazing experience.
That's awesome.
And then like, it was just I know I'm very lucky with the audience that going up in front of. Like the reaction I'm getting isn't for what I'm saying necessarily.
Yeah, they're excited to see you though. But you've heard that, they're excited to see you. Yeah, you got me in that club, man. I went out there. Thank you.
Yeah, she's a nice lady.
Yeah, they're cool.
It's a great club.
Yeah.
It's been there for fucking since I started, and it was there 10 years before I started. She does a great job with the club. If you look at the lineup when you're there, it's a great variety. You notice something differently this weekend.
Well, I noticed like the opener and the host change, which is weird. I've never seen that before.
Did you notice about the feature in the house?
They were all very good and diverse. They were from the area.
And
they were younger.
They were clean.
Really?
She knows.
Oh.
See, people think that I want a guy in front of me cursing.
Right.
She knows that already. She understands that. Wendy is a fucking genius where other people, that's why you have to bring a feature or something. There's just a bunch of clubs that they pair you up with their favorites.
Yeah.
Because they're dirty, and now the people hear 3 comics saying fuck.
Yeah, it's a rap.
Wendy's a genius. You understand?
I didn't
That's
hear
why I don't want to do dirty shows.
Right.
Because I'm out of the headline after 10 comics going up there and being dirty.
Yeah. Yeah, it's the worst, man.
That's it. Yeah, that's it. So she's brilliant. You didn't catch that.
No, I didn't see them.
They didn't say fuck. That's why the audiences were so good. Because she's brilliant. She knows how to book a fucking room.
You can burn them out before.
And she puts heat in front of you. Like, that's one of the scariest rooms in the country because those guys got headliners that are in town that week. Like, a lot of times, I was opening up down there. Like, when I first started going down there, you went down there on a Thursday. Ooh, you gotta follow Todd Jordan, Rick Kearns, Lori Callaghan. They were all headliners. They're all hitters. Yeah, hitters. And you go down there as the headliner going, dog, I'm working double quick.
Yeah.
I'm working double.
I hated that, man. That put you on the spot. I mean, I had a weekend in Missouri one time where I was like, fuck, this feature is better than me, and I gotta step my game up. He got busted for murder actually a few years ago, though, so he really did. Yeah. But,
what are your special guys? What are you doing?
I'm trying to get Netflix supposed to come out and see me in a couple of weeks. So we're trying to find a date right now to do that. And if they, if they're interested, then I'll go from there. And if not, then maybe I'll make one myself. Or do something. Where I'm my own shit. So, I'm excited about that. But, I'm hopeful. Right now I'm just trying to be hopeful and wake up each day. And
work hard,
try to be hopeful.
Yeah, funny. You're a sweet guy. You forced yourself to the next level by getting clean. It wasn't like you fell off the stage.
Right.
It was something you recognized that needed to be done. I used to get hot dog. I would go pee and I would look in the mirror.
Yeah.
Like the last 10 years. I would not look at myself in the mirror because I was so ashamed of what I was doing.
Damn, that's crazy. I can totally
I would not make eye contact with the fucking mirror. So, I recently had a guest on here, and I was under the impression that he was sober. And at one point, he went to the bathroom into the blast, and I was really disappointed because I know as a comic, you can get so far with drugs.
Yeah.
But to take it to that level where you want to, it's better to be conscious of your surroundings and know what's going on. You want to smoke a joint, you want to drink a Heineken, that's great. But you're watching your audiences, you're watching the people that are coming to the shows, you're watching 1,000 things.
Yeah.
You don't really have time to get fucked up when you want to take it to that. And this could be in any occupation. Yeah, it's going to work for a while. It always does. Yeah, it always starts out great. It always starts out great.
Yeah.
I'm grateful for Lee. I'm grateful for my wife. I'm grateful for my baby.
Yeah.
I'm grateful for this fucking podcast. I'm grateful for the people that come to the shows.
Amen.
I gotta tell you something. I'm grateful for not doing that shit no more at all. I'm really grateful, and I'm a loser. I did it till I was 44. At least you stopped at 32. I could not imagine the day I would be clean and I saw the Ray Charles thing. The movie Ray, I'm like, that motherfucker did heroin. I can't do coke from 61. I can't do coke from 61. Where am I gonna go? What are you gonna do?
So my biggest fear is, some chick with a nice butthole and an 8-ball shows up, and that's what fucking spins you out.
No,
that's my biggest fear.
No, you're gonna look at it and see it for what it is. It's a different playing field now. And you see it for what it is. You know what, man? There's nothing in the fucking world I want to do. Get an 8-ball and stick it in Kate's asshole and suck it out of there with a fucking straw.
Oh, yeah.
Kate is as beautiful as they come, as sexy as they come. I know she's all in.
Oh, I'll suck my dick and she'll watch.
What would I gain by it? I'd lose a friend.
Yeah.
She's an ally. What would I gain by it? You know what I'm saying? If I'm going to snort coke with anybody, Kate would probably push me over the top. If she let me snort a line off her asshole, I would be all in. But at this point in the game, I can't go back. I made a promise. I made a man promise. I didn't make a promise to a woman. I didn't make a promise to my father. I didn't make a promise to anybody. I made a promise to the universe, and they paid me back.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying.
I fulfilled my promise. Nobody had to watch me. I didn't have to go to no meetings. I didn't have to do anything. I made a promise to myself as a man that this is what we're doing from now on. No exception.
Yes.
What happens, where, when, and that makes your life a lot easier. Listen, that was my world. Was snorting coke and eating pussy and getting dirty and coming on your face and your tits and you sucking my balls and putting it in your ass and then putting it in your mouth. That was my world. That I'm not going to do. I don't have time to date. I was not the dating type that was like, take you out for 4 dates and then, everybody I met was all fucking women. Let's do this shit, let's do blow, and let's get fucking evil.
Let's forget what happens. Stealing each other's shit, dude. One night I remember being with this girl and this dude were all in the same room and we all stole each other's fucking shit. And so we're all sitting there with each other's like money, pocketbook, purse. Dude took her purse. I took dude's wallet. She took my wallet, right? And all of us are fucking looking for our shit and also trying not to let the other person know that we stole their shit. And finally, it just became like, fuck,
You fuck anybody,
huh? I didn't fuck anybody, dude. We just fucked up. Eventually, she said, look, I'm fucked up and I took this. She got so high. And then dude's like, and I took this. And then I had the fucking last piece, his wallet. And I set it out there, and I'm like, man, we all stole each other's shit.
That's why you see Michael, what are you doing? You know, who are these people that you hang out with and shit, stealing your wallet when you get high?
Dude, they said, I'll tell you, one more thing I'll tell you about Icy Mike, this dude. So, when acid came to our town, we got a lot of bad acid. You know, I think we would get people would sell, because sometimes acid comes through, you don't know what it is, you don't know who made it. It's $6. It was $6 for a hit. You know, you're going to be out of, you're going to be out of it for 4 to 8 hours. So this guy, Mike got bad on some acid, him and his buddy. And then one time his family ended up getting into like livestock, killing big animals, nothing small. Horses, heifers, stuff like that. And he gave a bunch of like kind of no-dos or something to some of these animals because they would get them to shit. And so there was one time where he had like 3 animals all all shit at the same time, right? Yeah.
And what did he want for the shit?
It was like not a show, but it was like not a performance, but you know what I'm saying? Like, let's watch some shit, you know? Sure. And I went over there one time, dude, and everybody was eating ass, and we probably watched these cows shit for maybe 15 minutes straight. Like nothing you've ever seen, man.
I don't think I want to see that, to be honest.
Yeah, you say that.
What did the poop look like coming out when you were on
It looked like poop, man. But it was just almost seemed magical that you could get all three and do it at once. You know, and that's the kind of shit that took me to another level, man. Yeah, we had this other girl one time, Charlotte, biggest girl we knew. So biggest girl we ever met. And she ate some ass at one time and got locked in this room. And people kept kind of dripping kind of warm water on her all night, bro. Fucked up. You know, there's other things I missed. Cooked a pizza in a dryer once. What else do you throw rocks at fucking invisible animals and shit in the woods? Just, you know, fun, man, joy.
You're a crazy friend. You're a crazy man, my friend.
Looking for joy, man.
But that's why you're crazy as a comic, and that's what makes you a good comic. That's what makes you a good comic, guys.
I miss it.
Don't listen to it.
Yeah, that's the thing about
That's the thing. I thought about your nights and times. I said to myself, why couldn't I have control like regular people and just do one line?
Yeah.
You know what, man? Nobody does one line and goes out. You know, it always ends bad. It always gonna end bad. You know?
Yeah.
One thing if I give them one night with them, you know, you want to take a Xanax and that boy, I ain't mad at you. You know, that's probably gonna tear them. It's gonna decrease that anxiety, the animal gives you. But, you know, do I really need an oxycontin in my fucking life? Do I need that shit at this point in my life? Those things don't even do nothing to me. Sometimes I eat a Viking and I get high. Sometimes I eat one that don't do great sense, you know. Yeah, I'm pretty fucking safe with the reefer, bro. I don't miss tick. Yeah, I miss, I don't have no regrets, so I'll tell you that much. At this point,
What up? Come to my Discord. The link to my profile.
It happened. There's nothing I can do to take it back. Whether it's time, whether it's anything bad I did,
Come to
or
my
anything good I
Discord.
did, there's nothing I can do to take it back. That's it. Yeah,
It's discord.me/rabbi. If you just put that in the browser, discord.me/rabbi.
like I said, I'm very fortunate to even be in this fucking office sitting next to you only. But I know that I never even considered Los Angeles.
You can also just search it in Google. Just Google Rabbi Discord, and it's the first one to show up. Okay, excellent. Come see. Oh, tight, you're there. Dog, how are you? Dude, thank you so much for being here. Welcome. How are you, Rare? I'm amazing. Wow. How'd you find out about me? Absolutely, my friend. Well, first, go ahead, chill all you want. Let me clarify. You're being live streamed, so but just in case you were wondering. Okay, go ahead. Tight. Northern Arizona. That's in Flagstaff, right? Excellent. All right. So, have you had much luck or fortune on Twitter selling yourself? Okay, excellent. Excellent. Do you have a link tree? Okay, you need a link tree because then people have one place to go to get all your social media. Then they can see your stuff on Instagram and YouTube and TikTok, right? Okay, so what you want to do is create a link tree and put in it. Do you have a personal website? Okay, excellent. So you put your personal website there. You put your YouTube account. Do you have a YouTube account? Excellent. You put your YouTube account in there. Do you have a TikTok and Instagram? Excellent. So you put all your links in there. Makes sense. And then as a user, all I have to do is go to linktree.com/ whatever, rare radical or whatever your name is on there. And then I get to see all your stuff instead of having to hunt and peck. Make sense? Does that make sense? You're muted. It's free. Yeah, so it's just basically one link that has all of your social media on it. Does that make sense? Excellent. And then what you do is when somebody says, okay, well, I'm busy right now. How do I find you? You don't have to say, well, go to my OpenSea because they may not have OpenSea, or go to my XRP. Well, they might not have that. But if you say, just go to my link tree, it's got all my social media, then it's one link, and then they can go to your YouTube or your personal website or your OpenSea or whatever it is. Does that make sense? Excellent. So that's the first thing that you want to do. Okay, so you do have Fortune on Twitter, basically pitching people, and that's really great. And you're doing it in the right way. So the way that you got into my stream is basically the word shill, because I have like a chill and chill. Whatever anybody wants to shill, they can. They can shill it to not just me, but all of my live streams. And you're doing it correctly. You've got confidence to do that. So that's great. Are you good with Photoshop? Okay, do you know what Sora is? Okay, you need to download. Do you have an iOS device? Excellent. Download Sora right now. And if you're like, why? It's Midjourney, but videos. It's from OpenAI, the people who do ChatGPT, and it's amazing. Okay, no, you want to check it out right now. I'm doing it right now. In my hand right now is Sora. And it just has like all I have to do. Yeah, Sora. It's amazing. So all you have to do is that's correct. All you have to do is give it a prompt. So you could be like I was doing mine, Rabbi Rothschild on a yacht cruise with their token. And I wanted Tupac Shakur and Biggie Smalls in it, and Albert Einstein and Elvis. And to put all of them into a 10-second little film. Does that make sense? Excellent. So it's basically what you're doing with Midjourney, but it's doing videos. And it's changing the world, especially on Instagram. So let me know when it's done downloading. That's cool. Do whatever you need. And then also, if you want, you don't have to, but you can do a cameo on there. So you upload your face, and then then it puts you in the movie with them, with the people. So the funny ones that I've been seeing are like Mr. Rogers and Tupac Shakur, and they're like rolling a joint. Or I've seen people like teaching Elvis or Michael Jackson how to dance. Or you can play with it in any way you want. I've seen people do videos of like a bear chasing a deer inside a house, and it looks very realistic. And it's all AI. So you know what you do with Midjourney, and you just basically are creating AI images through prompts. Well, this does the same, but it does video. And that expands what you're able to do for someone. And I was saying this yesterday. I think it's a really good idea for people. You could create entire movies with this. And maybe not necessarily full-length feature films, because that would take a little while. But you could create a 60-second movie that is very action-packed and really cool, just with different clips. Absolutely. Yeah. So there's, you do whatever you need to do. Yeah. Yeah. That's the cameo part. Okay. Cool. Excellent. So it's doing your face now. Um. Okay. So that's really cool, and you're the man for doing this because it's going to change your life. Okay. Now what you want to do is, do you see at the very bottom? There's like a place where you can put in a prompt. If you're running into the issue where it says trouble uploading, I had the same issue. I was finally able to. I don't know. Don't worry about it for right now. You can do that later, and you want to do it maybe in like really good lighting. That's okay. Don't worry about that. Right. You can do a cameo later. Okay. So do you see on the front page at the very bottom? There's a plus button, like a white plus. Yep. I agree. Okay. Click that plus. Now you should see like a text box that says describe new video. Okay, so put in there anything you want. Uh, so what you can do if you want to put your art in there, you can. Do you see the little attachment area? So you click that, put your art in there, and then say make this art into a car wrap, or make this art into a mug, or make this art into a mural. No, man, you just joined. I'll be able to see them in a second because this app is like Instagram. Once you create it and there's something you like, you post it, and I'll look at what you post. So I'll look at your NFTs in just a second. So you can make your NFTs into videos. You can even make your videos into NFTs. Yeah, that's absolutely correct. Yeah. So the way you make your NFTs into videos, those are basically like just images, and you take that image and you bring it to life. So you make it into a video. You say, take this NFT and make it into a cartoon character, and make the cartoon character claymation, and it'll do all that. Or if you want, you can create a video of whatever you want, and then make that a video NFT and start selling them. So it's 30 per day. You can do 30 per day for free. And then if you run out of 30 a day, which kind of takes a long time, then just create a new account. And you can do that with like a throwaway email address. That's excellent. No, you have to publish it. Okay. Okay, what was the prompt that you entered? That's tight. That's perfect. And so what it's going to do is create a 10-second video of that. And then it might not be perfect. And so what you do is you can edit it and say like, make the lion's mane bigger or make the lion on a throne or whatever. But once you get it to the way that you like, you press post, and then you tell me what your username is, and I'll look it up. And if it's something that am I, and then if it's something that you later decide that you don't want to publish, you can just delete it. Am I? I'm sponsored by NFTs and cryptocurrencies, um, but no, I'm not directly an NFT artist, but I help a lot of them. Gold-backed NFTs. Okay, what's back gold? Okay, so gold-backed NFTs. Okay, that's a good idea. Why should I invest in your gold-backed NFTs and not another NFT? Okay. Okay, very cool. Well, I don't currently have an NFT, but you're doing it the right way. You find people with NFTs on Twitter Spaces. That's the right way. Did it make your video yet? Okay, now watch it. Is it cool? Ex- okay, excellent. I mean, it just has a mind of its own, kind of. Okay, so now what you want to do you see where it says edit and you can get the text? Okay, copy that text. No, you click edit and there's like the text of the prompt. Whatever you said about. Okay, so copy that text. Okay, that's okay. Go back to ChatGPT. Whatever the prompt was, get the prompt. Okay, yeah, you can. What you'll do is you hit edit, and then you can edit it. I know. It's a good question. Just one moment. Did you already publish it? Oh, okay. That's because you published it. Okay, so you can't then. Okay, so what you want to do is just take your prompt and make 3 new videos, and then just keep making videos. You can use different prompts, but if that prompt wasn't exactly right, just have it make 3 new ones. That's the most you can do at once, and then just have it keep creating it until you get one that you really like. It's a numbers game. Does that make sense? Rabbi Rothschild? Do you know about Rabbi Rothschild? Do you know about Rabbi Rothschild? What'd you say, Big Dog? Do you know about Rabbi Rothschild? Oh, I'll look at it in a second. Just one moment. Yeah. What's your username? Okay, so just like you've got in here, rare radical. Yeah, I see. Okay, I'm watching it. Okay. Okay, that's fine. Just excellent. I love your elephant. It's really cool. Okay, so then take that prompt and then just make another one. Make do what absolutely. Make 3 more videos and then have them going. And then after like 5 minutes or so, it'll be done. And then you can be like, oh, this one's good, or this one's not, or maybe this one needs to be tweaked a little bit. And then do another 3 and another 3 and another 3 until you use your 30 up a day, and then create another account and do it if you keep liking it. But basically, these are ways that you can just literally take your art, your NFTs, make videos out of them. When you find a video that you like, upload it to your Instagram, and people will be like, "Oh, that's really cool. What is that?" And you'll be like, "It's actually an NFT that has been created, turned into a video." And people will be like, "Oh, that's really interesting. How do I get a hold of that?" They're like, "Well, it's an NFT that's backed by gold." It's basically taking uh, your two-dimensional picture, and in some ways making it 4D, like allowing time, and that should be really exciting for you because previously you were just creating art that was two-dimensional. It kind of all looked the same because it was all coming from Midjourney. This can change things up completely. When you're doing your prompts, change one of them to be make this in claymation, and then make another one make this in a cartoon, and then another one make this in watercolor. You get what I'm saying? Like, so you can see the different versions of your NFTs with like different materials. Does that make sense? Excellent. What'd you say, Big Dog? If you is it really long? Okay, just one moment. Okay, I'm on OpenSea. Okay, great. All right, I'm looking at it right now. Do I want the weed punks or the rare radical artwork? I like them. They're like gold backed animals, right? Or gold highlighted animals. That's sweet. I like your artwork style. You're welcome. So if I were you, I would take some of these like Shadow Tiger and Glorian and Pixel Gem Lion, take like 5 or 10 of them and tell Sora to like make them in a video game or make them in a cinematic movie or make them in a cartoon. Like challenge it and it'll bring your shit to life. I'm gonna look right now.
light strikes, life surges anew.
That's baller. Yep. I like them all. They're all pretty cool. The ones I think are coolest, maybe Vibranix is cool. Quantum Tiger's cool. Shark Trillionaire is cool. Zabrillion is cool. Ganesh Vault is cool. Pixel Gemline is cool. The Platinum Crow, that's cool. They're all pretty cool. Oh, I'm the wrong person if you're trying to sell NFTs, but perhaps someday. But you should use this in your arsenal of being an artist, and it's really good for you. Now, you don't know any Photoshop? Okay, you've got to learn Photoshop if you're going to be a graphic designer. I know you want to use AI, which is cool, but sometimes you have to make a little change, right? And if you don't know how to do that, then you're really lacking some of the skills of an artist. So, if anything, just watch. Okay, well, you don't have to do that. But okay, if you know some of the settings, but basically there's a free version of Photoshop known as GIMP, GIMP. Have you ever heard of it? Oh, it's for a computer. Okay, you don't have a computer. Okay, so download GIMP, GIMP, and they may have versions of it for an iPad, but right now for your computer, just download GIMP. It's a free version of Photoshop, and then you can make edits to it. You can add text, you can lasso things, you can use the magic wand tool where you remove certain colors or replace things. It's very helpful. And then if I were you, I would go on YouTube and just watch GIMP tutorials, which are like Photoshop tutorials on how to do just basic um, graphic design, and that will improve you as an artist, right? Excellent. Now, as for this, you're an artist. If I were you, I mean, you can play around with Sora as much as you want, but I think you could be like a director. You are already doing this with pictures. So I don't know what's a superhero you like. All right, so you could have Batman. What's a cool thing? What would be a cool Batman movie or story or funny? Batman going to the beach. Batman going to a fast food restaurant. Batman fighting Superman. Whatever you want it to be. But you could now you'll sometimes get flagged and they'll say we can't use this because it's like protected media. So you can say like a bat-like superhero. Use something more generic. It doesn't have to say Batman. Does that make sense? Excellent. And then if you made 6 of these videos, that's a 1-minute movie that you basically are creating. You edit them together, which is not hard, and then you publish that, and it will change your Instagram page or whatever your YouTube, and then you can promote your NFTs if you want, or make your NFTs into that video, whatever you want to do. But like, there's an opportunity here to really be like a Sora director, just with prompts. Absolutely, big dog. Absolutely. It's been a pleasure. If you ever need to speak with me, I'm in here. I stream my live 24 hours a day. So I'm always live, okay? So, YouTube, Rare Radical. Pleasure to meet you, my friend. Take care. Shout out to Rare Radical.
When a cat crawls into a shipping container in China and 3 weeks later ends up in Oakdale, 8,000 miles away, you'd be forgiven for thinking that might be the end of her story. We're not 100% sure how she did it. 3 weeks without food or water, she did not. She must have been drinking some condensation or something. Maybe even drugs, maybe it was overloaded. But at Pet Haven in St. Paul, the end is often just the beginning. When she arrived to us, she was deathly thin and very young. Meet deathly thin and very ill. Meet Jiao Mao, which means little cat in Chinese Mandarin. Meet Jiao Mao. Jiao Mao, which means little cat in Chinese Mandarin. And while she is small, her story and spirit are anything but. We could not touch her. She would charge at us, hiss. Today, she chirps at us. Her eyes are bright, her ears are forward. She is giving us all the indicators that she is trusting. This feline's transformation started with Prince. This boy is charming. Prince came from Leech Lake Reservation, a cat with confidence, and apparently a gift for friendship. She is definitely smitten.
Yo. Yo, dog, you got to be 18 to be in here.
Put you on stage.
Yeah.
You'd have to show up with 10 people and sell tickets outside. And no. That's animal. That's a different type of fucking world.
Yeah.
I developed a small market. Everybody knew each other. people just called you, put you on stage, you know, you could just call people, you know, just show up with 20 people. Maybe the guy would say, pass out 50 flyers for me in the parking lot. That was what you had to do, you know, and the guy would give you $25.
That's fair.
Yeah, you know.
Yeah, when I came out here, they made us like you had to get. I did a couple of bringer shows. But one time I had to pay to go. Yeah, one time I had to pay to go on. You know, but I knew that. I don't know. I did know that. I don't know. I knew that I came from a place where I had something to say that other people didn't have to say. Like that's the thing that gets me the most when I'm coming. I look around and I'm like, half these motherfuckers don't have a story. Like they don't have anything. They're writers. You know, half these guys are writers. You know, and I like to watch a show. I like to watch somebody perform. I like when I see something and I'm like, oh, that person has been through something that I want to know about. Because that's what makes me jealous. Like I want to be a little bit jealous when I'm watching somebody, you know, of their life, even if the life was good or bad. You know, sometimes when I see somebody even in a struggle, you know, I'm like, fuck, I get jealous. Because, like, I want to be whatever that is, that struggle, whatever it is, if it looks so severe, I want that. You know, I think that's something. Like, I remember the first time I met a friend when I was in first, second grade. And I really remember this. This kid had a stutter, this boy Douglas. You know, Douglas Hugh-Ball. He had a stutter. He stuttered. And I remember when I met him, I was like, fuck, man. So jealous.
I wish I could stutter.
Yeah, he's different, man. Look at this guy has, man. Everybody I'd ever met up at that point in my life sounded the same, and then Douglas had a stutter, and I wanted to be him, so I'd impersonate him. And then the teacher said, she put me in trouble, you know, so you're making fun of him. I said, I'm not making, and I tried to explain my case, but they wouldn't even fantasize it, you know. Like, you're not making fun of him. I'm like, I'm not making fun of him. I want that. I don't get what he has. You know? I don't know. I guess if somebody has something different than me, then I want to be able to experience it.
Be different
if it's real.
Did you always want to be different?
I mean, I think I hated just being myself most of the time. I just hated being, you know, I just felt ashamed. I just felt ashamed a lot. I felt ashamed that I felt uncared for. And it just made me angry, you know. But I didn't know those other things that was going on. That's all I knew. You know, just knew that I was uncomfortable.
I always felt still this day, I'm very insecure about a lot of things, you know, but you push ahead, you know, and I think it helps with the comedy at times, being so insecure, it really does, that rage gets released.
Yeah.
It's an interesting life. When you commit to something and you know, comedy is not about being in a comfortable situation. I never, ever wanted to be a cookie cutter person. I always knew that. I didn't want to do what other people were doing.
Yeah, I didn't want that.
I always felt like life was playing a trick on me for years. Like when I first started doing coke, I didn't get high for the first year. It wasn't until I started drinking with it that I started getting high. So for a year, with a second Saturday Night Live to me sucked. Like all these people come up to me, oh my God, we go home on Saturday Night Live. We want Saturday Night Live, and I would go home. And I would go to a girl would babysit my neighborhood.
Oh, yeah.
And everybody would go over there at 11:30, and they would all be giggling like little fucking idiots. And I'd be sitting there going, I don't get this. But they play the trick on me, like, I'm supposed to laugh at this? Like, I'm supposed to like this fucking music because these 20 people in the room, like, it was terrible. Like, I kept seeing that over and over again when I was young. I'm like, I'm never gonna fucking do that when I get older. If I don't like something, I'm gonna fucking say it. You know, like, if I don't like something, I'm gonna fucking say it. I would see 20 people and they thought they'd be putting me on. Like, I'd go to a concert and I knew the concert sucked. The guy was off that night. But there'd be 20 people. I would say, oh my God, it was tremendous. I did not want to be one of those people at all. Like, it bothered me. And when I see them today, it's the weirdest thing when I see those people. I know they don't like me. So for 3 or 4 minutes, I feel really insecure about myself. But then I realized I wouldn't want to hang out with them either.
Right.
I wouldn't want to be in a room with them meeting like at a dinner party where they, let's take a minute and eat, say what we're thankful for, and some asshole gets up, I'm thankful to be here with all you guys, and when everybody says, oh, that's so sweet, that's never been me. I don't want to do that shit. Just talk to me from the fucking heart, don't talk to me at all. Yeah, say what's up. I was telling Lee for years, I go, why be like everybody else? You know, it's like, this is a hot restaurant, it's a hot breakfast spot. It's eggs. Yeah. It's eggs and bacon. It's eggs and bacon, and you want to go stand on one because your friends say it's, you know, it's like the night when I drove past at 9 in the morning, I see 15 people standing on line outside. That's crazy. And I feel horrible. I feel like you don't have a fucking life. You're waiting for fucking eggs and bacon. The breakfast is that much better. That's what you're telling me. That you will stand on the fucking line. Nothing perturbs you more than that. Yeah. We live in a generation that they can't wait to stand online. Oh my goodness. I stood online for 6 hours. Really? I think you're a fucking idiot. Yeah. You just wasted 6 hours of your fucking life. I go to a fucking restaurant, they tell me 15 minutes, I come and go fuck themselves. I'm out of that. Yeah. I'm out of that. I'm not waiting, not a fucking minute. Especially for eggs and bacon with potatoes and toast. Yeah, that's basic eating. That's, you know, yeah. Somebody comes, it's a great breakfast. They give you something that's anything to fuck them up. I got the spot. I walked in there, I ordered, my food's ready in 7 fucking minutes. That's what I want. I don't want to wait. I don't want to see nobody. It's like the griddle in Hollywood. Yeah, fuck that. Oh. And they got like a gay hitman out front. Yeah, no. And if you're not, leave it fuck alone. And he spray paint his hair on his head. I won't go to no whole diner, but I'll go to that fucking Marie T any day. I like it. Oh, wait, I was there today. Where I came here. Marie T? Yeah, you should have called me. I would have gone over. No, that's funny. Bro, they have the best breakfast in town. I see your girlfriend there. Yeah, they just had smoothies over there today. Yeah. When I got there late. They got smoothies, they got green tea, they got a breakfast, the fucking bacon and the potatoes there will rock your fucking world for breakfast. Will rock your fucking world. Yeah, I go to AA meetings and over on Moore Park and then we stop over there after. Moore Park, that's no, what's the one on Monday? On Clifton? What's the one that's just a couple blocks away? What's the cross street? That place. The movie years ago. I don't even know about a true story, but an AA meeting I robbed the valley. 2 guys robbed the bank and then went into an AA meeting and took everybody hostage until the cops came. Fuck, it's awesome. Howard should stay. The one right here, the most popular meeting in the valley is Monday night. That's where all the real people go. Supposedly it's a small place in Studio City. That's probably what it is. That's probably what it is. It's a small little place in Studio City. I haven't been to an AA meeting in a long time. I like it. I just like listening to the stories, man, because it's real. When you hear somebody's story in there, and they're up in it depends. Some AA meetings, if you go to AA in Hollywood, it's a fucking nightmare. Yeah, and if guys have been in it for 20 years, sometimes it's not. Well, they have the tattoos of AA and the diamond, and they hug each other. That's not for me. Leave me the fuck alone. I went to a meeting in Boulder one time. I was in the halfway house. I had to go to a meeting. And I remember one day this fat fucking girl, fucking cross-eyed, got up. And she's like, Marianne, I'm an addict. I just want to say that last week I was here and one of the men hugged me in a different way. I didn't look like old bullshit. Nobody wants to hug you or grab your ass, knock it all out. People just go there. Some of those meetings, like, really help, but there's people who go there for the wrong reasons. Yeah. You know, like I went to some network. Yeah. There's people that are AA, especially here in LA. Yeah. They go to AA for all the wrong reasons. And there's some, like, when you go to LA, like, if you go to LA, like, if you go to an AA meeting, let's say in Hoboken, and you go to an AA meeting and do it, big fucking difference. You know what I'm saying? Like, the quality of people you're going to see. Like, when I first got clean in 85, my teacher, Mr. T, took me to an AA meeting. Oh my God, I had never seen nothing like that before in my life. Fucking the worst coffee in the world. Worst coffee. Fucking, you walked out of there and your clothes, you took a look in the morning, you could smell your clothes from the cigarette. You have no idea what that's like. At least I had popping your head up in the water, putting your feet on the floor and your clothes are on the floor, and you can smell the cigarette smoke from from your fucking clothes and those hair.
You can smell people's poor choices, man. Dude, there's one place that makes me feel sometimes like it reminds me of the environment of the neighborhood and the environment that I grew up in sometimes.
That's all that fucking.
It's all it's a business, right? Like that place over by that barbecue.
Some of these halfway hours are businesses now, so yeah, you're right.
That's great. Like, there's an AA business. It's in the strip mall.
Yeah, you go down and have meetings all day and they work off donations. But it's a business. It's a good program. It's a good program, and they have a treasurer. It's hard to steal, because you're around a bunch of thieves. You can't rob one of the AA meeting. There's a bunch of fucking. That's a bunch of motherfuckers been stealing for years. They see you coming up the hallway. The treasury, that dude, that's why they're in AA. They've been stealing for 20 years. Let these people know where you're gonna be the next couple weeks.
Yeah, I'm in Tacoma coming up, March 15th and 16th. I'm in Tacoma at the Tacoma Comedy Club. And then March 17th, I'm in Spokane, at the Spokane Comedy Club. And then April 6th and 7th, I'm in Tampa at the Attic at Rock Brothers Brewing. And you can get these tickets at theovon.com/tour, TOUR.
It's only a big deal, man. I'm proud of you.
I appreciate it, man.
I always hear good things. That's all that matters. That's the on the back. I mean, I've seen it 1,000 times. They're just going to make you work a little harder.
Yeah.
That's it. Because you. They just want to make you work a little harder because you're you. Just to test you. Just to see if you go back and do a pill or go back and do a line or go back and have a drink. And as long as you stay away from that, you always beat them. You always got the ace in your pocket.
Yeah.
That's what they want you to do. They want to frustrate you for you to go get a drink.
Yeah.
Don't get frustrated. Just know that you get on stage every night. That's all you need to know. As long as you're covered, everything works out. You know what I'm saying? Like that's as long as you're covered, everything works out. We know. You got 12 spots 2 weeks ago. You've had a look on your face all night like you've had a shit. You did 2 buckets. You're okay. Fine. You're all spotty and shit.
Yeah,
And listen, the only reason why we didn't go deep tonight is because I'm dying here. Wednesday, Danny Brown's in town. If he ain't working, we'll eat 2,000, 29,000 milligrams.
that's all
We might not even do a fucking podcast Wednesday. I don't know when he can come back. Tomorrow we might do one just in case. So prepare. Eat good tomorrow because if I get off work by 5.
I always eat something with dairy in it before I come here because I know like I'm doing it to prepare.
Tomorrow, double up on the dairy.
Eat a fucking ice cream off the concrete, baby.
We're eating shit you haven't seen tomorrow night.
Tea, boy.
We're going tea, boy.
Eat some fucking watermelon asshole, boy.
I want to apologize to the people who I had to cancel because I'm taping up dying up here, but I will reschedule. The only date I got on the books for March right now is March. The next date I got is March 21st. What is it, February? My next date is March 21st in Nyack, New York. And the early show sold out with adding the late show. It's a Wednesday, so I'm not sure. My flight's early, so I'm not sure. So that's all I got going on. I'm going to sit here and keep writing and keep trying to get it together, see what happens with Netflix and the other people. Just hang out with my family. April, I got a couple of gigs. I got Santa Fe, New Mexico, at the casino. Nice. Me and Dean Del Rey, and I got what the fuck, Columbus with Kid Quickly. I'm taking back Columbus with me for 420. Yeah, so that'll be fun and shit like that. That's it, people. I want to thank Theo Vaughn. I want to thank the Christ Killer for coming to Denver and doing the sets. He did a great job. All the people would have fucking shit their pants with the people. The fucking first time he went on stage, Wendy goes, I didn't know he did cut. The next thing I know, the room blew up. I go, now you see why I burned him. She goes, holy shit. Even the comments were like, holy shit. So, people love it. I'm happy that you went and got on stage and you didn't fall apart and your legs didn't fall asleep like they do last night.
Oh no, it was like especially the second show was one of the most fun 5 minutes I've ever had in my life. That was crazy. I've never experienced anything like that.
Wow, that's awesome to hear, man. You know, I can see your face light up when you say that. That's cool, man.
Oh, it's a different feeling because when you guys are talking, I'll be quick, but all I can think about was like I didn't have people. Like I had a couple friends, but I would do stuff that I saw cool people doing. So like maybe then they'll like me. Yeah, they'll do that stuff. So just to have people like genuinely seem to like me, and like it's not like 3 people, it's like 300 screaming people I feel bad saying it, but it's a great feeling.
They're cheering for you, man.
Yeah, no, it's fun.
Keep doing fucking comedy and put yourself in bad positions. Otherwise, you're going to be comfortable. That's why I got mad at you. I want you to put yourself in that position.
Yeah.
You're very comfortable, and you have to get uncomfortable.
You gotta get uncomfortable.
It's your 30s. That's it.
If you were a slave, would you stay a slave, or you try to escape?
Absolutely, I would escape. Yeah.
Okay, so now you got to see. We got to do it now.
Put in that work, bro.
I love you,
Slave
motherfuckers. Let me go. If these two people shut down, I'll get you out of here. Like I said in the beginning of the show, you hiring. Because posting your position to job sites and waiting and waiting and waiting for the right people to see it, that's not the way to go, all right? You know, there's a big challenge in finding great talent and how you went about it. All right, ZipRecruiter knew there was a smarter way, so they built a platform that finds the right job candidates for you. ZipRecruiter learns what you're looking for, identifies the people with the right experience, and invites them to apply to your job. These invitations have revolutionized how you find your next hire. In fact, 80% of employers will post a job on ZipRecruiter, get a quality candidate through the site in just one day. One day. And ZipRecruiter doesn't stop there. They even spotlight the strongest applications you receive, so you never miss a great match. The right candidates are out there, and ZipRecruiter is how you find them. Do me a favor. I don't care if you own a plumbing business. I don't care if you clean toilets. I don't care if you have a corporation. Listen, businesses of all sizes trust ZipRecruiter for their hiring needs. So right now, today, the church, you guys have businesses. You want to hire. You want to look for the best that's out there. Try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right. Free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/church. That's ZipRecruiter.com/church. Again, ZipRecruiter.com/church. This is the way to hire. Number 2, I want to thank Planet.com. They've been my sponsor since day one in my family, and the supplements are tremendous. I love the protein shake. I love the shrimp tech meal, the shrimp tech sport. I love all the products they put out. Listen, I don't care whether you try them or not. The Alpha Brain, if you don't like it, it's 100% money back guarantee. So if you don't like it, we don't even want it back. We'll send you the money back. Listen, change your life. Go to Island.com right now. Price it church, bam, and get 10% off your first order. Delivered to your motherfucking house. All right, who does that? Nobody. I want to thank my brother Theo Vaughn. What is it, TheoVaughn.com?
Praise God, man. Yeah, me at TheoVaughn.com.
Go to TheoVaughn.com. See what this kid's a real fucking deal. If you don't go see him now, you're going to pay like $1,000 to see this kid 8 fucking years. So I go see him now. So in 5 years, you go see him and go, listen, I saw you on the Joe Diaz. I heard you on Joe Diaz. And I went to see him 5 years ago. Oh my God, look what, this is the guy you want to go see.
Gang, baby. I'll eat your cousin's dick, son.
Son, I love you, motherfucker. Stay black. Have a great day. And don't forget, they all got to suck your dick at the end of the day.
Amen.
Do your thing, Lee. Keep that fucking meal. Greetings from Podcastville. The Church of What's Happening Now is brought to you by Stamps.com. Listen, these days you get back to everything on demand. Like our podcast, listen whenever you want, when it's convenient for you. Did you know you can even get postage on demand? All you need is Stamps.com. I've been using them for years to send out coffee cups, T-shirts, posters. My wife loves it. You know why? Because it saves you time. Time is money and energy. What I'm going to do is this right now. Go to Stamps.com. Before you do anything else, and click on the radio microphone at the top of the homepage and type in Joey. Again, go to Stamps.com. Before you do anything else, and click on the radio microphone at the top of that homepage and type Joey. What I'm going to do is this. I'm going to give the church family a special offer. A 4-week trial. 4-week trial, including postage and a digital scale. So go to Stamps.com, click on the radio mic on the top of the homepage, and type in Joey. That's Stamps.com and the Joey. Number 2, one of the most interesting products I've received the last week is the Ridge is a minimalist wallet that helps you reevaluate your everyday carry, launched by a father-son team. Funded on Kickstarter in 2013, the Ridge now resides in the pockets of over 250,000 men and women. The RFID blocking wallet is made by two metal plates, either titanium, carbon fiber, or aluminum, bound together by durable elastic bonds. Your credit card, your license is just the stuff that you need. It's light, and you love it for traveling. So what I'm going to do is this, okay? It's sleek. It's got metal plates bound together by durable elastic band, so you will lose nothing. You understand me? It's easy. It's fun. Minimal. That's designed to let you ditch your bulky wallet. What I'm going to do is I just want you to go. Do me a favor right now as family, because you're going to love it. Go to richwallet.com/church and use promo code CHURCH, CHURCH. And what I'm going to do is, today only, I'm going to get you 10% off with free worldwide shipping by going to richwallet.com. For right now, just go to Rich Wallet and take a look. It is one of the most interesting products out there. And if you're a traveler, you're a sportsman, you ride a bike, stuff like that, you don't want bulky stuff, Rich Wallet is the way to go. So right now, today,
I just recognized I'm not supposed to set it up, or I'm not supposed to this car button. So now it's going to recover all the other. How about the
literal just general fucking banter and stuff. Unknown names and loosely through association for about what's been almost 4 years now.
I think it's been about 3 years. My heyday was like late 2023. 2 years and one like half in, half out.
Unless it is general bullshit, open dialogue, conversation, really don't have a topic. You look burnt out on my topic spaces. The other day I did is Israel a terrorist state. Then I did the Christian Judaism cutting through the bullshit. I've done a couple other ones that will try and get a couple more of these bigger people in there to have an honest discussion without the echo chamber. I think could be a brother in Christ if I could just get 20 minutes alone with him. Because I don't know, who knows? I like having a theological discussion, man. I really do. I've gotten a lot closer to God the last 2 years, but it's everybody's personal choice.
No, but that's the only way to be, man. I totally agree. Like, the worst years of my life were ones in which I was, like, indifferent to Christ. And gradually I kind of started to come back, because I realized there's no life outside of actual, genuine personal relationship with God. So, you're witnessing me healing, I guess. I don't know, but that is, it's a very big deal, you can easily tell somebody who's totally unprincipled, who has no religious grounding whatsoever. They'll say, like, literally anything, they'll do literally anything. It doesn't matter what it is, but I don't know. I'm rambling. Roger, nice to see you. Sorry.
Good old Rabbi Rothschild. Is this Pareto, fucking young Pareto, like Chase's former protege Pareto? Is that the right one I'm thinking of?
Follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app.
Oh shit, my mic is on. Can you guys hear me? Yeah, you're
Yes.
good. Let's find out what happened to this group here. Oh wait, I couldn't hear you for a second. I was just adjusting my settings. How's everything? Good. Is this the same young Fredo that Chase used to hang around with? Fucking. Oh no, this is not young Fredo. This is someone totally different. I'm actually his sort of libtard equivalent, young Fredo. Kind of like we do kind of adhere to like that kind of Pareto. I wouldn't say philosophy, but we're like kind of like socially opposites, if that makes sense. Fair enough, man. I welcome all opinions. Just kind of a general open bullshit chit chat space. Bring up whatever subject you want. I don't particularly care. Killing the time. I'm almost done fucking twisting bitch up. I'm gonna enjoy my joint, drink my whiskey, relax. I don't fucking work tomorrow. It's gonna be
I think it's called the Sullivan Rule, and because you don't want to have 3 major is there 5 majors or 5 captains walk up to the house at the same time to tell the mom and dad that all 5 of their sons have died. That happened. I think it's called the Sullivan. I'll look that up. I think that's
Well, but I'm saying that one of the most common things I hear from science accounts that I speak with on a regular basis is
But late Monday night, the family was chosen awake by their barking dog. It turns out the boat was on fire. The Sullivans jumping from the fully boat, swimming to nearby Goshen Island, taking shelter in a barn. They did not return Tuesday. A concerned family member reported them missing to the Coast Guard. As the Coast Guard scoured the ocean, the family finding the boat's marine radio on shore. Making that mayday call Wednesday
and
morning.
yet everyone's saying it's somebody who's like an arch scientist, somebody who's like very, very like pro-Israel. You know, so I can't help but think there's some level of bias there. Well, I think they're trying to come together with a common cause in that regard, if you wouldn't mind.
Airlifting the family to the hospital. And all 3 family members suffered burns.
On the nation state of Israel and their policies have been so thoroughly shit.
oh, what a bummer. Dog didn't make it.
The hero dog.
Yeah, the hero dog.
But David,
And the dog saved them.
I know.
Dog saved that family. Last thing that dog did.
but David is just incredible that this family was able to swim to that island.
Oh man. What a story that is. What a story. Hey, let's see if we can bang this out, the Gilligan theme song. Here it is without the lyrics. All right, ready, Valia?
Yes, sir.
Roger, you probably know it. Angel. No, you're on delay, Angel. No, this
Big
you're
Tony
here.
singing.
You're second delay. It drives me crazy. Yeah, Tony, you sing, right, for a living? You don't sing for a living? No. He's shaking his head. He forgets.
It's radio.
He forgets it's his radio. He's used to TV. Here we go. Let's see if we can bang this out. Just sit right back.
Every space that I've hosted where I get a lot of the big Zionist accounts in there, there's always been in some way, shape, or form a shoehorn of Islamists coming. I don't deny that. Like, I don't believe Islam in the West can coexist. I'm very much a hardliner in that regard. But there's always seems to be this steering of that narrative because, like I said, I really think they've lost that PR battle and on an international stage. So, yeah, Pareto, you got your hand up. Go ahead, man.
You know, what I find interesting is the proliferation of Muslims in the West, whether it's Sadiq Khan, who was elected mayor of London, or whether it's Lina Khan, or all these different bureaucrats, politicians, businessmen, etc., etc. What I find ironic is that, you know, the expectations that, okay, if we flood, you know, America and the West with all these Muslims, it would actually end up resulting in a more hardcore anti.
You know, I have that band. It's a country, a town and country, Chrysler town and country. I love it. Jesus Christ. First of all, you know, to offer that information, it's not like you met that actor or, you know, you wrote the movie. You just bought a van.
That's a car. I have one of those.
That's the Chrysler Town and Country. I've got that. Shh, get this out of here. You know, no reason. No problem, Bob. But they are survived. Those people survived. They're burned. They're both burned and sank. The dog alerted them. They went to an island, survived a couple days, and now they're safe. Unfortunately, the dog didn't make it. But can you imagine how much they honor and miss that dog that saved their lives? It's quite a story. I think it's a movie of the week. I don't know if they still do movies of the week, but that's a movie of the week. Modern day Gilligan time. What a story. Belly, you get mad at girl for finding that story. Big dog. All right, we're live on Camp IM 644 now.
Here is the latest. Metro is going to suspend service for the Metro Link on 3 rail lines this weekend. Construction. Walmart says it's going to stop offering jobs.
Do you know about Rabbi Rothschild? Rabbi Rothschild? Of course. What's happened now? You mean Rabbi Rothschild from Jerusalem? Have you heard about Rabbi Rothschild? Oh, yes, I know Rabbi Rothschild. What's going on, dear? Do you know about Rabbi Rothschild? Rabbi Rothschild?
From Jerusalem. City of Peace.
You're going to put together, you know, a couple credit cards or whoever you're going to pay for it. You're going. I'm going. You're going. We're going on Oceana Riviera. It's great. It's a smaller ship. We're going from Seattle to Alaska and then back to Seattle with a stop in Victoria, Canada. And it's not your average cruise ship. Everything is awesome. The meals are great, gourmet meals. Wi-Fi is free with the, you know, your whatever you pay for it. It's one price, covers everything: smoothies, juices, gourmet ice cream, fitness classes, and gratuity. Everything's included, so you don't have to worry about money.
Yo,
Cocktail party.
How are you?
We'll be the loudest people in the ship, probably by far. Cocktail party. Maybe that'll be the same day. They'll just, I'll stay in Seattle. You guys go to Canada. But it's going to be great. There's going to be a lot of people. We have at least 145 people. I got to update that. I think it's more probably by now. At least 145 KFI listeners are going with me, and I'm going with you to Alaska. So if you book now in October, you get $100 onboard credit for free. 800-777-6540. Whatever you got to do to get on that boat, you are going to have the time of your life. It'll be amazing.
Yo, what's up, Tanner? Can you hear me?
Forever. Or go to the website, travelstore.com/Conway Cruise. Travelstore.com/Conway Cruise. Or 800.
Tanner, can you hear me, or can anyone else hear me?
And don't miss the boat. Show. That is.
Cool temps tonight. Cleared up tomorrow and a little bit warmer. A little warmer on Friday and then a little cooler for the weekend.
Tanner, are you there?
South LA.
Yo, can anybody put up a kind of mode?
So, sorry, now that person's not interrupting anymore, you kind of restart again. Sorry, okay. So, I was just asking that I would love to contribute to hashtag BB. I think it's an awesome concept. The only thing that I would love to do is like contributing to features and like building it up a little bit more. So maybe like building out features, some other features that the team might be working on, or some maintainers might be working on. I was just wondering how I could like get the guidance and building like features and stuff. Like I can definitely answer the issue with feature. Yeah, it's kind of good. If you want to get more deeply involved, then I would start by joining the Discord if you haven't already. I have, yeah. Jumping into the TV channel. And you could be Kyle Matthews or Sam Willis, and just explain, hey, I want to contribute more, if there are tasks to be done or adapters to write or whatever, they will have those tasks laid out.
and they should be able to guide you in the right direction. That would be my best advice. I got you. Thank you so much.
Senate
Yeah,
Democrats
you bet.
refuse to vote for a House funding resolution unless it extends health insurance subsidies used by over 20 million people. Democratic leaders have demanded a meeting with President Trump to resolve the issue. That's politics.
I'm not sure if you're still here, but is it Rabbi Rothschild?
I'm so sick of hearing.
Yeah, Tanner, apologies. I was having a device issue earlier. How are you today, Tanner? Do you mind if I ask you some questions or a question?
Yeah, sure, go ahead.
Excellent. What are your favorite open source softwares?
I think that's kind of a rhetorical question.
So all of them, no matter what it is?
No. Does this have to do with TanStack or something specific?
Whatever you want. I like open source software. I find it to be perhaps the way of the future. I just want to hear your opinion on it.
Yeah, I like open source software. That's my full-time job now, is running TanStack.com. So running all the TanStack libraries and helping contributors around the world, build libraries on the TanStack platform. So yeah, I do like open source. The TanStack libraries are some of my favorites, but I also use other libraries like React, TypeScript, and lots of open source libraries. So
Very cool. Thank you.
yeah, you bet.
Regular people laughing about sports, not screaming. I mean, we might scream, but it's going to be about something very silly, not about something as serious. We're just not going to take it seriously. Is this making sense? You guys kind of get the vibe. Tuesdays.
Tanner, do you mind if I ask you another question?
No, go for it.
Excellent. What are your thoughts on the importance of data? In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data, specifically human data, had overtaken petroleum as its number one resource. The reason why I asked specifically, I stream my life 24/7 and have for the last 4 years, and I wanted to know if you thought that might have some value from a data perspective in the future.
That's very interesting. I don't really have an opinion on that right now. Data is definitely valuable.
Excellent. Thank you.
I'm Francesca Street, CNN travel journalist.
All right, we're going to give some other people some time to ask questions.
A podcast about the incredible connection.
Nobody
Data is definitely valuable.
Nobody else wants to hear your fucking questions.
Excellent, thank you.
Journey through moving.
Oh, you took me down. Well, fuck you.
All right, we're going to give some other people some time to ask questions.
Nobody wants to ask you questions. You're boring.
Change your life forever. Join us wherever you get your podcasts. Just search for Chance Encounters with me, Francesca Street.
Listen to America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen now. KFI AM 640, more stimulating talk.
Coming up on the next Jerry and Shannon show.
Boring.
So I guess it's no one else is doing
No one cares.
KFI AM 640 Conway Show. We have $1,000 that you can win. Step in your pocket. Here's how you win. Now, your chance to win $1,000. Just enter this nationwide keywords on our website. Credit. That's credit. CREDIT. Enter it now at KFIAM640.com/cash. Powered by Sweet James Accident Attorneys. If you're hurt in an accident, winning is everything. Call the winning attorneys at Sweet James. 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-9-MILLION or sweetjames.com. The website is KFIAM640.com/cash. And then the keyword is credit. CREDIT. You could win $1,000. Did you hear about that plane that was hit by a weather balloon and it smashed the windshield? Kind of an odd story. That nobody knew was there, and how many of these weather balloons were up there, and could that weather balloon have taken out? It could have taken the plane out. The guy caught the engine, and it's a big deal. It busted the windshield, and glass came into the cockpit, and I think cut one of the pilots. There's so many things that happen in the air now. Who knows? Flying as a kid, you never heard about any of this stuff. now there's tires falling off, doors falling off. I don't know. There's plane crashes. There was one yesterday of an experimental plane in Long Beach that crashed. Kind of a do-it-yourself kit, which I don't know if that's like the way to go. Maybe it's yeah. You know, it's on the soccer field or whatever it is. But you know, it's I don't know if I would trust a do-it-yourself airplane. I don't mind a kit car. You put a car together, runs out of gas, just pull over. But if you're at 8,000, 9,000 feet and you put together the plane yourself, you know, they say it's safe, but I don't know if I'm trusting.
Isn't that what killed John Denver?
Yes.
One of those.
Yes, that's exactly right. Yeah, I think he built it himself and then couldn't reach back to the reserve gas tank. And he died. They said he died, but he loved doing it. Well, like crashing into the ocean. I remember him saying that. But there's some speculation that, you know, it may not have been an accident. There's some conspiracy theories out there. I don't want to go into them because I don't want to sound like a nut yet. But there's some conspiracy theories. His state of mind and what was going on. It was, I don't want to go look it up before, but I can only have two conspiracy theories. If you have three, you're a nut. And my two that I hold on to are we never landed on the moon, and that Paul McCartney, the real Paul McCartney, died in a car crash, and the fake Paul McCartney is the one that toured with the Beatles, and they went on to Paul McCartney and wait. That's the fake Paul McCartney. So you can have two conspiracy theories, and then if you have three or more, I think you're offing yourself a lot of social situations. So I just go with two. Two is the max. Two is max. Billy, if you have any conspiracy theories, you do the chemtrails. Is that yours? I don't think it is.
That one's not really mine.
Do you have any?
Kind of like New Coke, you know.
Oh,
Coke
with
recipe.
cocaine.
It's yeah, that was
okay. All right, okay. And then what is your other one that you had another one about I don't know, Steckler's goat? Was that a conspiracy theory or no? Maybe not. It's just a weird theory.
It was just a weird theory.
All right, but this weather balloon hit an airplane, almost took it out.
Tonight, a weather balloon company's mea culpa. One of its balloons likely hit the United Airlines plane flying from Denver to LA at 36,000 feet, shattering the windscreen, sending glass flying into the cockpit.
Why are the weather balloons that high, and why do we still have them? I mean, we have satellites and people going outside with cell phones, and they can call you, hey, it's 95 in Nebraska. I don't know why we still need them.
And leaving one of the pilots bleeding from cuts on his arm. Passengers on board Starwood were diverted to Salt Lake City.
The same, the folks had some bad news, unfortunately. The airplane just collided with an object and shattered a window in the cockpit.
Now, windborne systems.
Why would the pilot tell anybody that? You know, isn't the pilot's job just to land the plane and then you tell people when they're on, the ground?
It's a little bit TMI.
Yeah. And, they're flipping people out.
Now, Windborne Systems says the plane likely hit one of its 2.5-pound weather balloons. See here, writing in the statement, we are grateful that to our knowledge there were no serious injuries and no loss of pressurization. John Dean is the CEO. You believe that this was your balloon that impacted the 737?
That's correct. So given our flight telemetry data, it appears likely to us that it was a windborne balloon that struck the plane. Or rather, the plane flew into a windborne balloon.
Oh, okay, yeah. He initially blamed himself, then he's like, oh, wait, there might be a lawsuit, maybe flip that around.
Or rather, the plane flew into a
yeah, that's better recorded.
Windborne says it's launched 5,000 weather balloons so far, each one transmitting a precise GPS signal and altitude. But somehow the plane still flew into it at 500 miles per hour. Now the company is reprogramming its balloons to avoid another collision.
Yeah, how about just grounding?
Go over the local ATC that recently launched a balloon, and we'll call this hour ahead of time before launch to that vehicle launching.
NBC News aviation analyst Captain John Cummins.
The FAA should be sharing this data so that pilots are aware anytime there's a balloon like this in their airspace.
Meanwhile, a very different type of scare in the air over Nebraska Monday night when the pilots of the SkyWest flight operating as American Airlines declared an emergency and returned to Omaha.
Oh, is that the one where the guy, they thought people were, the flight attendants were banging on the cockpit door? I think that's this case.
A faulty intercom system on board prevented any communication between pilots in the cockpit and their flight attendants. One or more flight attendants began banging on the cockpit door to reach the pilots, who were prohibited from opening the door in case of hijacking.
And one of the flight attendants had panicked because they thought there was something happening inside of the cockpit.
Yeah, but isn't there a peephole that you can look through and
Camera or something like that?
Exactly. There's no technology up there. I have a camera in front of our door. I don't have to open our door and see who it is. And I'm just an idiot who lives in Burbank.
So she started banging on the door.
Fearing the worst, the pilots decided to make an emergency landing back in Omaha.
Since we weren't able to communicate with each other, we weren't sure if something was going on with the aircraft or not.
Once on the ground, police boarded the plane to ensure there was no hijacking attempt.
And Tom Costello joins us now from D.C. Tom, we're just learning about new ground stops at airports today due to staffing issues.
Yeah, that's right. Now listen, it's virtually impossible to know whether this is related to the government shutdown and air traffic controllers who individually have been called.
Okay, am I fixed now?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Removed your uterus. You can't have it.
Thank fucking God.
I know. It's so cool when you don't have to pull. It's fucking awesome.
You're welcome. Maybe all in the country, we need no more.
It's not good for, people who are white knucklers when you're flying. It's not good. It's not good at all. Melio, are you a white knuckler? Are you afraid of flying?
Not really.
No.
I
You're
agree.
sort of a cowboy, huh? Up there.
Yeah.
Get your Seas candy.
Yeah, I'm good. I'm chill.
Melio buys a box of Seas candy for the flight attendant, basically to try to get some freebies.
But then it's not what it is. And Tony just up live said that's what you're supposed to do.
Oh, and Tony, do you do that? You give a flight attendant something?
No, but I was told by flight attendants, like, oh, totally bringing chocolates.
Is that right?
Oh.
Yeah.
Wow, you got it right from the horse's mouth there.
Here's a tip that Belly will lay on you. When you give them a box of C's, write your seat number on them.
You don't need to write it. They remember.
Oh, okay.
So you don't need to do that.
Yeah.
You give it to them as you're coming on the plane.
Yeah.
Like, as you go to sit down, you pass by, and they go, here you go, this is for you.
This is really
Have you heard about Rabbi Rothschild? Do you know about Rabbi Rothschild? Have you heard of Rabbi Rothschild? Do you know about Rabbi Rothschild? Have you heard about Rabbi Rothschild? Do you know about Rabbi Rothschild? Wait, are we all talking about Rabbi Rothschild? Have you heard about Rabbi Rothschild? Do you know about Rabbi Rothschild? Have you heard of Rabbi Rothschild? Do you know about Rabbi Rothschild? Have you heard about Rabbi Rothschild? Do you know about Rabbi Rothschild? Wait, are we all talking about Rabbi Rothschild? Have you heard about Rabbi Rothschild? Do you know about Rabbi Rothschild? Have you heard of Rabbi Rothschild? Do you know about Rabbi Rothschild? Have you heard about Rabbi Rothschild? Do you know about Rabbi Rothschild? Wait, are we all talking about Rabbi Rothschild? Have you heard about Rabbi Rothschild? Do you know about
That candy box. Do you get freebies though?
I have, yeah.
Yeah. Never turn that down.
No. Why would I?
Free blanket, free drink.
Well, and they sly about it. They like walk by, kind of like over to the side there, or they like kind of vocal about it. And other people around you going, "What did you do to get that?"
They don't try to hide it. They're themselves, and they're like, extra crackers, extra cookies.
If you still wear the whole C's outfit,
I stopped wearing the hat because it's really
but you still got the white dress on and the hose.
favorite. That's where I wear my white go-go boots.
What a mess, the two of you.
You're a mess. At least my dog didn't let me lay on the plane. How about that?
She's blown the top.
You want to have the plane off?
Let's go.
Bring it, Conway.
I rely on KFI. What up, road?
California homeowners are getting hit with new wildfire surcharges.
Farmers insurance can now bill customers about $50 on average to recoup losses from January's wildfires. Regulators approved the charges after insurers were assessed $1 billion.
I'm going to get you 10% off from free worldwide shipping by going to ridgewallet.com/church. Again, that's ridgewallet.com/church. Use promo code church. Number 3, I just received this in the mail about 4 days ago, and I've been using them. And I got to tell you something. It's one of the best brushes my teeth has ever gotten. And even though my teeth are the color of like chartreuse, this thing worked tremendous. One of the most important things we do for our health every day is brushing our teeth. Yet most of us don't do it properly. Quip is a better electric toothbrush created by dentists and designers. Quip was designed to make brushing your teeth more simple, affordable, and enjoyable. So far, I've got nothing but 5-star results. Your teeth and your mouth feel cleaner. It just it has sonic vibrations, and they're gentle enough on your sensitive gums. So do me a favor. For starters, you know what I always tell you. Go to quip.com. Go to quip.com and see what I'm talking about. This is a phenomenal product, especially if you're a traveler. So what I'm going to do is this. I love Quip. That's why I love Quip, because they're backed by over 20,000 dental professionals. Quip starts at just $25. And if you get the quip.com/Joey right now, you get your first refill pack for free with a Quip electric toothbrush. It's a great Christmas gift. I'm telling you right now. You got a girlfriend, a wife, a husband, somebody you don't know that you want to give a present to. This is perfect. It's affordable, and they'll love you forever. So your first refill pack is free at getquip.com/Joey.
Look at Lee, boy. I love Lee, dude. If I could fucking if I had a little bit of a Lee, man, that I could take with me and keep somewhere, and a little, like a wheelbarrow, but for Lee's, I'd put Lee in one of those, bro.
Sounds nice, thank you.
Yeah, and pillows in there, too. I ain't just putting it down on the metal.
Oh, that's real.
Like some people would do.
You would put them in the shed in the back, feed them food time to time.
What are you talking about? What do you mean?
I put you under a warm lamp, Lee. That's what I would do.
It's starting to get creepy now. It sounds like I'm a hostage in the public house.
Hey, go down and be a good pet, you know, buddy.
Put like a chain around his neck with a fucking chain hooked to the wall and stuff like that.
Yeah, but a nice chain, like a gold chain.
I don't know if I go that. They no gold for that. You can't put a silk out on a pig. You know what I'm saying? It's fucking Thursday, November 8th. Kick this fucking mule, Lee.
Come on.
That's as good as it fucking gets, Theo Von.
Praise God.
Sly and the Family Stone coming at you.
The gristle missile, baby.
Thursday morning. What are you, fucking nuts? 20 to life. No parole. Fresh from Buffalo, New York. You didn't have a fucking beef on wick.
I didn't have any. Dude, I did it. Somebody threw a piece of meat at me on one of those street corners. I don't know if that was wick or not.
Did you eat it?
No.
No, wick is the roll. The roll is called wick.
Oh, no. Nobody told me that. I should have come in here
We
first.
found wick. No,
You should be a travel agent, too.
No. I just know what quality is and where.
Yeah.
And nobody makes a bad fucking beef on wick in Buffalo. Like, it's like a disgrace for them.
Really?
Yeah, it'd be like disgrace for them. It's known.
Right.
It's known.
Yeah, I feel bad. I feel disappointed I didn't get that
Shit.
vibe.
Some fucking pierogies from the Polish neighbors. Sauerkraut pierogies fried. Like dumplings, only you know it's not cat.
Yeah.
For people like Lee and shit.
I don't mind a little bit of cat, bro. You ever had fox meat, Lee?
I don't think so. Have you?
Yeah, I've had fox meat.
Where was this?
It's not it's more ligament than muscle, but it's good, you know? Fox, and dude, the crazy thing about fox, I was talking about this yesterday to somebody, but
Did you ever hunt?
we caught a lot of shit though, and we used to bury animals. We lived by like a road where a lot of animals would get hit and killed, so we bury them. You know, the first animals I spent the most time with were animals that have been hit by vehicles, and so we would bury mostly dogs. What else? I think something else. One time, this thing looked like a damn fucking small bear, bro, and it could have been. Because they have Louisiana black bears, a lot of things, you know. And I'm not saying they're black or anything like that. I'm just saying they happen to be black when people see them. And they're just, you know, but we would bury all kind of animals that would get hit by us. But,
what are you, a fucking undertaker? I see a dead animal, I leave it the fuck alone. That's bad luck.
Yeah, but it was, I don't think
they were alive and they were suffering, and then you shoot them in the leg.
Yeah.
Or whatever the fuck you do. But if they're dead, this is the Department of Public Works that's in charge of cleaning up the animals.
Yeah, but the Department of Public Works, I think, comes for people that are paying taxes, people that got, you know, they didn't come us. Dude, they had a veterinarian or something, or like somebody used to throw dead animal carcasses in a ditch outside of our house, right, for like 7 years. My mother would call every week.
What kind of dead animals?
Big animals too.
Did you grow up in Africa?
No.
Did you grow up in Louisiana? I had a couple cats and possums in my neighborhood that called up time to time and walk around.
Yeah, I wish I would have had that, man. But we had somebody. They had I guess this person was a veterinarian. That's somebody that deals with animals, helps animals out. And so this person would come, and whoever they were at night, they're throwing dead animals. You know, instead of paying to get rid of them, it probably cost maybe $7 to get rid of them. You know, whatever. I'm sure there's legitimate thoroughfares how you get rid of animals. But this dude's out there, you know, chucking them in the ditch, I guess, on his way home, because our neighborhood was kind of a cut through between like a nice area and town. So.
You never did like a stakeout to see who was throwing animal carcasses?
Dude, we not. No, I mean, we were out there a lot, but we never saw the guy unless he drove by and didn't throw one out because we were out there. But then what creep kind of sits next to an animal car? I mean, he'd probably throw it out elsewhere. But anyway, so the yeah, we go out there all the time. My mother would call every week. Come get these, you know, the kids are out there beating each other with, people chasing each other with fucking, you know, fucking horse skulls and shit, bro. It was wow. You fucking got that Christmas tea kettle, and you fucking serving Lee a couple cups right there, boy. Big Lee the fart sponge, baby. Welcome to Africa, Lee.
Normally I like all your other sayings. I don't like this fart sponge.
Sorry, I'm just joking about that. I didn't mean that. I was just saying that.
No, it's funny when people take your click into it. It's been like 2 podcasts before they're all like,
dude, in some countries, that's like in Japan, that's like buying somebody a scarf.
I'm Japanese. 43 of me.
Oh, dude, yeah.
I'm over here fart.
Oh, he's got the thighs of a fucking kung fu fighter, son. Dude, you gotta know different nomenclatures and how to give a hug, bro. In Africa, they hit you with a fucking bite, bro, if they love you.
Just take a whiff of that fart.
I'm not gonna take a whiff of your fart. That's
Come on, bro. Get a little air appetizer, bro. Treat your nose.
That is tremendous.
Treat your snout to some of that fucking free booty pasta, bro.
Oh my god.
Poor fucking
Lee, man. Dude, it's so funny, you know. Sometimes when I'm not even joking about when I would need to think about something good, dude, I think about Lee, man.
Oh, thank you. That means a lot.
Yeah, I think about you, man. I think
think about you and laugh. I mean, just the stuff you say randomly. Like, I just want to hang out and like listen to what you say during the day to yourself. I feel like it's hysterical.
This conversation is creepy right here already.
Well, you just farted on me. How?
I think Lee might be a little cascaron.
Oh, yeah, I know what you're talking about.
No,
shopping for peppermint, they call it, dude.
Yeah, I'm thinking it's coming out of the closet pretty soon.
They say, hey, you know the boy over there, little Lawrence. I don't care either, bro. I'll let you hang off my dick like a fucking mountain.
No, I would never let Lee.
You guys, but I don't have the same relationship with him.
But you're still friends.
I'm friends with him. I wouldn't fuck him. I would let him touch my dick a little. You know what I'm saying? Around the holidays, bro.
Just to make his day.
Oh, he's a prison ham, this guy, bro. I fucking love that boy.
You know how much money I talk. We walk and leave one day. How much money we can make with Lee on the inside.
Oh my god.
Just sitting on people's laps.
Stealing cards.
Rubbing their dick.
Yeah.
I'm glad we're bringing this back. You can't just sit on someone's lap, but they're not going to let it end at just lap sitting.
Bro.
So they're not in prison because they
Gary, Indiana, you're an 8, bro. One female. In Gary, Indiana, dog, you're a female 8, baby.
Yeah, I got a guy that'll pay 10 G's for you to put a wig on it.
Oh, yeah.
Special type of podcast.
And just mug his dick with your fucking neck.
He's over here with your letter.
What does that even mean? Mug his dick.
Lee, you gotta get out more, get off the internet, bro. You gotta go hitchhiking, man.
I really don't want to now.
You should go hitchhiking later one day as a school project.
Yeah.
I'm gonna end up dead.
What school are you in? Are you doing classes online?
No,
I need to be.
classes here. This is the only.
How old are you, Lee?
30 now.
Are you really?
Yeah.
I thought you were like 19, dude.
I wish.
Are you like 30 years old?
Yeah.
30 years old.
Oh my god, bro, my whole perception of you, I thought you were like a
He was a college
intern.
when he first came in.
Oh, wow. That's awesome.
Now you don't like me as much. You like me? No, I don't want
No, it's just different. You ever notice when you learn something about somebody you didn't know, you know? Or like you see somebody and they're like a lawyer or something, but then you realize they're like a sorcerer or something. Or they do shady shit. And you see them like ballroom dancing. And you're like,
It's got a huge ass dick.
dances. I always always takes my brain a minute. Or if you see a big person and they got their stomach stapled, and now, dude, I was at a pool one time. I used to work on this farm in the summer times outside in Natchez, Mississippi, and they had and this dude Don Blankenstein was the pool guy every year, right? And he'd come out there, and I'd keep an eye on him because the dude weighed probably 700 or 800 pounds, bro. You know what I'm saying? He broke the gate every time he come in. He was the lifeguard. He was out. Bro, he gets in the pool. Trust me, nobody's drowning, bro. All the water's out, and the fucking kid who's sick is laying right there at his feet. No, he was the guy who came to put the cleaner in the pool. And so, but he'd open the gate, bro, and every time he'd walk through it and bring both sides of the gate down, like he was just he was gonna die soon, you know, when you saw him. You know, so you treated him well, and that's one thing I like sometimes about seeing huge people. It reminds you how to treat other people, because you're like, oh, this person isn't gonna be alive very long, so you would be extra nice to him. And so, but then Don, one time I'm out there laying by the pool, and this skinny guy comes in. You know, he could have fit through the gate with 90 of his fucking, you know, quintuplets or whatever. And he comes through the gate, and I'm like, and he keeps talking to me. And I'm thinking the guy's kind of a, you know, peppermint hunter, bro. You know what I'm saying? A little tender. And it turns out it's Don Blankenstein. He got the stomach thing, and he lost all the weight. And he was a different person now. He wasn't the same. I don't know. It wasn't the same. And our relationship was never the same as when he lost the weight.
Think about when they take I don't know what we're talking about. Think about when somebody takes away your passion. If you're an eater,
yeah.
You know, it's like when you first get sober.
Yeah.
You know, I was telling Rogan the other day, the worst two words in a person's life is sober and diet. I don't want to be involved in drugs.
Yeah.
But I don't want to be sober either.
Yeah.
I never want to be sober.
Streamers are betting on must-see content. There you go, big dog. As Prime Video and Peacock, owned by parent company NBC Universal, lean on new deals with the NBA, and Disney Plus gears up for the December release of the much-awaited Taylor Swift tour documentary.
Oh, that's gonna be huge. Taylor Swift tour documentary.
It comes after one research firm estimated Disney Plus and Hulu cancellation rates doubled after Jimmy Kimmel's show was briefly paused. The latest trend: bundles, with Disney Plus, Hulu, and HBO Max offering a bundle beginning at $19.99.
You know, when I can't, I looked at the other day and how much we're paying. We have basic cable and I don't know, 6 of these streaming services that my wife and daughter watch. I don't watch them, but they watch them all. And I think we're up to $340 a month. Yeah, with everything, which I think includes, you know, I think Wi-Fi as well. But it's expensive, you know, 300. That's what 36. Let me see, 350. So that's $3,500 and $4,200 a year just in watching TV.
And now Apple TV and Peacock joining forces on a package starting at $14.99, adding another layer of confusion, consolidation in the media industry, with Warner Brothers Discovery putting out a for sale sign, meaning HBO and Batman could be looking for new streaming homes soon.
You know, some of these companies, they can't all survive. You know, people don't have the money to have, you know, to keep paying for 5 or 6 services. And then you have sports. You know, if you're a baseball fan, football fan, that's going to cost you a couple $100. I think in NBA, you can watch every NBA game they seem to enjoy it.
So apart from these bundle offerings, are there services trying to kind of hook you in and then crank up the price?
Yeah, well, that's exactly it. I mean, live events, I think, are one big example of that. All these big sports events. I mean, don't forget Netflix is going to have a football game again this Christmas. But there are all these offers that credit cards and also stores are offering. And for example, if you have a subscription to Walmart Plus, you also get a Paramount Plus or a Peacock Premium subscription.
We have that Walmart Plus. We have that subscription to Walmart where you can order anything at any time and they deliver it for free. It's great. It's great. See, at times, you don't want to buy like a case of 35 bottles of water because it's too heavy. And so you just let the kids do it. Work at Walmart. And help them drag it over to your house. And it's free. It's free delivery. And they do it the same day as well. And you can have stuff delivered 2 or 3 times a day. So that's a great service. That my wife signed us up for that. I think it's like $10 a month or so. But that's that Walmart Plus, that Walmart delivery. That's a great deal. That's a sweet deal. We got to take a break here. Is that right? Okay, we're live on K5 More Now.
Here is the latest. 3 young men have been rescued after getting stranded overnight on Mount Baldy during severe weather. And a friend of Sean Combs says the music mogul woke up in prison with a knife in his throat. Guards stopped him just in time. We'll check the 105 freeway next.
Let's talk about R&L Carriers. Get your freight to its destination. They've opened their second largest service center in the nation right here in Southern California, bringing nationwide coverage to your business, no matter how big or how small. Their company offers comprehensive portfolio of transportation services, including less than truckload, lift-gate, guaranteed, and expedite services. They have a network of over 125 service centers, and they can ship anything, anywhere, anytime. R&L Carriers, they've reduced transit times, flexible pickup and delivery hours throughout Southern California. Learn more on their website, rlc.com. rlc.com.
Clouds, fog, coolness tonight, all cleared up tomorrow, and a little bit warmer Friday as well.
You know about Rabbi Rothschild? Rabbi Rothschild? Of course. What have you heard? Wait, you mean Rabbi Rothschild would ask about things? Tell me everything. Do you know about Rabbi Rothschild? Is it true? Then let's know about Rabbi Rothschild. Rabbi Rothschild? Of course. What have you heard? Wait, you mean Rabbi Rothschild would ask about things?
With essence, what the fuck is that?
All the way into Norwalk to the 605A. If you're making that 605 North connection, we're going to look at the northbound drive overall, starting at the 405. You remain on the brakes and stretches all the way to the 10. And it's tough out of Arcadia, 210 westbound, loading up at Santa Anita Avenue. Delays taking you ahead to the 134. Eastbound slowing out of Pasadena from the 134 and stretches to Foothill Boulevard. With Southern California's most accurate traffic reports, I'm Angel Martinez.
For nearly 50 years, Oakdale Law has changed lives, restored futures, and delivered justice. When your world turns upside down after an accident, reputation and success matter. We're real people.
Wow, the extra word in the bus is excluding. Your first error is that a true law may be fraud telling you that if a person walks into the base of a bus, they cover only over the is not sufficient. In other words, maybe, yes, if a person violates or makes his mistake and violates the true of eating in his tummy, he is covered over the ore. What is the word fall to exclude? Excludes the case. The person who walks into the base of a bus, if that's the case, it will not be sufficient for him to bring in carbon over the areas. They will have to bring a real fixed carbon. The word says, Rabbi, Zola, Zion, Rabbi says, I'm about to teach you something that I learned from Rabbi. And this teaching that I have from Rabbi is an example of how deep Rabbi's understanding of Torah was. He was able to go ahead and draw water from the depths of the wells. What does he mean? It means that he really understood how to read the Sukkim, how to darshan a pasuk, how to get to the truth of a pasuk, and therefore, says Rabbi, brace yourselves, because this one's going to be a really good one. What does he say? The tiny up that says this, right? So, Rabbi teaches us the following. Ekra ani Chaya. The pasuk mentions the Chaya. The Hema Ulomanema. What is this talking about? This is the pasuk which says as follows: O nefesh asher tiga b'chol davar kamen, or a person who will come into contact with anything. This is something we read this before.
It's supposed to give a Yikra. And it says, "A nefesh asher tigel v'chol davar tamei, o benivlas chaya tameya," or in the corpse of a chaya tameya, and then it goes on and says, "O benivlas behema tameya," or the corpse of behemoth. Now, what is the difference between a chaya and a behemoth? Now, the truth is, a chaya generally describes a wild animal, and a behemoth describes a domesticated animal. However, it's not so specific. Or an animal will be included in the chaya. So therefore, the Gemara says the following: Efkar chaya, behemoth over never. Why is the pasuk have to put every different type of animal? Why can't it just say chaya and only behemoth? So he understands. Rabbi says nemar kan behemoth tameya. Now that it says behemoth, the nemar kan in this pasuk behemoth tameya. The nemar lehalon, and it says lekan behemoth tameya. What's that pasuk talking about? So who's that pasuk? That pasuk is in Vayikra, Parak Zayin, pasuk Tachalet. And what does it say? That is talking about.
Wow, how good work. Just sign up online to schedule a chat with a coach from
the nefesh kisiga b'chol tamei b'turas hada over behemoth tameya over shkosh shekes tamei v'achal mibesam zevach chosvav. This passage is very clear. What did it say? A person becomes tamei, whether it's tamei because he touched a person who is tamei, or it's animal that was tamei, or some kind of rodent that was tamei. And what does he do? The alcohol he starts up in the meal to carve a stomach. So clearly, with another pasuk which is talking about a person eating the carbon while he is tamei, that pasuk is working in check. So that's what the pasuk says. It says very clearly that it's talking about a person who eats kosher. Now, what are we going to do? We'll draw a hackish. We're going to say, never lahallah to him a trip. Not lahallah, just like the pasuk right on the top of the tzal. It's so that to my kodesh, aftan to my kodesh. We're saying this is also to my kodesh. In other words, how do we make this hackish? We make this hackish because of the fact that the word behema is extra. You could have just said a person touches a chaya. A chaya would have included any kind of behema. Why does it say chaya and behema? The answer is the extra word behema was put there in the hackish to draw this juxtaposition between these two different subjects. So just like later when it says behema, it's talking about a person who goes and eats kosher. In this case as well, it's talking about a person who eats kosher. So therefore, what do we see from here? Rabbi teaches us that if a person eats kosher while he is tamei, that is sufficient for him to be covered over the yored. So now, which case is the case of being covered over the yored, where a person is tamei and he eats kosher? That is wants to okay, very nice. Because that's too much kodesh. Too much mikdash meirah. You know what? Very nice. Now we figured out that one of the cases where being covered over the yored is that the person eats from a carbon while he is tamei. How do I know that the person who walks into basically just while he's tamei, he also has to be covered over the yored? I'm not correct. The pasuk says, "The kodesh will siga."
2025.
Well, a mikdash lo savo.
Probably the most popular.
So this is talking about when a woman is experiencing too much yoledes. So while she has too much yoledes, the pasuk says very clearly, two of her restrictions are so kodesh lo siga. She can't touch anything which is sanctified. But mikdash lo savo, she can't walk into the base of mikdash. What does that mean? This gets mikdash lo kodesh. We now have this pasuk which says these two are always going to be there. So therefore, whenever we have a halacha about eating kosher, always going to be relevant to the base of mikdash. So now we figured out how we know that the time of the person who's covered over the other when their stomach is when they accidentally eat kosher or they won't eat base of mikdash. They want to say, okay, if that's the case, so then you have not yet extra. We're back to square one. Why are we back to square one? Because ihaki shuma navi. That would include Truma as well. Why? The Amar Mavah of Kodesh L'Siga, the Pasuk tells me that the Levis, which you should not touch anything which is Kodesh. It says, "Oh, Kodesh L'Siga." L'Ravos Esat Truma. The extra word "call" tells you all sanctified things, even Truma. That is where it says, "Okay, very good. You're right." But you forgot something from the previous from our Rabbi, from our Gemara. The word "call" what does it exclude? It excludes Okay, the is able to go move the mikdash. If that's the case, then you're writing out a hekesh, but if there's a meal, if there's an exclusion in the pasuk, it excludes something. Maybe that excludes the case. It's the mikdash. The says no. I'll use my brains for this case. The stop, bro, mikdash is my tear. If I have to choose one to exclude, I would rather not exclude the case for what is this mikdash. Why? She came a kares. Kimosa. The violation of that intentionally is kares. Just like eating for a content. Or so hold on. You can use logic, I'll use metaphysical logic. How do I want Shumalo right? And I would recognize the Shumalo. She said, I feel it's similar to the case of eating for a carbon, because eating a carbon and eating a raw are the same thing because they are essentially the same type of act, which is eating. You're going to feel Kamasa. Tomorrow says you're right. We have to start with. Let's go back to the drawing board and figure out over again how we know the person becomes Tomei and say this again. How do I know that the fear, the obligation for being a carbon oliviore for someone who is virtually impure is only if the walking place of mikdash or the eat kosher while they are talking. When it comes to Islam, it says kares 3 times. What are those 3 times? So there are a number of psukim. One pasuk is in Vayikra, Chafez, it says over there, Kalisha Sheikah Pazar for Kadashin, Asher Kiskin and Kel, and Tumasa Love, Ibrasa Nefeshi. Well, makes it. It took the report on the side of the Gemara, but there are 3 times when it comes to a carbon woman that the pasuk talks about kares. Why does it have to say it 3 times? So one the Gemara says Atas the plow, one of them to say it generally, the Atas the plow, another one to say it specifically, the Atas the Tumah, the Tumah, stop. Another one is more general. So now, in case you think we are back to the plow and crop and plow sitya, nope, we're not. We're on to an entirely different type of discussion. And Rashi goes through all the scriptures over here, which is that we know from 2 days ago that there's something called the cloud practical cloud. Cloud practical is, of course, a generalization, a specification, and then another generalization. What you walk away from that is saying, whatever this halacha is talking about needs to be something similar to the prophet. Not exactly like the prophet, similar to the prophet. Here we are in a different world. We are in a world of something called Kal Davar Shaya B'Chlau, V'Yatsa B'Chlau L'Lamei, which you say this during davening. So what does that say? V'Yatsa B'Chlau L'Lamei, Lo Lamed Al Ashma Yatsa, El Lamed Al Kalkuya. What does this mean? Basically, it's a different type of mechanism, which is you have a generalization and then a specification. When you're going to say specification is not limiting it to one case, but it's describing the generalization. It's different than a compound to cloud. Rashi explains how it's different in a number of cases. I don't want to get too sidetracked with this, but the basic point that tells us argues under Rashi is cloud property. Cloud needs to be close to each other. So, for example, the pasuk says "Ahalata," and then a specification, and then a generalization. It's all in the same pasuk. Like when it comes to Hashem Seveda, the pasuk has a generalization, a specification, a generalization, all in the same pasuk. However, if you have a generalization in one parsha, and then a specification in another parsha, here it's Parshas Tzav and Parshas Emor. It's pretty far away from each other. So in that case, it's not going to be a cloud Parshas Tzav. Rather, it will be Kol Davar Shaya B'Chlau, something which was included in the generalization. And then later on in the Torah, it was repeated more specifically. What we're going to do is we're going to say that the specification is not limiting the cloud so much as only that case, but it's limiting the generalization to a certain standard. So let's see how that works out in these cases. Shalosh pieces per stop. It says cars 3 times when it comes to a stop. Lama, one Achas the plow, one for generalization, the Achas the prop, another one for the prop, the Achas the tumah to the Torah down, the Eini Yodea Naki. I don't know what that is for. Saviomer, Tumas Kodesh. The Reino Inu is Tumas Kodesh, and after the Rabbi, and we need Tumas Mikdash, you'll apply the Tumas Mikdash. Let's just explain what this means. It says when we come to a Shlamim, 3 times that a person can violate the pizza Shlamim and appropriately get carbs. What is that? Person's tummy eats a part of Shlamim, I have carbs, but doesn't intentionally. Then it says it a second time. In that case, okay. The first case when a person eats kachin, the truma. A person eats anything which is kachin, it's a carbon, he eats it when he's tummy, he has carbs. In another case, it says specifically shlamim. Why in one place does it say kachin, generalization, and another place it says kachin, it says shlamim. Shlamim is a peace offering. There are many other kinds of carbonates. In other words, it said already all kachin. So why are you then repeating the same halacha and only mentioning the shlamim? You understand from there is that it has to be kachin mizbeach. If a person eats any kachin mizbeach while he is tummy, so he of course, if he does it intentionally, and if he does it unintentionally, there'll be a technical other. Now, why does the Torah limit it to shlamim? So limit it to only touching his bath, which is sanctified items that should be on the mizbeach. However, it excludes touching the device. So if somebody donated some kind of food to the communal fund that belongs to the Beis HaMikdash, and then someone ate it while they're coming, no he occurs such a case. It has to be a card. Then it went ahead and it said again another generalization. So now we're looking at the generalization, which includes anything which is sanctified or anything which is consecrated. I have a specification of shlamim which says it has to be something which is dedicated to the base, to the mizbeach, and not anything which is consecrated to the fun of the sanctuary. And then again, I have another one which again opens it up to more conscience. So now what the third one does? The Gemara says, I don't know. So how do you know that? What I'm going to say is, this refers to the case of Tumas Kodesh. The main of Tumas Kodesh. Now, I don't need to come into Tumas Kodesh because even something which is sanctified. Why not? Because I already learned it. In the Tumas Kodesh, that's going to be Rabbi. Rabbi already taught this to me earlier from the brilliant package that he made to explain two things go together. Tumas Kodesh, apply it to Tumas Kodesh. Now, this is the concept of the name of Indian. The name of Indian's name. If the person tells me something that I already know, it must be telling me to apply it to another case. Okay, so now, according to Rabbi, I now know that we are the sources that the person is coming, he has been covered all the areas, only becomes which he either eats, touching, or he walks his business. The rest of that's not true. From the Bible, the book of God. We need that liquid that teach me about Shalosh pieces, the comment. One of them it says, creases 3 times very slowly. Why? Afas the plow, like we just said, the generalization. The Afas the bra. Now, one that's limited only to this bad relevant touching, but not to just the general part. The Afas the Tavarin, Shekina Yachal. The way it teaches me that the third one teaches us that there are some things that in the color. For example, wood. A person eats wood from the Beis HaMikdash. So now, good luck. But what's the halach? It's not going to taste good, but what's the halach? Does the person not have to get covered under the odor? So you have to have that to exclude that place. No. That's the third one where the include that case, they are actually trying to cars for this. Now, hold on. Now, you might say yes. Well, that's only going to take. According to Shimon, you're not trying to cars for it. So for him, the third one will include a person eats a chatas, which is going to where the avodah is done in the inside on the inside is there. The south of that is I would have thought. Anytime we should dig out, and then we should come on the in other words, the bottom line is there are 2 things here you could include. Either a person eating wood from his bath, or a person eating from a carbon contrast, which is serviced on the inside of his bath. One of those 2. But if you're a raw person, you'll say it's about eating the wood. If you're a Hashem person, you'll say it's about a carbon, which is serviced inside his back. Either way, you'll have something to include from that. You have the Mashblon, the Machayit. So the most is okay, fine. So we're kind of in trouble over here because we don't know that this is the Shukdasa. Maybe it's including these other cases over here. Al-Amri Nardai, it's made the Rabba, Shalosh, Tumos Perslavet. You're right. We're not focusing on the word Ari that it says there. We're focusing on the word Tumah that it says there. Why does it have to say Tumah 3 times? In other words, we'll repeat the Joshua exactly the same way, just that the generalization of Tumah, the specification of Tumah, and the generalization of Tumah, and that includes the Bishop Joshua. So, Amri Nardai, Shmei Rava, Shalosh, Tumos Perslavet, Lama, again, Achas, the Kla, what's the generalization? The opposite of Ra, and one specifically for a carbon Shlomen. One of them is for general Tumah, which is plus the idea. I don't know what that is. Oh, I'm going to say, I'll say, too much Kodesh. That's the person who eats something which is Kodesh while he's something. Now, the main is the too much Kodesh. And if you don't need that, then you can know about too much Kodesh. Why? Not being able to meet the Rabbi. If you learned it from Rabbi earlier on the Yavod, we didn't first pick up, you'll apply it to the person who walks in the basement when he's coming. The Gemara says, but behind that we need that. In other words, the word Torah is not extra. We need it. It's either the word of Taurus or the Revo. That's not what Torah. In other words, the Lasagi, like Lavaki. The pasuk won't read without that word. What's it talking about? You know, like the word Tama. Then why you type first? What happened over here? What's the circumstance? The word's not extra. You can't use it for anything. Gemara says, all right, back to the drawing board. Allah Rabbi. Where do we know that a person who is Tameh has to read a carbon only if they eat, touch it, or walk into the we have a Zera Shabbat. It says over here, that in the Parshas V'Yikra to myself for all Tumah. And it says over there, the regard to a person who walks in space of Mikdash on purpose, he's coming in his too much pays on it. Mala loves his Mikdash, just like in that case, he's referring to a person walking in the Mikdash, when he was Tamei, Afkan, in this case, Tomas Mikdash. It's talking about Tomas Mikdash. You must look at it, fine. Hold on. You just solved this whole thing with one zero shot. Now, do you remember the whole we talked about this word spot? So why do I need the word ba to exclude true? In other words, we're so busy saying there's 3 cases. A person who walks in space and makes when they're Tamei, a person who eats your carbon when he's Tamei, and a person who eats truma when he's Tamei. Now, we felt so much and we needed the word ba to exclude truma. Now, if you're learning this halacha from this Zera Shabbat of to myself, why would you have thought that truma wasn't? It's not included in this Zera Shabbat. It's not part of this discussion. So, morally, one says, actually, Lerabos. Ba is not coming to exclude, it's coming to include. Lerabos, Levilas Oktar. It includes a case where a person became Tamei by consuming the dead body of an Oktar. So the kosher bird, so chicken, and this chicken was not slaughtered properly. It died. And a person went ahead and ate it. Now he does time from that. Now that person walks into the Mikdash, or a person eats kachim, he will have to recover on the other. Now, why would you think it's different? Because this is a different type of tumah. Up until now, Tumah is not the only person touching. So simply touching, in other words, that tumah is a little more strict because it's so strict that just simply touching it makes you tamei. This, in the Velas Otar, is of the person only becomes tamei when it passes through what's called the base hamiyah when it swallows. So therefore, you think that's a lighter kind of tumah, and therefore you want to become an olive urine. If he walks in space like this, he's touching. So this word ba tells you, yes, even in that case, you have to make carbon earlier. Or it says, hold on a second. You've been telling me that ba is an exclusion. How did it all of a sudden become an inclusion? Where it says, you should be utahu iyater, because it's an extra exclusion. So therefore, we use it as an addition. Siv o yiga, the bar negia in. La by the low, since it says tamei, I would think only something which is touching comes along with this carbon and it says, so you have two mutim. Basically, the concept of double negative. You say something twice, double negative is a confidence. You have two exclusions, so you actually end up including it. Now the Mishnah goes on and tells us another case. Yesh bo yediyah b'tchila, v'ein bo yediyah b'tzof. Person knows initially that he's naznus and becomes tamei. He can't walk into this midrash nikachin. He becomes tamei. He doesn't. He never finds out. He never has that like epiphany, like, oh my gosh, hold on, I walked into this midrash when I was tamei, or a kachin when I was tamei. He never finds that out. What the halacha? This Mishnah told us that the carbon, the soyer la Hashem, that is brought on Yom Kippur, it serves as like a partial atonement. What does that mean? That means that all punishment, all yisur, all suffering will be suspended, but he does not get a full kapara, full atonement until he brings his carbon. So now the Gemara says, this carbon, the Sar Lashem, this is just quick background. Actually, in this week's Parsha, Parsha's Afternoons, reading it to Shabbos, it talks about on Yom Kippur, they take two identical goats, they draw lots. One of them is called the Sar Lazazel. It has a procedure out there, which is a complicated procedure where it was thrown off from the cliff. Another one is slaughtered inside the Beis Hamikdash. And that one serves as an atonement for various different things. One of the things is for a person who became Tamei, 8 kachim walking to Beis Hamikdash, didn't know about it. It serves as a protection for this person until he finally finds out and brings the carbon. So now, I would include that this Sayer Lashem, this goat, covers for 3 different tumas. Which ones? Tumas Zara, the impurity of idol worship, the Tumas Gila Arayas, the impurity of the moral behaviors, and Tumas V'Chastamim, the impurity of murder. Now, how do we know that these things are considered to be impure? These are big aversions. But impure, it says clearly the word Tameh is used to describe someone who serves idol worship. The Gila Rayas, we see clearly when it comes to Gila Rayas, immoral behaviors, it's described as Tama. When it comes to murder, it says, do not make the world or the land impure. So now, these 3 things are described as impurities. Perhaps the Sar Lashem will cover for them. I would think that this goat actually serves as an atonement for those 3 things. Pasuk teaches you, no, me tumos ben Israel. Only specific types of tumos, below culturals. Not every single one of the tumos. Gila Arayas, Shvichas Damim, and Avodah Zarah are not covered by the Sar Lashem. Now, Gemara goes on and says, Mamatzinu, what do we find? Shechil Kakatsav. The pasuk goes ahead and creates a difference in this type of carbon. More to discuss this tomorrow's oven, but the basic idea is that there's a concept called the variable carbon over the urine. There is, when it comes to Mikdash and Kadasha, person who eats kachin, or walks into Beis Hamikdash when he's tamei, gets to bring a carbon over the urine. So therefore, I was saying, this Tumas Mikdash Kedusha has its own halachic dispensation. Which one is that? It's Mikdash Kedusha. Afkan, when it comes to Sar Lashem, it is only going to atone for Tumas Mikdash Kedusha. So that's how we know that the Sar Lashem serves as the partial atonement for someone who ate kach and walked into the Mikdash for his tummy, but of course not for a person who was over Gila Rayas, Shvichas Damim, Avodah Zarah. None of those cases. Shimon says, I don't have to have such a fancy type of mamatzi. I can just figure this out by myself. Read the pasuk, right? I read it where it says there that Keeper ala kodesh mi tumas. It says clearly mi tumas. Now mi tumas kodesh yachal akol tumas kodesh yesar zemachak tavalamar mutishayim l'chal chatasem. Now I would think that it goes ahead and it atones for everything. So we learn no tamalomar. It only works for certain things. Now, what does that mean? It says in Pishayam or Kol Chatosa. It says Pesha and Chatos in the same pasuk. What's Pesha? So, a Pesha is when a person does something amazing, and then a Chatos is when someone does something unintentionally. So now, the Gemara says Chatoim Dumim Peshayim. We treat them the same. We treat unintentional things and intentional things to say. In other words, it doesn't mean that it's totally exactly the same. They follow the same procedures. Not the sham and the carbon. Just like when it comes to a pasha, if there's no ability to bring a carbon, afkatayim she'en b'nei carbon. The same thing will be true when it comes to katayim when there's no carbon. Now, when it comes to a mason, a person can't raise carbon for a mason. Carbon is only brought for a shogeg. Now, the same thing will be true when it comes to something which is b'shogeg. There are certain cases where you can't bring a carbon. For example, if you didn't have the idea, you don't know about it beforehand. Now, katayim should be covered. This now Gemara asks, how do I know? How do I know for a case where a person knows initially that if he becomes tummy, it's a problem, then at the end he never finds out about it, that this goat actually will atone for him? Tola means it's like a partial atonement. This refers to a case where the Kiyachatas, and that is our case. 1 minute, a little bit more. Let's go. I would have included 3 different tumos. Tumas about the Zara, Tumas Gilaran, Tumas Shechastamim. So now Gemara asks, how about the Zara Echidam? What type of Avodah Zarah do you think this will actually atone for? Even Mazin, if we're talking about a person who violates Avodah Zarah Mazin intentionally, Barkatelu. No carbon's working with this person. He is Chayiv Misa. Even Shog Yikul by mistake, Bar Carbon who. Let him bring a carbon. What's this for? The Gemara says, the Mazin is a little astrate. So that we did intentionally, but it didn't have the qualifications for the person who went to death. You didn't get a warning. Next one. Or B'shogeg, if it was mistake, you didn't know about it. ViralRabbi, it's the same thing. Nami, what's the case? He made about Caleb. If he was he served this immoral behavior intentionally, it's Chayiv Misa. He B'shogeg, if it was by mistake, our carbon, eliminate carbon. What's the same thing? The Mazin did intentionally below Asher, they didn't warn him. B'shogeg, he didn't know about it. It's not in the same case. The same question. If he doesn't, what's the case? Even Mazin, if it was intentionally that he killed somebody, bring the person and have it put to death. Even Shogi, if he killed someone by mistake, we just learned the whole second, which don't know what to do. Even Shogi, let it run to our Mikla. Where it says, the Mazin, we're talking about a case where it was the Mazin, they didn't get warnings, so therefore can't be put to death. But Shogi, he didn't know about it. No, he was swinging an axe, and the piece fell off and killed somebody. He didn't know that he killed somebody. He was spacing out. He behind the flow, but not the ghost. Or maybe it's one of those cases where there's an exception. For example, there's a difference between going up with the axe, going down with the axe. So that would be a case where he doesn't go to ghost. He still needs to have a kapara. Have a wonderful day. Good morning. Good morning. We begin today's daf. Daf Vav Mesekas Shavuos. We begin.
my limits when I was 25. Anything I did after 25, I did because I wanted to, but I knew my limits.
Right.
You know, when I got locked up, I couldn't imagine a world where I couldn't smoke pot.
Wow. You couldn't imagine that.
I couldn't imagine, okay, cocaine. I understand not having a girlfriend. I understand being broke. But I never understood a world where I did not smoke weed. When I was 25 years old, weed controlled my mood.
What did it do for you, you think?
I was in so much pain when I woke up. And I didn't know that then. You never know what you're going through.
Yeah, you don't know.
It takes 20 years to look back.
Yeah.
You know, I was thinking about it tonight now. I was taking a shower. That if I quit comedy tomorrow, you would be to sign back up in college and take a psychology class and become a psychiatrist and do whatever I had to take. I'd probably be 65. And at 65, I would help so many people so deeper.
Yeah.
Because I went through it.
Yeah.
This is not somebody who studied it. I went through it, wrote about it, looked at it. I think about it. I think about what made you. I broke it down from the macro to the micro.
You can put yourself in there. You can put them in your shoes and vice versa.
When you become a comedian,
yeah.
If you're not brutally honest with yourself, it's not going to end well. In life in general.
Yeah.
Forget about comedy. Life in general. If you're not brutally honest with yourself, it's not going to pan out.
Yeah.
You have to be brutally honest, and a lot of people can't be honest. Brutally honest with yourself. Like, this is not going to work. You know, it's like I at 27, 29.
Like, in what fat? Like,
at the age of 30,
yeah,
I had made a decision, decision to do comedy.
Yeah.
But I also had to make a decision about this hell I was living in. I was living in this party hell. Okay.
The drugs and this
where I would be clean for 3 days.
Oh, yeah.
And then snap one night and then tell myself how this was the last time.
Yeah.
I wasn't one of those pussies at a party that was talking about it. And by this time I was partying by myself. And this went on for maybe a year and a half.
Yeah.
And I think by 1995 and a half, I came to a conclusion, like they say in the program, that you're a fucking junkie.
Yeah.
And I had 2 decisions to make. I could either be a junkie and keep fighting this, but the reason why I became a comic was to be a junkie. I read that Lenny Bruce book, and that's the reason why I got into comedy. So if I'm going to get into comedy, let's make a deal. I'll do cocaine 3 times a week. And that's how it started. I just came to terms with it.
Wow. So you're thinking I'm going to get into comedy so I can do cocaine?
I was thinking I was going to get into comedy to have a life. I read that book, how he slept with strippers, and he opened up jazz musicians, and I was content with that. And none of that book, they talk about being rich.
Yeah.
Okay? No part of that book, they talk about being rich, they talk about money. He looked at the Chelsea Hotel. He just talked to life about being what was happy for him.
Yeah.
And at that time, that's all I wanted. I had been through a terrible marriage. I had already done time. So I was just seeking to be happy. But I knew I had a man inside.
Because you had a deviant soul. Your soul was pretty sound, like kind of bifurcated. Or
I was living, this wasn't who I was. I was a nice Catholic boy who I believed in heaven and hell, and I had a belief system.
Your inside didn't match all your behavior.
Right. My inside did not. So that added to it.
Yeah.
So now I had to have that in a conflict with drugs. Fuck you. This is who I am. I've accepted it.
Yeah.
And whatever happens, happens. That's it. No fucking big deal. Nobody gets their feelings.
Wanting Easter eggs again, Lee? You found one, huh? You found an egg, boy. Welcome to Easter, bro. Y'all killed Jesus. Here he comes back, boy. And he brought a dirty bag of fucking baked ham out of the fucking cave.
This smells worse than your neck. It smells like the feet that are walking in.
Yeah, boy. It smells like fucking Thanksgiving night in a prison shower.
Take my shoes off at night, sleep under the tree.
I can't even imagine.
What that little summer camp must smell like that. Man, they've been walking for 20 fucking days, those poor people.
Oh, they'll walk 30 hours in a 24-hour day.
Fucking days, and they're really coming.
What are they going to do up here, do you think?
I think they're trying to seek asylum. Living in Honduras or Salvador right now, Those are not good places to live right now.
It's sad, man. Yeah, my father's from Nicaragua. You know that my father was born down there.
If you know anything about Central America, I know like El Salvador is, the prices are high. They're killing people down there. You know, there's a lady who I talk to from time to time, and she tells me she goes only for Christmas time, and that she has a house down there, but she can't retire down there.
Oh, wow.
Because they just kill you on the streets. There's more murders, something like that to that effect. So I don't know if it's El Salvador. I'm just cracking the joke.
Right, but yeah, if that's your neighbor, things can be great where you are. If that's the neighborhood you're in, you know. That's heartbreaking.
It's a different, you know, it's like when you read the Roberto Duran book, you know, he grew up on the streets of Panama. You know, he grew up with this guy that was called El Magico or some shit. And the guy was like a shaman, and they taught him how to hustle on the streets, how to live on the streets. You know, that's Central America, you know. If you watch Miami Vice, either the second or third episode of Miami Vice.
I read the book, I think.
There's no fucking book. There's
Miami Vice, I think.
There's an interesting scene where there's a little kid.
Yeah, what are you laughing at me for, Lee?
I don't know. I'm laughing at both of you. I don't know what to say.
There's little boys in the room.
Oh, wow.
There's a drug dealer cutting the deal. There's a drug dealer cutting the deal, but he's got like a coin in his hand. And there's like 4 8-year-olds, no shoes on in the room, in different corners.
Jesus. Is it a magic trick?
No. And he's talking a business deal. It's like you come into me and you want to buy 20 kilos of blow.
Okay. And what are the little boys doing? Just chilling.
They're like fucking assassins.
Oh, really?
The 8-year-old assassins that come from fucking huts with their family.
Jesus.
And they're just waiting for their next assignment. They're all probably packing a gun or a knife. And they got no shoes on. But this drug dealer would play with a coin. And he would talk to the people like the way I'm talking to you. And then from time to time, it would just flip the coin in the air. When that coin landed, one of those shoeless kids would run out and fucking pick it up like it was a fortune.
Wow.
You know, and I remember thinking years later about that scene, how that's how, you know, Pablo Escobar got those kids to love him in Colombia.
Yeah.
He went to the poor kids that had no options, and he said, no, I'm going to put $1,000 in your pocket every week, but you're going to kill motherfuckers for me. Just like that, no questions asked.
But it gave him a feeling of purpose.
You know, I mean, money talks and bullshit walks.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, money talks and bullshit walks.
Really does.
I could blow smoke up your ass, or I could put 2 G-notes in your hand every week, but you've never had a dollar bill in your hand.
Yeah.
And tell you, look, I'm just going to send you to people's houses.
Yeah.
I want you to slit their throats, kill their kids, their mothers, the dogs.
Jesus.
If they got goldfish, I want you to poison them too.
Jesus.
You know, that's how you think.
Rat poison or something?
Whatever. It's just a point. It's just the fucking point I'm trying to make. That's how you get, you know, take the American ghetto here. You know, that's why they call it whatever social color economic. They call it a crisis. Not a crisis. It's coming from somewhere poor.
Yeah.
And what you need to do to get out of that situation.
Yeah, you don't know anything better, man. And yeah, dude, they had this guy when I was growing up named Eddie, right? And he could have been fucking 13. He could have been about 16 or fucking 50, right? I don't know what he was. But he always drove. He had a 5.0 Mustang, you know? Or he drew 5.0 on the side of it or whatever. I don't even remember. It could have been a fucking... It could have been a Pontiac Renault or whatever. I don't know what it was. But he always had these 2 girls, bro, sitting on the back of it. And that dude was the king, you know? Whatever he said when I was a kid, we would have done it. Because to him, he was the king. He had a piece of shit Mustang, but he had the Mustang, you know? And he was a champ. And he would buy, you know, the chicks would have, like, daiquiri drinks, bro. And every now and then he'd floor it, and one of them would go rolling out the fucking back right on the concrete, bro.
What did he do for a living?
I don't know. And I didn't care. But if he would have said something to do, like, come do this, like, when I was a kid, I would have done anything he said, because he hung out with us and he spent time with us. You know, he'd throw the football around with us. And he was a good guy, I think, you know. I mean, I still think he is a good guy.
How older than you was he?
He probably maybe 7, 8, 10, 12 years. But he, like, could drive. He had, like, the ability, you know, he had a car. He had women. He had, you know, he had things that when you're, you know, an adolescent, 12 years old, 11 years old, you see that, you're like, oh, this guy has mobility. You know, this guy has ability. This guy has women. He has everything. So, anyway, I'm just saying I can see how it should, yeah. you're not thinking about anything else when you're that age. And you have nothing.
But when you're young, you get influenced. I wouldn't get influenced, but I'd look at guys. There was this guy that I hung out with that was always at the bar in the daytime. He was really good looking.
Not Samuel, huh?
No, if I was 17, he was probably 22.
No, I think this guy Samuel's older.
And it was a bunch of guys that hung out, but I'm thinking about him in particular. And he drove a Corvette. He didn't have a job. And what the scam was, he worked half the year, and then the other half in those days, you would collect unemployment.
Oh, yeah.
You'd get a boss that would tell you, I'm going to lay you off for 6 months. You collect unemployment.
Party cripples, they used to call them by us.
And then you'd either take book or sell coke, and that's a great living because you're clearing $1,600 a month already. You sell coke, and this guy would drive a Corvette. He was a piece of shit. He wasn't a piece of shit.
He probably was.
He wasn't a piece of shit. He didn't have no career.
Right.
To say.
He wasn't a role model.
But his girlfriend owned the business, and she had money.
Yeah.
And I remember how that appealed to me for about a month, and I was like, "There's no appeal in that. I want my own money."
Right.
Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, you learn through life. Like, for a month, he impressed me. And he had a girlfriend that paid the bills. But even at that early age, I was like, he don't impress me.
Right.
Because he ain't paying the fucking bills. Not that I could pay the bills at that time either. I couldn't pay no bills until I was 40. But it's just crazy the people that you look at and you're impressed with. You know, it's like when you watch those fucking movies, like I was watching the other night, Empire was up. You ever watch Empire? It's like the worst drug movie in the world. But it's on BET once a month. It's one of those movies that's always on between 7 and 9. You got to spot at the store at 10:30.
Oh, yeah.
And you got no choice but to watch it because there's nothing else on fucking TV.
Yeah.
It's either that or bull racing live from Bulgaria. Yes, some shit. And there's one scene where a guy goes up to him. John Leguizamo's like a street drug dealer.
Yeah.
And he goes up to him and he's like, "Hey, man, I really want to, can I touch your deal?" And he goes, I want this new PlayStation. Blah, 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 blah. And John goes, "How much is it?" He goes, it's $300. The kid goes, $300. And the kid wants the money. He goes, "No, it's $299. And Leguizamo goes, "I'll give you the money, but you got to do stuff for me.
Oh, yeah.
You got to clean my car, so help me God." If you know, like he's telling him what he has to do when he buys the game and shit like that. You know, those kids grow up wanting to be a drug dealer.
Oh, yeah. Right, because that's the first person they get.
That's the first person who gets them.
Yeah, that's interesting. Your first influence, how does that, where that first influence is not your dad, how much that influences you. That's interesting.
It's really weird. And it happens with comedy, it happens with anything but it happens when you're a young man. Like, I was confused as fuck as 21. At 21, I was confused as fuck.
Oh, yeah.
Because I didn't want to work. I wanted a new car. I wanted money, and I wanted bitches, and I wanted coke. Where's the work, Joey?
Sure.
What do you think? And I really thought that the fucking bluebird of happiness is going to just drop it off at my door.
Wow.
Like, I can look you both in the eye right now and tell you, like, I had no idea about hard work. I wasn't a lazy person.
Right.
But I worked. Who wants to work?
Yeah.
Why don't I try to put something together so I can hang out at the bar in the daytime and I don't have to go to work? I mean, that was my deal from day one. As long as I didn't have to work in the daytime, I didn't give a fuck.
Do you ever think that, like, you know, you wanted to, you know, have like a, you know, like a, do you ever think that you wanted to have fuck, man, I forgot what I was going to ask you.
You don't even smoke weed no more. You better get your shit together and start smoking again.
I don't know what happened.
Fuck Christ. Here's what happens when you get sober. You get retarded. What'd you go to college for? To get stupid. That's like fucking Michael Corleone and shit at the end of The Godfather.
Damn, man, I couldn't have any idea coming to my head, man. No, I think it's funny how, what your influencers are, you know, the first person you see do this or that. But then, sometimes you are able to see past that. Like, there's some people, you know, we had this dude by us, like, you know, and this guy now runs a tree company, right? This guy, Senator Lawn. and he had a dude. They used to do this thing where they had a lot of sinkholes. I grew up around a lot of sinkholes. You know, I mean, you'd have somebody you can play hide and go seek, and somebody fucking you never find. You know, you go knock like. You know, you go knock on somebody's door, and the next day their whole fucking house was gone. You know, it's like I grew up in a lot of Louisiana, like half of it's sinking. You know, it's like a sinking environment.
So where are you from in Louisiana exactly?
Covington, Louisiana.
Where in Covington?
Covington's about 50 miles north of New Orleans.
That's it.
Yeah.
Did they get affected by Katrina?
Yeah. Everybody lost their roofs. That's a big, like over there, the houses didn't fall down. People lost their roofs.
So when you were growing up, what was Covington like? Was it a fucking deathbed? Was it a projects? Was it middle range?
No, it was
bad. Your parents have a little bit of money, enough to sustain.
No, my dad was fucking old as fuck, dude. I think he was always sleeping on the couch. He used to go drink at this bar called Tony Padoni's, and he would take me over there during the day. And the lady would see how many chocolates I could put in my mouth. One of the bartenders back there. Big Janet, this fucking big girl.
Did your place close?
My mother dressed us poorly, man. I don't know where she learned to dress, like out of an Indian shop in like a Native American catalog.
Did you need for shoes? Did you need shirts?
No.
It was like, you know, those hand-me-downs, right? So Covington is not like, you know, some fucking neighborhood that's, you know, where your dog is missing.
No, I lived on, like, I got hand-me-down clothes, but I didn't get hand-me-down shoes. Like, every year my mother got us a pair of shoes, you know. My mom did the holidays.
What did your mom do for a living?
Delivery.
Delivery what?
Newspapers, cookies, magazines.
What about your dad?
They used to have a magazine called News on Wheels. You remember that magazine? You could go to the dime store or whatever, the gas station. My dad didn't do anything. Oh, you know what my dad used to do, actually? This is fun. He used to go to colleges. Remember what they had to do to the colleges? They would sign people up for credit cards, you know? Some fucking old dude parking over there throwing frisbees at kids and shit, you know? So that my dad had that job. This towards the end of his life. My parents weren't together anymore. But my dad had that job, and he would take me there with him. He'd let me drive him. I'm 12 years old, right? I had a little growth spurt. I was that 5'10", that fucking lean bad boy, you know, ligaments only, son. Dude, sometimes it wasn't even bone. Part of me was just ligaments reaching out and hoping that the marrow caught up. You know, that's the kind of guy I was.
What did your dad do for a living? I don't know.
He used to be like a travel agent. You know, he did a lot of he would sign people up for cruises and stuff between Puerto Vallarta. Where's that at?
Mexico.
Yeah, between Mexico and America.
And the geography.
Yeah, Central America.
Christ, I gotta deal with you.
Bro, I walk in this room, dude, I fucking can't think of nothing.
You don't know what Puerto Vallarta is. Even I know that. I'm a dumb fuck.
Yeah. So there in Central America, and he was like a travel agent, I guess. What did he do when he was young? He wrote for the newspaper. You know, he had a family. He was kind of European in a lot of ways. He liked to be, you know, he worked at the church. He liked to do a lot of, he liked to just sit at like the coffee place and talk, you know. I think he drank a good bit.
How do you feel about religion at this point in your life?
I need a higher power, you know. And, you know, for me.
What were you raised?
I was raised probably Christian, you know, definitely. I mean, but nothing heavily. I just always wanted there to be a higher power, you know. I used to pray at night, that sort of thing. But, you know, now I just need there to be a higher power because I want to have faith. Otherwise, I feel like you feel alone a lot. There you go. Hit him with that fucking Christmas hitter, bro. That fucking
throw war on you.
Fucking right there. That fucking booty star of David, bro. Fucking damn.
This stuff is tremendous.
That air calamari, bro. You hit him with it. God damn.
I can't even imagine.
Can't wait till you leave for New York. Fucking hit.
That's right. This is straight up.
You've been drinking Aqua Velva, son.
Yeah.
That shit is fucking damn.
This is straight. I got no vanilla on. I switched to them.
It's the worst. You ever accidentally buy strawberry? You ever accidentally buy strawberry?
No.
Oh, that's the worst. You get
I got Mexican chocolate and the vanilla. And the Mexican chocolate's off the hook, and the vanilla's not bad either, but I switched to vanilla today.
The Mexican chocolate, you reach in for the scoop and a knife fucking pops out of fucking
like Carrie at the end of Carrie when she grabs the head through the rocks. What's the matter?
Dude, with this guy.
What's the matter? You fucking farted on me 3 times in 30 minutes.
You're inhaling your mouth.
Yeah, make a wish.
Yeah, I want to go.
You don't want to smell it.
Calm down, dude.
What am I supposed to breathe? You might
No, come on, bro. bro. Yeah.
A little whiff of this.
Dude, that's enough, bro. About 3 farts your eye, you fucking blowing this dude out. His eyes are starting to fucking heat up. Look at him, dude. I'm sorry, Lee, man. I feel like I'm being rude.
No, don't be fine. He loves all this shit.
Yeah.
There's an opening in that wheelbarrow. Go get that wheelbarrow.
And it's got pillars in it, too.
That'd be nice.
And I put you out under a lamp like a
So how old were you when you were driving your dad to campus?
Dude, I was 12 years old.
So that put him at 80?
Yeah, he was 82. So he was driving. He'd sleep on the way there. I'd stop at my buddy's house, dude, as long as he was resting. Because I was fucking showing off. I had a Delta 88. Suddenly my friends are still, going through adolescence, inside trying to, blow a flute to get their dick to fucking get taller, like they see on those commercials in India. And fucking here I am pulling up, in a Cutlass and a Delta 88. I go in, I'm like, bro, shh, come out, get in the back seat, let's go for a ride, right? So my buddy Scott get back there, and we would just fucking cruise around, and my dad's sleeping, and here was the thing, my dad's neck was real bad, so even if he woke up, I would just tell Scott, keep it quiet back there for a minute, I'll just tell him we're lost or getting gas or something, and then my dad would go back to sleep, and I'd cruise around a little more, and then take my buddy back. I mean, dude, at 12, 13 years old, a friend picking you up, we pulled up with a sleeping senior citizen. People thought that we were fucking, kidnappers, bro. Senior citizen kidnappers.
Now you blow pops in everybody sleeping and shit.
I think maybe we smoked a cigarette, but there one time, bro. I do remember this. I'm driving back from Hammond, Louisiana. And, so this is how I kind of got into, I don't know if it's how I got into comedy, but this is the first time I ever really spoke in front of people. My dad would get people to sign up for the credit cards, and he got $1.50 from the company, whatever, and he college kids to sign up. And now, looking back, it's like getting college kids to sign up for a credit card. He probably started half of the fucking, he probably ruined a lot of people's young lives.
That's what they do. Credit card companies.
Yeah, that's what they
do. That's what they want to do. They want to tangle you up at 19.
Right.
As soon as you take that first student loan, you get a credit card.
Yeah, that's true.
It's automatic. You get your name goes on a list. You're eligible.
So I'd be on the table. My dad would have me on the table, and people come over, and I would start barking at them, getting them to come over. Hey you, guy with the nice haircut or something. Or the black girls, a lot of times, they have all the extra hair. I'm talking about, you have a girl with a fucking rope swing hanging off the side of her fucking head. You got summer campers swinging off the back and jumping into a river. Black girls have that long extra hair. And you'd see them, and you'd be like, hey, and be sweet to them and have them come over, and you would make friends, and you would be entertaining, and you'd get them to come over. And then my dad would try and sign them up for the credit card,
You know what's crazy? Theo, you just made me remind me of something. It's so weird how people say, like that chick that people don't know, that chick Flo, that girl that got all those commercials.
Oh, yeah. I saw her at an audition one day.
And it's funny that Flo was backed up and getting ready to leave this town. And she booked that campaign, and now she's a gazillionaire.
Oh, yeah.
And it's so weird that Josh Wolf left Seattle in September.
He's a funny guy.
Of 96.
What a nice guy, too, huh?
And my plan was for him to come down. At that time, we were very tight. And my plan was for him to come down, check out the waters, and then I would come down in 8 or 9 months. And once I made that decision, like all these opportunities started opening up for me. The first one being I got this job.
So he went first?
He came first.
Wow.
September 96. He left his girlfriend up there, and I lived in the back house. And she was pregnant. So he came down here first to get them set up. So
wow.
I lived in this back guest house.
With just you and the lady there? Was that scary?
They had kids. No, they had kids. So I watched the kids. I was tight with her. She was a great lady. She
right.
still
okay.
I just haven't seen her in a long time. We were dear friends.
Yeah, because he's married to a different woman out there.
Yeah, completely different.
I never met his first one.
So he came down first. Right away, I got this job with this company that I know people and I know shit. This was
like
shit.
A cigarette company?
No, this was shit. This was a shit idea. And they paid me $15 an hour plus bonuses. This is 1996, which is 20 years ago, 21 years ago.
That's great money.
And what it was calling pizza parlors across the country and getting them to sign up for a service that at halftime, it was a change what it was. pizza.
It was a scam.
No, Domino's Pizza had cut a deal with the NFL. During the game, if a Domino's sign came up on your screen, you got $1 off a pizza. But to get that deal, you had to sign like Domino would make its affiliates pay. So I had to call all those affiliates and make them pay that extra money to get. So what it would do is as soon as they call Domino's, that number, it would go to whatever Domino's paid.
I see.
This was a scam inside of Domino's.
Right, it was like, yeah.
I worked for a Domino's affiliate that was calling Domino's and saying, listen, we're starting a program starting August 14th.
Yeah.
And here's the deal. Every time people watch an NFL game, this would be a Domino banner on the side. It's going to say, call now, get $2.
Oh, yeah, I remember that.
Fresh delivered pizza.
They should have hot pizza on
If you don't sign up for that, the calls won't go to your pizza joint.
Right.
The calls will go to the pizza joint in fucking North Hollywood and Van Nuys instead of North Hollywood.
Oh, I
It was shitty to see what the corporation was doing from within, but I didn't give a fuck.
Right. You can't fight that battle.
I could sell like a motherfucker, so I was pulling down. I was pulling down 1,200 a week gross out of there, bringing home 9.
Oh, why you ever quit that?
35 hours a week, like 10 to fucking 4, like something easy. This is what I'm saying. I quit that job because one night at the fucking underground, a guy approached me. And he goes, hey man,
John's car?
have you ever been on the old County Underground that John Fox's home?
Yeah, John Fox's home, man. That's a great room.
This is 95. This is a completely different room.
It was different.
This was on the Swanee shit. And some guy came up to me and he goes, hey man, did you ever sell before? I go, yeah, I sell whatever. And he gave me a job selling phones. That was just too good to be true.
Payphones?
Payphones. So I would sell phones and advertising for the newspaper at the same time. You know me, though. I'm a scam. I don't
I'll buy a phone from you right now.
anything not to fucking have a day job.
Yeah.
So I would hang out by the train station, and I would either sell you a subscription for the Seattle Times, or I would ask you, do you have a cell phone? I would take the cell phone.
Cell phone?
Cell phone. And you gave me a cell phone with unlimited minutes. No. In 1997, yeah.
You were
That
king.
was part of it. And if you call, the guy was giving me, like, for every line that I opened, the guy would give me like $400, and he was getting like $1,600 at this time. He told me the truth. He was
Why
way
are you making that much money?
because somebody bought a phone and got a line. The company, this is 97 before people were having a lot of
This
business.
one right here, this, yeah.
So,
Cell phones.
cell phone,
Yeah.
cell phones were a little bigger.
Yeah, I didn't get a cell phone until 2000.
So if you signed up, there was a kickback, and the guy would give me a kickback.
It's a huge
I was going home there every day, giving him 7, 8 numbers, even close 3 or 4. And I would stay at the mall. I can't believe I just remembered that when I would stand at the mall at either Everett Mall. No, I would buy that. I would be that guy, that annoying guy.
Oh, no way.
When it was raining, I would go to the Everett
Body
Mall.
scrub?
No, and I would sell fucking subscriptions to either the Washington Post or the Seattle Times
Oh, yeah.
or a fucking cell phone. And the cell phone was paying me fucking, it was just amazing.
Yeah.
The guy would show up every Saturday and say, the fucking underground, give me $1,500. It was like Jesus fucking intervened.
I can't even imagine.
So the whole month of December, I was making money.
So did you even want to come and do comedy then once you got that money? I would have kept it.
No, I kept my paying that money. I was paying child support. I was paying the attorney. There was fucking so much debt. It was coming out of my eyes. Plus, it was starting to blow. Now I'm making $6,000, $7,000 a month selling fucking cell phones in the mall every fucking day. And now Doug Stanhope comes for New Year's, and I open up for him. He talks me into moving to LA.
Really?
So my point is that it's really weird how places trick you. Right when you say to the universe, I'm going to leave, you have the best job in the fucking world.
Yeah.
When I lived in Seattle, I was pulling out $1,600 a week just selling cell phones. Never mind fucking blow. Subscriptions to the Seattle Times. If I had nothing to do, I just
Yeah, you know, your pussy lined up. Or you
no, I live with a stripper. I live with a girl that makes money. And she had pants with the rim with her. We lived in a fucking. We
got fucking or not?
No, she stripped. She was a Christian. So I thought that's a different. That's like fucking the Dick Van Dyke show. We lived in a fucking RV. We lived in an RV at a place where you back your RV up.
Yeah.
Then connect it. Oh yeah, cable TV. You had a shower in your RV. Well, they had athletics. This place was tremendous. Oh my God, it was there for 20 years. It was like a lodge.
KOA or something.
It was like a little bigger. It had a bigger name, a better reputation. Bro, they had a restaurant.
KOA went crazy, bro.
Walk in, they had 3 or 4 restaurants. Real restaurants. They had a gym, a pool, shower, a movie theater in Kent, Washington. We're fucking, who was living in Kent, Washington at the time? Henry Hill.
No way.
Henry Hill was living probably.
I think it's Jeffrey Dahmer. Wasn't he from there?
No, he's from Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Fucking, Kent, Washington had a fucking RV park.
Yeah.
With the stripper and an RV and a dog.
What a lucky guy.
Midway Mobile Villas?
The mobile man is going to try to sell you the neighbors over here. Unbelievable.
We wake up in the morning, walk into the building, brush our teeth. I'd give her a stab and we'd walk into the building. We eat 2 eggs, sunny side up eggs, like nothing at the diner. They had a diner in there. Then we go back to the thing, watch TV for a while at right timely, and then we both go into the gym. I would swim. Yeah, I would swim. Because that's how you had to take a shower. You took a shower because you had to work out. In those days, I was homeless. So for me to take a shower, I'd have to work out. So I worked out twice a day. I was tip-top fucking with the When I moved to LA, I was in great shape. That's what happened to me. I fell apart. Once I got here, I stopped doing everything.
But dude, I'm thinking about this way you're telling me that. So I'm like, that when you say, so when you start to tell the world, or you tell like the powers in the world that you're gonna move the universe. When you tell the universe that you're gonna move, that's when the universe like starts to give you things to keep you there. Right. So then you gotta be somebody that. Then that's like, that's kind of, is that the difference between some people and other people? You think that you're willing to just say, okay, look, these are great things, but I'm going to still move away from this and take my chance? Because some people would just say, do you think like there's something inherent in certain types of people that are then like, okay, I'm going to put this on the line and still move?
There are people that will come to me and say to me, Joey, I'm a comic. I'm moving down, putting away money and moving to LA in 2 years. That guy's dead. That guy's dead.
Yeah.
That's not going to happen.
You got to build it somewhere else.
No, you have the urge to make a move. You have to make a move.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
When people procrastinate that move, will give you a reason why. They're looking for something to fall in their lap so they don't have to move.
Oh, I see. They're going to give themselves 2 years pay.
So they give themselves a 2 years pay. Then what happens? You meet some fat chick, you knock her up.
Yeah.
Now your dream is quashed because you got married, so you gave yourself an out.
Yeah.
Sometimes in life we give ourselves our own out.
Yeah.
But sometimes the universe gives you an out, and you have to take advantage of it. The universe will give you signals.
Yeah.
They'll tell you signs. If a bounce has to come to you, tap you on the shoulder, and tell you it's time to leave, you're fucked up.
Yeah.
You know when to put the drink down and get out. You walk out of there.
Yeah.
You know this because you're an adult, and because you've seen how people have acted. Once a town, I've overstayed my welcome.
Yeah.
And because I've overstayed my welcome, I realize when it's time to go.
Right.
When it's time to go, it's time to go. It's time to know when it's time to go. I'm the king of know when it's time to go. So there was a place I used to rob constantly. I used to work there and rob constantly. I knew I couldn't do it anymore because I was going to get caught and my reputation and my life was going to be shit again. I forced myself to quit. I took a 50% pay cut.
You were stealing, right?
Yeah, I was stealing. But I knew eventually I would get caught. So, because that's the way life is.
Drinking water, man, you know what happens?
Smell that fart. That's a tremendous fucking
You guys are like a married couple, dude.
No one would
This ain't sex in your 60s. This was sex in your 60s is like, dude. Huffing somebody's fucking booty. Huffing that little booty falcon, bro.
Like a poor lady. He's sniffing farts. He doesn't know that fart sinking into his t-shirt.
Dude, I didn't tell you, Joe. I forgot to tell you, son of man. We in our area, they had a lot of sinkholes, right? Because Louisiana's 8 feet underwater, brother. If you look at New Orleans, that city is 8 feet under. It's below sea level. So here's the ocean, right? Then there's naturally a bottom, and that's where they built New Orleans. So that's why it always floods constantly there. So it's soggy everywhere around, like our whole area. Louisiana's a swamp, you know. But they had a company for land when they wanted to build. And before they had, now they got the surveyors. You see a dude out there in the morning, you think he's a pedophile, he's taking pictures of children or something, but he's looking for that distance with the land with the orange vest. They made him put an orange vest on because everybody thought they was, touching children or looking for children. And now, but before that, they would hook a fucking rope to you. Oh, you fucking giving him, huh? Like, that bird is hatching on your fucking brain.
What this poor kid is thinking.
Dude, that Mother Earth right there.
That my farts are gonna run out.
Oh, damn, boy, that fart had breast milk in it, huh? That thing is fucking.
There's one that's percolating. That's all right. That's when I come out like that Korean scent.
Oh, yeah. That's that fucking lunch channel.
I make it ricochet off the chair. It's like ricochets off the line, call the ball. It goes right through his nose. He gets him. Nobody knows how to farm. I've been farming this for 50 fucking years.
Oh, wow.
I know how to put my hip.
Yeah.
I know how to bang them off the back of the back. I know how to.
Get a Robert Parrish.
I travel 3 feet per second. So I can even bang it off the wall like a pool table right here. There's a certain cut. I eliminate that. Oh, yeah, you open the door. That's all, man. That's coming out of my ass.
Oh, man.
That's real. That's how
fish you. Your ass might be really fucking hot.
Oh, shit. Look at Cleo taking off the shirt and shit.
Fucking ass like Cleo.
Leo. Hello, fucking.
Come on, man.
I smoke 25. I did the hell 25 if I smoke 25.
Bro, don't be so hard on him, bro. I'm from you get 2 letters right in somebody's name, that fucking counts, dude. If they don't respond after that, if you get 1 letter right.
I just thought about Cleo.
Yeah. But dude, so they would put kids on, this when they used to put kids on chains and then have them for what? Yeah. They would walk out into a field and see if the fucking earth fell under them. That's the area I was in.
No one ever did that to kids.
Oh, yeah, they definitely did. Look it up.
What am I supposed to look up?
I don't fucking know. Search a wizard over there.
Search for sinkholes.
Fucking 7 buttons over there. You're the wizard, bro. Type it in. I'm sorry, Lee, but I'm here to remember that shit. Well, you can't
look for kids tied up, but I call it why you listen to it for. What's wrong with you?
I'm not fucking with it, man.
Tie those kids up. Next thing you know,
it wasn't like you were kidnapped.
It's the fucking 40s. They come like Chinese people. They would tie Chinese people up and throw them over the cliff with a stick of dynamite. And that's how they built the railroads. Yeah, man.
Really?
The Chinese built the railroads in this fucking country. And that's how they would test it to see if it was good land. They'd make them go over the cliff with a stick of dynamite on a rope and some shit, something fucking creepy. That's why I don't think they would use white kids to see if there were sinkholes. They had to be like from other countries or something like that.
No, and how many kids from other countries was black kids that was in? And they weren't using them to do that. But they would have kids, man. It wasn't a thing. I mean, you wouldn't. It's not like you're falling into fucking you know, in the like Hades or anything. You would just fall like 6 or 8 feet, you know.
That's enough. So I felt 2 weeks ago doing 2 rattlesnakes. You had to kill 3 rattlesnakes. Did you see the eyewitness? The kid came out with blood, rattlesnake bites. All this
like a halfway house in Albuquerque.
This whole fucking shattered. I'm sure right here up in the valley somewhere. This whole fucking town. You could be walking and fall into a sinkhole. Some guy fell into a sinkhole in his front yard. He was swimming in shit. He fell right into the fucking shit in front. That tank of shit in front of your house.
Dude, I could feel it in my legs when there was a sinkhole, dude. No joke. I could feel it in my legs. And that's from growing up in that area, man. I swear to God, you know, like, you know, senior citizens know, like, in their spine will rattle if it's going to rain. Like, you can feel that in your legs, man. Growing up right growing, you can feel if the ground is, you know, going to be solid or going to, you know, start to give way. I mean, you got to understand how soggy it is in Louisiana, man. You guys are, it's soggy, man.
You know,
the whole state. You fucking build a doghouse in the morning, it's fucking 30 feet away. You know?
So what I see in the news all the time is really like, it rains a lot. Louisiana, the whole Baton Rouge, Monroe, all those towns.
And the water just, it's so right there on the sea level. You know, we're probably above sea level right here, I bet. See, we check and see where we are, Lady Mon. Look at where we are above sea level, and just even if you put like Los Angeles, Studio City.
We're not, we're up a little bit. Not, you know, Colorado up, but we're up.
Yeah.
You know what scares me about Louisiana? New Orleans as a whole. Did they prepare for another Katrina?
I don't think
when they rebuilt it, did they fucking prepare it? Like, did they really know?
I don't think
when you go back there, did you see anything different? I mean, I just tell you that there's places that are just done. From Katrina, there's still areas that are done. They rebuilt a lot, but then they rebuilt it to withstand those Katrina storms are just going to get stronger.
Right.
And every year we're going to get killed in one location, whether it be Galveston, Houston, you know, Tampa, Florida. It could be one certain location.
Yeah.
It's going to eventually go back to New Orleans. It's going to be worse than Katrina.
It's usually off Cleveland in New Orleans, most people. But I don't know what happened. They had.
I mean, if it was the same hole already after Katrina, I would have knocked that shit down, filled it with more dirt, you know. Yeah, that's the obvious. The mayor,
Ray Nagin went to jail.
He went to jail.
Chocolate badgers.
That means that the money didn't get used for funds.
Right. Every mayor in Louisiana always went to jail.
Right, where they stealing, they're all stealing.
Morial, all of the dudes have always gone to jail.
From New Orleans.
Yeah.
They all corrupt.
Yeah. And when Edwards, he was a governor of Louisiana, but he was a super corrupt, that dude. It's just a corrupt place, man. It's just like, you know, it's like pirates and shit. It's a little bit, it's like Tampa. But they built a whole state out of it.
There's gambling around Louisiana.
Yeah, you got gambling right there in New Orleans. You got all the boats. You got Harris as a land casino, the only one allowed.
And they showed that New Orleans when they got happened. And they showed that Harris.
Oh, yeah.
And they showed the comic that was there.
They did.
No, the comic that was there. On the billboard was sideways. He was a comedy store guy.
Oh, wow.
His name was James Stevens III.
Wow.
And he was at that casino that week.
That'd be interesting to get his take on.
Showed Katrina, when they showed New Orleans, they showed Harris sign sideways with his name on it.
That's wild.
Which is really interesting. I have been to New Orleans society. I've been to New Orleans 2 times. And the second time was a lot better than the first time.
Yeah.
The first time was one of the most uncomfortable situations I've ever been in comedy.
Wow, really?
My grandma blew out and I got the car and drove back to Houston that night.
Yeah, that's everybody's story.
The hotel was kind of a little weird. The people were weird. When I went back to the shoot Bridge Bench, since I didn't have to go to those weird spots,
More comfortable.
it was more comfortable. They put me in a hotel that was, it was a home. They served 3 meals a day.
Wow, what do you think?
The food was delicious. I got dressed like the food was out of this fucking world, man.
Wow.
I don't know what the name of the hotel was. You know, you had your own floor. Wow, tremendous. I still remember sitting in the living room, like in the dining room. Like it was like the Last Supper table. And here I am all by myself. They gave me the whole floor.
Yeah.
Show you how to use a card. Bless the thanks. And maybe 3 or 4 floors, 5 floors.
I think was it almost downtown, a little bit off the city, kind of?
It was a little bit off the city. And you had to be downstairs from 7 to 9, 12 to 2, or 5 to 7 to eat dinner. And they had 2 or 3 things on the menu. There was no choice. If you picked one thing, it came with a soup salad. Yeah, it was fucking superb. Wow. And I know that the one night we had a party and I went to the club and it was superb. It wasn't as dirty as I had been the first time.
Yeah.
When I went to New Orleans the first time, it had to be 99 or 98.
New Orleans is out of its fucking mind.
It was Katrina.
2006.
When I went to New Orleans in 98 to do comedy that time, I took a fallout. It was either 98 or 99. And dog, I gotta tell you something. From the minute I parked the car to the minute I walked to the hotel to walk into the gate, I thought I was gonna get jacked.
Yeah.
I'm fucking white, I've jacked people, right? So I felt like I was gonna get jacked.
You get the feeling, even the street lights are fucking telling you where you about to get fucked up.
There's people at every corner, it was lookouts, people bumping into you, and years later,
There she is.
when they go to the Super Bowl in New Orleans.
How are you? Okay. All right. Are you ready for an invitation? Okie doke. Take your time.
So now they're going, so I'm sure that's such a great idea. So now the renewed use of federal aid. I'm working my ass off, and I'm doing my best I can to show crypto space that there is actual. The limitations on calling something rebellion. Exercise. We had people burning weight. It wasn't like we had. Look what's going on. Look what with my app. They go, oh, you know what? This was a lot easier. We pretend like we're in a classroom, not actually on the screen. One of the issues in politics, all of them, is that
There you go.
it's like when I was in college.
Thank you, ma'am.
I've always said communism is the ideal
Nice job. High five.
in practice because we're humans and we try to take advantage of other people. We try to engage.
Oh, no.
So judges that are trying to look at have wise latitude in determining what is a rebellion in order to send in troops to American cities. They go, oh well, that's a very interesting question. Glad you asked. That's not. Oh, very interesting. And then they get that weird yellow, green, that's weird. One day, anyway, then all of a sudden they go, oh, you know what? In practice, our ruling is kind of crap. And so now the Ninth Circuit Court, this is not such a great idea. So what can they do? What can they do? They could strike down the. We had in 2018 violated the Comitatus Act, which is basically you can't deploy military forces cities inside the U.S. borders. And yet, they could come back and go, oh, you know what? We have reviewed it, and we are going to uphold our original. Or they could come back and they can go, oh,
I agree.
we're going to reconsider our decision on one
Whoosh.
other aspect. Because law is written to give blind left, so they can have a very narrow view. That's what the Ninth Circuit could end up doing. In the meantime, because if you grab your My Little Pony costumes, find yourself a card.
Excellent spear, Miss Aquarius. You're welcome.
When that shutdown might end, there is talk.
2 strikes.
Politicians are starting to go
Or a spear and a strike.
how sweaty are they?
Oh, finger slip. Uh-oh.
Forget sweat. Things are going to get dry. Is what you're going to find out. That is next on Chris Farrell, KFI.
Got it.
640 live everywhere in the iHeartRadio app.
That's right, Miss. Good job to you as well. All right, you ready for round 2? Load.
Clouds tonight, the mid-50s, partly cloudy tomorrow, highs in the mid-70s in LA, OCAB, the IE, the 80 in the valleys, 70 at the beaches. This report brought to you by Blindster.com.
Get him. What I'm talking about.
Right back up to about the 57. It's a good news on the 57 in Anaheim. Just before Catella crashes clears on the 3 left lanes. Your driver's recovering from about weekend. But Southern California's most accurate traffic.
No doubt. Now this is going to be really difficult. Not even close.
Follow Incels and start listening on the free iHeartRadio app today. iHeart is America's #1 podcast network. Wonder, that is my idea.
Why is my cat not here? I'm going and she's eating my lunch.
We'll use this suggestion in order to enhance your cognitive control. What's inside?
Get it.
Potholes can be a consequence of the way that we understand the universe. We have answers for you. iHeart original podcast. Science stuff. Join me for a jam as we tackle questions you've always wanted to know the answer to about animals, space, our brains, and our bodies. Give yourself permission to be a science geek. Listen to Science Stuff. Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free.
Excellent job. You're welcome. Oh no. You right. Let's just get these 2. Get them. Oh man.
Podcast on the iHeartRadio app.
The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one. Discover a new podcast. It's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
Come on.
Vanished from her small Oregon town.
Oh no. I win, you win, Miss Aquarius. Undefeated in bowling, undefeated in friendship. All righty, ma'am. Sweet dreams to you. See you in the morning, God willing. Okie dokie. Excellent. Sweet dreams. God willing. Excellent.
A new podcast from KGW News and Vault Studios. Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one. Walmart says it's halting job offers to foreign candidates who need H-1B visas to work in the U.S. The policy change announced on Tuesday comes after the Trump administration said it was imposing a $100,000 fee on visas for highly skilled workers. The administration says it's intended to curb abuse of the H-1B visa program. Walmart is the largest private sector employer in the United States. Netflix missed earnings estimates for the third quarter. Taylor revealed details. The streaming giant says the shortfall was a result of a dispute with Brazilian tax authorities. Revenue met expectations at $11.5 billion, but earnings per share were more than $1 short. Coming up today, Tesla reports earnings after the closing bell. Some analysts are predicting the electric vehicle maker stock could rise to its highest level since last October on the results. The cost to enjoy HBO Max is going up. The streaming platform announced increases for all 3 tiers Tuesday. HBO Max Basic with ads will now cost $11 a month. HBO Max Standard is now $18.49, and the price for HBO Max Premium is up to $23 a month. If you prefer the stage over the screen, Broadway could be going dark this week. Natalie Mitchell-York explains.
And I know about that movie, how that dance on pickpockets.
Yeah.
People bump into you.
A lot of brothers, Bulgarians.
Some brothers with bad intentions, you know.
You know, black on black crime there, especially at late at night, it's crazy.
The drug situation.
Yeah.
Reminded me, like, I'm walking, this guy comes up to like, you know, listen, you go to New Orleans, you gotta go downtown and see it. You know what I'm saying? I'm not
Yeah, you gotta go to the French Quarter. You gotta go
take a walk down there. So we got into town, maybe 2, checked into the hotel, we went right down there. I mean, I wasn't on that block a minute, and I got a flashback back to 42nd Street.
Yeah.
In the 70s, where people, come in,
Come here, I got coach.
I'm not drinking. So I'm looking and I'm like making believe like I'm having a good time. There's tons of people on the street. And right away, some guy came up to me.
Oh, yeah.
So we looking for a plan.
They're like a baby carrot.
And I was like, what you got?
Yeah.
And he goes, I got this, I got this, I got this. I go, let's get some cocaine. Let's see what you got. He goes, man, I got cocaine. I'll make you dance and shit.
Yeah.
He goes, stay right here, my player. I'll come over and talk to you. Give him the money, then I'll come back.
It's all of that shit.
And I was like, game out. Game out.
Yeah. That's how it always is. That happens a lot.
And I saw it. I mean, I saw it within 4 minutes.
Yeah. But a lot of idiots won't see it.
Well, they're tourists. They're looking for drugs.
And they want it fast.
Nasty. And they just gonna get robbed.
They do that shit, man.
I went back to the hotel room when I got to the club. The doorman asked me.
Yeah.
And they what are you talking about? It was beautiful.
Yeah.
I took it to the hotel room, into the line. And even the front desk people, I thought were gonna rob me. Like everybody there just seemed so fucking fucked up.
It seems like a movie. I mean, there's a
I
lot.
tell you what fucked me up. They knocked on my door.
So, in other words, again, this has been now like.
As soon as I got to the hotel room,
Oh, that's
I
shame.
went to the piss. I washed my hands. I took the coke out. I chopped it up. I opened up a beer. I took like 2 sips out of the beer. I had the 6-pack with me. I did a line of coke, dog. One little line. I put the coke away and then door knocked. And when I opened it, the guy was like, oh man, I'm just checking up on you, making sure you're okay. And I was like,
The fuck you doing, Jack? We're adults. We ain't checking up on
the coke hit me a little bit, but not enough to make me paranoid or fuck me up.
Yeah.
I called the other guy. I said, dog, what are you doing? He goes, nothing. You feel like driving home? He goes, I don't want to spend the night here either. Wow. Both got in the car and I left, and that was mine. And I never forget walking back to the car. It was 11:30, and all I could smell was fucking vomit.
Yeah. Oh, if you're down by the French Quarter, it's gross.
It smelled like
But they're redoing it now. They're redoing the streets.
When I called you last week, you were in New
I was in Baton
Orleans.
Rouge.
Well, you were Baton Rouge, I knew you were in New Orleans.
But dude, even in Baton Rouge, man, I'm out there. We're taking the kids. I got nieces and nephews, you know, and they're little tigers and all kinds of shit, you know, costumes. And we're taking them, and you have, you know, a couple, you know, brothers running by like, I got coke. No, I got coke. And it's why the fucking taking the kids like trick or treat, you know? I got mom. What you need? Like, what the fuck? And I'm already, you know, they got the kids dressed up like a damn mountain lion. I'm not doing a bunch of coke at the house, you know?
It reminded me of Times Square. Like they were just bitches barking at you.
I got coke. I got fucking drywall. What do that drywall? Like, I got fucking mine that at night.
The guy I was with, that was driving, was like a nice feature act. Like he was like, wait,
yeah,
and he was petrified. He don't even think he's in business.
This leaked over for you now.
No, I'm talking about this guy been doing it like 10 years, 8 years. He had a day job, and he drove me, and he was like, he didn't do drugs, he didn't drink, he had a girlfriend. He was like Christian. And I remember even at the company,
he was scared.
He didn't feel good.
Yeah.
He didn't like it. It was like a once-a-month thing. They got car drunk people.
Yeah.
Got 9 drunk people around that didn't even get an audience. They paid you an average. Maybe a month later they canceled it.
Yeah. Every time that happens in Louisiana, they don't want comedy, man.
They don't want comedy.
Because they like to hear the story.
Baton Rouge they do. Baton Rouge had a
Baton Rouge, I used to go to Mike, what's his name, had a club down there. My buddy Tommy Pancos was the DJ over there, and then he ended up being the GM for a while. Yeah, that's where I started.
I was there with the girl. I was there Chris Titus's girlfriend.
Oh no, that's Shreveport.
That's was that Shreveport?
Yeah.
Okay. Does Baton Rouge still have a club?
Baton Rouge does.
How about Shreveport?
It moved over to Bossier, across the river over to Bossier City. I opened up for David Tell there one time. And Tommy, fucking Andy Dick tried to blow me at the casino there, right? Then how about this? 3 years later, I'm back there again. Andy Dick's there shooting something again. Offered to blow me at the casino. He forgot he'd offered me 3 years earlier, and I told him no. What a small world. You know what they say?
How does somebody offer that?
He had a girl, he had a little hitman, so he'd bait you with that pussy and then switch it out for his own wing. And that was like his move. He'd send the girl over. Yeah, you want to come do something wild or something, and then you come over, you know, and you like be thinking about her pussy or thinking about her tits or something. And while you're doing that, suddenly he's there, and then they're talking about like a threesome or something. And then she goes to get, you know, get something, get drinks or get a salad or something. And then you're fucking sitting there and it's just you and him, you know, you're like, fuck this shit, man. You know, I'm not doing this. I'm not fucking out here looking for sinkholes for fucking $2 an hour, you know. You should have called me a fucking decade ago, bro. And tied a chain to my back, you know.
Fucking did that too.
Oh,
He'll fucking did that.
bro, he'll fuck you like a Bichon on fucking, on meth, bro.
He got arrested again recently, you know?
Yeah, I don't know. He's got a beautiful son, though. His son is a nice kid, Sonny Lucas or whatever his name is.
How do you know? Comedy?
Yeah, I met the son through comedy. Because the son of a always tries to do comedy as well. Andy Lucas Dick is his name. He's super nice kid. He's actually pretty funny. I don't know if he still does it or not. Yeah, July. And I'm not judging him. I don't know if everybody's funny in their own world. Sexual battery.
What's sexual battery?
I don't know, dude, but I could fucking add 2 charges to it, I'm sure. I'll tell you that, dude. I mean, they were AAA batteries. I saw his dick, bro. It's nothing to fucking look at. Yeah. He showed me it, dude, and I didn't look for a long time. I'll tell you that, bro. Dude, it was the kind of dick you could see in one glance. Like, some dicks, you gotta be like, oh, you gotta almost look at both sides to see it real. You know, to see the whole city. But this thing, it was a little township, bro. It was something they had in South Africa, out in the Soweto villages or something.
That's how I was a young man. The guy tried to, the car tried to grab my dick. That's one thing.
Yeah.
But a guy taking his dick out, I don't know what I would do.
I think you just walk away, man. Or you say something crazy, you know. I wasn't like, I'm not like a, if somebody wants to be wild and they're on drugs, I'm not a violent, you know. Here's what works for me. No. I'm out, bro. You know, I don't do all the partying, eating, all of that. So,
there's a certain element of your manhood. There's a certain element of your manhood, you know, that one day you decide what you are and what you're not going to do.
yeah.
I have nothing against nothing. Whether you want to be a transgender, if you want to be gay, I have nothing about your sexual orientation.
You want to play for the fucking Tampa Bay Buccaneers? I don't give a fuck.
But, okay. Even Boogie Nights, you've seen Boogie Nights.
Yeah.
You've seen
Only saw it once, though.
Okay, there's a scene where the heroin boy buys a new car and he calls Marky Wahlberg to see it. And the guy makes out with him. And Marky Wahlberg goes, what the fuck happened? And he doesn't really know. And that shit to me, I would know what I do. Like if somebody wanted to make out with me,
Yeah.
I would know what to do.
What if they were like a world champion of something?
I still would know what to do.
Like, dude, if some fucking, some guy who sells, salads or something trying to make it.
Looking at you from around the Gulf and going, you know what, deal?
Yeah.
I don't know if you know this. I switch sides from time to time. I think you're very handsome, right? I think you would say to me, Joe, you're my dog and I love you. But you and me can't back that way. I don't do that shit. I think you'd be mad at me for a week. You tell a couple of your friends. But then over the years, we forget about it. That's one thing. If we were coked up at 5 in the morning and I came clean with you, but I banged a couple guys from time to time. I'm married, I got a wife, but I'm bisexual. That's one thing. But for me to be snorting coke with you in your house, and also I go to the bathroom and I come out you naked on your couch, I gotta fuck you up.
Yeah.
I gotta at least smack you in the face.
Yeah.
To make you, I don't know how I would react. I don't know how I would react if you just took your dick out.
Here's the thing,
I've been around guys who take their dick out, I'm not glad. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about me going into a bathroom, me coming back out, and we're get naked on the couch, and you sit next to me and touch my dick or something like that. I don't know. I don't know. I say don't do it. And I've been in cokey situations where I could see it coming on, and I left her. Yeah, before they even happened.
Oh, dude, some guy in the wall one time had fucking locks on his bathroom. This guy gets me into the bathroom. We're doing some cocaine after the Super Bowl or something. And next thing I know, they have 2 doors in the bathroom, and he puts a fucking bolt on one of them, and I'm like, Jesus, dude. Now look up the other one, and it has a bolt on it, and I'm like, I'm out of here, Jack. And I thought about trying to do a little more cocaine and then just keep my foot in the door wedge while I did it, but I was like, fuck no, I'm just out of here. Because you don't know what that guy had. I mean, I don't know. You know what the place where that happens the most, bro? You can hear it happen in the distance is Los Angeles. This is the kind of place, like, for as much as Los Angeles and the people out here call out like the rest of America for having shitty values and this and that, this place is fucked up, Jack. This place is the dark arts, bro.
This is, I have no idea. If you really think about it, and I'm not being a funny guy here or whatever, the Me Too movement has slowed down a little bit.
Yeah.
Thank God it lost momentum. Yeah. It was getting too out of control. I have a daughter. I was raised by a single mom. I have a wife. A ton of my friends are females. Yeah. And I feel for you. But it was getting, I think when Argento got busted, the fucking the underage kid. Yeah. And then these women came out against Kavanaugh, and that, 36 years is a long time. I changed a lot.
Oh, yeah.
36 years since 1982. I think I'm the person I am, and I've changed 4 times. So, agree. That's number 1. You can't take that away from a man or woman. And number 2, I think that, you have your fucking Cosby's, you have your Harvey Weinstein. Harvey Weinstein was 10 times worse than what we know, right? And the people that got last night in the eventual election, and there's 20 more Harvey Weinsteins.
100%. And there's a lot of actresses hiding those men still, and they knew about him. It's only whenever the gavel starts to fall and it affects people's pocketbooks and shit that they realize their money's safe, then they'll chime up.
I love NBC. They gave me Say Up to the Sun. They gave me Chico on Demand. They gave me News Radio. They gave me a lot of shows I've liked. Yeah. But think about that. I want you guys and the people listening at home to think about that. NBC knew about Bill Cosby. Again, NBC knew about Bill Cosby, right? But they didn't give a fuck because of the money he was generating.
Yeah.
Okay, that goes with any sport. Conor McGregor, you can do whatever the fuck you want. When you generate that type of money, you want to come out at the weigh-in with a bottle of whiskey and give it to the president of the fucking league or whatever he calls himself. You know, when you're that type of person, Daniel White, you can do whatever the fuck you want, you know? So, there's 20 Harvey Weinsteins that we haven't been exposed yet, or nobody really
Sean Weinstein, Dixon Weinstein.
There's a bunch of Weinsteins that have not been exposed that are hiding now. Y'all went away quietly into the night and said, you know what, we got away with this for a long time. Nobody came out.
Yeah, I mean, well, you know, one thing that I started to notice when it was, you know, I think there's a lot of comedians out there that start to use it as not even comedians, man. I guess there's just, it's uncomfortable when you start to feel like, and I just try to trust my instincts. I know a lot of women are, you know, taken advantage of. I know, dude, a lot of men get objectified by women as well these days, and people don't want to talk about that, you know? And I know that sounds like kind of a bitch thing to say, but, you know, there's a lot of women out there using men as they see fit as well, you know, for different things. And, you know, for players. Yeah, here in LA. Yeah, in LA. It's a business. And so I don't like it when you get a lot of these, you know, fancy ladies saying, oh, feminism this and feminism that, but they're just selling books and bullshit to you. You know what I'm saying? They're just peddlers. They don't give a real fuck about anybody but themselves. And, you know, that's one thing I hope technology at one point can, like, tell people's hearts, you know? Like, I hope at one point, like a Fitbit, you can wear a Fitbit that tells you, like, if that person actually has any genuine care in themselves for you. You know, and I think that's what technology is really going to help us, because right now we're out here fucking around, you know, people jerking off, guys addicted to their own, you know, semen and everything, all of this shit on the internet. It's just, you know, we're in the rock gut stages of technology right now. We're still learning about this shit. We're in a place, bro. Yeah, the Me Too thing was two stuff. It was two. Well, here's I just want to get this point out. Sorry to interrupt you. Girls started asking me, can I come on the road with you to open for you? Right? And I was afraid to let them come with me because I don't trust, like, that's what that movement kind of did to me, because I've always tried to value women. Yes, like if I'm sure I've objectified women before sexually, you know, and wanted, you know, to be with a woman just for sex or had sexual interests, you know, like lead some of my thoughts. I think some of that's limbic in a man. You can, you know, if I see a woman, I don't, you know, my first thought isn't like I want to, you know, buy her a house and just think about her always. Some of my thought is in my dick, you know, and that's nature. That's Mother Nature puts some of your brain in the end of your day. And the thing that gets me is like now it's like women will ask me where I can kind of come and feature for you. And it's like, I don't know. Like, that's very scary. Like, 2 years ago, I'd have been like, yeah, I'll give any woman, like, I don't have any issue with it, right? I'm not going to try to fuck this girl. You know, I respect her as an artist. But now, like, what if this girl has some crazy intention? Well, no. You know what you're taking on the road. It makes me second guess that.
Quickly, Alicia Michaels, I know them both for years.
Yeah, Kate, I wish.
It would not turn me on to fuck Kate. I love her to death, and she's beautiful. She's like a little sister. Yeah. You know, Felicia's like a sister to me. Yeah. So, if I went on the road with a woman that came up to me, like I've had women ask me, and they don't stay at the hotel, they stay at their own home, they live in a hospital, right? I have no problem. I don't plan that shit at all. I know what it's like to be a young girl. I have a daughter, and I remember what it was like 20 years ago when they can't stand me. Right. Well, I'll do that. I was thinking about this the other day. You cannot stand me. You know, you can't mention my name around Chelsea Handler.
She's the worst.
The first time I met Chelsea Handler, I went off on her in a sexual way.
You tried to fuck her?
She was fucking gorgeous. She was gorgeous. I knew that at that time. She was doing drugs. Yeah. She was opening up a David Tell. I was fucked up on drugs.
Did y'all ever fuck?
No. What, you fucking retarded? Are you fucking crazy? No.
It's crazy when fuck someone. I think you all fuck each other.
I think I'm telling you, you can't mention my name around. I went to that black club.
She still wants to fuck you.
No, girl, stop trying to be funny.
I'm not trying to be funny.
There was no fucking involved. I was a fucking asshole to her. We were doing that dumb black club on fucking
J-Spot.
No, the other one on
Union Station.
Beverly Boulevard. Up down the block, the chicken place. There used to be a club there one night. It was
Comedy Union.
Comedy Union. This had to be 1998, bro. And I was out there every night with a package. You know what I mean?
Oh, you were geeked up.
Geeked up, luring bitches with coke and shit.
Yeah.
And I go to the Comedy Union to do a spot. And I see Chelsea Handler looking finer than a motherfucker.
Did you have big breasts then?
Oh, 1998. Chelsea Handler was fucking banging. So we started talking. She told me about it. She's very sweet to me.
Yeah.
She told me what our credentials were. And not 6 minutes into the conversation, I'm like, let's go rock and go. And I mean, you pussy and shit. I faced her about. And she's crazy as it is, but I knew that I had done something wrong with that. And then 3 months later, she was dating a friend of mine. And I went to a black guy, no, the white guy. And I went to a party and saw her. And the look she gave me was just horrid. And after that, somebody came up to me one day. They go, "Why did she hate you so much?" And I go, "Because one night she caught me, you know, like just sometimes women throw you off. You know what I'm saying? Like she was, you have no idea how good she looked that night. Yeah, like this is when Chelsea had the Volvo. That's what she had the Volvo. Wow, she was banging. She would go to the store and do the 915 spot every night. Fucking bang. But I never met her before. I never met her before. I saw her. And we started talking. The next minute, we were talking about cocaine and shit. And next thing you know, I'm like, Chelsea, I gotta tell you something. You look fine on. Wow, yeah. Let's go somewhere and do some blow. And she was like, what the fuck are you talking about? Get the fuck out of here, you disgusting fat slob.
Really? Were you fatter?
No, I was just, you know, a gross person. And I didn't know I was doing coke.
Yeah.
Until this day, you can't mention my name. It's fucking hysterical. At least I'm honest about it. I didn't grow up or Harvey. I just asked for the truth. I'm just, you know, I was.
Oh, yeah. When you're on cocaine, man?
From 98 to 2000 until I met Terry, 97, 96. That was all I had. I wasn't a handsome guy. So I would just tell you, I got an 8-ball of coke. You got a pussy. What do you want to do? You want to sit here and talk to Leo all night about fucking computers? Or you want to come up to the room and get your little mugger? You want to come around? If you said it to 10 women, so I'm going to go home.
Dude, I'm about to go home with you, girl.
Right now. If you go up to 10 women and say that, one of you is going to take you up with your fucking home.
Yeah. You want me to fuck it?
It was crazy.
Caught that fox with this rock. It was fucking crazy. Oh, dude, that was crazy. So I remember, yeah, man. And she, I remember she came into I was working at some club over there. They used to have that. When I moved to town, man, I really started doing comedy in Los Angeles. You know, when I really think about it, like, I think the first time I ever went up on stage was in New Orleans, but after that, I just happened to be out here. I came out here to visit a buddy, and then next thing you know, they had comedy. I ended up living with my friend, and they had comedy down the street from us over on San Vicente, over on Brentwood. And so they had a place over there. That guy with the wooden leg used to run it. TJ, White Boys of Comedy, Mark Franco, and TJ Mark, somebody, not TJ Mark, different TJs. But it was 2 blocks away, so I walked down there on Wednesday night. They started letting me get up. But anyway, Baruco had a room over there in Westwood. Chelsea Anna would come in, Jim Norton would come in and stuff. And Chelsea wasn't like famous or anything, but she was kind of popular, you know. She was a comedian. It was like real amateurs over there. And yeah, I just didn't like her. I went and did her show one time, and she wouldn't even look at me, and she just treated me. And then on social media and stuff, and social media is not a good way to judge somebody, but you know, sometimes we do. And she just doesn't even have any empathy for people. There's something about her that makes me seem like she's just disconnected.
You did the TV show.
Yeah.
How many times did you do it?
Just one time.
And what was her behavior towards you?
She wouldn't look at me, you know. She would talk to me, but wouldn't look at me, and she just made me feel, I don't know, she made me feel like welcome, you know. And when you're young and you're nervous, and I already got nervous, and I already, you know, the industry, like, you know, has never really given me much. You know, this industry's never given me much. You know, it's crazy to me, you're just getting the show over there at Fox, you know. Or I don't know if we talk about that or whatever, but, you know, an opportunity for that, you know. It's like, it's crazy, it's like, just, but anyway, I've always had that little bit of chip on my shoulder, maybe. But yeah, she just made me feel like, I don't know, like I wasn't funny or I wasn't good enough or just stuff like that, you know.
There's nothing worse than going on something and somebody showing you expected.
Yeah, because I had expectations. I had at least there'd be some niceness, you know, like yeah, there's some excitement. Instead, it was like she's just kind of like this star, this thing. But now to me, I have this vision of her. This could be wrong, of like a lonely, you know, older woman in like a castle with all this money, and she's just lonely. And I don't want anybody to end up that way. And that could just be me thinking that way to make myself feel better, you know, that I felt like she was mean to me. But you know, she seems like a real cunt to me, so whatever.
You gotta give something up to something, you know. And with fame comes, you know, like I remember watching some program with Jennifer Aniston when they shot the pilot for Friends that celebrate the guy took it to Vegas, the executive producer took everybody to Vegas. Wow. And then gave them each $500 and said, welcome to the casino and gamble this because that's the last time you're ever going to be able to walk through a casino again.
Wow.
That's how big you guys are going to be, you know.
They knew it out of the gate, huh?
They knew it out of the gate, you know, and it's so weird how you...
That's amazing.
Listen, man. I was in this for so long, and I struggled for so long as a human being, that no matter what you throw at me now, it wouldn't change.
Yeah.
Like, I'm done. Like,
yeah, you already baked.
You only had me to go crazy when I was maybe up to 32. Yeah, 33, 34. Yeah, I would have gone a different crazy. I would have gone drug crazy at that age. But I always knew what I was. What makes people crazy this time is not knowing what they are. Either they're too much or too little. It's like being somewhere where you don't belong. I always stress that because one day you're going to do that and you're going to see how bad you feel. And you're going to think of me as a comedian or an actor. You know, when you shoot a show, you ever shoot a show with somebody, and you go to these shows and you see the same fucking comics. They're always coming by to say hello. Yeah. I never invited to this, so I came in. You go look at them, you go, have you shot this show? And they go, no. And you feel bad for them. You go, then why the fuck are you here? Because I shot this show, one episode, and I feel bad being here. Like I shot one scene on one show and I feel like a fucking asshole. So you didn't even shoot the show. You're down here doing for what? What is your purpose? Yeah. What is your fucking purpose? You look like a fucking idiot. Yeah. You eat free food, whatever. You don't belong somewhere. Do not be at that fucking place. Yeah. Do not be at that place. You asked me this other question before. You take me on the road. You need to do a comedy list of the year. Yeah. I didn't realize that. I did not do him any favors. Yeah. It would not do him any favors. It would ruin him. Yeah. It would ruin him. I know that. He's not ready by no means. Yeah. He's 2 years away. Or it ruined his whole perception of stand-up would be ruined. That's a good point. That's very true. Perception. I took him to the Walker Theater. He saw what it's like. Now the rest is up to him. Yeah. He's 2 years away from me stepping on the stage or being out on a plane. Yeah. Because I know what it would do to him. Yeah. He needs to go on his own now and go to Lexington, Kentucky, and go to all the places that they've never seen a Jew. Yeah. And do that. And shut him down, brother. 2 or 3 years. You can do blackface too if you're Jewish, I think. Don't you guys get that? No, I think hold up. I just fucking fired Kevin Bacon. Now you gotta bring up blackface. What's wrong with you? I don't want to hear blackface. I don't want to talk about blackface. They just fired Megan Kelly. You want to bring up blackface? You got great things happening in your fucking life. Leave blackface alone, right? I just definitely can do it. No, I'm gonna hold off on that one. No, it's the truth. Yeah, I would not be doing him any favors.
Oh, you wouldn't be doing any favors.
The first guy that took me out, I've been doing comedy 4 years.
Yeah.
First time I got taken out, and I wasn't ready. But it was fraternities.
Really?
Yeah, it was.
Who was it?
His name was Todd Jordan, and he took me on, I think, 2 or 3 or 4 weeks of fraternities every night. It was rush season, whatever that is. And he would have a different frat every night, doing 2 frats, 3 frats. And I've been doing comedy 4 years, and I was just bomb. I was like an arrow. I was just going into places to bomb. I would call a bomb. You guys are prepared, you're gonna get a bomb. I wasn't ready.
Yeah.
And at that time, that's all I wanted. And I would say to myself, I'm happy to get this call 2 years ago. I still remember going, like, doing comedy a couple months, like going to an NBC. No. Johnny Walker.
The liquor.
In the 80s and 90s, if you wanted to be anybody, you had to win the Johnny Walker Red competition in San Francisco. Wow. That's what elevated you every year. Johnny Walker did a national comedy competition, and it would end up on Channel 13 or something, but you still got national exposure. And now you went into clubs. That was one of the credits. It was either that, The Tonight Show, or HBO.
Oh, yeah.
So that was the exposure we talking about.
First time Todd Jordan taking on the road.
So Todd Jordan.
Like Johnny already said.
I was almost ready.
Bombing, sorry, you were bombing, not saying that.
They took me on a 3-week camp.
Wow.
What that is 3 weeks of doing comedy every night. 3 weeks, 5 nights a week. And you get to adjust. And that really helped me right away. That was a big push. When I finished those 3 weeks, I was a better comic. Then I was doing triple. Then I started doing triple runs.
Yeah.
And I did triple runs for 4 years. Wow. And that's a complete different adjustment. That's every night you got to adjust. Plus drive 8 hours, plus fucking do radio. Oh yeah, that's fucking navigational comedy. You know, sometimes you finish the gig and drive that night because you have an 8-hour drive. I might as well get to the hotel and sleep all day. You know, it teaches you how to deal with this.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to do now.
Yes, a lot of
Not
people.
taking care of myself and not timing things well.
A lot of people don't know. You know, there was a comic. His name was Doug Williams. A great guy. Great guy. He created a show. He got Martin to sign off on it. Wow. And it was one of the first comedy shows to go to Stars. Stars was a black network at the time, and they had a comedy series. And it did like 3 years. That guy today, a friend of mine called me and said he wanted a cruise ship. They saw Doug Williams on a cruise ship. What happened was Doug Williams he went to a roast.
Oh, yeah, Jamie Foxx.
Jamie Foxx took him off.
It was kind of mean to Jamie Foxx. Did you think that?
Very mean to Jamie Foxx, but the problem was he didn't belong there. He did not belong there.
Or Doug Williams did.
No, he was nobody belong there.
He was too young to be up there.
Not too young. He just didn't belong there. Just did not belong in that room. He knew it. When he was a Gabon, his eyes were bigger than his stomach, and he went there anyway. He got burned.
Yeah.
And that ended everything. You cannot go somewhere where you do not belong in comedy or in life.
Right.
If you don't belong there, don't go down there because you're going to get in trouble.
Yeah. That's a good man. That's a really
When
great
stands up, I hate that shit when people say I'm out there. What do they call it?
One on the light?
No, what do they call it? When they go out and mingle. There's a name for that.
Networking.
Networking.
Oh, you get that fuck. Yeah.
Rub my balls like a network.
I've never been to network.
You network on stage. You network on stage. Every
I'm always
stage you go
nervous to
to.
talk to people. I used to be nervous when I would come in here. I used to be nervous when like, there's some comedians that still make me kind of nervous sometimes when I see them, you know, to be around. It's just because you don't know them well. You always look up to them, you know, and then you see them, and it makes you nervous.
Well, the one thing about a comic that you look up to is when you go to the store and you meet them. And this happens to comics with me, probably. You don't get the reception that you're looking for.
Yeah, that's what I worry about.
Some of my idols, I didn't get the reception I was looking for, so I didn't talk to them. I didn't talk to Andrew Dice Clay for the first year I was at the store, and I'd see him up there 5 nights a week. Why? Because
your place.
Yo.
No circles. That was the name. Yeah.
ADM, how are you?
You know,
Can you hear me? Yo, how'd you find out about me, friend?
And you get emails from people who are terrible to be your heroes because you approach me the wrong way.
Yeah. And at the wrong time, yeah. There's a dude that comes up to me a lot. He's always kind of coked up, I can tell, at the comedy store. And now I hate that guy coming around. We have no. He knows it's uncomfortable too. I'm like, why does he keep doing this? You know.
I don't judge people on the drug aspect. I don't care if somebody does drugs.
He's always trying to give me a Ponzi schemes and shit.
Yeah, no, those people I just do leave that totally the fuck out of my face. I don't want to hear about it. Well, I'm doing comedy, bro.
Yeah.
And like this week I have a rubber week. Like tonight I'll be in New York, you know, and that's my roughest week because I have to deal with family.
Yeah.
I have to talk to people. You know, I got 200 people waiting to take a picture.
Yeah.
And you pay $20 and I gotta talk to you for a half hour. You gotta find a way to say this. Can you step aside and let people wait. Not that time we would know. Let these people take the pictures. And then you can talk to me all you want. It's very tough for people to understand that.
Yeah.
It's very
That's where I'm getting like, yeah, I've been struggling a lot with this because it's like, you know, I love, you know, it's like you work so hard to get people to come out, and then people start coming out. And you know, it's a lot of like my audience is dudes like me, you know, that struggle with stuff, or just regular people, you know, good people. You know, I feel like a lot of our audiences are probably similar, like good people that come out to enjoy themselves, you know. And I want to be able to spend time with each one of them afterwards, like as a regular person. Yeah, right.
Because I want them to be able to come to me and talk to me.
And not to do that, yeah.
Yeah, I saw the t-shirt for one month.
Yeah.
I carry t-shirts across the country.
I carry all this shit, I'll mail it there and sell it. Yeah.
Because you gotta get up with a different complication. Now,
you have people that feel it.
I bought a t-shirt and I'm gonna give you a fucking
Oh, I see what you're saying.
I don't have time really to be there between shows.
Yeah.
I need to focus on people that will show for me.
Yeah.
You want a fucking t-shirt? Right. You want a good show? Let's forget about the fucking t-shirt.
Yeah, I'll tell people, do not, you don't feel obligated to buy a shirt to say, hey, to
Think about it when you go say, hey, not buy a shirt with the money. No, I'd rather you not sell the fucking shirt than let the woman shake their head. You know, it's like when people pay for VIP packages. I feel bad for you. Yeah, I feel bad for you. The two reasons I would never charge to a VIP package because now I'm forced to talk to you and you're forced to talk to me. That's not a relationship. Right. That's bullshit. I'm not going to sell a VIP package. I'm waiting for the man to show. Take a picture to where you got time to get the fuck out of here. Yeah. If you pay me the $85 for the VIP, that gets out of here. You're fucking here for 2 hours. Yeah. We don't have 2 hours. Right. I want you to come to the show. I want you to enjoy yourself. I want you to take a picture. I'm going to communicate while we're taking a picture. You gotta go. There's 20 people behind you. Right. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to take money from somebody to feel bad to talk to me for sure. Yeah. I meant to figure out to a certain game and everything. That is the most closest. Yeah. Yourself, we had 8 packages. 20 people come to the back after we're talking. It was a bad time. Somebody will tell you that you should have your way. I don't want to have 20 minutes. So here's another thing that I'm running into, right? So this is a good thing I can ask you. Anybody is, I've noticed that, like, so I'll go out after the first show, right? And there's a lot, like you say, you know, there's a lot because I want to say, hey, I want to meet me and I want to meet them. But then by the end of that, I am so, like, just exhausted emotionally. And then it's like, the second show, I find being more temperamental. Because, like, all of, like, your kindness and you just feel a little empty. You know, and I don't mean that in a bad way. Like, I don't care about those people. It just gets hard. You know what I'm saying?
And am I complaining? Is that like just like a...
No, you're not complaining. But people will listen to this after the decide what they want. You know what? $26 for it. $27.50. So for me to do that, guess what? Number one, the show's sold out. Yeah. As soon as I get that Thursday, they said, listen, you sold out Friday and Saturday. We only have one exit. Is there any way you can't come out between shows? Now you know anything about me, that breaks down. And that's how I think. You got a babysitter. They drove, they know hard, and we have all these things. But guess what? I got the best for the club. They're going to be for the second show. Somebody else, my wife, give me some t-shirts. And I noticed that emotional hour between by the time I got on stage, the second show was nothing left. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. There's nothing left. There's nothing left. The kisses, the pictures, you go back in, it's showtime, now you're running late because your people didn't get it. Yeah, that show starts 25 minutes late. That means there's 20 every time a minute takes past showtime. It's one more minute they'll be trouble. Right, yeah, and then got babysitters later. There was nothing that was legal. To the club that starts a show late. Yeah, me either. You come back to your club, you start a show late. 7 o'clock to 7:05. I have to stay a week for driving. Right. It's 9:30, 9:35. Yeah. I don't want to be on the stage at 12:30 at night or 9 o'clock show. That's why when you do it, that's what I do. You know, man, the first show is sold out. I cannot go out. The first show is sold out. The club does not want you to go out. Your fans are okay with that? They have to be. Yeah, they have to be. We're not in the picture business. We're in the comic business. I'm in the business of giving you the best show I can give you. Yeah. So for me to be able to do that, I can't be out there with the shows with your shirt and glasses on, taking pictures. You're absolutely not right. It draws your energy. Yeah, you know, this is the week that everyone wants to take me out to dinner at 5 o'clock. The ways I have, I know me a lot of time. You don't see me out. Yeah. You do not see me out. I walk when I go in the morning. I will buy a protein ball. Yeah. So I don't have to leave my room. Yeah, take a rest. Those 3 hours before the show's wind down. Right. Put my feet up. I'm watching an episode of Titanic. Yeah. I hit the vapor penny. And my notebook is wide open. There's a night close by. And I was around the notebook open somewhere else. Why is that? When I heard Charlie over here, and the story over here, from the Aggie over here, a glass tube, pick up water, back of nicotine gum, and a vapor pen. And that's what I do from 4 to 7. Show starts at 7:30. By 6:15, I start stretching. I draw some blood tests, I turn the shower on. I let the shower get nice and hot. I start stretching a little bit just to get through the day. Yeah, no, I'm feeling you. Hey, how you doing? My agent's big breakfast in here all week. Yeah, it's on Friday at 6:30 when you want to go. That's before you walk on the Friday at 6:30. I'm only concerned with the 2 shows. Yeah. That's all I'm concerned about. And this is what works best for you. This is what works best for me. A great writer once told me. Writer once told me that if you have my rest, that's the most important thing. For me to give the audience the show I want, there's no business involved. Not me in a small crowd. I'm not being held up. Yeah. I'm not being held up. Man, so great because I needed a lot of people to talk about that. We can pay $25 to $28 to say, yes. You don't see me out of the hotel room. There's no. Tuesday, I go to do a podcast. Usually the show on Friday, and I'm back in my room. Friday, we go to the cemetery and bring flowers. Yeah. So then we go to the Wednesday, This whole time,
Yeah, I like that.
even though it's evident, everything's white bread. They got oatmeal in this world. So I want to reach out to one of my friends if they can get it. I take my fucking bus to the city of my home. Every city I go to is planned that. But I never take away from my show. That means no t-shirts, there's no contact in between shows. The shows I sit I reflect on my show, and I reflect on the next show to be better. Value for that dollar. And for me to get the value for that dollar, I gotta take care of myself. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. I gotta take care of myself. So Friday night, stay up like Friday night to my milk night. There's a big show in the show. I take it. Have an apple. The world. I go upstairs like that show. And I watch every episode so I have those Rothschild Fridays. That means that I wake up nice and early. I eat breakfast, and I go for a nice walk at 8:30 over half an hour. Just to let my body go alive. I go back to the room, watch Netflix. I pass out for another 3 hours. Now I get up, take a shower. I go for a nice lunch, a nice cut of salmon, a nice salad. You're right for an hour. And while that hour, you're right, you're digesting your meal. So at 4:30, you go out to the hotel ship. And you start you get 25 minutes on the elliptical, 10 minutes on the bicycle, and you throw some weights around for 45 minutes. You get that funk out of your system, out of that medication. Now you're building your own energy. You're working on your own energy. You're not letting the world just give you movies, stories. I got time, but I'd rather not have physical contact all day. And they know that there's nothing wrong with me. They know where I should be breakfast, lunch. I don't see it too much. I'll get that. I want to know that's the best show I can do. The best show we can. If I can show that plan, we don't have a good show.
So after the second show, you'll take pictures.
Yes, after the second show, I'll do the pictures.
Maybe I need to start trying that. Because honestly,
I know 1,000 people don't do this. There's 1,000 people out there who don't do this. I will take pictures with you before shows. I have a superstition that one time in Columbus, I didn't meet. Hugged me and he had arm cutting that. He had a gun on my shirt while I was on the technology. I could smell fucking onions for 2 shows. Now when I do pictures of people looking at me like I smell, it takes a long time to come to terms with comedy. By the way, I always want to thank you for supporting me on the Netflix version. You showed up on your own time. You saw the response has been good. The response has been great. But it's really weird. Even for that, I had too many distractions.
Yeah, let me tell you, even thinking about that,
You see that?
Like, man, that's like a lot of distraction.
Oh my God, I stick to my own thing.
Yeah, teachers
I
say
don't have a way for me to give you a good show. I have to do this. Please, I know your mother cooks the best chicken. I know you do this. That's all great. I really don't give a fuck. I really don't give a fuck. When I get off a plane, that's why I can contact the other world to do a podcast. Because I get down to do a podcast. That's never going to happen.
Yeah, some guys, some groups offer me money to do it.
I did live through podcasts. That's it. When I go on the road, I want to do that. All I think about is stand-up comedy. Now I can make it better. Before I go to a town, I would Wikipedia, I write it. Yeah. I taught that school. We got a good boy high school. I know exactly. Why not? Meet some people. Grab some little contact on the daytime. Something to read. Yeah. And you blow their mind. They blow your mind. And you're still back in the hotel with you. Yeah. So that's the about this. Honestly, I understand how this is a regular stuff. I even come up with a life mistakes. What kind of thing like silence? I got me liable to like this. Just was like, and context that also pretty accurate. Just as you think of your original cuts off, is rubbish. Like, I have something on my skin, and I'm not sure if it's a last is in that last, and I cut it off. That happens, so I'm going to be in
Lexington.
Great club, great club, great food, great hotel, great city.
In December. That's when I'm going to be on there, so I'm excited that I'm going there. And in December, we're January. And then, what else? I got Uriah Faber on this past weekend. You can check that as well. I just want to say thanks so much, Joe. You're always such a, you're just a nice man, and you always make me feel welcome. And Joe told me a lot, and I knew that you care, and I really feel that. And I just want to thank you so much. I can feel it. Some people say that kind of shit, and whatever. I'm just telling you, I appreciate it. I know you do. I love you, Lee. I'm sorry that it made it funny when I got it. Oh, yeah. It's a fucking nine fuck, bro. Fucking jeez, like you were jeez over here.
Jesus Christ. Anyway, this is a lot. I love you guys with all my fucking heart, man. I want to thank you all. I want to thank my main man, Christ Gilliwalla, with all my heart now. I want to thank you for coming on today. I just wouldn't be doing you any favors. I want to take you somewhere, and then you still have to go back and do the work that you did more bad. So you always got to understand I got you back. Always the one. Thank you very much for bringing up the sidekick to the friend. And then here's a quarter of what we do, and I'm very proud of you. You know, right there. So good luck to you. You bet you. You know I love you. That's how I support you. I break your balls. I break your balls. I understand. I love you. I break your balls. You know I love you all my heart. But anyway, forget the love I got for this fucking Jew. I love you all my heart. That's my problem. I got a soft spot for Jews. I don't know why. Jews and black people are the way they do it. Well, listen, this podcast is brought to you by Restream. Getting rid of minimalized run that helps you reevaluate your everyday carry forged by your father's son gene and funded by Kickstarter in 2013. The rich now resides in the pockets of over $1 billion and with my own wallet packed with shit. What kind of bullshit you got around for months and years? Say whatever you want to hear. Talk about all the pointless stuff that we carry in our wallet. Receipts, hotels, keys, booking addresses, spec cards, get rid of all that shit. The letter blind clothes men use this in some cases more than once. The rich helps you carry less. You'll always what you need, right? Listen, I love the rich person. When I travel, that's what I got to have the rich. Two credit cards, PBA cards, and my ID. With you go, give me a paper. Like I said, it's better if I'm pocket wrong on the side. To help you get your focus on. Your rich wallet is slipping. All right, ID blocking. And I got lifetime guarantee. And it's going to be the last wallet you own. So do me a favor. What am I doing for the church family today? First off, go to rich.com. Check out what I'm talking about. You're going to be blown away. Number two, if you get something, I'm going to give you 10% off with free worldwide shipping by using richwallet.com/church again. StreetWars.com/church and use promo code church. You'll link in the description. All right, listen. Read the wall and make a great present. You gotta love who you are, okay? Number 3, I love you guys. These guys are tremendous. My wife has been using them for years. And again, I got nothing against nobody, but time is time. And at your favorite time, you get the most hidden tabs to live. All you need is stamps.com. Stamps.com. You got all the services. You got the post office right up on your desk. You can buy it with real U.S. postage. Anywhere in the running packages. All available 24 hours a day. 7 days a week. Just click, print, just mail. Boom. It's done. Stamps.com will even send you a digital gift. You can get your letters and packages delivered exactly around the corner. Every time. I love it. My wife uses it to sum up the company. The t-shirts we've been using for years. Now I'll tell you, I give 100% recommendation whether you have a small business or a large business. I'm telling you right now, whatever you're doing, if you're mailing out stuff, Stamps.com is what you need. So right now, yo, for Joe, I'm going to give you a special offer. You ready? Grab a pen. I'm going to give you a 4-week trial, including postage and a digital stamp. But don't wait. Go to Stamps.com before you do anything else right now. Right now, while we're sitting there, click on the microphone at the top of the homepage and type in Joey, Joey. Again, that's Joey, Joey, to the top of the homepage. Again, that's Stamps.com. That's Joey. I want to thank Rich. I want to thank Stamps.com. And I want to thank Quip, okay? Because Quip, again, the best toothbrush I've had in years. Quip was designed to make brushing your teeth more simple and affordable, but most importantly, enjoyable. Like I said, I've used it the last 4 days. My mouth feels cleaner. My teeth are still shut loose. Because God knows what I put in my mouth. But everything feels fresh and clean. My breath smells like dog shit. There's nothing you can do about that. As long as your teeth are clean. Why do you use Quip? Sensitive sonic vibrations. Gentle enough to use on sensitive gums. People brush too hard. Sometimes like a toothbrush is too abrasive. It's built with a 2-minute timer that pulses every 30 seconds to remind you to switch sides, helping you guide a full and even clean. Why? Because up to 90% of us don't brush for the first for the full 2 minutes or don't clean evenly. It's a multi-use cover mouth to cover your mirror and a monster slide over bristles to go on to brush. 3 out of 4 of the bristles are all worn out to ineffective. Quip is one of the first blinks toothbrushes and accepted by the American Dental Association and has thousands of verified 5-star reviews. Why I love Quip. Dependable, it's right there, they can take it on the road. And that's what you're looking forward to. It'll be big. The big favorite is I love Quip so much, and then back by 20,000. 20,000 dental professionals. Quip starts at 25 business. And if you go to Quip.com/Joey right now, you can get first refill pack for free with a Quip electric toothbrush. What's better than you? You can have a nice smile at the holidays, you know what I'm saying? You don't gotta go to Thanksgiving and cover your mouth that your teeth are great. You got a nice, clean, fresh face, more confidence. Don't be afraid. Go to Quip.com/Joey right now and get your little fucking Quip toothbrush for $25.
And I tried to fix reality.
No, they start at $25. And if you go to Quip right now, you get your first refill pack for free with a Quip electric toothbrush. That's all for Joey Thanksgiving for the holidays. I want to thank Quip. I want to thank Stamps.com. And I want to thank Rich for sponsoring the podcast. But most importantly, I want to thank you people that do things. For supporting the generous. And the podcast for the last 7 years, you know who you are. I'm like Sharon, the coolest, the fucking, my man, Rick, the Canada. I'm watching you guys all the fuck you are. My little comedian in Vegas who I love to death, Freddie Correa. I love all you motherfuckers. So If I forget to say somebody, my man Scott Cunningham, I love you all. Thank you for the support. Thank you for the support on the Netflix special. And I'll see you motherfuckers next Tuesday. Ready to motherfucking rock a great weekend podcast. Lee, check this fucking music. Stay black, baby.
Reliability. One of the two cases, either where you forget that I'm coming, and I enter into the Mikdash or consume
Greetings, you cocksuckers. It's Monday, March 15th. I miss you little dirty bastards. Anyway, from the heart of Jersey, the joint is brought to you by DraftKings. I don't know if you're living in a fucking coma, where you're hanging out with a hip-hop crane, the guy that went to sleep and woke up 40 years later with a beard. I think that's his name. It don't matter. The biggest college ball basketball tournament of the year is eating up. The brackets came out yesterday. Listen, get your fucking hemorrhoid ass off that bench and get into the tournament action. If they win, you're $64. Did you fucking hear me? That's 64 to 1 odds. That's fucking crazy. Who's gonna win? I don't fucking know. You think you do? All it takes is $4 to get a winning $256 fucking winner. That's a fucking real stimulus check. Where's Joe Biden? I guarantee he's betting $4 to get a shot at winning $256 fucking dollars. There's no better way to put your college basketball knowledge to the test is to put your money where your mouth is with DraftKings Sportsbook app. Listen, I love them. It's a fucking adventure. It's fun. It's easy. They pay when you want. It's your fucking money. So do me a favor. Download the top-rated DraftKings Sportsbook app today, right now. It's fucking Monday. It's the beginning of March insanity over there at DraftKings. Use promo code JOY when you sign up to turn $4 into $256. If you pay me $5 a day, we're right now. This is a better deal for you. You might have lost weight. Fucking niggas dollar by some bubble gum and fucking win $256 for a limited time only at DraftKings Sportsbook app. And here's the part that always make me say, you gotta be 21 or older to get your habit of propellant and shove it up your ass. New Jersey, Indiana, Pennsylvania only. No customers only. Restrictions apply. See DraftKings.com/sportsbook for details. Now, do you have a gambling problem? I'm sympathetic to you. Call 1-800-GAMBLER in Indiana, 1-800-9 with my mother was a degenerate. So if you got problems, take care of it. But if you don't, bitch, it's fucking March insanity over at DraftKings. And for $4, you can make $256. Are you fucking with some wrong with you? Go bang your head off the fucking wall 15 times and download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and press code JOY. You understand me? DraftKings Sportsbook app now and tell them I sent you. The joint is also brought to you by CBD Lions, the fucking masters. They have put me through this fucking surgery. I am off the fucking pain pills. I'm tip-top McCool. I'm ready to stand free fucking anybody. I don't care who the fuck they are. CBD, whether it's a kinesiology tape, the chocolate, the extra strength, CBD, unscented lion oil, and capsules, and the body. Listen. However you want CBD, it's given to you by CBD Lion, the pens, gummy bears. I mean, listen, they have helped me dramatically. I'm on the tension now. That day is first wonders and the pain. Let me tell you something. I want the fucking pain pills. That's all that matters. CBD Lion is battle tested from the fucking Joey. The fucking surgery, so put that in the fucking pipe and smoke it. The joint is also brought to you by one of my fucking favorites of all time, Manscaped. You gotta take care of your balls. You gotta take care of your balls. It's tournament season. It's gonna be balls through walls everywhere you look. Avoid the upset and trim that fucking nutsack with Manscaped. The trimmer is the real champ. Listen to this. Yeah. That's the Low Lord 3.0. The best trimmer known to mankind. I would shave an eyebrow off to show you how effective it is. But I needed the fucking browbeat cocksuckers. The only ball trimmer with advanced skin technology that won't snip or nag your nutsack. Protect your little basketballs of life. When you get landscaped, you're also helping give back to the Testosterone Cancer Society. And they're supporting their families and the survivors. Manscaped wants to save all the balls, particularly balls of guys between the ages of 35 and between 15 and 35 who are most at risk. So work with me here, guys. Set up a joke. Take care of yourself. Take care of yourself inside and take care of yourself outside. Shave that fucking clean monster looking dick of yours. Get some fucking Manscaped to the fucking nutsack. No fucking anxiety. Follow your balls, cocksuckers. It's the science. And buy some Manscaped. They got everything. They got the crop preserver, the crop reviver, the crop ball wipes, their little ones. You put them in your fucking wallet. You bump into some cocksucker that needs a fix. You turn around, you take a little ball wipe out, you wash your balls real quick. You don't want somebody sucking a bad taste in your dick. You get a bad health review. Anyway, clean out that stinky nose head with the weed whacker. And now your balls can smell as good as you with their cologne. Name Retronic. I fucking love it. It's tremendous. I spray it on my neck and spray it on my ball sack so they match, you understand me? So the balls are connected with the soul. It's a beautiful thing. Nobody treats your balls as good as Manscaped. So do me a favor, here you go. Get 20% off and free shipping at manscaped.com/Joey again. That's manscaped.com/Joey. It's March. Check your fucking balls, cocksucker. Do me a favor. Now, without further ado, let's get this motherfucking party started. Walk into the jungle.
As bases a devastação, acho que foi contribuir de saúde para o chão, de saúde para aqui lá no norte. So it's smart. It's a smart that you so hold this way that I was teaching and trying to not only a bunch of customers, she was also the teacher that the one thing was smart. So it was the two when I kind of had the shop. It was a lot of the people who were so high for customers. They're right, right? The knowledge, the new voice, of this was again this. We're going to see that we are curious to just go. And again, this is also like this one. But the kind of you think things are serious eating is actually future oriented. But the kind of you think is like how the kind of swear is, I made it, I swear I made it, or swear I heard it. Okay? The structure is like, remember that's how it is.
What's happening, you bad motherfuckers? It's Monday, the 15th of fucking March. We're halfway through the goddamn month already. Can you fucking believe that shit? And I gotta tell you something. I'm wearing my little blue shirt and my fucking little light blue to bring happiness into your life. But I can't. I gotta be honest with you people today. I'm a little low on a Monday. I'm here for you guys always. You know, I'm a fucking animal. I'm always ready to rock. But I'm a little low. I'm very upset over the Jennifer Lopez and J-Lo broke up with the black man Alex Rodriguez. I just can't fucking believe they broke up. I was cheering for them. You people fucking retarded. I don't give a fuck that they broke up. She just ate up another poor fucking soul, you know what I'm saying? She's eating up Puff Diddy, fucking Puff Daddy's cousin, fucking Ben Affleck had to get a new wig, fucking Alex Rodriguez, as bitches and fuck. Listen, I've been telling you for years, I love Puerto Rican people. I love them to death, and the closest thing to Cubans when they what? I avoid Puerto Rican women like fucking, the way you fuck down. Poor fucking Alex Rodriguez for months had to be fucking going, making believe he liked the new song. Nobody likes that fucking shit. Can you imagine them playing that shit? Yeah, how do you like it? That shit, they start dancing to it, lip syncing to it. You're gonna have to sit there and put up with this shit. This fucking marimba music. Oh my God, it's a fucking nightmare. Listen, When I met Joe Rogan, he had a whole no headshot policy. You're not gonna date actresses that honey, but you don't know what comes with it. Let me tell you something, Dave, one of those actresses, you got your fucking hands full. Everybody on Saturday was like J-Lo and whatever broke up. But let me tell you, some new girls are friends with fuck. Worry about your relationship. That's all you gotta worry about. J-Lo broke up with fucking A-Rod. They probably got fucked and they probably got shit steroids and they fucked together. Anything else. She keeps her ass so fucking big and hot and juicy. I fucking did my sit-ups here. You bought that fucking line cocksucker. She's doing that with the Robin too. But anyway, it's great to be here on a Monday. Fucking great weekend with the family again. Fuck comedy. I ate a bag of dicks last Wednesday at Uncle Benny's, but hey, it happens. You can't fucking go up there all the time and just think you're gonna stick some nutsacks and get out of there. Sometimes you gotta swallow the whole soul, the whole sword, and take it like a fucking man. There's nothing you can do about it, you know what I'm saying? Let me see what I can do. I took guitar lessons this week. I've been practicing last night. You cocksuckers and your fucking guitar advice. You know I got an addictive personality, you know it. And you're throwing videos at me and Joey do this. Joey, listen to this fucking thing. You guys gonna fucking put me in a guitar fucking rehab. People gonna rehab fucking cocaine and pills and reefer. I'm gonna be the only half a fag playing like a ukulele.
Generally, you can redeem the firstborn with anything, with the exception of slaves, shtaras, tactics, and cargo. So what's not like this over here? Nighttime Rabbi. What's Rabbi's logic? Shtaras should be void for everything. Rabbi internal actions are even in what's in the internal. Here we go. They'll say, "Who picked him up? He made Kodesh." So what's the pasuk says? You shall redeem him from 1 month old. Now again, picking up is a report, which means pretty much you could redeem him with what? With what? With anything. With anything. Okay? So the Gemara says, and then it says again with a value of something that is 5 shkalim, right? Silver worth 5 shkalim. Meat. That's a meat. Right? Again, I will say, repoint means like again like being married, that you're including everything. Now here there's a meat that is 5 shkalim of silver, right? 5 silver shkalim. That's a meat. Tifkat. And then it says he shall be redeemed. That's a repoint again. Chazib riba. So what do I have over here in this pasuk? Riba and meat the riba. So there's a repoint, right? There's a repoint. Kutiyav. There's a meat, the Erkechot Kazet Chamesha Shkalim, and then there's a repoint, Tifta.
We don't know when the games, but the battle tips off in the garden. There's an alien side sex. It doesn't matter when you bring news, challenges, spurs matter. Inside the ESPN.
This episode of The Honeydew is brought to you by Raycon, Upstart, and Manscaped. More on that later. Let's get into the do.
The Honeydew with Brian Sinclair.
Welcome back to The Honeydew, y'all. We're over here doing it in Brian Sinclair, BrianSinclair.com, Brian Sinclair on all social media. I can't thank you guys enough for your support. Please make sure you're subscribed to the YouTube channels. You get the audio on Monday, you get the video on Tuesday. We got the time codes in there. You can jump around the stories if you want. And I want to make sure you guys are aware, if you're not, of my Patreon show, The Honeydew with Y'all, where I'm highlighting the lowlights with y'all. If you or someone you know has a story that has to be heard, please submit at honeydewpodcast@gmail.com. It's only $5 a month. You're getting 4 to 5 episodes a month, depending on how many weeks there are in that given month. And it's $60. And I've said before, I know that's a lot of money right now. I know people are on unemployment. I know things are uncertain. I know that how hard you work for your money. So thank you for those of you who've supported. And also, just to let you know, there is a yearly subscription option. If you sign up for a year, you'll save over a month. It's like 5 episodes or something like that. A little over a month of free content if you sign up for the year and commit that way. Please go subscribe to all the social media, the Facebook fan page, the Twitter account, all that stuff. The website for the show is thehoneydewpodcast.com.
We got some new merch coming. There's going to be some new night pants are coming to the fall. We got the mugs out there, the hoodies. I'm telling you, they are fleece hoodies. And the King of Fleece will tell you how good they are. It's the best hoodie I ever had. We got night pants, night shorts. Got some new Ryan Sigma stuff coming too. Thank you all for supporting, for wearing it. I appreciate you making Night Pants Nation one of the best things going out there in podcasting today. If you live in LA and you need musical instruments or lessons for you or your kids, this is the spot. Santa Monica Music Center. They have online classes from LA musicians. You don't have to live here for that. You go to santamonicamusic.com. You use the code Honeydew. They'll waive the registration fee and give you one free lesson when you sign up for a package. All right, now that is out of the way, very excited to have today's guest back on the Honeydew, y'all. The saga continues from New Jersey. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Joey Diaz.
What's happening, Ryan Sigma?
It's great to see you. I know we've been talking, but this is the first time I've seen your face. And I'm actually excited that you're in Jersey where most of this originates, and we're going to continue this story. You good?
I'm good.
All right, so what do you want to plug? Let's let everybody know you got the new podcast coming. Tell everybody everything, please.
I got the new podcast that I started last week, real low budget, because I can't get all the pieces. Everything's running behind. So if I wait for everything I'm waiting on, I got a bar set up. I can't start going fucking November. So I'm just going to go with an iPhone, a mic, and Apple, and YouTube. That's it. You know what I'm saying? Just the basics. To start off with, you're looking at the set. I got Bruce Lee, the Game of Death behind me. I got Def Leppard, High and Dry, Led Zeppelin 2, and AC/DC, the Bonfire Collective. I'm ready. And over on that side of the office is the side of the album of the week for Patreon. So I've turned my whole fucking house into this fucking camera place. So the electrician was supposed to come today between 12 and 1. He called at 12, he can't make it till 1. And he called at 1:10 and says 30 minutes. I said, listen, let's just do it Monday at 8 when my daughter's in school. So it's just a fucking waste of game. But I'm ready to fucking go.
I know. So we're just soundproofing now. It's Amazon's backed up, everything's back. You can't get the shit in. I know. Or you're doing the right thing.
So I'm gonna just get a fucking iPhone. Best camera in the country in the world is on the iPhone. It catches X-rays and shit.
X-rays.
You take a picture of a skinny. You take a picture of a skinny person. You see a shoulder bone and shit. It's sensational. It's sensational. Why am I fucking around? You put the iPhone down. You got a light on, and you fucking go to the box, and that's it. You get a second light, and I got a little setup overseas communication and letting people know what the fuck is going on. That's it. Why am I making such a big deal about it? The bar, I gotta get lights, I gotta get a plug, I gotta get a panel. What a fucking nightmare. I gotta get movers. This is nice and easy. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I know. And then these people complain about these free shows. They have no idea what you gotta do to set this shit up to do this. No. You know what? I look at a bunch of people's podcasts and people that just put a picture on YouTube for themselves. Yeah, and they put a podcast on you. And they're gonna argue, what's the difference? I'll do the same fucking thing. Some weeks if I'm in the mood, I'll let you see me. If I get up at 4 and I have to watch you read it, forget about it. I got fucked up last Monday by mistake. What do you mean I was you know, I got a weird tolerance. There's a company out there that has these hashtags, and all this shit is suspect. I ain't bad mouth. They break, they just put reading stuff in their shit. You know, I've been around drugs. I know what drugs should feel like. When you take one of these edibles, you feel a little bit different. So I got some sent out for making the hashtags. And I opened the body with my forks, you know me. I ain't fucking around with it. Oh my God. You just kicked it off with 4? Oh my God. With 4. Now I know what time to go from, like on that plane ride. Oh my God. I was was falling asleep. It was terrible. We had to go out for dinner with the kids. And like, I was falling asleep at the table. It was a nightmare. My wife had to say something to me. Every once in a while, you got out back. You know what I'm saying? It's quarantine.
It is, man. It's just nuts. Homeschools when it finished me over the edge. I was doing all right. And the homeschool hit, I am not doing okay.
Nobody is. So she homeschooled today. She got out. I got a pizza for lunch. And then I took them for a bike ride. 45 minutes. They took them from one big fucking driveway.
That's what I want to ask. We just went for that. Being back in Jersey. How do you feel? You feel
how much you spend.
I'm not living where I grew up, which makes it even better. I go up there, I say, oh, I want to live. I went to my mother's grave. You know, I got this song that the Puerto Rican kids fucking like the lawn. I think I told them, it was like a statement. I fucking ripped some of the fucking leaves off. You gained like some of the fucking flow, and I went to get flowers back in the day. If you don't get it, it's so long like this. Like, you know, my friends, if they outside here, every 10 something, I know this, but now they say 2 hours there. Why they stay home for 2 hours? So you're coming to the car, I saw that one of my buddies, they don't call them. I got these they've had in the family for like 100 years. So I went by there and sat in my office, talked to them for a little while. It was great. That part of it is great. The part that I'm not dealing with is my schedule. My schedule is fucked up, so I get anxiety from not having a schedule. So every day, my schedule gets a little better. Like I'm starting to go to bed now at 11:30. It was 3, 4 in the morning.
I'm right there with you, man. I'm a very structured, scheduled person, and I'm used to this and this and this and this. This homeschool fucking sit there and help them all day. I feel like I'm drowning. I really do. All good things are happening, but it's all coming all over the fucking place. And this homeschool just killing me.
You know, I got people calling me for this, that. I can't even fucking function. I'm not even functioning 100%. I gotta be honest with you. I got a lot of anxiety. Yeah. I got a lot of social anxiety. I'm gonna start to do comedy residency until the month of October. I don't know that means by the time this comes out, I'll do the first. You know, you see 36 people, they socially distance, and at least I get to fucking get it out like once a week. You know, it's just 36 tickets. It's indoor.
Hear that?
It's indoor. It's indoor enough once a week. That's all I got right now. That's all I got right now. I got a family. I got the winter's gonna be fucking cold in here. You know, where I live. Don't think it's genius. If you look at my block, look around, you're like, boy, there's fucking deer out and it's a Tesla. You know, there was deer out when I moved in on August 31st. It's a cold ass fucking wind, trees, shit, shit. You know when the wind comes in, it's gonna be fucking cold. So I'm just buckling down. I'm not going anywhere. There's no plans on any range or anything. And I'm just gonna provide content. That's it. That's all you can do. And I think it's the right thing to do. It's the right thing to do. Do my podcast and get on stage once a week. That's the best I can do right now. You know, I don't want to go out there and charge somebody $25 and not have a polished out. I'm really close to that. I'm doing my 5 to 7 months on Friday next week. It's a rooftop it's an outside rooftop Sarah Mello puts on, and she's had like Neil Brennan and Santino, and I hit her up. She's like, I'd love to have you. So it's my first one in
7 months, and it looks like they're doing a good job with that one, separating everybody. It's an open air venue, so we'll see. I just, I agree. I can't go asking for money if I don't have at least a polished 30 and an 80% other 30 I'm working on. You know what I mean? I don't feel right taking, especially people on unemployment. You know, people are freaking out. It's why I love what you do with your Patreon. If people don't know, it's $1. Is it still there? Is that correct?
It's $1. That's right. 12. I got up to 35, 10, 15. Yeah, I'm just waiting for the shirt designs to come in to give an option on shirts and stuff like that. The Patreon has really taken a lot of the anxiety away. When I answer those messages, I laugh my ass off. You know, it can go either way. Every day I get one guy that tell me that he's in the mood to bust somebody's head. I got guys that are ready to smack somebody for, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, they're all over the place.
Are you getting back to them?
That's my main thing on Patreon is the messaging. I believe that connection is the most important, you know. So I sit there with 2 hours a day. When you have 13,000 people, that's a lot of messages. So it's 2 hours a fucking day. So I wanted to slow it down a little bit, go up to $3. And just give them teams, give them options, give me more options to work with, you know.
Well, I'll say this too, because I just did this for myself. But Patreon now, if anybody out there doesn't know, you can do this for Joey too. They offer a yearly subscription. So instead of doing monthly and worrying about your card getting declined or any of that, you can sign up for a year. So I encourage you right now, go sign up for Joey's Patreon, get your yearly package. Sign up for mine, the Honeydew with Y'all, get the yearly package. You'll save some money on it. You end up getting free episodes, free content. So, but again, I know money's tight for people, so I'm right there with it.
No, I understand. That's why I did what I did, and I give you options, and you know, just that connection. You know, I think a lot of social media you look at, just when you read a couple of things, it just pulls you down. You're like, really? I'm back on Facebook reading this shit. I'm back on Twitter reading. Even though I love Twitter, I love the Twitter people on Twitter. I've cut down a lot. I've cut down my usage a lot since I've been here. So
you're setting up the fucking, you got real shit to do, you know?
Yeah, no, here's the problem. Like, I don't know if the story I'm telling you, if I was, did I go out on bail or am I in prison already?
I'll tell you exactly where we are because I listened. So it was September 88. You were in prison and you just got in there and you said, who do I walk into and see? And it's a guy with 2 broken legs that had just jumped out the window you heard about before and he's playing cards. That's where we are.
And the funny thing about that situation was, when I got accused when they were questioning me, they asked me if I knew that guy. So when I saw him in prison, agnostic, it made me laugh my fucking ass off. It was crazy. That time period, going up to that was crazy because I got sent to Summit County prison. They told me I wouldn't get agnostic. So they sent me to Summit County. Did I tell you that?
Yeah, let me just say this real quick for everybody. So we're picking up, I guest hosted Joey's church. So the story of the kidnapping and everything is on a few weeks ago before Joey left, a couple months ago now, probably. That story is there. So you jump from the Honeydew, go to the church, get that full episode. It's a 2-hour episode. It's fantastic about the whole kidnapping. And now we're picking up with Joey in jail. So please. Sorry.
Okay, so I got sent to Boulder, and once you go into the cell, you start going down the fucking knuckleheads, and they told me the system was backed up. That the system was backed up 30 to 90 days, which is good because you get county jail time, and 2 days for one. So you want that county jail time, you know. So they told me that they were sending inmates to Oklahoma and Missouri, from the overpopulation in Colorado, so be prepared, told me all this shit. And I just yesterday did that, whatever. And the next morning I get waking up and I get taken to Summit County Jail at the ski resort up there, like an hour away from Boulder. And I went up there, it was fucking August, it's just gorgeous out. And I made friends with a kid from Brooklyn, and all he did every day was play handball. My son Dan, I was proud of him, because I would play with my shirt off with him all day long, we play handball. And he was locked up because he fucking had the feds. He told the feds he would cooperate and buy 2 kilos of coke. And he set the whole house up. He pulled up in the fed car, the feds were getting him outside. He went into the front and went out through the back and took the feds 30 grand. And his money left. And they got in 2 years later, look here, and they brought him back to Colorado. So I became friends with this guy. This guy was my type of guy. He tricked the fucking feds. And they had the place around me. And he did something the day before when he went under the fence and through a basement. And they came out into the car. They just pulled out like residents. And he was in the back seat. It was perfect. So I became friends with him. And I became friends with him. Not friends. I became friendly with this guy. Those guys that always show you naked pictures of their girlfriend. You know those idiots. Yeah. A lot of cops. Yeah. No, go ahead. Come here for a second. Look at this chick I'm banging. And they'll show you like a naked picture that you sent them at lunchtime or something. Well, this guy was one of those guys. There was no cell phones there, actually. You just had Polaroids or regular pictures. And all day long, she would send them pictures of her in a bikini. Just focus on that story for now, because we're going to come back to that. I became friends with this idiot and another idiot. There were 2 idiots. I would just say hello to them. But he would always go, hey, look at my girlfriend, how is she? Now, this guy was a fucking punch. And I go, what's your situation? He goes, my girlfriend is living with my roommate now. She's got my full support. I got locked up for 3 years, blah, blah, blah. So I went up one day and got the diagnostic. They call me and they go back to your shit. You go on a diagnostic. Diagnostic is when you go for 2 weeks and they go into your head. It's a fucking jungle. What do they do? It's a real one. They give you a physical, they fucking test you, they do like a 6-hole eval and shit like that. Yeah, they identify circles. What comes to your mind when you see a horse, you fuck with their heads. It's like Charles Bronson and the Dirty Dozen. You ever see what Charles Bronson and the Dirty Dozen, they tried to fuck with him. So God knows what's on the file, you know what I'm saying? And now the feds listen to you, God, because I see throughout that whole thing. What comes to your mind? The Cuban embassy, I would just say, fuck yeah. So it's like 5 days of testing, they drove blood and all that shit. And the big thing was HIV. They were looking for HIV. And then you wait there, I signed. And I wanted to go to rifle. There was a low risk prison in rifle. There was 2 low risk prisons. There was rifle and there was gold in Colorado. The whole course. So it was only an hour from gold. I didn't want to go to gold. I wanted to go to rifle because they let you ski in the winter when you were in this prison. They let you work at the ski resort in the winter and at the pool and the movie theater in the summer. No, the ski resort and the movie theater in the winter. And in the summer, they let you work at a local pool. What do they have you doing? Like janitorial, like selling pretzels, sweeping the pool, lifeguards, they're all prison inmates, and work themselves up to new points. And now you're being allowed out there to go to work.
So what? So you come back and spend the night there? Is that how?
Yeah, it was pretty much, it gets a little easier for you. The only thing colder than it, you're clean highways. So I didn't want to go to Gold. That's all you do every day. You go out somewhere, they put a fucking cone around it. And those idiots, you see what the little area fucking that's fine. Actually, it was nice on the 405. I don't think that shit can hit by a car. So I ended up working in the kitchen. They gave me a job because I got a call one morning, and they said, you go on the fucking Gold. I was pissed, even though it was an hour from where I live. It would make it so easy, not even an hour. It would make it 30 minutes from where I live, you know, so my girlfriend would come visit me, my friends would come visit me, family would come visit me, you know, shit like that. So I got to wake up all to go to Gold. And it was called Camp George West. If you go online, you can look it up. It's still online today. Camp George West. It's in some shit, whatever. Fuck that. It's a fucking prison. Go on. They redid Army barracks. It was an old Army barracks. So, I didn't know what to expect, guys. You know, I was supposed to go to prison. I was expecting to be like on a chain gang or something like that. And here I am in Golden, Colorado at the fucking old Army barracks. You know, and you walk in, you register at the table, they treat you like shit. You know, they say something to you. And you were supposed to go to your room, and then put your stuff away, and then rest of your room, you gotta go meet your counselor.
So let me ask you a question. Here you have a room. Do you have, are they electronic doors that shut and lock, or are they treating you like an adult here? And how many people in a room?
So they put me in like a door, barracks, right in front of the office first. And there was 8 single rooms to that barrack. And then a shower and a bathroom area. Maybe 3 stalls to shit, 3 stalls to piss, and like 3 showers with curtains. And yeah, these guys, you know, in each one, you can visit each other's rooms. Some people had curtains up, some people had beads up, like they would have these black guys just had a sheet up. You know what I'm saying? Like they don't give a fuck. You know, you gotta knock off the sheet. The fuck, I'm gonna be fucking nuts on it. Oh, dude, knock off my sheet. What the fuck I gotta knock off your sheet? It's fucking crazy. So, they put me in this one dorm the first day. And I don't know, right away, 2 guys from New York came up to me, how you doing? They were 2 creepy guys, but I had to go to see my counselor. So they were talking to me, and I'm like, listen, guys, it's all great. And you're from Brooklyn or wherever the fuck you're from. I gotta go see my counselor. I'll see you when I get back. I went to see my counselor, and he was supposed to be like, they said, wait outside the door. And he'll let you know when to come in. I don't know what the fuck is going on. So I'm just standing outside the door. And he finally opens the door and he comes out and he goes, who are you? And I go, Joey Diaz, Jose Diaz, I'm here to, you're my counselor. We walk in his office. We sit down, he goes, let me tell you how this starts. I don't like fixing things. Whoa! So, right off the bat, he's like, I don't like straight niggas, I'm not too crazy about Jews. And you fall into one of those categories, so you're not one of my favorites. You come and see me once a week. Yeah, he's like, you come see me once a week. You tell me what's going on, and we'll be cool. The first time you get a write-up or a drug test, I send you back to Rothschild. And his wife says, get out. And as I was walking out, he goes, have you ever had what's that shit that if you cough, not gangrene, but tuberculosis? Something at TV. He asked me something. He goes, you have TB? I go, do I look like I have TB? He goes, good. I was in the kitchen. They needed somebody in the kitchen to work. I was seeing this. If you've never had TB, now usually people prep you, they'll tell you like, oh, by the way, if they ask if you have TB, say no, they'll make you work in the kitchen. Nobody told me about that one. So I was like, yeah, no, I never had TB. So they go see the kitchen guy, he's looking for help. So the kitchen guy was a black dude, maybe 6'6", 310 pounds, retired fucking Marine, whatever he was. He was retired from the service. This guy did not mess around. His name was Mr. Yardborough. Big brother, big burly brother. Looked like the coach of Georgetown. Coach of Georgetown. He looked just like that. I love it. I love that motherfucker. Patrick Ewing. Yeah, I can't even believe I can't remember John Thompson. What the fuck's his name? Yes, Mr. John Thompson. So he could, Mr. Yarborough says to me, I go in there, and I had my file, my paperwork, and the counsel gave me, he was giving this to the kitchen guy. So I gave it to him, and he looks like he goes, Jose, he goes, you look like a baker. Because he look Italian. What next? And I'll tell you, I look Cuban, sir. He goes, Camargo. That's good. You put good seasonings in the food. He goes, I want you to be like a baker. He goes, have you ever baked before? I go, never. He goes, well, there's instructions there. Your first job is cinnamon muffins. I can't believe that you're in prison on kidnapping charges and you're about to make cinnamon muffins. Joe, you're a one of a kind, man. There ain't nobody like you. There's another kid who got there with me. We also made a baker. And this kid and me became tight. He was a white kid. He came from a good family. And he went out and got drunk one night and killed 2 old people. This kid was like bad to like just think of somebody that like some other. Yes. And this kid was like Steve Simone. He made one mistake. He was a college kid. I'll never forget it. Because he was so scared. And I had to like hold him. Now, you're going to be fine. Nobody's going to mess with you. We're in the kitchen now, you know. And we both got sentenced like the same, around the same time. We both ended up in the kitchen. And he knows a little more than me about bacon. That's all I know. And I was a little older than he was. He was a real college kid. And we were making the cinnamon muffins. We had to get there the next morning at like 4. And we're like reading the stuff and we're mixing, have all this industrial type shit. So I know how to make fucking muffins, whatever. They said 4-inch thing, and you put it with a swirl. So I'm like, those things look fucking like little midget muffins. I'm not giving out those. I'm gonna bake them with a big rack and some muffins. So I made these big fucking Hawaiian sausage bagels, and I started putting them in the oven. You know, I go to Cinnabon. Oh yeah, I'm over there trying to be Cinnabon. And whatever we call for, I have an extra. Like whatever flour, put extra bacon in there. Sugar, put extra sugar in there. Like fucking bacon soda, I just put extra everything. And next thing you know, the fucking, me and the guy at bullshit, we're waiting for the first batch to come out. And one of the cooks was a black guy. His name was Chicken Hawk. His name was... I love the nicknames. His real name was Spencer Antoine. I love him since day one. He was a black dude, had a James Brown haircut, but his eyes used to wander, and he really was crazy. He took a liking to me. He's like, what the fuck is burning? And I go, I don't smell nothing burning. He goes, what the fuck is wrong with you, boy? Something's on fire over there. Sure enough, the oven was. You're like, set the fire in the prison kitchen, dude. I'm gonna tell you something. If there's something black people hate, it's fucking fire. I thought you were gonna say burnt food. I'm gonna tell you something. Black people hate fire. But natural, they just lose their mind when there's a fire. Black people, it's their DNA. I love to death African Americans. When you light a fire on an African American, don't run, fucking quick, these brothers, set you up. They were pissed off. The oven's on fire. All the kitchen working. There was no Mexicans in jail at that time. It was us two white guys and everybody else is African American in this kitchen. And they run out. They all like fire. They run the fuck out. So white boy, the college kid actually picked up one of those fucking fire things. You know, with the dust. And he's over there like fucking hitting them with dust. Finally the fire went down. The moment it took birth, half the other was burnt. Mr. Yarbrough came in. He's like, Mr. Jose, honestly, I made a mistake. I thought you in salads were experience. Like I told you, I wasn't Italian. I told you I was Cuban. Because I thought you were messing with me. I wasn't messing with you. I don't know how to bake, right? So don't make me a fucking baker. So you fired me and a white boy. Because you guys are fine. So we go, I like that. Hey, you fired you. That's the only kind of fire. He's all right. Right. You got fired for fucking black people ain't fine. Man, like kind of trusting and not trusting. But then he realized that we were good kids. Me and this other guy. So he goes, I got a position that you guys would be perfect for food. And when he used to have a driver's license, and the other guy, he murdered two people. We got no license. He laid him on his other scooter and plug in. I had another license, believe it. I had a license. So he goes, okay, I got a job for you guys. He goes, you're gonna be the stock clerk. So they try to order food, making sure that everything is stocked well, vegetables, milk, rice, meat, potatoes. Other guy was in charge of the lunch for the fucking guys that go out and pick up trash on the road. So he was in charge of making their sandwiches and finishing and doing the bags. I would help in some orders. And I also got in charge of driving the sandwiches to the guys. Oh, so you'd be like their Uber deliver. You delivered the food to the highway worker. Oh my God! You know what's so funny? All these years I've seen those guys on the highway, and never once have I thought, what do they do for lunch or how do they get lunch? And that's what happened. You drove them lunch. You were there. Oh, they probably love seeing your ass. I'm talking 30 was a dirty lunch. What happened? A thing of milk, maybe a bag of chips, But you gotta also remember, here's a lesson for people at home. Those guys that are gonna clean the roads,
If you look at
They're
Rashi,
also picking
so
up drugs.
actually, you go right across. You see the Rashi, keep it
Flyers.
right.
They fly rolling them out the window and shit.
Rashi, see that? So go to
No,
that
they
Rashi.
find out the night before where they're going. And they'll call out to Ryan Sick, do me a favor tomorrow. I'm going to be working on the corner of Goldbacks and Riverside.
Right, 7 lines down in the Rashi.
Hide something somewhere and let me know where you hide it in the morning.
Rashi says,
I'll call you that hour. And you would say there's a little bush. I put it in the bag next to a beer can.
It's right
Pick up the bag and throw in the garbage and make believe there's no dope there. And they all come. That's how drugs go into the prison. A lot of drugs go into, garbage. But over 50% of drugs go into those street groups. You pay off the garbage.
That much?
So they don't search you.
That much?
Yeah.
Yeah, bag of coke at mile marker 6. I love criminal minds.
I'm just reading Rush.
That's why whenever you make a U-turn and you see something weird, stop the car and pick it up. If you don't know what, you can
says,
like Tony Blundetto in The Sopranos, he thought that bag full of money was crack. Like 300,000, the same fucking thing.
That was for somebody else.
Right? It was, you know, I think about that time, my time in that place. I was in that place from September to February.
All right, let me ask you this because I want to know this. You're obviously in there with people who kill people. You said, who's the baddest motherfucker you saw in that prison? Who was the guy that you just did not fuck with? Was there one of those guys? And also, did you ever get tested? Those are the things I want to know.
The 2 things that happened to me there were great. Because when I first got in there, I was pretty much independent. But I had the kitchen crew behind me, and they were all African American. The leader of that group, his name was Chicken Hawk, Antoine Spencer. He was in there for involuntary murder, like involuntary homicide, where you pull out a knife and I pull out a knife, you go to stab me first, I stab you, so it was like a questioning type murder. He stabbed the guy 3 times or whatever. He was a tough guy. My kid's rap sheet, he had done 16 years. He was going home now, you know. The Lakers had a halfway tough guy at the time. I forget what his name is, but I remember by the end of this podcast, real wrinkly face, you know, hug-nosed guy. He had a reputation as a hard hitter. There was a couple bikers that ran, and it was the white guys that hate. There was a couple of those guys. But the baddest guy in that system when I was in there was a white guy by the name of John Clark. He really had a couple of murders. He was just ending a big stretch. If I was 26, he had to be about 42. And he had spent like the last 20 in jail. Vice and a bunch of guys and shit like down the street. He had come from Philly.
He's really like Rabbi Shmuel. Rabbi Shmuel said, when Rabbi Shmuel said,
we became
no liability,
we became friends. So I had coverage from him. I had coverage with the brothers. And that's all the coverage I needed, you know. There was a couple Mexicans I was friends with, and they ran by themselves. That was the strength. My friend was my best friend in prison.
It's always a retrospective shul, right? Because the shul
we became really good friends and really good friends.
So therefore, again, the shul
was a blood.
retrospective. Like it's always
So we became really good friends.
So therefore,
because I was in the middle of it,
already occurred.
those 2 guys spoke.
Again, the Gemara says in the same way.
And they were both interesting guys. The one guy's sister
so therefore, maybe Shmuel says that you're not
was just running the Olympics, the 88 Olympics.
No shit.
She was the really popular. Yeah, she was the really popular black woman, African American woman.
Is that Jackie Joyner?
Is that her? one of those, and those two of those sisters.
So you can have a shooter,
Yes,
for example.
one of those last brother, and the Chris.
I didn't believe the Challah.
His name was Torre,
That case
and he was my fucking brother in that. Like me and him were together 24/7. We came together, we ate together. He had 7 girlfriends. And he would schedule the visitations all Monday, Tuesday, they come fucking take them in the club. He was like, moving cocaine from LA to Colorado. That was his primary job. He was loaded with money. Loaded. He had 7 women, and each of them, all of them were driving 5 cars. All those cars were his. He had kids with all of them. He was lying. He was a millionaire. And he would make all his women bring him nut butters. So at night, I love nut butters like a motherfucker. He loved nut butters. That brother loved nut butters. And he was beautiful. He was like Michael B. Jackson, the guy that played Rocky. Michael B. Jordan. He looked like Michael B. Jordan. He looked just like Michael B. Jordan, just all ripped up and gorgeous. Oh, we used to laugh. We used to make him laugh. You know, he was just at night we watched TV. He got a TV in his room. We all had a little black and white TVs. His room, we had like speakers. He bring it up and stuff. So I had my strength came from running the stop because I had my own independent stop shit about a half a mile away from the institution. So I could hide stuff for prisoners. So when the dogs would come, they would never bring them out to that shed. So once in a while, the dogs came through the sheds, they would find syringes and stuff. But if you hit your stuff by me, you wouldn't, the dogs wouldn't come out there. So what I started doing was I would hide nothing in the shed with the food and the freezer. I would hide stuff outside the property where the cameras wouldn't see. So I would hide like heroin syringes, heroin, steroids, cash. If you wanted to hide your cash, because you weren't supposed to have over $20 on it. It's in the bottom wide lines. So I had cash in there also to hide. Because I hooked up with a chubby Italian guy. He was a gangster. One of the families, he was on the tail end out there. And what he did was he ran a pool deck. So he did it for college football, pro football, and Monday night football. You know those pools that you run? Like 50 cents with joint, like $20, you know? So it was just such a great I became partners with him. I said, man, because he used to cook every night. He was a jailhouse cook. He made nachos every night. He made hot dogs. He made hot dogs with ones already around. What do you call those? Those little extra blankets. Yeah, he would take an iron, and you iron shirts, and you take the guts out of it, and you put it in the fucking bowl with a piece of cheese, and that's how you melt the cheese. You stir it. So he would start making green chilies like in the morning at 6 with cheese. At my 8 o'clock, there'd be 20 motherfuckers standing outside his army barracks waiting to buy nachos to watch TV. It was hilarious.
Yeah, I mean, you're making your presence sound all right. For real.
So I told him, I said, listen, you're only gambling and you're only getting through to a couple white guys. If you let me be partners with you, I get the black guys involved, I get the Spanish guys involved, and that's exactly what happened. So I doubled his action. I went from him doing 1 card per game to 3 cards per game. Forget about Sundays. I would have them on every game. So we would split the profits. I think we paid like $8 per card each. So I was making like, 3 cards a night, 24 hours plus. I made $1.40 an hour in the prison. I was living like a doctor. You know what I'm saying? I was moving from town to town like Segura. You know what I'm saying? I was moving every 2 weeks like Tom Segura.
And then you're stashing this cash and steroids and all this is coming funneling into you. You're hiding it off property, out of camera. And then they come to you to get like sort of the general store almost to get their shit. Is that how it works?
So they would come to me to get like the hype stuff. So I knew what was really going on behind the scenes then. I knew, like John Clark, that dude. He with his girlfriend would come on Mondays, and he would make out with her, and she would pass a balloon up there, and he would put it in his mouth, and that balloon was filled with speed at the time. So we would go back to his barracks, and we do a line of peace, and then we go to a battle. Mondays, you were allowed to go to the basketball court in the high school close by. And play basketball. Me and him would go in there on speed and just go fucking off. And then on Monday, I would sleep till Wednesday. Every week.
They're not piss testing you guys?
They would do surprise piss tests when they couldn't catch certain things. Like they weren't going to run a sniper one. They were going to test you for what drug you came back with the prison for. With me, it was cocaine. So they would always test me for cocaine, So I did, even like the holidays didn't bother me. Like I thought I was going to have a real hard holiday then. The holidays were fucking great, man. Number one, I can't even believe what I'm getting. It was the best Christmases I've ever had in my life. We gave each other presents and shit. Because there was we were allowed to go to the store every day. You had 20 minutes to walk to the store and come back.
This is exactly like I had a laundry camp that was at it was a laundry camp, a minimum security facility for guys just like you. Right by me where I lived, it was on this mental institution. It was part of their acreage. It was this back corner, and every now and then you hear a siren because one guy would get out of there or whatever. But I went and watched their softball team, the Dirty Sox. But we would see them every now and then. They'd be at the corner store because they'd be allowed off the property and they'd have to go back. So this is very much like what I grew up near. We'd see them over at the baseball field and shit, fucking around or whatever. So this is interesting to me. This is what's going on with these guys in there, huh? Let's take a quick break and tell you about our first sponsor, Raycon. Now, I've been listening lately to podcasts. I've been listening to YMH. I'm listening to Rogan. I'm listening to Two Bears, One Game. I'm listening to Josh Potter's new podcast. As a matter of fact, all on my Raycon and my Spotify music. And if you're using a pair of premium wireless earbuds, especially if you can get them at less than half the price of the other guys, I'm recommending the wireless earbuds from Raycon. Okay, I've used them to travel, work out, everything. They stay in, they're good, the bass is solid, the recharging case is fantastic. There's no weird cords and knobs hanging off the end. And everybody's trying to borrow from you. They take my stepson, I told you, took the other pair I had. But their newest model, which is the one he took, the everyday E25 earbuds are their best ones yet. They have 6 hours of playtime, seamless Bluetooth pairing, more bass, a more compact design, a noise isolating fit. Raycon earbuds are stylish, they're discreet. The company was co-founded by Ray J and celebrities like Snoop, Mike Tyson, Brandy, and everyone is obsessed with their products right now. So give them a try. Raycon is a 45-day free return policy. That's awesome. For a limited time, you get 15% off your order at buyraycon.com/honeydew. That's buy, B-U-Y, Raycon, RAYCON.com/honeydew for a special 15% discount on Raycon wireless earbuds. Make sure to check it out now while the deal is running. buyraycon.com/honeydew. Our next sponsor is Up
upstart. Now, during these economically turbulent times, everyone's looking for a way to feel more financially secure. So, throwing money every month,
Yo.
high interest credit card debt, it's time you checked out.
How are you?
Revolutionary.
You ready for Thursday Night Football, Brandon? Oh, excellent. You like the NBA? You're good. You take care of what you need to take care of, big dog. I didn't see them. How'd they do? Okay, you do what you need to do.
Like the house is getting a new life, and people are going to experience it in really cool and interesting and unique ways. Buying this house was not quite what I had planned in life. I actually had a good instinct about.
I didn't see them play. Did they do?
Calling my realtor, getting pre-approved, and
Oh, cool. Thursday Night Football tomorrow night. The teams that are playing are the Chargers versus the Vikings. I don't know who's playing in the NBA. Excellent, big dog. That's what I like to hear. No, feel free to share the NBA. That's fine. You want me to help you? Okay, you want to try it? Okay, let's try to fix it. Yes, sir.
but also had it warm and then.
Okay.
Have a balance between modern amenities. So, sorry, they might have an app on the store.
Okay. Don't do that yet. Make it full screen. Yeah. Okay. Now hit refresh. There you go. All right. What is? Where did it say shut off your ad blocker? All right. Click basketball. Okay. Well, there aren't any games right now. Yeah, I think they're all done. I think so. Let me see. They should be. Okay, which game is going? Okay, click it. Okay, click it. Okay. Refresh the page. Okay. So isn't it playing right now? Okay. In the upper right corner, where you have your ad blocker, yeah, turn it off. And then refresh the page. Okay, and hit play. Right. That's fine. Okay. Now see where it says the click in the middle? That's okay. Hit play. There you go. So there's the game. There you go. You're welcome, big dog. Anytime.
Online lending platform that knows you're more than just a credit score. And now is the time to find out how low your Upstart rate can be to help pay off high interest credit card debt. Unlike other lenders, Upstart can reward you based on your education and job history in the form of a smarter rate. You don't need a degree or a diploma to apply, though. Upstart lets you skip going to the bank because it's completely online. They offer loans from $1,000 to $50,000, so you can consolidate your debt into one easy fixed payment. Upstart makes it fast and simple to check your rates. It's just a soft pull. It does not affect your credit score. The hard pull happens if you accept the rate and proceed with your application. And the best part is if the loan is approved and accepted, most people are getting their funds the very next business day. Over 400,000 people have used Upstart to pay off credit cards or meet their financial goals. Free yourself from the burden of high interest credit card debt and get back to using your money your way with Upstart. See why Upstart has a 4.9 out of 5 rating on Trustpilot, and hurry to upstart.com/honeydew to find out how low your Upstart rate can be. Checking your rate only takes a few minutes. That's upstart.com/honeydew. Our next sponsor is Manscaped. Now listen up, fellas. We have a new Manscaped product alert. Manscaped just released the Weed Whacker, which is a nose and ear hair trimmer. I want you to take a look in the mirror right now, and I guarantee you're going to see some hairs sticking out of those holes. It's time to keep your ear and your nose hair looking as nice as your clean-shaven pubes. I don't know how many of you ever had that hair sticking out. You wish you had something. I've used nose hair trimmers that suck. Pop that thing out, and your eyes start watering, you get that one weird, ear hair, and you're like, Manscaped is forever changing the grooming game with their Weed Whacker. Their nose and ear hair trimmer provides proprietary skin-safe technology which helps prevent nicks, snags, and tugs in those delicate holes. The premium Manscaped Weed Whacker uses a 9,000 RPM motor-powered, 360-degree rotary dual-blade system. Its intelligently contoured design enhances the trimming experience, and it is waterproof, which makes for easy operation and cleaning. The only nose hair trimmer on the market with a powerful and rechargeable lithium-ion battery that lasts for up to 90 minutes of use. You ever tried to pull that nose hair out with your fingers? Yeah, that's going to hurt worse than nicking your balls, okay? Manscaped is making whacking your weeds a time to look forward to, delivering maximum confidence while providing hygiene. Look, fellas, 79% of partners polled admitted that long nose hair
is a major turnoff. It's time to upgrade your Manscaped routine with the Weed Whacker. Get 20% off plus free shipping with code Honeydew at manscaped.com. Thank you, Manscaped, for keeping our pubes trimmed and our hairs and our holes looking nice. That's, again, 20% off and free shipping with the code Honeydew at manscaped.com. One more time, y'all, 20% off with free shipping at manscaped.com and use code Honeydew. What are you waiting for? Go whack your weeds. Now, let's get back to the dude.
You had 20 minutes to go to the store and back, and it was a 5-minute walk. So basically, you had 10 minutes to go into that store, buy ice cream, potato chips, milk, whatever you wanted. So I figured out something. There was a little Chinese joint next to the joint. I used to ask people, nobody ever gets Chinese food. How comes? They're like, because you don't have enough time. No, you guys got to call in. So I started calling in, like, little orders, like fried rice, like, shrimp fouillon, egg fouillon or something. And I would get there, the food would be ready. I'd run to the bodega, get the things to Coca-Cola, and I'd run back. So I was eating Chinese food in jail. It wasn't the best Chinese food in the world. But at least it gave me a little bit of normality. Me and Torrey Piles, we loved the pork fried rice in that place. And he loved the chicken wings, so I would get him the fried chicken wings. So sometimes I would run over and get fried rice, and then Torrey would go over and buy like 300 fucking chicken wings. Like there was like 6 wings for $3.95. He would get like 50 wings. The prison didn't know what they didn't have that bag. Right. It was great. There was no liquor store around there. So they really wouldn't look in your bag. And you could see the store from the guardhouse. So you could see if somebody met you for drugs. So they didn't really watch. I remember the first time I walked back with Chinese food. The guard was like, I've been here for fucking 10 years. Nobody has ever brought back Chinese food. How did you do it? And I thought, I planned that. I called in for 10 minutes before I could get over there. So it actually sat 10 minutes before I could get there. But there was, AIDS was big then. AIDS, people didn't know how to handle AIDS. So they built a special barracks for the guys who had HIV. And they only had 3 or 4 guys who had HIV. I could still see their faces. That's how much I hung out in the HIV unit. Because the HIV unit had a brand new TV, brand new refrigerators, brand new stoves. They could cook their own food in there. So we all figured out a way how to bring food in, cook for the HIV guys, and they would let us hang in their thing. They weren't, none of them, or they were all HIV because they were intravenous users, I think one guy was gay, but nobody ever gave him a hard time. He was just one of the guys, And I remember Sunday nights going over there and watching Married with Children and Cops. That was our shit. Yeah. Cops you lived all week for Cops on Sunday night. You lived for Cops. But something interesting happened to me in there. And this is where everything changed for me. Since the minute I got in there, people would always ask me, hey, did you get your paperwork from the first portion? I called it the first 2 weeks before you went to prison, before I went to the camp. I went to that place. Do you remember what I called it? The first 2 weeks, whatever it was. I can't remember.
You're getting double time. You're getting double time out there.
No, that's county.
When you got into, what did you call it?
It's called something, because when you go there, that's what they determine how many points you're at. How many points
I don't remember what you called it, but
and where you're eligible to go to. Whether you have a driver's license, whether you had a job at the time of your arrest, whether you had a high school diploma. All these things counted towards where you were going to go. If you had over 3 points, you would go to a minimum security prison. You know how many points I had? -1.5. So how did you lose points? So I was eligible. I I was eligible for a halfway house right off the bat. I was eligible for a halfway house right off the bat. Remember, my sentence was 48 months, but there was a House Bill 1200, 1204, 1200, that if you were a first-time offender and your sentence, not what you were arrested for, what you got convicted of, was non-violence, your sentence would be cut down. So what I did was, one of the guys got out. He was the law house clerk. So for 3 or 4 weeks, I studied really hard. I got a book, and I studied all the laws, and I took a test, and guess what? I became a law time. So I was the stock clerk. I was the guy who drove the sandwiches, and now I was also the attorney at the prison. So when somebody got a write-up, I would argue with the guards and get their...
You're like basically the shop steward of the union for the prison.
Right. So I became...
Wow, you're a representative?
So I became that guy, and I fucking won every case.
Did you win them all?
Oh, I won them all. Dirty, clean, whether I got to them on the side and talked to them. You know, I would talk to the guy who wrote the fucking report and nail him down a little bit and throw him off. And, you know, I had a good relationship with a lot of those guards. There were some guards that were just douchebags, but a lot of them, they were human beings. And I knew how to tap into that side. You know what I'm saying? So they were okay with me. But the guy I never won over. I won him over slowly. The guidance counselor I had, Mr. Blue.
I was about to ask, the one that hits like anybody.
So I got there probably the beginning of September. By November, I had softened them up. By November, I had softened up the whole place. I'm not going to look you in the eye and tell you I was running the place. But off the record, I kind of was. Because I was running the gambling. I knew where all the dealers were. I knew where they were hiding their stash. I didn't mess with their stash. I was always respectful. I charged them a nice amount. I was fair. I also told them what food to eat and what not to eat, which they really appreciated. You know, if I knew a guy was a bodybuilder, I got him extra milk, and I give him a nice cuts of meat so he could cook them on his own. I learned how to, you know what I'm saying? I learned how to take care of people, so now people took care of me. You know, I did it on the Rogan podcast once. If the food, if they would serve you shit on shingles, what is that called? Did you ever hear that expression? It's corn.
Yeah, shit on a shingle.
Yeah.
Like hash or whatever. Yeah, that's just...
Not corned beef hash. It's called beef something. But what it's called in the army and all that stuff is shit on shingles.
Yeah, my dad taught me that from the military.
Yeah, shit on shingles. So, shit on shingles, whenever they served that, I would sit behind the line of the food, and it would be like Chicken Hawk would be serving Edgy. This is a tall, skinny brother, 6'3". He was like a junior at one of the colleges. Wide receiver, Michael Urban looking, All-American. He went out to a bar. And punched some guy, and the guy died in the hospital. That's why you gotta be careful with your hands.
Yeah.
But so you had Edgy, and then next to Edgy on the line was this other dude, and he was a bank robber. All right, he was a professional bank robber, and him and his brothers were all bank robbers. They were black. They were African American. But he was funny because his job in the kitchen was part-time. He only worked the night shift. But the day shift, he would be there for lunch. And it would be a smaller crowd because the other half was out working, picking up papers. So he would always come up to me and go, Cuba, let me holler at you for a minute. And I would go, what? I go, what's up? They go, is Mr. Yarber going to be in the kitchen at lunchtime? I go, sometimes he's in there, sometimes he's in the stock room, double checking my work. And he goes, listen here, brother. He goes, listen, I gotta work on my freezes. I'm like, what are you talking about? He goes, man, I'm gonna be free in about 90 days. And I gotta work on my freezes and shit because if not, my shit's weak. He goes, one time my brother had the flu and he went to rob a bank and he tried to yell freeze and his shit cracked so people didn't pay attention. You gotta keep your freeze.
He wants to go in there to practice holler and freeze with command. His brother had to yell freeze a second time. That is humiliating.
He goes, the way you yell freeze is very important because it's got to be a word. It's got to come out of your throat a certain way and people react to it. He goes, so I got to practice my freezes and shit. I said, all right, I'm to the kitchen. So sure enough, he waits for everybody with him. He's waiting till everybody was online. They all had their plates in their hand. And he would jump down. And he would jump in the back door with an imaginary shotgun. And go, freeze!
Nah, that didn't really let me do this again. He's coaching himself out.
Oh my God. And they would go, oh God. I don't want to tell you what the black guys would say though. The black people offend them the most. The black people are so offended by the African Americans who yell at them and say, what the hell's the matter with you, man? Get your shit together, brother. Come on, man. Grow up. And he'd be like, what? I gotta keep my freeze game tight. He was dead serious. His freeze game had be tight. You have no idea how much I laughed at that. But then either Wednesday or Thursday night was movie night. And they would play the worst movies in the world. Just to like piss off. Like, you know, fucking, what's the greatest movie of all time? Like, black and white. Like, shit like that. Like, black and white shit. That African Americans and convicts don't want to see that shit. They want to see the Terminator. They want to see Rambo. Black people love Rambo. Do not ever get confused.
Right. Hate fire, love Rambo.
They love Rambo. They only hate, listen, black people only hate fire if it's going to them. They love it, shot other people. They go crazy. They love it. They love it. So for me going off in the kitchen, because I would go off on the kitchen. When they would come in, there was bad food, I would go, don't do it. That's all I would do for minutes at a time. I would just go, don't do it. Don't do it. Mr. Yarbrough looked at me and goes, oh, say Diane. Why do you keep saying don't do it for? They won't eat my food. I go, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying don't do it. Just for me thinking. It's a thing I use to stop being a criminal. So he's like, I know you're lying to me, boy. How come nobody's eating my chicken? How come nobody's eating the chicken today? You know, like he would always attack me if I would say don't do it or whatever. And I would always go off on it. Mr. Yarbrough, relax, man. What's the big problem? Look at that shit. Would you eat that? I don't see you eat it, Mr. Yarbrough. So all those kitchen guys saw that. So on Wednesday night or Thursday night was projector night. We would watch those stupid movies, PT 109 and shit like that. Like a bunch of black and white movies. And the projector would always break. So one day I got up and I'm like, I'm sick and tired of this thing. The state's got so much money. When are you going to get a new fucking projector? And all the guys were like, give it to him, Cuba. That's a boy, give it to him. And that's how it started. And there was like an African American dude, that was one of those red dudes that had freckles. And we would go goof on him. He was a great guy. He would let us, we were called Freckles and shit. And they would all get up and say, you know, Cuba, get up there, whatever the projector would break. That's what happened. The projector would break, the film would break, and people would go, Cuba, get up there. Get up there and talk. Tell us about the week. And I would go, what do you think about fucking that cheap? Fucking giving you mashed potatoes with no butter. And he'd go, fuck you, motherfucker. And I'd go off. So it started like a weekly thing. They would say, go up there, do 10 minutes. And I would go up and do comedy. I didn't know I was doing comedy.
So wait, I want to. Is this the first time you'd ever really got up and performed in front of a crowd at all? It was in prison, so it would not be there.
There wasn't a stage. There wasn't a microphone. There wasn't nothing.
But you're just up there talking to these guys and
talking to these guys. But you remember what I told you on the podcast we did on the church? No, about the guy that I worked with at Subaru that didn't like me. Me and him had gotten into an argument. And one day he came up to me and he goes, I don't know if you know what I did before I came to work here. He goes, I worked in Las Vegas in the entertainment business. And he goes, between you and me, I think you should get into stand-up comedy. His name was Grant Fusman. And I remember looking at him going, you know what, you're a fucking asshole. But I remember going home and just thinking about that maybe I was a comic. So now, here I am 8 months later, and I'm actually doing comedy in a weird sort of way, but it's not registering. Yeah, it's not registering with me. One day, the counselor, my counselor saw me doing that one night. There was one night a month he stayed there late, and this was this particular night. And it was probably like a November night. It was after Thanksgiving, going into Christmas. I remember like it was yesterday. Because I was walking out, and for weeks I would bust his balls about the report. Diagnostic, that's what it was.
Diagnostic, thank you. I'm so focused on you said, remember the guy that showed you the pictures of the girlfriend in the bikini, and I haven't wanted to forget that.
This is horrible to think of, but you have to think about it from this perspective. I kept asking him, yo, tell me what's on my diagnostic report. Tell me what's on my diagnostic report. And he would look me in the face and go, you don't really want to hear what's on your diagnostic report because you couldn't handle it anyway. And I kept busting his balls. And one of those nights that I went off, I caught it. And I, like, just off adrenaline, I got this face look. I go, what are you going to tell me what's on that report? And he goes, you really want to know? And I go, yeah, I really want to know. And he goes, come with me. And we went in his office, and he fucking went in his desk, and he pulled out a file, he put it on the table, and he goes, you want me to fucking tell you what it says? He goes, I'll tell you what it says. And he started reading the psychological shit. And he goes, he took off his glasses, and he goes, in other words, what this says to me is that you're a deadly individual. It says that if you want something that I have, you will do anything that it takes to get that thing. So a person should just give you whatever you want. So from now on, when you want something, just ask for it. Because if not, you should have taken it from them anyway. And I remember looking at him going, thank you for telling me I'm just a piece of shit thief. I appreciate that. And he looked at me and he goes, I told you you weren't going to be able to handle it. I didn't talk to him for like 3 weeks after that. That blew, and all that fun I had, all that fun I was having, came to an end because I realized now I was in prison, and I realized I was a piece of shit, and I was just going to end up a fucking thief. So I would see him, and I wouldn't even go to his meetings anymore. I was getting out of there in February anyway. It didn't really matter. So one day I was walking in the daytime, and he saw me. And he goes, "What happened? You lost your balls ever since I told you the truth?" And I go, "No, I just don't want to hear that shit. I'm just a fucking thief." He goes, "Come here for a second." Because you obviously didn't understand what I was saying, did you? And I go, "What were you saying? I'm a thief." He goes, "No, I'm telling you that you're a deadly individual, because whatever you want in this life, you can get it. Because you're running this chuck and jive with nine shit, because you don't think I know about it. Because you're a fucking genius compared to these guys. Because I don't think you understand how dangerous you are. That if you want something, it's yours. You can just take it, you know." And that resonated with me, like just destroyed me. Because he was right. He was right. You know, like and then I had a system. I didn't work at 8 hours a day. I went in at 8. Well, of course, you know me, dog. I worked like a 2-hour job. 2 hours. I went in. I basically went in the morning, made sure the guys had their shit. If you know anything about me, I'm well prepared. They had their shit the night before. You're there early. And then the truck would be filled already with the sandwiches. I would help him out. I would go to the gate. I'd drive to get him with me. We'd drive together. We'd talk shit. We'd drive. They'd take the sandwiches out. We'd go back to the fucking thing. 9 o'clock by then. And then I would shoot straight to the library. And in the library was a white dude that looked like Josh Potter. And he was also from Buffalo. He was in there for double murder. He murdered his wife and the mailman, which made it a federal offense. You know, so that's amazing. That's true, really good. Hilarious. Yeah, I'm a But oh god, he was like Josh Potter, and he was very intellectual. He was very smart. He wore glasses. He rolled his own cigarettes, and like I had maybe 3 weeks left. And one day I went in there and he gave me a black notebook. You know the black and white notebooks, the regular ones, where you put your name, your grade, and your address. He gave me one of those with a pen. And he goes, "That's a notebook for you so you can write your jokes." I go, "I don't write jokes." He goes, "Well, wait a second. Whenever you go up there on Wednesday nights, that's just you talking." I go, "Yeah, I guess. I don't have time to write jokes. I've never written a joke in my life." He goes, "So you don't sit down during the weekend?" "Well, you see me. I'm in here reading sports and arguing," because I would go in there. It would be me, him, and Chicken Hawk. Chicken Hawk was in there for involuntary murder, and he was African American, but he was well spoken, intelligent as fuck. So we'd go in there and just talk about whatever was in the newspaper. It was like 3 convicts talking about the world's events and shit. And I learned a lot from those 2 guys. Those 2 guys were fucking a lot smarter than I was, you know. And he gave me a notebook and he goes, "Listen, I'm going to be out of this hole in 2 years. If when I get out, you're not a stand-up comic, I'm going to hunt you down and kill you." I would take that as a serious threat. So, you know, I went back to the Mr. Blue and I apologized for my behavior. And on January 20th, 1989, my case went back up in front of there was a president who got inaugurated that day. January 20th, 1989. I forget what, I think it was Bush. One of the Bushes made. It had to be, right? Yeah. Yeah, I went in front of the... No, senior. What am I saying? Yeah, I went up in front of the board, and they gave me community corrections. And I think by February 13th, I was in BCTC, the halfway house in Boulder. And that's a whole different story. That's how we pick up next time. From BCTC. That was my whole prison experience. So I had a really good time in prison. And I prepared myself to go in, like I lifted weights, I swam, I rode a bike. I knew what things I was going to do and what I wasn't going to do. And the experience was completely different from what I thought it was going to be. Like when I came out of prison, it was completely different than what I thought I was going to be. I didn't see anybody get raped. And yes, there was one guy that didn't mess with me. He was a young guy that hung out in the biker crew. And whenever he was with his biker friends, he would make little comments at me. So I let my friends know what was going on. And they said, whatever it is, we got your back. So I had John Clark's crew, which they were Nazis, like little neo-Nazis. That's the other thing. John Clark was pretty much a neo-Nazi. Like he had like a SWAT team.
Yeah, I figured that. Yeah, I figured. Well, you're going to survive 20-some years. You got to
Yeah, and he loved me for who I was. We would talk about Cuba all the time. And that's how we became tighter, because the lady who raised him was Cuban. So his mother, his babysitter was Cuban. So he told me how much he liked the Cuban food, and that's how we became friends. And I remember snorting speed with him and seeing the SWAT sticker. So I had his support, and I had the black guy's support if I went to war with this biker. They told me exactly how to do it. They said, just get them one-on-one. Don't involve the bikers. And one day we were listening to Guns N' Roses had just come out. Remember, I got sentenced as Sweet Child of Mine and taken over the world. So now it's November of 88. And November of 88.
November rain.
And Guns N' Roses is everywhere. That first album is huge. And I remember getting into an argument with one of the bikers about Mr. Brownstone. It was about heroin. He goes, it's not about heroin. And I go, it's about heroin. And that's when that kid started arguing with me. What do you know? You hang out with blacks and all that. I'm like, oh, you dumb motherfucker. So the first thing I did to him was, he would torture me a little bit. I knew I could fuck him up. But it is quick, I would get killed. If I ever got caught in his area of the yard, I would get killed. Because there were like two guys in that crew that I didn't really like. The leader, obviously, I told you I couldn't remember what his dog, some raw dog or something like that was his name. He was a disgusting guy. And him, I didn't like the long-haired guy. So I knew I had to take him out eventually at some point. But I also knew that I had a secret weapon that he didn't have, which is the mind of Joey Diaz. I'm gonna fucking break him down mentally, motherfucker. So he had a job in the kitchen. So I didn't torture him in the kitchen. I left the kitchen alone because I could just fuck him up in the kitchen. It would be easy with the blacks around me and nothing would happen. The black dudes would help me. What I did was I took an American cheese box. You know the cheese the government sends you? I took the box. I took the cheese out. And I took the shit in that box. I took the biggest shit you ever seen in your life. It had to be like a 19-inch shit that broke together. I took paper towels and I put it in the box. And then I took a little, they had like little American flags in the workshop. I took a little work and I put it in the piece of shit. And I covered the box and I put it in this drawer. And I put his clothes over it. And every day he would stop us on the way and go, oh, does anybody else smell shit? And we would go, no, I don't smell nothing. And he goes, I swear to God, I smell shit somewhere. This went on for like a month. I was just taking American shit boxes, taking shit. So And then I would put them in the ceiling. He had ceiling tile. And you could pick up every other ceiling tile. I had a box with a piece of shit in it. And eventually one day, he found the one in the drawer. And it had gone from 19 inches to about 6.5. All the moisture got out of it. It was just down to peanuts, a couple clusters of hair and whatever the fuck. A couple corn clusters and shit. Dog, he flew out of there. He's like, somebody's messing with me. I'm gonna find out who it is and fuck him up and all this stuff. But there was a gym area. And the gym area was a room that was next to a laundry room. And they had a billboard up in that room about jobs or events, what situations or programs you could get into or whatever. And one Saturday, I'm working in the kitchen, and I see him by himself walking into that area to drop off his laundry. I go, this is when I get this motherfucker today. I remember it was cold out, so it had to be like January, February, December. But the sun was out. It was a really pretty day, but it was cold. So I waited for him to go back and get his clothes. And I told the black guys, the only people who would hang out in the gym were the black dudes that would play dominoes. So there was a bunch of guys playing phones, and they would listen to Bobby Brown, Don't Be Cruel, Don't Be. Right? So they would fucking, when Bobby Brown would go up, the room would light up, and they would throw the fucking phones. It was great. But in the daytime, they didn't play. It was just a couple of brothers that would lift weights. So I waited till the guy went in, and I went to the side door, and brother, I caught him as he was taking the clothes from the dryer, from the washer, and putting it in the dryer. I just stood behind him. And the wall next to us had the billboard on it with all the events that are going to happen. He fucking turned around, and I was right there on him. I knew he still got that problem with me. And before he could even say anything, I grabbed my hand in between his hair. And that's why I've never liked long hair. And I grabbed his hair and locked him in like that. I didn't know anything about Muay Thai. It was like holding somebody from Muay Thai, holding their neck and knee. I didn't even know that stuff. I just did it with his hair. I grabbed his hair and I dragged him over and I banged his head off that billboard possibly 20 times. Like that was the only bad thing I did in there. I banged this fucking head like 20 fucking times. I mean, boom, 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 boom. He went down. He woke up. He never said nothing again. And he was 3 doors down. We were in the same bunk because we both worked in the kitchen. He never said a fucking word. He knew I told him. Well, I was banging his head. I go, the next time me and John Park will fucking kill you. So don't ever speak up around me again, because he would always throw little remarks and shit. After that, when he would see me, he wouldn't say 2 fucking words. I still remember this kid, what he looked like. He was a white kid with long hair, big retarded lips. He just wasn't even normal. That fucking poor retard wasn't even normal. They'll probably give him fucking transgender pills or something at the time. Whoop ass.
Wait, hold on. That's not it. Because I have 2 quick questions. You said about the dude showing you the bikini pictures of his girlfriend. You said, hold on to that. Remember that for later. Why? What does that come back?
Okay, so I get to the halfway house. I'm working at Boulder Toyota. No, I'm working as a detailer. And I get out of the halfway house. My child is born. And I hear Boulder, the city of Boulder is on alert. Because a guy escaped from prison in Canyon City. And he was headed to Boulder to get his girlfriend. It was that idiot.
Damn.
Summit County. That had broken So what he basically did was he broke out of jail because she let him know that she was sleeping with his roommate.
Yeah, who didn't see that coming?
He got so crazy.
I guess he did.
He broke out of a medium security prison. Like, I won't tell you the story how he did it because I don't remember. I was just lying anyway. All I do know is he broke out of that medium security prison, stole a car, and went to Boulder. He went to, I think it was somewhere off of Lee Hill Road. He saw 4 kids target practicing, shooting guns. So he went up to them with a fake wallet. He goes, I'm a wildlife guy. Put your pistols down. I want to see identifications. The kids put their weapons down. He picked up the weapons and shot the 4 kids. And took their guns and went, and went into Boulder. He went into Kmart, which I lived across the street from at the time. And he bought ammunition. They had proof of, so they locked the city of Boulder down. They knew they had a wild guy. I went home, but it was on TV. I couldn't even tell my wife or anybody. I was in jail with him. Like, I was in county fucking jail with this idiot. So I lived on 30th, close to Baseline. I lived on 28th Street. If you went to like 32nd Street in Boulder on your way to Longmont, there used to be a jazz club there, like a blues club. I don't know what the name of it was. It's 30 fucking years ago. The story I'm telling you happened in 1990, or not even 91. Let's leave it 1990. So this idiot broke out, shot the 4 kids, set up a meeting at that blues club, and got into a shootout with the cops. One of the cops shot him in the neck. The guy lived, but he needed surgery. Guess what the problem was? The only surgeon available was the father of one of the kids he shot.
No. Fuck. Did those kids die, by the way? All those kids die?
Yeah, we'll be doing
Jesus.
I think it was great.
I think he refused to take care of.
But you did a good job.
Something right now doesn't. I talked about on the podcast once how weird a story that was. That he was the guy because he killed his son.
Excellent, big dog.
So that's the world.
Okay.
That's right, big man.
First of all, thank you. You know I love you. Thank you for making
Some, yeah, I think so.
No, it's important.
But I want to just. So where do we? February.
I think about 1 o'clock in the morning.
88, we're gonna pick up. March 88, we're gonna pick up.
Something like that.
February of
Okay.
BCTC.
So you're going from prison into this halfway house.
Which now we're in the halfway house for the first time. And this
All right, sweet dreams, big dog. I'll talk to you tomorrow, God willing. Excellent, man.
February 89.
Take care, big dog. Good night.
We're just gonna rough it the first couple of weeks until all the parts come together for our studio, and then we'll move into the studio. But for now, I'm just gonna start a podcast right here where you're staying with this face, and we're just gonna do our thing until the wheels fall off.
Well, I love you, brother, and thank you so much.
Too.
And
thank you to all you people. You got it. We'll do this once a month. You know me, dog. I don't fuck around. Patreon.com/Joey Diaz. Stay black, you bad motherfuckers. Don't forget Uncle Vinny's Wednesday nights in October. 36 people, so you gotta buy your tickets fast. That's all I got. Say hello to everybody, Ryan. Say hello. I love you, brother.
I love you too. As always, Ryan Sickler on all social media, RyanSickler.com. We'll talk to y'all next week.
According to New York City Councilman Robert Bolden, the city council is co-naming a street in honor of the celebrated journalist and media icon Dorothy Kilgallen on Saturday.
For the ones who get it done, the most important part is the one you need now, and the best partner is the one who can deliver. That's why millions of maintenance and repair pros trust Grainger, because we have professional-grade supplies for every industry, even hard-to-find products, and we have same-day pickup and next-day delivery on most orders. But most importantly, we have an unwavering commitment to help keep you up and running. Call Grainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This episode of The Honeydew is brought to you by Helix, Upstart, Honey, and ExpressVPN. More on that later. Let's get into the do.
The Honeydew with Ryan Sickler.
Welcome back to The Honeydew, y'all. We're over here doing it. Studio Night. I'm Ryan Sickler, RyanSickler.com, Ryan Sickler on all social media. Just a huge thank you for all your support. We just finished 100 episodes. We're about to kick off the first of the next 100. So I just want to thank you all for your support. Thank you for making this such a fun show. Thank you for all the messages, the emails, everybody. I sincerely appreciate your support. We're going to keep on doing the damn thing. So get over, subscribe to the YouTube channel. You'll get audio here on Mondays, video on Tuesdays. Don't just watch, subscribe, and you're going to get some more content coming soon there as well. If you're a fan of the time codes, if you look in the description underneath YouTube, you'll see stories you can jump to if you'd like. The Patreon show is growing. Thank you so much for your support there. The Honeydew with you all. Doing the Honeydew with you all out there. I've heard some amazing, crazy, funny stories. If you or someone you know has a story that has to be heard, please submit at honeydewpodcast@gmail.com. We're going through all of them. We will get to you. There are a lot. We'll keep on doing that show too. So if you're on board for it, you can subscribe for a year, save yourself some money. I know that $5 a month is a lot for some people, $60 a year. A lot of things going on out there, but you can subscribe for a year and you'll save over a month of episodes. You'll get them for free. It goes back to you, y'all. So subscribe to that as well. The Facebook fan page, make sure you're subscribed over there for updates, clips, all that stuff. Make sure you're following me on Instagram. Can't thank you guys enough for the iTunes reviews as well. All that stuff helps, man. You guys are the shit. The honeydewpodcast.com is the website for the show. All the merch is there. It's also on RyanSickler.com, but the night pants are there. The Night Pant Nation Champion sweats are there. The hoodies, the T-shirts for the Honeydew, the T-shirts for my Ryan Sickler, the fist pump. Did I say pump? Fist bump shirt. The Appreciate is really cool design. Upstate merch is the shit. Zach Newton designing some of that stuff for us over there. So thank you. And I record here at the Santa Monica Music Center. You know, I like to give back. So if you live in LA, if you need musical instruments, you need musical lessons, this is the spot for you or your kids. Take a lesson with your kids. Go to SantaMonicaMusic.com. You get online lessons. Use the code Honeydew, and they will waive the registration fee, and they'll give you one free lesson when you sign up for a package. All right? That's the biz. If you're new here on the next 100 shows, what we do over here is we highlight the lowlights. These are the stories behind the storytellers. We're shedding a little light in that darkness and laughing in the face of adversity. And this guy is no stranger to the do. Ladies and gentlemen, excited to have him back. The saga continues. Joey Diaz, welcome back to the Honeydew, Joey. Great to have you.
What's happening there, Ryan?
I'm saying you look so
Great to
good.
be here.
Jersey looks good on
Trying,
you.
brother.
You look like an old swamp gangster out of Vegas right now, and in his twilight years, coming into his own. You look good, dude. You do.
It's tremendous. It's a different life. I got the stink of LA off me. My daughter's in school. She's happy. And for the close of the show, yesterday was the 33rd anniversary of the kidnapping of Ken Bella, November 18th, 1987.
Really?
So yesterday was the anniversary. Yeah.
How many years? 87, you said?
33. Yeah, I called him Tuesday night. Like,
you called the guy you kidnapped on the anniversary of the kidnapping.
Oh, every year. He's unemployed now, so he wants to hear from me.
You talk about full circle, man.
Dog, I apologized to him. I did a bad thing. I apologized to him. He accepted it, and we became together.
That's great.
So I called him Tuesday night, left him a message. I was thinking about him. I go 33 years ago tonight. I was planning on what to do with you. So
I can't.
We were going to feed you to the lions and fucking put you in the trunk of a car. We didn't know yet.
All right, let me say this for those of you listening, because a lot of people have missed that the last episode of that I actually was honored to host, guest host the church, and that's the episode where we cover the kidnapping. So there's a lot of you like, hey, there seems to be a chapter missing. That's where you find that chapter. Okay, go to the church and what's happening now. Check out the episode I guest hosted, and that's where Joey tells that whole story. This time, exactly where we left off was February of 1989. It was you were just leaving prison, and what you said is it was the first time in the halfway house, which made me laugh because that means it's not the only time you were in the fucking halfway house. Feel free.
When I think of my stint at BCTC,
what does that stand for, Joey? BCTC.
BCTC. Boulder Community Treatment Center.
Okay.
Boulder County. The same people who own BCTC own BCTC, which was in Longmont, Colorado, about 20 minutes away.
Okay.
You didn't want to, they put you to where you were from, but they threatened to put me in Longmont at first. And I didn't mind because there was a little Mexican place out there called Delicioso. And they make the best fucking breakfast burritos you've ever had in your life. I put away like 8 of them.
Damn.
8, 9 of them. They were that good, Mike. So I didn't care about going to Longmont, but I really wanted to go to Boulder. So I found out. I went in. You got a 3-day orientation. You can't leave. You can call your loved ones and they can bring stuff in, the clothing you need, whatever you need for your job. And then after 3 days, they let you go out just to find the job.
Okay, so let me ask you some questions, because we had this halfway house right next to my middle school, and one of my high school wrestling coaches worked there later in the years. He'd take us home in the van. He'd drop, but we couldn't get in. You can't get out. He has to get out of the van and let you out. We're like, oh yeah, this is a correctional van. You can't get out of this motherfucker. But so you're out of prison, but you're at this place where how many people would you say are also living under this roof?
About 90.
Oh wow, okay, that's way bigger than I thought it was. Okay, so you got 90 all men.
No, the bottom floor was women, and then the 2 top floors were men.
Okay.
And it was 7-man rooms, and then when you moved up the system, you got put into a 3-man room.
So you're allowed out. Go ahead.
After 3 days, you're allowed out for about a week to find a job, from like 9 to 5. You have to call them and let them know where you're going. So I got to call them and go, I'm going to Ryan Sickler's to interview at Goodyear. And then from there, you have to have a list of them. So I would just make up a phony fucking list of where I was going. And then those 3 days were kind of shaky. But then once I got a job right away.
Doing what?
And then I think the first job I got was like a detailer at a car lot. But those first 3 days, when they hold you for 3, and then that first day when they let you out and go get a job, I went and picked up an ounce of blow. I gotta get back on the board here. You know what I'm saying? I'm down by 10. Something's gotta be done here. If you're getting a job at $8 an hour, I'm not getting no job for $8 an hour. So I started slinging. I got an ounce of coke right off the fucking bat. The 4th day out. The 4th day out. That's why all that shit you talk in prison is bullshit. I'm going to go out. I'm going to read the Bible. The 4th day out. The first place I went to was my buddies to get an ounce Tommy on to go to work.
Let me ask you, what did it feel like? What did it feel like, though, to be just out? You're now. I'm including you're on your own. I know you have a curfew, but what does it feel like? That first feeling of after all the shit you've been through, you're actually breathing the outdoors right now. There's not someone watching you when you're walking or driving or taking the bus to your friend's house.
I knew that at that moment I was never going back into the prison. I did know that. I did know that I was a criminal. I came to that conclusion. And I figured out that whatever I did from now on, I had to have a cover to it. And I had to keep it low. It would be small moves. Selling coke was the alternative. I mean, I could sell coke all day long. But just to get on the board, I started slinging coke. Like the 3rd to 4th day. Just to put some money in my pocket, generate some income, move around. And then I got like a job. I really don't know, Ryan. I would be lying to you if I told you what my first job was. I can't remember. But I got a job right away. And I still remember bringing the coke into the halfway house with me.
I was going to ask.
Like that case. Okay? And I still remember weighing it in the bedroom on the top bunk. And I still remember one day that, like in my first 2 weeks, the chick that ran the place did a surprise attack on me while I was weighing the coke. And I had it in like the big bindle. When I put it in, the coke flew all out of the bindle. But it was in little chunks. So she walks into the room. I got the scale hitting like fucking Richard Gere in Office of the Gentleman. I had it up in the ceiling. I had everything hitting in the ceiling. But she comes in, and there's still all these little coke rocks on the carpet. And she goes, you guys need to do some carpeting, and we got to get the maintenance guy to come in here and vacuum the dust off this stuff. She thought it was fucking dust from the ceiling. She didn't know that there was an ounce of coke, on the fucking floor in little chunks. That this is what I walked into. I mean, you create this life for yourself. So that was it off the bat. Then I got a job, but I kept slinging coke. And then eventually I started smoking coke. And I walked into BCPC maybe in February, and by April I already gave my first hot UA. So the first one is free. The first one is you get locked up for 14 days. You're only allowed to go to work. No leisure, no gym, no nothing. So I have to figure out a different idea that's going to get the job. I went to my buddy's garage. He got a garage where he fixed cars, and I would hustle details there. But I got a pager. So they didn't know where I was. They could also drop into your job. I made it that I was driving cars back and forth. So don't come in here because I'm never going to be there. Ryan, it was just a different level.
Yeah.
They weren't even ready for me. Like, they weren't even ready for the game I was imposing on. They could shake you down any time and you couldn't have more than $40 on you.
Oh, really?
Okay. Yeah. You had to pay, it was, at that time, it was $75 a week rent. And you also got a box of food, like frozen Swanson dinners, you know, cheese slices, shitty food, you know, for the week. I used to get food delivered. I'd get Chinese food delivered, and they'd lose their fucking mind. Like, I showed up just completely different. Like, I was running my own game ahead. Then I gave the hot urinalysis, and then they were really on me.
And that was just
once you give them a hot UA, just coke. I wasn't smoking dope or anything. Once I gave the first hot, I came to the conclusion that I can't smoke coke, and I was fine with that. But I still needed to sell coke to make some money. The job was just to cover. The other thing I devised was you got to pay rent on Thursday, but everybody got paid on Friday. So if you didn't pay rent on Thursday, you wouldn't get your leisure time on the weekend. That opened up another avenue for me, loan sharking. So I would lend out $75 for 102. I give you 75 on Thursday, you give me 102 on Friday. I was a one-man fucking wrecking crew.
You got $27 profit on that shit.
Yeah, I had 10 of those motherfuckers every week. So I became a loan shark. I was slinging coke, and I was hustling whatever the job I was doing.
Now wait, are you also selling coke to people in the halfway house, or are you just hiding it there?
I'm hiding it there, but I'm also selling it to people at the halfway house.
So they're all doing it. So any of them could to give a hot test then, all coming from the coke.
Oh yeah. Oh. They were all. I had a couple of guys I was selling it to. Once I got the first hot UA, I had a garage I rented about 8 blocks away on 16th Street. I paid $35 a month, and I had a heavy bag in there and a bar. Right before I got arrested, I kept that little gym, so I started stashing my coke in there. It was only a walk away, so I would stash it in there, have the scale in there. So I'm loan sharking in there, I'm slinging coke, I'm fucking around, and then guess what happens? I give them another hot UA. Even though I wasn't doing coke, just touching it.
Ah, okay, I wondered, yeah. Handling it?
Just wait. Because the guy would give me like 6 ounces at a time, and it would be like 4 chunks and a half ounce of powder. This motherfucking Mexican was a nut. So I would have to pick up these chunks of coke. It was like fucking, this coke was real. It was fucking tremendous. So from weighing it, it went through my skin. And then I gave him another fucking hot UA. So now they're going to put me back in prison. So to hire my attorney to go in there and fight for me, you know, they had me on lockdown. I couldn't leave the building. Then they came to a conclusion that I go to a rehab. And I just mentioned the name of this rehab here. I forgot the name of it. It was from 6 to 9 at night. 5 nights a week. And you had to sit there and guess what? I went to this rehab for I think it was 6 weeks, 3 hours a night, 5 nights a week. And I started selling more coke at the rehab than I ever did. It was fucking great. It's so fucking, that just made me so embarrassing, you know. There had to be like 12 people in the group, and, you know, like 9 of them were still getting high. So we're still getting high in there. But then something happened. I got a fucking call one day that I knocked up my girlfriend.
Okay. And this is what year are we in now? 90? We in 90s to 89?
We're in 89. We're in like May of 89. I'm already in the fucking rehab. And now this poor girl tells me she's pregnant. Had to be about June. So now I had to fucking strap the belt on a little bit harder. And I stayed clean. And I went and sold them. The hot car at the time was the Eclipse by Mitsubishi.
Yeah.
So a friend of mine said that he needed help at his place selling Mitsubishis. So I went over there and I started making 8-9 grand a month selling Mitsubishis. I would just sell Eclipses. I wouldn't even look at the bucket because the Eclipse is hard to get. And you made like $800 in the car because you sold them above sticker price. So now I'm fucking selling cars, selling coke, loan sharking. I'm a one-man wrecking crew. I'm getting watches sent out from New Jersey, Rolex watches, presidentials. The guy would give them to me for like $7 grand. I would sell them to 10. It was the prime of the joke. I was doing more hustling in those months than I ever did before. Like, it was the top of my hustle game. I was 27 years old, 28, and I was making probably 15 grand a month. Between the selling cars, the selling coke. I wasn't snorting, so it was all profit. You know,
this is 15 grand a month in 89.
Oh yeah, I'm fucking slinging with both hands.
Yeah.
And then they moved me into. I started making progress in the system. I started becoming a model prisoner.
That term right there, a model prisoner.
Oh my God, I turned it around. I fucking really turned it around. It was just amazing. They were blown away. No more high ways. I was doing everything I was supposed to do. I was on my best behavior. I had the best summer of my life. You there?
I'm here, brother.
Oh, I thought you froze up for a second. I had the best summer of my life selling cars. I didn't do coke for the whole summer, but I was just a fucking renegade in there. I was just a fucking renegade in there. And then I got them to so high that they gave me a furlough, like a 4-day furlough to get married and to go on a honeymoon. But I had them at that time, and I did my program, and they let me out. They said, "You're done here.
Really?
We're going to put you on regular community corrections." Yeah, so once you get married and come back, get your stuff and get out. And then you still got to go to meetings and circle jerks and all that shit. So by August of 89, I was a free fucking man.
Because you're married.
Because I'm married. I get married. I move into my place.
Wait, sorry, what month do you get married?
September of 89.
But you officially are, because you're getting married, you actually get out before the wedding?
I get out. They said, like a week before I got married, they go, you know, by the way, your time is done. Your time is done. You can do your last 6 months from the house.
So that's what I want to ask.
Like 6 months left.
But you can do it from the comfort of your own home as long as you're married because you have a family.
No. I had nothing to do with being married. I was just, my time was
okay, gotcha.
I had done my time in there. I've been there from February. It was now September. And it was 7 months, and they were like, you came in here with like a 16-month sentence left. Something weird, so the last 8 months you could do on house probation.
Hell yeah.
So I was still on community corrections. I still had to pee in a bottle. I still had to do all that stuff. I get married, I'm clean, everything's fine. But my buddies come out for the wedding. And they give me a package at the wedding. So I do a couple bumps at the wedding and they stop me.
Oh, I know it.
I got on the plane, I'm fucked up, you know. I'm drinking on the plane. I get to San Francisco. She falls asleep. And I go out to see a friend of mine because I lived in San Francisco in 85. So I went looking for a friend of mine. He gave me an 8-ball. I stayed up all night in the garage doing it with a fucking 8-pack of beer, a 6-pack of beer. I walked up the stairs at 7. I got in bed and she woke up and we went on a honeymoon. Like, you know, we went to an Oakland A's game with Canseco and all those guys.
Bash Brothers.
Monday night, we went to Monday Night Football, opening game, the Giants at the Niners.
Oh, that's great, yeah.
But I came back on Tuesday and I had the bug in me, dog. I was back on the powder. So I started doing powder. I worked against the clock. I would snort on Friday nights because I could possibly clean by Monday. You know,
were your tests random at this point, or did you know when they were coming?
They tested me Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays.
Damn.
So you had to call the number at 1 o'clock, and the number would tell you what color was up. And there was some Mondays where they wouldn't test me, so I played against the clock. I would get high on Fridays because if you didn't test me on Monday, chances were you were going to test me on Wednesday. But if they tested you on a Friday, that means you were going to get tested again on Monday.
Okay.
So you always had to play the clock.
Yeah.
And I did it. Great. Then they started nailing me on Monday. That's when I went to work. I would, like if I called out 1 and my color was up, I would go to Albertsons and buy a bottle of vinegar. A white vinegar, distilled vinegar, 32 ounces, and a bottle of Gatorade, and I would get a package of Certo. Certo is what you use to make like a Jello.
Okay, yeah.
And I would drink the whole bottle of white vinegar.
No, dude.
With Gatorade.
You would mix 32. That's fucking 4 cups of vinegar and Gatorade mix. What does that taste like?
I would drink. You know, when you're a fucking junkie, this is what happens when you're a junkie.
Doesn't that burn your soul?
It just destroys your inside. I got away with it like maybe twice.
So wait, I'm sorry to interrupt you again, but this is supposedly a concoction that's going to neutralize this test or give you a negative test?
This is the word on the street.
Got it.
That you had to drink vinegar, but at the end of the day, nothing works. They always get you. It's some type of metabolites or something. So I got away with the test like maybe 2 times, and then maybe like mid-October, they fucking nailed me. They nailed me again. And instead of rehab, they said, you're going back into the halfway house. You're going to do an extra fucking group meeting. And like, you know, I went from being the model guy to the fucking schlub. So I would wake up every morning and walk to my apartment. I lived about 2 miles from the halfway house. I would walk to the apartment, see my wife, get changed, and go to fucking work. And that really made me become a little bit like I did, you know, just a realization of what I had done and stuff. I'm like, God damn it, I can't get my fucking life together. And I started working. I still sold coke, you know. I wasn't doing it. I said, let me just do this steady, you know. And I stuck to the program. I went to the fucking AA meetings, you know. I did everything I had to do. The holidays came. I was great. And then I got myself up to level 4, which was unheard of. That was unheard of. Like, a lot of people didn't make it to that top tier. That top tier let you stay out till midnight, and it gave you 2 furloughs a month. So you go home on Friday and come back on Sunday night.
Okay, twice a month.
I was that, and I got my driving privileges.
Oh wait, you weren't allowed to drive before that?
No, but I was driving. I didn't give a Frenchman's fuck. I remember being on the light one day. And one of the counselors pulled up next to me at the light. And I'm like, fuck. But it was funny, those months when I was a junkie, I tormented that fucking world, Ryan, because I couldn't figure out how to beat the drug test. So I started fucking getting like chlorine for a pool, and I would grind it down into a powder, and I would pull the skin back on my dick and sprinkle the chlorine on my helmet.
Jesus Christ!
And then pull the skin back, and then put like a fucking rubber band on my dick. And I would pull this. So I started fucking around with that test. They couldn't figure out what the fuck was going on.
You're putting chlorine in the test? Oh, man, but doesn't that burn the fuck out of your dick? Your dick skin's so sensitive.
Fucking pool cleaner. Pool cleaner.
Yeah, I know. I was a lifeguard. I know what you're talking about. I feel like that would burn your dick skin.
I was grinding them down. It was tremendous. It was really tremendous. I was grinding it down into a fucking powder and putting it on my dick. And I was fucking with them. And then one week I used Drano.
Come on.
It was tremendous. It was tremendous. I was driving these two. It was a team. It was a man and woman team that would test you. And then they also, when you're level 4, they also have the right to come to your house whenever they want, knock on the door and check your house, your refrigerator, smell around to see if there's weed. They knocked on my door 10 times. You know how many times I opened that door? 0. I don't open the door for strangers. 0. Listen to me. I would turn the TV off. They would come back with a sheriff's car and sit outside my door for 2-3 hours. I would outweigh the sheriffs. I'm not going anywhere. 0. My attorney would call me. He's like, you got to open the door for them. No, I don't. They don't have a warrant. Well, they have this from the court. Fuck that shit. I got to see a warrant. I know my rights. I'm like Jay-Z. I know my rights. You got to show me the fucking warrant.
Let's take a quick break and tell you about our first sponsor, Honey. Now, imagine this. You make a list of the gifts you're going to buy for the holidays, right? And then someone randomly gives you the money to help buy one. Sound good? Well, that's what Honey is doing. They're helping pay for $1 million worth of gifts, all right? You're probably wondering, is this the same Honey that automatically searches for promo codes online? Yes. Yes, it is. With Honey, you can also make a list of the holiday gifts you want from certain stores, and Honey will email you when the price drops on anything on your list. You just add Honey to your computer, you create a free account, you throw some holiday gifts on your drop list for a chance to win. Honey will randomly select winners and give them the money to help buy something on their list. All right? I'm looking for some stuff for my daughter right now. I got her this Bill Nye virtual reality thing where you can do all these science experiments, virtual reality. Since you can't go to school now, you can still feel like you're really doing this stuff there. Any gifts you want, you put them on the list, and Honey will give you a heads up, all right? There's no purchase necessary. You need a PayPal account to redeem the prize. Only valid in the U.S. and the giveaway ends 12/21/2020. Get honey for free at joinhoney.com/honeydew. Once again, honey is free, and you can get it at joinhoney.com/honeydew. Our next sponsor is ExpressVPN. Now, when you use the bathroom, you always close the door behind you, right? I hope you do. You don't want random passerbys looking in on you, so why would you let people look in on you when you go online? Using the internet without ExpressVPN is like going to the bathroom and not closing the door. Did you know that your internet service provider like Comcast or Verizon, they know every single website you visit, and what's worse is they can sell this information to ad companies and tech giants who will use your data to target you. ExpressVPN puts a stop to this. It creates a secure, encrypted 10-tunnel between your device and the internet so that your online activity can't be seen by anyone. I use ExpressVPN on all my devices. It works on everything. Phones, laptops, even routers. So everyone who shares your Wi-Fi can still be protected even if they don't have ExpressVPN. And the best part is that using ExpressVPN is as easy as closing the bathroom door. You just fire up the app, you click one button, boom, you're protected. ExpressVPN is the world's #1 rated VPN by CNET Wired, The Verge, and countless others. So if you're like me and you believe your online activity is your business, secure yourself by visiting expressvpn.com/honeydew today. Use my exclusive link, expressvpn.com/honeydew, and you can get an extra 3 months for free. That's a lot, 3 months. That's expressvpn.com/honeydew. Now, let's get back to the dude.
That motherfucker was banging on that door, and then something weird happened. I went to my coke dealer's house, or was it dear friend also, and he asked me if I had ever seen this comedian. And I go, what are you fucking talking about? And he goes, this comedian, Andrew Dice Clay. And I go, no. And I saw that had to be November of '89. And I saw that special, and my head blew up. Like, I kept watching it, and watching it, and watching it. And then, for New Year's Eve, I was in the halfway house. So I talked them into renting the conference room and having a party for New Year's Eve. Non-alcoholic. Showing the Andrew Dice Clay special on VHS. And I got like fucking Pizza Brother and Tomatoes. And they let me do it. And I watched Andrew Dice Clay. And 1990, they let me out of the halfway house February 2nd of 1990 on a Friday. My then wife picked me up, pregnant as could be, ready to bust. She picked me up. We went to a restaurant called Lucille's. It's still in Boulder. Fucking tremendous. It's Cajun. I got the 3 eggs with the red fish and the bayonets with these fucking potatoes. It was February 2nd. It had to be 60 degrees out, brother. We got back to the apartment about 4 o'clock. I think I watched the news, and I must have passed out about 7. And I woke up February, I just let me out of the halfway house. I woke up February 3rd to a woman yelling. Okay? And it was my ex-wife that her water had broken. Okay. And she was like, we got to get out of here. We're about to have this baby. I fucking jump in the shower. I'm getting ready. I go outside, and 1.5 feet of snow fall. I had been sleeping. I didn't even see the snow. So I go, hold on 1 second. I got to unshovel the fucking car. So I get the car. I shovel it. I shoveled the spot as best as I could. I had the car running. I back up the fucking car and I pull it out just to get her to come in. And the fucking guy who lived upstairs came with his car and pulled into my spot. After I had just shoveled it. I just got out of the halfway house. I go, this isn't happening. So I go up to the guy and go, dog, what are you doing? My wife is pregnant inside. I got to pull her out. And he said some snide remark. not fucking getting off this easy. Move your fucking car. And he goes, I'm not moving my car. And he spit on my car.
Whoa.
So I punched him right in the fucking face. And here, my wife is inside, fist fighting some dude.
In the driveway.
Between you and me, Ryan Sickle, this guy had me. He clocked me like 3 times straight, and he kind of had me. But he slipped on the ice. And I jumped on him and started beating the fuck out of him. I'm pounding him in the head. And next thing you know, I look up and there's 3 cop cars coming at me. I'm like, I'm never gonna make it. I'm never gonna make it out of this fucking system. Like I'm a dead man. So the cop pull up next to me. You know, I run up to the cops. I know one of them, and I'm telling the cop what happened. They go, we got a report of a woman yelling. Like, we got a report of a woman getting domestic violence. Well, what the fuck is going on here? And I go, my wife is inside yelling because the water broke. I'm out here, I shovel the fucking thing, look where my car is, and then this guy just sneaks his way in. So, I'm like, I'm dead. I'm going to go to prison for the rest of my life. They have a talk. And the cops decide, they go, listen, it was just a misunderstanding. Why don't you guys just apologize to each other? You're neighbors. You're going to have to fucking live with each other. I'll never forget the cop going, pull your hands out and shake hands. The guy goes, I'm not shaking his hand. And the cop looks at him and goes, you know what? We can just get back in the car. You weren't doing too good when we got here. You better shake his fucking hand. Look at your face. The cop, the dude was all banged up, and he wouldn't shake my hand. And the cop told him, you weren't doing too good when we got here. You know what I'm saying? So you better shake his fucking hand. So the cops actually they gave me an escort to the hospital.
That's nice.
So I got my wife in the car, drove her to the hospital, had the baby. She's in the hospital. I go home, I get an 8-ball to celebrate. You know me, though. Old habits never change. Now, even though I'm free, I still owe them like 8 more months of piss test. And that's when my world began. I just started fucking blowing up their machines. Every time I go in there for a piss test, I would throw something else on my dick to fuck their machine up. Bromo salsa, Alka-Seltzer, fucking pool cleaner. I put Alka-Seltzer.
You must have like a leather dick, I tell you, man. I don't think I can handle any of that shit. Oh, that's so good.
Fucking Alka-Seltzer. That's how deep my whatever ran.
What do you think of God, Brian?
I had a little girl. You know, man, this is why I tell people, nothing's gonna change you unless you change yourself.
Amen.
I've sat with men thousands of times, you know, doing fucking an ounce of coke, telling me, I love my kids. This is the last time I'm gonna get high. You'll never see me again after tonight, you know. Kids can't stop you from getting high. Probation can't stop you from getting high. Nothing can stop you from getting high. When you're gonna get high, you're gonna get high. People don't realize that. I know the other side of it. I think back to my times, that time period of my life. It didn't matter. And you know what made it worse, Ryan? That they gave me a rule I couldn't get high. I don't do well by rule, right? You know, we're comedians. That's why we became comedians. Because we cannot follow society's rules.
Yeah.
I wake up every morning at 5 in the morning. 6, 7, 8. I'm an early riser. I'm on social media at 7:30 in the morning, you know. If I had a job, I wouldn't wake up at 8. When I have to do something, I'm not going to do it. There's no way. You know, I've been on my own basically since I was 10. My mother when I got out of Catholic school, someone made me an offer I couldn't refuse. I'm gonna let you away. The first time you fuck up, you go back to my way. So looking back at it now, I couldn't handle rules. When they dropped that whole program, I stopped getting high as much. I noticed that because I had a fucking rule. And I can't follow rules. I do what I do. Why I do it, I don't know. And I'm going to keep them from doing it. That's just the way I am, you know. That's my malfunction, that I can't obey rules. I could live up to society standards. That's my malfunction. But at that time, I was already thinking about stand-up. I just didn't know how to start.
And how old are you now?
I just had no idea.
1990. How old are you now?
I'm 27 years old.
Okay. So this is just starting to think about stand-up at 27.
Just starting to think about it, still working, you know. At this time, I probably had 3 jobs. I was working at a car dealership. I was, you know, selling cars in the paper. Like if you had a car for sale for $5,000, I would offer you $42 cash, fix the car up a little bit, and sell it for $6,000. You know, I was fucking hustling my ass off at this point. At the age of 30, I was fucking. And then my family asked me if I want to go work for them. They were moving their roofing operation from New Jersey to Colorado, and they were looking for laborers. So I said, yeah, I might as well go work for family. You know, I didn't want to sell cars anymore. And I caught on really quick to roofing. It was flat roofing. It was rubber roofing. It's called ballasted roofing. It's flat roofs with rocks on it. You put rubber down, insulation, and then you ballast it with rocks, and you frame the stuff with the metal, whatever you call it. I don't know. So I got into that, and my whole thing was to get on stage. I was such a fucking pussy, Ryan. I mean, you know, because I knew that I roofed. I had sold stuff. I worked in restaurants as a bartender. I did fucking everything, and there was nothing I really liked. You know? And when I got into the roofing, and then I got promoted to an estimator. So I took like a Goodyear seminar. I had to take a Carlisle seminar. Anybody who makes rubber, they would invite me to their seminars. My company would pay for me to go to their seminars. And then I actually took a class on how to estimate, you know, construction costs and all that stuff. So I became an estimator. And I really enjoyed it. But something was missing. I bought a condo. I had a truck. I had a car. I was married. I had been in prison. I had to fight the odds. I got out of that fucking program. You know how I got out of that program? How? I was working at a car wash as a host. And right before I got into roofing, I used to talk to a guy once a week. He would come in and just talk to me. How you doing? What's going on? I would talk to him. And one day after like 6 months, I go, what do you do? District attorney. And I go, you Bill Wise? And he goes, yeah. The real district attorney was Alex Hunter. But underneath him was Bill Wise. The reason why I mention these names to you are they were involved in the John Benet Ramsey stuff.
Yo, what's up, dog?
Years later. Bill Wise
How you living?
Was the DA. And he resigned.
I'm amazing, lover boy. Lover boy, how'd you find out about me? How'd you find out about me? Okay, how'd you observe me? Oh, I love it. It gives me the opportunity to talk about really interesting things. Like world peace, ending world hunger, ending world thirst. Love it. That's what I like to hear. Did you find me through Discord, Twitter, Twitch, YouTube? How'd you find me? From Discord, Twitch, Twitter, YouTube. I know. I'm asking you a question though. What did? Okay, go ahead. Okay, before we get into that, what platform did you find me on? Was it Discord? Was it Twitter? Was it YouTube? Was it Kick? Was it something else? I'm on iFunny? No way. What is on iFunny about me? Okay. I mean, any question that you have, I have a section that says ask Rabbi. Well, I'm answering it. If at any time I don't have an opportunity to answer your question, there's a section here, ask Rabbi anything. I'll answer any question that you have. That's correct. Yeah, I mean, I'm doing something else, but okay. So you found me on iFunny. I don't even know what that is. What's iFunny? I mean, one is a commentary on the other. So right now I'm watching. Right now I'm watching Daf Yomi, which are teachings of the Talmud. Um, that's what I like to do in my free time. One's a commentary on the other. Yeah, I mean, you can say that, as we believe they're both given to Moshe Rabbeinu, Moses, our teacher, on Mount Sinai. One is written. That's what we celebrate every fall. And one's the oral Torah. That's more the Talmud that wasn't written until centuries after the fall of the Second Temple. Both we feel were given to Jews from God, and both are divinely inspired. And to say, like, do you follow both exactly? There are arguments to be made that even within at least Talmud, the 2,711 folios are debates. So some people follow majority opinions, other people follow minority opinions. Uh, we believe that both are seen perhaps as accurate in the eyes of God, but we're just humans. We're not the ones to judge that. Probably I would say the Talmud. Yeah, I mean, let me explain why. We don't have sacrifices anymore. There isn't a temple. We don't have we're not, most of us are not in exile. I mean, these are stories that are based within Torah. Now, if you want to get into Tanakh, which are the other writings as well, then that becomes more closely recognized as we what that represents Orthodox Judaism. But then the more modern take on it is Talmud. But if you're following Talmud, then you are essentially following Torah. Hold on. And- No, it doesn't seem like you're lying to God. You're not lying to anybody. You're my friend. You keep cutting me off. This is real fun. Listen. There's a section in here. Ask Rabbi anything. Feel free to ask me any question that you have. Welcome, puppy. How are you? Excellent. How's your day? All right. Very well. Anything special happened to you? Okay. That's my friend. As I've said previously, any question that you have, feel free to ask in the Ask Rabbi Anything section. I'm not here to just be a yeah, you're good, puppy. As I've said previously to Lover, that's her name. Yeah, most certainly. As I've said, Lover Boy, any questions that you have, I'll be happy to answer them. There's a section of I recognize that. You keep asking me questions. You've asked me a dozen or so questions now. I've answered them. And my friend, my friend, I'm not here to debate. I'm not. I'm not here to debate things. As I've previously said to you, feel free to ask any question that you want to me in writing and ask Rabbi anything. Well, he had just asked me a lot of questions, and they're leading questions. Yeah, it happens. So you had a good day. That's great. Would you like to play some pup party? Absolutely. I will send you an invitation. Excellent. Yeah, I mean, he came in and I generally love discussions with people, but I get this certain section of individuals who want to bring up really controversial subjects and say, like, is that what you practice? Like, especially in terms of like some I mean, arguably ancient teachings. I mean, they'll say, like, for instance, like, what are your thoughts in the Talmud? It says that it's okay to have sex with a child, like things like that. I don't want to get into. And so, if anybody's really serious about asking me those types of questions, then feel free to ask me and ask Rabbi anything. If you're going to take the time to actually ask the questions, I'll take the time to answer them. But it's one question after another, after another, after another, and it's and well, and frankly, he wouldn't answer my first question, or if he did, really, I don't really know. I just asked, "How'd you find out about me?" And he's like, "Some platform I don't even use." And I'm like, they're talking about me on there, or what's going on? He's like, "Oh," and I'm like, "Okay, well, um, like, well," he's like, "But I've been watching you for a long time." It's like, "Okay, man, whatever. Just if you have questions, I'll answer them." So then I answered a bunch of his questions, and it was another question after another question after another question. And then at a certain point, I say to people, "All right, ask Rabbi anything. I've got a section of it. If you're so serious about asking these questions, I will answer them." I have very long discussions with people, and if I have a feeling that they are, like, the phrase you've used, rage baiting, well, then I don't have to waste my time with them. I can answer them under my own. Thank you. All right, so I'm all yours. You should have an invitation. And are you ready? Excellent. Oh, do you keep the same amount that we had before? Baller. Okay. I don't like that dealer has a king showing. The dealer has a king showing. Okay, 18. So they have to stay. So you held on 14? I got you. All right. Oh, that was dangerous. Challenge. I'm getting fancy. Oh, I don't have the best vision, obviously, and I thought that Jack was a different card. That's okay. All right. Well, he busted though, so that's good. All right. I've got to really look at the cards closer. All right. I see what I have. Yay!
Sure. Do you believe in life after death? Well, yeah.
Yes, ma'am. That's okay.
This magic marker on holding my hand over the table. Words short.
Of course. It's garbage. I do not like playing with computers, any kind of gambling, because I feel like it's exactly. All right, you got 16. Oh, they got one garbage. All right, bet it all. I'll just do it, just to be fun. All right, here we go. It's big time. What do I do? Yeah, that's risky. Oh no, he beat me. You're right. Whatever. That's okay. I got, oh, are you doing all in? Right. Scam. Oh, come on. That's what girl. All right, one moment as I load it. It is 11:20. 11:20. Early. Do you stay up all night? Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Okay. For some reason it's like frozen on me, so I'm gonna leave and come right back. I'm coming back. Don't. I'm here. Let's try this bad boy again. Okay, there we are. Okay, pub party. Uh-oh. Um, that sounds pretty suspicious. Oh, what a shot. Did you have a hole in one? Have you been able to develop any relationships on Discord? All right. Okay, so I have a question, and maybe, well, so I always thought an e-girl was just a girl who played video games. So is that like a um different kind of e-girl? Okay. Oh, okay. Yeah, it is.
Out there somewhere.
Right. That's what it is. Come on, come on, come on. Get in the hole. One. Wait. You did really well. 5 under. That's very good. Playing. I know. I recognize that. Play me another one, would you please? Excellent. All right. Excellent. I just choose one, but if there's one that you. Oh, get in the hole. That's what. Did you get in the hole too? Oh, are you serious? Yes, ma'am.
Yes, sir. How are you?
Oh, great. Did you just go hit all in one? Oh, they did that too. Of course. Yeah. I tried talking to you last night in the ego world, but I think you were asleep. So if I may ask, do you just post up there and wait for people to message you and then yeah. Oh, I love it. Who on them? Welcome. How are you? Hello. Do you speak English? How was your day? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Hope you're having a good day. Jack, can you hear me? Yes, no, maybe so. Maybe Jack's just chilling. That's cool. Do you ever go on Twitter? Oh, cool. Okay. Do you do? Well, I'm at, like, do you do voice calls in there, like on Twitter Spaces? Nobody comes in. I've gotcha. Yeah, well, I've been live streaming in there, so you can do. You beat me again. Okay, good job. Um, you can do video calls in there with an iOS device, and I was thinking that I know it's a lot to wear your furry stuff, but that would make you really popular. So basically, you know what Twitter Spaces is, right? So if you have an iOS device, you could be on camera, and that would immediately bring people in if you were, in costume. And there, there are a lot of guys in there who I bet would be interested in that. Um, definitely. Okay. Oh, wonderful. Um, you're a sweetheart. All right. Don't leave me yet. Let's find another game. A new game. Uh, 8 ball. Sure. 8 ball pool. Is that okay? 8 ball pool. Um, you you said yesterday that I was an e-boy. Actually, I'm an e. I'm an e other. Yeah. 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 Well, no, no, no. I didn't know how I was categorized in there, but apparently, I don't know. I just picked things, and so I thought it was interesting that you were like, "Oh, I think you're an e-boy," and I'm like, "I didn't remember doing that. I must have picked e other." Okay. Now aim the yellow ball. Okay. What is? Okay. So we're adjust shot when making a long shot. Oh, did you just do it? Okay. Okay, adjust power. Okay, congratulations. You're ready to start again. All right. LFG. Create game. Okay, I'm going to create a game. And then after completing your first competition with friends, you'll receive 500 coins. Okay. Invite friends. That's wonderful to hear. All right, so puppy. Invite friends. Cool. Puppy. Do you know what your username is? Oh, I found it. Invite. Did you get an invitation? I agree with you. Okay. Invite friends to 8 Ball Pool. I don't know why they make this. Okay. Okay.
Join the discussion with me, Seth, and some special guests. We will break down who is the greatest of the air and all the categories
Invite.
you care about, like clutch shooter, lockdown.
Okay, I'm trying the same thing. I'm still here.
Greatest of their era on the iHeartRadio app. iHeart is America's #1 podcast network. Open the free iHeart app.
I just closed. I'm going to send you something else.
Virginia's top prison band.
I mean, if I could figure out how to send you an invite, maybe it just got frozen, but then I. Yes, ma'am. Okay, that's what I did. And I thought it was an invite. All right, I'm going to go back. Are you? That's okay. Are you on an iOS device? As am I. This when I play the game, when I play games with it, it gets so hot. Yeah. Okay. It's crazy. Okay. 8 Ball Pool. And then it just said crayon games. But that's not. We're not playing a crayon game. We're playing 8 Ball Pool. Do you have a favorite color? All the colors is usually what I say. Okay, if we had a box of Crayolas right now, what one would you choose to color? Okay. All right, here we go. Lobby, other modes, championships. Join now. Join the server. No, I don't want to do that. Free spin. There are so many different things. Championships, other modes. Okay, I'm going to lobby. That was create. 2 people, standard, entry fee. I don't even know how you do an entry fee, but I don't want that. Okay, I'm gonna. I don't want to. Not what I was saying. Apologies. No, it was saying like recharge. I want to play for free. I don't want to buy anything. Okay. Create a new room. Entry fee. I guess the lowest is 50, but that I should not have to do that. Other modes. Let's see what other practice play. I found play one-on-one. Okay. Matching. Okay. Oh no, it's doing a random person. Not what I wanted. Okay. Shop leaderboards queues. Lucky Shot Championships lobby. Other modes. Practice. No. Oh. Okay, I see that, but that randomly puts you with someone. Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna all room, create new room. All room. Password room, coin room, standard, call, server. I can't believe this is so difficult. Like all the other games are really easy. It's like, oh, you're playing? Play. Right. Okay. 8-ball pool, we might have to put on hold because it's too hard to figure. Okay. Right. Excellent. Okay, we're gonna find something else before you go. So just bear with me as I let the device start back up. Okay. All right. Here we go. You've got to be the most popular e-girl world in there, or e-girl in there, are you? There's somebody else? Oh, okay. I didn't even know who that was. Okay. Have you ever played Smash Cards? Well, we're gonna try at least. I know it does. Okay. So Smash Cards is multiplayer online cart battle arena game. That sounds fun, but I want to play something just with you. I don't want to play with a bunch of people. Okay. Wow, they got a lot of different games on here since I've last played. Like a lot. Excellent. Let's see here. Okay, let's try Blockbuster. Blockbuster's like Tetris, something like that. Okay, launch. All right. Do you see Blockbuster? Excellent. Garbage. No. Okay, we'll get something else. Absolutely. Okay. I want to play with you. One of these days, I'm going to convince you to download an app called Play-Doh. That's what Miss Aquarius and I play. That's what Brandon and I play. It's much easier to play, and they have every kind of game you'd want on there that's like a board game. They've got chess, checkers, Monopoly, Scrabble. They've got mini golf, all kinds of stuff. You don't have to do it now. I understand. Okay. I understand. All right. They used to have a game on here. I don't necessarily want to play it, but welcome. How are you? Is that you? Is that your friend? Because their name is Mr. Puppy? Oh, cool. Welcome. How are you? I'm very well, thank you. Uh, oh yeah, I'm 100%. Everyone does. Yeah, no, I'm a real person. Okay. Let's play Pup Party with Mr. Puppy. All right, well then we'll just let. Okay. Absolutely. Okay. Um, what's lo-fi? Oh, okay. I like that image. It's very cool. All right. What's Wordle? The New York Times game? Excellent. All right. Guess the Wordle in 6 tries. Are we playing against each other? But I mean, okay, invite friends. Okay, great. And now I just need Puppy. Not at all. You're good. Miss Puppy, you have, or Puppy Jeff, you've got an invite. At least it said that I invited you. Discord was not designed, I think, in a very user friendly fashion, especially the DMs and such. So if did you accept the invite? Okay. No. Okay. Um, yeah, and I can't send it to you again. Okay. Do you see anything being typed on your page? That's a good point. Yeah. Okay. So I think I'm gonna find something else because that is too complicated. They used to have a game on here that was like oh, Counter Strike or one of those kinds of games, but I think it was I don't see it anymore. I think they got rid of it. I know you said you didn't want shooting games. I totally understand that, but I'm just surprised that it's even gone. Okay. Um, Banana of Doom. It says it's new. But no, 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 no. No, 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 no. No, it does not look like our thing. Okay, daily Sudoku together. Let's do that. I can't believe they make these so difficult to play together. I don't understand. All right, starting puzzle. Um, are we in the same? Yeah, and then I did skip that.
And this is not just from his journal. There's a lot of interesting claims and some
Yeah. Well, it said there. Okay. Can you join it? Okay. Classic 9x9 starting puzzle. Do you see that I'm in one? Okay. Unbelievable that it is that difficult. Okay. We're going to get something. We're going to get something. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? I can't hear me either. Can you hear me? Wait. I know. Can you hear me? Yeah, I can hear that too. Um, yeah. I wonder if it's. I don't know. Okay. I don't know why that's. All right. So Sudoku stinks, and oh, you would not like. Yeah. Okay. We're gonna get something. And like Pup Party's just like, hey, you want to play? Great. Hey, Blackjack's like, hey, you want to play? Great. Everything else, super difficult. All right. Let's do. Is it? Oh, I do kind of remember that. All right. It's not whiteboard, right? That's different. All right. Um, they got rid. Do you remember? No way. Okay. How about Quiz Planet? Okay. Co-op. Well, let's not get our hopes. My screen is dark. My screen for Quiz Planet is just dark. That's okay. Yes. Join Quiz Planet. Okay, here we go. Oh, I had to authorize it, which I don't understand. So, are we doing co-op? Okay, so I hit play, join. Okay, this one looks like we're in the same on the same team. Okay, here we go. Probably LeBron James. Roger Federer with haute couture designers are registered and recognized officially. Which of the following is not a haute couture brand? Bench, Chanel, Christian Dior, Givenchy. I think it's Bench. Okay. And plants. It's the largest of species. Whale shark is correct. Good job. All right, science. What planet- oh, Animals and plants. Which of these is not a breed of U.S. dairy cow? Oh, okay. So I think Holstein is. I think Jersey is. A steer's like a boy, isn't it? Excellent. Sports. Which Pittsburgh sports team? So it's the Penguins. Yeah. Do you want me to click it? Okay. Here we go. So far, so good. Don't give up. Geography for 1,000. Which of the following is not the name of a glacier? Vesuvius is a volcano. So I'm gonna. Well, the thing is, we run out of time if we. There's like a timer. Oh, that's okay. Politics and society. Which of these does John not have? So he was an astronaut. He was a senator. He was not a governor, to my knowledge. I'm gonna click governor, unless you know something different. All right, we're getting down to it. Food and drink. What's the original name? Vietnamese baguette. Um, Banh mi. Do it. We gotta do it. Good job. There you go. Money. Games for 10,000. Which of the following is a series of platformer and first-person shooter games? Duke Nukem is. I'm gonna click it. All right, here we go. Music. Who released the studio music to be murdered by in 2020? Are you sure it's not Kanye West? I'm gonna go with Kanye West, but I don't know. Kanye West. We'll try it. Oh, I blew it. Well, we did really well. Word. Okay. You want to play against me? Well, but against me, so not on the same team. Okay. And then notice at the top they have dual and party, which I don't know what that is. Which lead singer has 8 children and 5 women, along with grandchildren? Oh man, I don't know. What's that? Good job. Did you know that? There you go. How many hours of the day is the average? Oh man. Do you know it? Oh wow. So we just both. Aside from chickpeas, which one of the following ingredients?
And only iHeart Broadcast Radio for Americans than TV and other media. Even twice as many. Reach means quantity. The number of
Doug Engelhardt is credited with inventing.
The response rate equals the results. Now let's get those results growing for your business. Radio's here now more than ever, and iHeart's leading the way. Think radio can help your business? Stream and radio. The reach is real. Let us show you at iHeartAdvertising.com.
Which video game console game?
iHeartAdvertising.com. Or call 844-844-iHeart.
My commercial?
And get radio working for you. The 40th annual Rock and Roll Hall of the Peacock number 8.
Are you looking for serious investment in the booming clean energy sector? Don't chase startups. Invest in proven success. Power Bank Corp is a diversified energy leader with over 1,000 completed projects and 130 assets. Now expanding into advanced battery storage with new opportunities open today. Listed on NASDAQ as SUN. Power Bank is chasing the market. $500,000. Not an offer to buy or sell securities. We're recording. But if you feel different, brought to you by AM 6. OST-HD2, Los Angeles, Orange County. More stimulating talk.
Are homeowners getting burned by the insurance companies? I'm Mark Romer of the KFI 24-hour newsroom. California homeowners are getting hit with
Good job.
fire surcharge.
Insurers can now bill customers about $50 on average during January's wildfires. Regulators approved the or assessed one claim for the insurance industry. The fee this win. KFI News.
TV series Naked and Afraid lost fully demoted after being diagnosed.
Yes, ma'am. One more.
Walked him from executive to consulting producer after his cancer returned. He filed the suit, receiving more than $1,000 lawsuit. But he's a comedy. The settlement had not been disclosed. For hours on the Senate floor and protested. Pointing criticism of the administration for sending American cities.
Okay for mass
federal agents to arrest people off the street because of their color or their accent? No way. Not in a free America.
Berkeley stood in front of a poster that read "Radiant." Democracies in order to protect democracy in the States. Web browser.
The browser is called ChatGPT Atlas, putting it in competition with Google. The new browser started yesterday on Apple laptops, and it aims to make ChatGPT a gateway to online searches. This move could increase OpenAI's internet traffic and advertising. Drives it as a chance. Browser use. Atlas will eventually be available. iOS and Android. The browser faces a tough challenge against Google's Chrome, which has about 3.
Partly cloudy tomorrow with 70 places, up around 80 in the valleys, and a few degrees warmer Friday. It is 59, 58 in Burbank, and 55 in KFI.
On this path to virtual concert.
Well, also,
In the world, from anger against deadly turning. Incels. Listen to Incels as #1 podcast. Follow Incels.
But you grew up and things changed. Well, it's time to put it. And you can be a part of it.
Brought to you by Radio app. Music, radio. Podcast from our library of hundreds of titles.
Good job.
Podcast preview.
The psychedelic revolution is coming. Psychiatry may never be. Psychedelics are everywhere. But psychedelics. Investors.
Well, thank you. Bye. Excellent. Hey, before you go, best wishes with your event. That's okay.
I just want people to see.
Take care, big dog.
Cover-ups. See the possibility that a lot of people get hurt and get really deeply hurt.
I'm Io to Live Right, and this is Cover Story from ViralRabbi. Season 1, Power Trip.
Power is seductive. We are humans, and humans like being seduced. Listen
I told you once a week when I had a conversation while I was out there. And when I told him what I had done, and I got in trouble with the whole Bella thing, he goes, that was you. So we talked and put the motion on my desk and I'll sign it. Behind the other DA's back. The DA that prosecuted me, he said, fuck him. That was about him. I'll sign it. He signed it. That was let off. I think November of 90. I was done with my sentence. Everything was good.
Everything. Now you're done. You can still talk all the code you want.
Do whatever the fuck I want. But something wasn't right. Something wasn't right for me. Something just didn't feel right. I was making money. I had everything that American society tells you need to move forward. I had everything in the palm of my hand. But something wasn't right. So this is it. This is fucking it. I work 5 days a week. On Saturday, I watch the kids get out of work.
then on Sunday, we go to your parents' house to eat. And then start all over on Monday. And then one day when I'm 65, you give me a gold watch. And you tell me my years of service were great. That was it. Something wasn't right. Just something didn't seem right. So I searched. My answer was religion. I started going back to church. I got confirmed. I got thrown out of Catholic school. Right now, my confirmation. I said, what I need is the Holy Spirit to be complete. So I went, I got confirmed in the classes at night. I made my confirmation. I was still fucking miserable. So I went to the Rabbi Institute. My friend went at a restaurant at the Rabbi Institute. It's a college in Boulder for Buddhists. It's accredited. You go there, you get a degree in philosophy, you're going to end up a fucking waiter with 30 feet. But, it's, I did a couple classes, and I really enjoyed Buddhism. I liked it. I liked the principles. I did a Monday night class on walking meditation. The whole thing. I was looking for something. Something was fucking missing. Something wasn't right, And that March of '91, it snowed. And I went to one of the job sites we were working at. And the guys are like, bro, our fucking labor didn't show up today. So we have nobody to go get us food. You go get us food. And I'm like, fuck yeah. There's a diner around the corner. They had green chili. I was hungry anyway. I'll go looking over and get the green chili. And when I was, they have like a bar, it was an old school diner. And when I sat at the bar, there was a Denver Post, the Rocky Mountain News. The newspaper. Sometimes you just take a newspaper and open it. Yeah. I remember doing that back in the day, yeah. Like, just opening it, it's not the first page. Yeah. But like the middle, right there. To go right to the sports kind of thing. I did that. I opened up the paper. Get the paper, the front page I opened was an ad. Roseanne had just blown up. So the Denver comedy scene was blowing up. And there was an ad about the Denver comedy. It wasn't an ad. It was a write-up about the Denver comedy scene. And what had happened since Roseanne blew up. How many more comedians were on? How come the club became more popular? The Denver comedy works. And at the bottom it said, are you thinking of becoming a comedian? And it told you the options to do. And they had an ad for a stand-up comedy class at the University of Colorado in Boulder. It was right on the corner of my house. There was 3 Sundays. There was $38, and it was taught by a guy named Jeff Lawrence. I'll never forget that guy. He was a stand-up comic. Then he was part of an improv troupe. Somebody got stabbed in Los Angeles. Yeah, that's not a fire problem. It's a fucking helicopter. So, he got, what the fuck was all? He was part of an improv troupe. It was 3 Sundays from 1 to 4. He just broke down stand-up comedy and blah, blah, blah. And then the last week, he had to go up in front of everybody. And the last week I went up, I don't know if I got any laughs or not. It didn't matter. I just wanted to go up. And, when I got off before class ended, as I was walking out, he came over to me. He goes, what's your name? I go, Joey. And he goes, I usually don't tell this to the students, but you have a career in stand-up if you want to. And I was like, what are you talking about? He goes, you can do this. I can see it. You can do this. And I was like, I'm a roofer, married. I just took the course just to see, And he goes, if I was you, I'd look into it. And he goes, here's my phone number, stay in touch. And about 2 days later, he called me. And he said that a new club was opening up. And they were looking for doormen. They get me a job as a doorman. That club's name was Wits End Comedy Club in Westminster, Colorado, which is no longer there. It was like a sea room, you know. And I started a job as a doorman there. And I remember that, like that April, you know, from Colorado, even though it's not winter, sometimes you get snow. Yeah, like it'll just snow a foot and a half in April. And I'll never forget that April it snowed. And I didn't have to work that day. So I went and rented the movie with Tom Hanks. Stand-up comedy.
Yeah, Sally Field, Tom Hanks.
Yeah, Sally Field. I watched that and I just went over the fucking top. Like, I'm like, I gotta do this shit. I wasn't happy at all. Something I had everything I wanted. You're supposed to have. As an American that's 28 years old, I was a felon, but I wasn't letting that stop me. I wasn't gonna get my way, you know. And I worked the door for a few months. I asked comics questions. You know, nobody was around today. I just asked stupid questions, and I kept asking questions and asking questions. And I kept calling the Comedy Works. They get on their open mic, and every 2 weeks they would call me back and go, Mr. VA, you got a 3 minute spot on Tuesday. And then on Tuesday, I would call and cancel.
Why? Scared?
Petrified. I went through a couple of months of that shit. I'm just canceling, you know, canceling. I'm going to write my fucking story. I would never write, you know. I got to get it down. And then one Tuesday, or 1 week in July, my ex-wife heard me call up the Comedy Works. Before she heard them call me and say, you have a spot next Tuesday. So without telling me, she got a babysitter. So she forced my hand. So it was July 16th, 1991. It took me 16 months to get the courage to go on fucking stage. And I remember just driving down the Comedy Works. I had no idea what I said. But I remember going up on stage. At that time, I had done everything. You know, I had done heroin, I had done coke, you know. When I walked off stage, I can't describe the high I had. Like, I wasn't stoned, I wasn't on coke, I wasn't. That whole day, I didn't do anything. This was my moment to see if I could do this. Like, for me, July 16, 1991 was my turning point. When I got off stage, the owner of the Comedy Works at the time, it was Wendy, but it was also a guy named Ed Nichols, came up to me. Ed Nichols came up to me, and he goes, "You got a really good stage presence. You should really stick this out." And the guy, PJ Moore, came up to me and said, "What are you doing tomorrow night?" I got a gig. Can you do 5 minutes? And I was like, yeah, I can do 5 minutes. And I got the fucking gig.
So take a quick break and tell you about our next sponsor, Helix. Now, I've been on the road a lot. I've slept in a lot of places. I've bounced around my whole life. And I'm telling you, there's nothing more important than a comfortable mattress. I had a friend of mine whose grandma said to me one time, spend good money on a bed because it's where you rest your soul. And I'm telling you, that's never been more true than now. All right, I got the Helix mattress. I got the Midnight Lux. It's the best mattress I've ever had, man. I have it in my daughter's room. We go in there, got the queen size. I read to her. We both fall asleep, but I'm not even supposed to fall asleep. I have work to do, and I'm in there passing out because it's so comfortable. Helix Sleep has a quiz, okay? You can take this quiz. It takes 2 minutes to complete and matches your body type and sleep preferences to the perfect mattress for you. Everybody's unique, and Helix knows that, so they have several different mattress models to choose from. They have soft, medium, and firm mattresses. Mattresses are great for cooling you down if you sleep hot. Even a Helix Plus mattress for plus size folks. I took the Helix quiz. I was matched, but I already said the Midnight Lux mattress because I wanted something that felt like a medium firm, and I sleep on my side. Okay, I love it. Like I said, it's a huge upgrade over what I used to have. And I'm telling you, and here's a good thing: you don't have to spend a ton of money to rest your soul. Helix has you covered. The delivery and setting up was fast and easy. It's soft, but it's still really supportive. I'm falling asleep right away. I'm sleeping well. My daughter loves it. Everybody's into it. So if you're looking for a mattress, you take the quiz, you order the mattress that you're matched to, and the mattress comes right to your door. It's shipped for free. You don't ever need to go to a mattress store again. Helix is awesome, but you don't need to take my word for it. Helix was awarded the #1 best overall mattress pick of 2020 and by GQ and Wired magazine. So just go to helixsleep.com/honeydew, take their 2-minute sleep quiz, and they'll match you to a customized mattress that will give you the best sleep of your life. They have a 10-year warranty, and you get to try it out for 100 nights risk-free. That's a no-brainer. All right, they'll even pick it up for you if you don't love it, but you will. Helix is offering up to $200 off of all mattress orders and 2 free pillows for my listeners at helixsleep.com/honeydew. That's helixsleep.com/honeydew. Our next spot is Upstart. You know we love Upstart. I love Upstart. You guys love Upstart. So many of you have hit me and used their service, and I absolutely am grateful for you, and I'm glad you're loving it, because there's a lot of economic chatter right now about the state of the market. Is it recovering? How long will it take? Have we seen the worst? But if you're struggling to pay off high-interest credit card debt, you can't wait for those answers. You need to take action now with Upstart. There's actually something you can do today to help fight off high-interest credit card debt. Upstart is the revolutionary online lending platform that knows you're more than just a credit score. Unlike other lenders, Upstart can reward you based on your job history in the form of a smarter rate. Upstart lets you skip going to the bank because it's completely online. They offer loans from $1,000 all the way up to $50,000, so you can consolidate your debt into one easy fixed rate payment. Upstart makes it fast and simple to check your rate. Since it's just a soft pull, it does not affect your credit score. The hard pull happens if you accept your rate and proceed with your application. And the best part is if the loan is approved and accepted, most people get their funds the very next business day. Over 500,000 people have used Upstart to pay off credit cards or meet their financial goals. Like I said, you guys are using it. I know you are. It really does help you. Don't pay that insane high interest. These credit card companies got bailed out years and years ago, and they're still hitting us with high interest. No. Use Upstart. Free yourself from the high-interest credit card debt and get back to using your money your way with Upstart. See why Upstart has over 6,000 5-star reviews on Trustpilot, and hurry to upstart.com/honeydew to find out how low your Upstart rate can be. Checking your rate only takes a few minutes. That's upstart.com/honeydew. Now, let's get back to the video.
I'm not being on the drive home. Like, what was going through my mind? Like, this is it. This is what I want to do. But I'm dead. I can't do it. It's very hard to tell your wife that you want to get into stand-up comedy to a life of three when you just had a baby. When you just had a child, I was done. So whatever dreams I had were dead. They were really dead. It was just like, and I was really fucking broken in half. You know, like, what do I do now? I'm stuck being a fucking roofer and estimated nothing wrong with it. It's a decent job. It's better than being in jail. But I really wanted to do the stand-up, and I just, it was like, and I got on stage maybe 3 times that July, maybe 3 times that August. And then something just wasn't right still. That feeling came back. So my wife at the time told me, you have money saved up. Maybe you need to find yourself. Go home. I hadn't been in New York for 6 years at that point. I hadn't seen my friends for 6 years. So I came home for a week, started coke, was out of it. Everybody gave me a police car at the Hertz rental. They gave me like an old, they rented me a car, but it was a detective car. And I still remember going to the Bronx and people like, nah. We ain't going to that Crown Vic car. Yes, the Crown Vic. So I remember going back home and just feeling heavy, like I'm never going to be able to do this fucking dream, you know. I get on stage here and there, but all these guys talk about the road. And you hear Bob Seger talking about the road, Bob Jones talking about the road. Something just wasn't right. So I kept living my life. I kept estimating. I kept selling cars. And then there was this Nissan truck that opened up. Somebody told me they had a Nissan truck for sale. But I already had like 2 cars tied up. I already had like $8,000 tied up in 2 cars. And I had like $4,000 laying around upstairs. But I was still $3,000 light. So I ran the scam when I was at the University of Colorado with Pell Grants and fucking scholarships and shit. I knew, I got every fucking Latino scholarship that was ever made. Poncho B, everybody sent me, everybody sent me 500. That went right to the coke deal, you know what I'm saying? So I said, how can I come up? It was like a fucking scam. So I went to the folders, I went to the University of Colorado, I went downstairs, and they had like a loan office. And I went in there and I said, listen, I got 2 credits, I owe you. I want to go back. And they go, well, it's too late to get a Pell Grant. It was right there in September, right there. When you sign up for 4 semesters. So I said, let me just get a loan. And they said, fine. And they gave me a loan. I signed up for the classes. Once I got the loan, I bought the car. They gave me a loan for $26.25. The standard loan. I bought the car and I sold it the next day for a $2,000 profit. So I just went back and paid off the loan. Okay. They were like, what the fuck is this? And I did it again, and then I owed them, and I never paid it back. And my wife now made me pay it back. She did it for real? Yeah, I took another loan out. How much? So let's work out. 26.25. You paid it all back? I was just like you. Oh, I had no choice. They just fucking, they'll never stop. Those motherfuckers come back and shit. They just make a judgment on it. I didn't want a judgment, so I just paid it off. But, so I took this loan and I paid it off 3 days later. And I withdrew from the school. Okay. I paid my bills and I never thought nothing of it. This is the beginning of September. I never thought anything of it again. I'm struggling. I'm struggling as a human being, like with this comedy, and being a dad, and being a rooter. I'm struggling with all this. And one day I get home. At 5 o'clock, and when I turned it, it was October 15th of 1991, and she holds up the loan, and she goes, what is this? She goes, I just got this in the mail today, it's a receipt. You took a loan out, but I'm letting you know, and I'm like, that's good in my life. I was doing 1,000 because I know nigga. You know what I'm saying? I didn't know I had to ask permission from my business. I didn't know. So she's like, I feel like that's wine, and I want to get separated. And it was like, just a rush came over me, like, somebody that's going to be the biggest failure of my fucking life. I told about my daughter, who at the time was 18 months old, She told me she was a woman with a I'll show you. See how she felt that way. Revisit in a few months. And Ryan almost made me. Really? I almost made it. Because it was like somebody had done something for me that I wanted to do. I really wanted to get this comedy shit drafted. Like I was really serious about it. And I never forget that she packed up and left that day. Because of that look. Yeah, but it wasn't. Yeah, I'm sure it was a long time now. Sure. The Lord was the straw that broke the camel's back. You know, I talked about it on my podcast this week that like 2 months or 3 months before we broke up, we were in the middle one night, and she said to me, she goes, I don't understand if you understand what you did. She goes, you took a man, handcuffed him, and put him in the back of a fucking truck. Do you know what type of person does that? And she was right. I mean, right. I was out of control. I was totally out of control. You know, I didn't see it at that time. I was chucking and jiving, but I think it took her like 3 years for her to sink in what I had really done, you know. I know she had married, you know. It's beautiful. She made a mistake, you know. I actually took a guy I had no problems with that at all, you know. That was just another day in our life with Joey D. You know, but that's the truth about it. And then of my life, acting on an 8-year rule. And it's a divine promise. You think something in the back of a truck from the car was bad. You missed my ass today. You know, you missed but I think that, you know, she thought about her kid. She looked at her kid and said, what type of man am I going to raise my child? You know, I was a different person then. That's why I take the different lives of Joey Diaz, you know. Now, again, Rashi points out that she left, but it was so weird that night. I went in the paper, and I saw that the broker was a bar in Boulder. They were 4 bars. They had to work. They had restaurants. The broker was a restaurant. But in Boulder, it was over pick up bar. On Wednesday nights, they had like some professional night. And people went there for Tuesday nights. They actually had a big night. It was a steak thing. 13 bucks. You got a steak, a salad, and you got to see a fucking comedian. And they were running that broker jokes. Form of adultery, and therefore they're ready to kill her. Beck says beer, you know, Beck, yeah. But you know, in the 90s, a lot of people don't understand was there was no Netflix. There was nothing like that. The exposure you got was from doing contests. There was certain contests you did. Johnny Walker had a contest. There were more national contests. HBO had a contest. Everybody had contests. NBC had a contest. I remember going on NBC contest, signing up for waiting. I had never been on stage before. And like 2 people before me, I just left. Just fucking, what the hell? They said some guy in front of me had a comedy club jacket on. I'm like, these guys are pros. I've never been on stage before. I'm just going up there and I still remember going into an audition for Charlie Hill. Charlie Hill was at the University of Boulder, and they were looking for local comics to come in, and I had to walk into a room with like 3 students in there and do my fucking stupid jokes. Like I had 3 guys who looked at me like, what are you doing? You're the worst comedian we've ever seen. But it was so weird. I went down to the broker, and I became part of this contest. They started in September, but they were having like prelim rounds, October, November, with the finals being December 18, 1991. The winner got $500. And I did invited my friend to Boulder, and I went to the contest, and I kept winning every week the rounds. I kept coming in first place. It was like I go down there and I could hang out and watch the comics. You know, I was going to the comedy works in time and doing 3 minutes down there. And I was doing the broker. That was it. There was not about comedy rooms. And that's where your comedy career was born in Denver. Yeah, started there. December 18, 1991. What I was doing was I was selling value for the time. right? Disagreement. So, all these coke guys would tell me, hey, we want to buy Valium. And I would go, oh, if you want Valium, you got to come to a broker. I'd be at the broker, like, what the fuck are you doing at the broker? I go to a company. And we didn't even know you could count. I'm like, yeah, how many Valiums do you need? And I went, like, all right, we got the broker. In those days, I was doing stock in the audience with my friends. They didn't know they would have to pay and shit. They would get there and go, wait to see Joey. And the guy would go, you got to sit down and pay. So I would have like 20 people there. But they weren't there to see me. They were to buy drugs. I'm just awful. Meet me at the fucking broker selling drugs. So I would stop you every time I said, like, let's say you call me on Sunday and you want a value story. I would hold you off till Tuesday and then make you come to my show. Come to my show. So I would have 30 people in there. The night of the contest, there was maybe 118 people in there, and I had 90 people in there. I couldn't lose. I couldn't lose if I wanted. Because they based it off of the applause. Okay, so I won the broken joker. I won the 500, but the house MC was a magician that was always drunk. He was the worst magician in the world. So I called the owner of the general manager of the restaurant to let me host on Tuesday nights and get rid of the magician. I go, look how many of my magician. Get rid of the magician. He was called a magician. Yeah. You know, he hosted all of the events that they did. Like they did like movie night on Sunday night. He just came with the place. Like, yeah, he came with the place. He was low one guy. He was out of it. So I actually looked at this guy and asked him, I said, can I host here? Look at the amount of people I bring every week. Every time I perform, I got 90 cool beans out here. Fucking triples. Drinking 18 cocktails. That was something even before I was known. You know, nobody fucking knew who I was. I was back on the club because I would tell them, come down, I'll have you a drug screen down there. So they made me the fucking house MC. January, the first week of January of 1992. I already had a job as a comic. I was getting $50 a show. So that's $200 a month. And bitch, in my world, that's a fucking start. Yeah, $200 a month, plus all you can eat, all you can drink. And that's how I started fucking comedy right there. That's how I got into it. A lot of people don't know that. I didn't know that. I won the broken joke. I don't know why I felt like your early days were Seattle. No, Seattle came in 95. So I had just still 90. This is 91 going into 92. Okay. 92 was fantastic. I was an open micer. I had my own night on Tuesday nights in the program. I was I had every credit card imaginable. I had never used a credit card in my life. I didn't believe them, but now I was sitting like a doing the fuck I wanted to. And I was just doing comedy using credit cards. That's it. Jan, you got a girlfriend in 92. Got a girlfriend who caused a lot of problems. And that's when the problem started with my ex, because me and my ex were cool from November. Everything was great. And then she told me she moved in with a guy with my kids. So I'm like, you told me not to date nobody because we're Catholics. So the divorce is finalized. And here you want to move the guy in with you. 3 months. So I started getting, yeah, what the fuck? This is all planned. This is all planned. So this is what happens when you're a loser and you can't provide as a man. You know, I wasn't a family guy at all. I was, you know, I wanted to do comedy, but that's the transition into my comedy career. That's how I transitioned. It took me 16 months. I was fucking petrified. I didn't think I was good enough to do it. And I knew that if I failed, that was it.
corresponding to
There was nothing else to do. It wasn't going to be a public hand. I wasn't going to do with my life. Nothing else. I had already been a salesman. I worked with, I had done everything. And this was it. When I got into comedy, knowing that this was it. There was no other options. I was too old for the army. I was too young. I was a felon. I owe my possibilities with that. So at that point, I didn't know what I was really involved in. I was just getting on stage every week. I was reading the Judy Carter book. In those days, there used to be a comedy newspaper that came out of San Francisco that just interviewed different comics and told you about what was going on. And I just remember reading that every week. I would go and get, like when I would go to the comedy works or something, I'd pick up a copy of it. You know, I had all those newspapers saying, and I would sit in the back at a club thing of all the clubs in the country, one-nighters, and I would fucking circle all those things and just cry and fucking say one night I'm going to play the punchline and see if it's San Francisco. Once I'm going to be up in Seattle, you know, like the Underground. I like their logo. It was kind of weird. I like Seattle Comedy Underground logo. So I kept thinking to myself, I'm going to be in fucking Seattle someday, you know, but I had no idea what I was doing. I was just getting on stage in the program. And I kept doing that. So I got fired. I got fired in December of 93. By that time, I had lost everything. You know, I was just, you know, when you become a comic, you don't want a fucking day job. I was hustling. I was selling neon. I was selling some Valiums. I was dabbing some coke. It was just basically to stay alive, you know, pay child support. And do fucking comedy. But at that age, you know, I read the book by Lenny Bruce, Ladies and Gentlemen. Lenny Bruce, you know, and it was just about doing drugs and going out every night. And that's exactly what I did. That's what I wanted to do. It was about getting high, getting on stage. And in those days, there wasn't a lot of comedy in there. I was doing poetry readings. What? I was doing, you had to sneak in as a poet. So I was calling a little tabernacle on top, then walking into a coffee shop and shit. I wish there was a video of that shit somewhere. Oh my God. The famous coffee shop was called Penny Lane. In Boulder, it was Penny Lane. And I would go to Penny Lane. It was open 24 hours. Coffee shop, couches, you know, books, that type of stuff. A bunch of intellectuals, you know. And I would go in there for the 8 o'clock poetry reading, and they would throw me out every week. Stop, you can't talk like that in here. I'd be talking about Godzilla and killing Chinese people and shit on stage. And they're like, you can't be mad at me. But there was one manager who worked the midnight shift from 8 in the morning, and her boyfriend was in the halfway house with me. So she saw me there one night, and she's like, you know, we do a poetry reading at midnight. From midnight till about 3 every morning. Like, are you fucking serious? And she goes, come down, you're always welcome. So I'm going to have to wait till midnight to do the poetry reading. And again, they would have, you know, I'd have to follow a guy like that was up there. I ran into the wilderness. And then I go up there, fucking eat, talking about Hitler and shit.
That's the kind of, I'll tell you, the one thing I do miss as a comic right now about live shows is sitting in the back and watching, you know, everybody else go up and do their thing. You know, I miss it. These motherfuckers, it's one of my favorite things.
Sit back in the cut and watch people get up there and rip it up. Just I laugh and try and do shit all of it, man. That's great. That's so fun.
I was separated. I was heartbroken over my kid. I was kind of heartbroken over the divorce. But the fucking comedy just filled the gap. I couldn't explain it to people. 20-something years later, like, it made me get over everything. Like, just the fact that I was doing comedy, that I was part of it, you know. And like I said, the first year, I pretty much stayed out of the comedy world. Because the Boulder show was the same night as the Comedy Works open mic. So I was off the radar. There was one kid, there was a kid named Jimmy Abena, and there was a guy named, I always give this guy props, because John Payton, something Payton, Andy Payton. Andy Payton was his name. He really, Andy Payton was a comic with the mind of Gates. He's a mayor of a town now in Colorado. But Andy got sick and tired of not getting booked by clubs. There was 3 clubs in Denver at the time. And they would book, a lot of crazy people then. So Andy would book his own 7 nights a week. He had a room. And he created a comedy newspaper. And he would sell ads to the rooms that he would do the comedy at. It was a brilliant concept. So I learned comedy from listeners. These guys, Jimmy Abate and Andy Payton, were just fucking hustlers. They could walk into any bar and go, what do you do here on Tuesday nights, Monday? What kind of budget do you have to work with? 150 bucks to do a comedy show. I had Lenny get to 100. Everybody else gets to go on stage. And he pays home 50 bucks. Everybody's happy. You know, so I came to that mentality. There was no comedy clubs. It was McKelvey's, Wits End, and the Comedy Works. And they wouldn't give me, they weren't giving me no guest sets or nothing. I was just fighting my fucking life. But I was doing a lot of drugs. I was fucking out every night. You know, I had a girlfriend after a while. And she moved away. And I was single again. And I just went off the deep end. In December that, because I pretty much, that broker, but I did comedy act. I just took it over. I had a hotel there. I would get free rooms. I would go in there and eat lunch for free every day. You know, I just took everything the best. Rice Krispie treats. You ever had it in your life? That does sound good. The fucking buffet. So I would go in there every day and eat. I would just causing pandemonium in that place. And finally one night, on a Tuesday night in December, a manager said something to me, and I looked him straight in the face. I'm like, do me a favor, don't fuck yourself. Well, he's like, what'd you say? It was like, before you got to the bar, there was a lounge that had a lot of books. And you could sit there and get a brandy and just read a book if you wanted. Would have thought those to a bar to read a book, but you know, people are fucking Gentiles. So I looked at him, I pushed him, and he fucking knocked over a thing of books. And I got tired. Well, I gave 14 good months. It was my first comedy job, so I was making money. Day one, fucking comedy. I pushed. I was bad.
What up, Zeus?
You know.
Zoo, what's good? Zoo, what's good? Okay, did you call your doctor? Did you really? That's okay. Did you really make an appointment for Monday? Are you bullshitting me? Okay, that's good, man. All right. What did you do today? Anything fun? Okay. Oh, why were you depressed? What depressed you, Zoo? What depressed you? Okay. You don't have to talk about them. Things. All right, big dog. I mean, we all. Yeah, but you were a kid. There's nothing you can do about it, man. Don't be so hard on yourself. Okay, well, you've got some good stand-up. Are you ready for a week from Monday? What are you going to say a week from Monday? What are you going to say a week from Monday? I mean, that's not funny, though. Okay, what's funny about it? All right, well, Zoo, why aren't you going to tell people the jokes that make people laugh? I mean, it depends on when you view history. And perhaps Zoo. I mean, a lot of people are polarizing. So, Zoo, do you have your jokes down for a week from Monday? What are your jokes? What are you going to say? Okay, but it wouldn't be a bad idea. So, what are you thinking about saying? Yeah, not a bad joke. Yeah, I don't know about that. Why is that? Okay. What about your funny jokes? What about your jokes about the hotline? Doug, you know it's funny. All right, are you ready to play? Okay.
socialize. And apples, because they were so prevalent, apples are prevalent during this time of season, is because they're great love divination tools. And people
What up, baby?
apples and how that tradition was.
Don't say that.
The day, again, Mr. Nori, I wasn't born.
There are stand-up comedians in wheelchairs that are very, very funny. Well, that one time they could. I know two of them. They're very funny. Okay.
Another variation of that was to throw a coin into that cup of apples, and the first person to retrieve it. Third divination was to peel an apple, right? Completely peel it through, and then throw it over your.
Okay. I don't know about that, but okay.
And another way of interpreting that is they throw it over their left shoulder and try to see if that peel. If it looked like a G.
I mean, I've seen him. You think he's that funny? Do you think that guy was that funny? Okay, why do you think he was so funny? Zoot. That was amazing, dog. Good job.
The term conjure was something mystical and magical. Like I do cursing and crossing, and I've been called the queen of cursing and crossing, and associate the spooky stuff with conjuring, but it's good at that. Okay, you're conjuring, you're producing something for somebody. That's all. So when you hear the word voodoo, or you hear the word conjure, or you hear the word root work,
What the fuck are you saying? No, I'm not gay. That's not a word. Yeah, oh, Jaeger's a word. Yeah, that's a great word, dog. Because I had Doze and I had Muddy.
Things that aren't true, that were devil worshippers, and
All right, let's see. Dude, quit with your bullshit. Let's see it happen.
It's sad that people associate these traditions and religions with the devil. As a matter of fact, I'll tell you a quick story that happened. And one of the orishas, or the deities in Tanzania, her name was Oya, and one of her paths, and I'm worried that I'll probably get arrested by the FBI for telling this story. It's really funny. And so one of her paths is she's the gatekeeper of the cemetery. Yeah. So she likes eggplants, and she likes flags, and her number is 9.
What up, baby?
9, those toothpicks that have the flags, I stuck 9. And I go to the gate of the cemetery, and I lay down 9 pennies and ask for whatever it was I asked for, because this happened years ago. And 2 nights later, it's on the Detroit news, all over, 247. They're looking for the devil worshiper. The FBI was looking for the devil worshiper who left an eggplant with flags at the cemetery. I'm like, oh, dude. How things get twisted around. I mean, what does an eggplant have to do?
What do you recommend that people do this Halloween?
I do want to recommend something.
When Jim Henson died. Have you ever seen the Muppets? Yeah, he's the guy who did. He died in like 1990 or 1989, 1990. It was like 4 or 5. No, it was like 4 or 5. And I didn't know what death was, but I remember my parents explaining to me that this guy who I didn't really know who he was, but I knew all of his all of his characters, like Big Bird and Kermit the Frog, all that stuff he did. And I remember thinking that they had all died as well. And my parents had to explain to me that they didn't die, just that their creator died. But they'd still be around. And then it was like a little bit easier for me to take. What up, baby? Perhaps. Okay, I mean, that's fine. No big deal. I will. No, but for sure, me. I am.
Listen to all episodes of Priceless Hillbilly Heist, available now. iHeartRadio app.
Perhaps no one.
Listen now.
I don't really think so. Maybe, but I don't. I think she'll be a blip on the radar of history. Okay.
Listen now. My name is Javier. I moved to the U.S. at 19. I spoke no English and I struggled finding job opportunities. Everything I had, I owed to the adult living. Getting my high school diploma at age 22.
It was an honor helping you achieve your greatness. Others achieve theirs. It inspires me. When you
they graduate, find
No.
free and supportive adult education centers near you at finishyourdiploma.org. Brought to you by Dollar General Literacy Foundation and the Ad Council.
This podcast can sell, unpack,
also.
Okay.
Anger against women and its Podcast Network, iHeart. Follow Incels and start listening.
You're up, big dog.
iHeart is America's #1 podcast network. Open the free iHeart app and explore podcasts like this.
Almost every drug investigation in America is based on a confidential informant with their own troubles. See a path forward by telling on someone else. The CI system is based on blind trust. It can have deadly consequences.
Why is that,
I'm
Zoo?
John Arnett, investigative reporter of the Boston Globe Spotlight team. And I'm going to bring you inside.
Okay.
Investigate. Volunteer with United Way to smart. Give, advocate. Live United. Go to liveunited.org.
iHeart is America's #1
Okay.
podcast network. Open the free iHeart app and explore podcasts like this. Welcome to Chloe in Wonderland. I don't know. Well, one decision away from a different life. I know for a fact that it was her who sold this media.
I'm willing to sacrifice anything in order to put love. I can do it.
How
What about her?
every week I'll sit down with
Okay.
It wasn't nearly as bad as what I went through emotionally with the pregnancy. I had with my
Do you think you'll be remembered for being a good literati player?
Was it helpful for people to come in when you were with like your ex-husband and be like, you should be with somebody better? People are broken, they have to fix themselves. My world. Listen now.
Hello, everyone.
Okay.
It's Billy Corgan here. Welcome to my new show, The Magnificent Public. I feel cool that you guys now, so I don't know how I can make the original anybody.
What up, baby?
Magnificent Others is a long-form show where we explore with great artists, musicians, anybody I truly admire. We want to hear fresh stories, we want to hear fresh perspectives, we want to understand the times from their individuated perspectives. Most creative national hello, fans. Now we're on the Today Show. We've got these big moments. We definitely cracking the zeitgeist. Right, but am I going to get away with it? Join me on The Magnificent Others. Very curious.
America's #1 podcast network. iHeart. Open your free iHeart app.
I've known people with some amazing abilities. Yeah, there's this one person. It was kind of like that. You could go up to him and ask him any word, and he could spell it immediately, but he had to do it really quickly. So you could just go up to him and be like, spell supercalifragilisticexpialidocious, and he could just do it.
$1,000 off windows, doors, and safety upgrades. Protect your home with thicker laminated glass, multi-point locks, and our sound, sun, and cold packages.
But if he had to spell it really quickly. If he spelled it slowly, what are you doing? You don't. You have nothing to do. You just got sick and bored of playing. You don't have shit to do, dude.
From the same fraternity, and every single one was close friends with a mysterious student named Brandon Grossheim. The lawsuit says Grossheim was one of the last people to see each victim before their deaths. Open your free iHeart app and search The Peacemaker and start listening. KFI AM 640, more stimulating talk. When you're high, you feel good. But if you
To talk to George Norrie, call the wildcard line at 818-501-4109. The first-time caller line is 818-501-4721. To talk toll-free from east of the Rockies, call 800-825-5033. From west of the Rockies, toll-free, call 800-618-8255. Send George a text message anytime at 818-298-6521. This is Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie.
Now we're talking about the traditions of Halloween with Miss Aida. Jump aboard, make a call, share one of your stories. What was life like as a kid at Halloween? Share one of those as well. We'll be back in a moment on Coast to Coast. Hey, buy gold and get some free silver.
Absolutely. Buy gold and get free silver. That's right. For every $5,000 purchased from First Gold Group this month, in advance of Veterans Day, they will send you a free patriotic silver ring. Look, gold is up nearly 60% since the beginning of this year, and Birch Gold can help you own it by converting an existing IRA or 401k into a tax-sheltered IRA in physical gold. Plus, they'll send you free silver honoring our veterans on qualifying purchases. If you're current or former military, Birch Gold has a special offer just for you. They're waiving custodial fees for the first year on investments of any amount. Birch Gold has an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau and tens of thousands of happy customers. Text COAST to the number 989898 for a free info kit and to claim your eligibility for free silver with qualifying purchase before the end of the month. Again, text COAST to 989898. Do it today.
I've driven a limo for 11 years. It might sound glamorous, but it's tiring, repetitive physical work. I got to a point where I was in severe pain and couldn't bend my leg or stand up straight when I got out of the vehicle. Then I fell and jarred my neck really bad. I could not drive or lift anything for months. When I heard Dr. Wally on Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie, everything he said made sense. Once I eliminated the bad foods and started giving my body the right nutrients, I could feel the difference right away. I started sleeping through the night. My body didn't hurt all the time, and I was driving again in 3 months. I went from 230 pounds to 170 pounds. My life has completely changed. I am so grateful to Dr. Joel Wally. My name is Bridella Sanchez. Visit criticalhealthfoods.com. Sign up for the newsletter to receive Dr. Wally's 10 Bad Foods list and other invaluable nutritional advice. Call 855-949-RADIO to speak to an experienced nutritional consultant. That's 855-949-7234 and criticalhealthnews.com.
And welcome back to Coast to Coast. George Norrie with you, along with Miss Aida. An amazing story. Your career, Miss Aida, is wonderful.
Thank you. I'm proud of it.
Did you ever have a scary experience?
I had a weird experience last year. Very, very weird.
What happened?
So I was at the grocery store, and there was this lady without a shopping cart, and she had this long, beautiful blonde hair. And I live outside of Detroit, Michigan, so a little bit of a suburb. And
No, well, I was born there.
I know. I'm very familiar with Dearborn, and I have a lot of friends that live there. Anyway, she was dressed differently though. She had like torn blue jeans and a puffy vest thing. It just didn't look right with the long, beautiful hair. And she was just standing there, and she was in my way. And I got around her, and she had the face of a woman that was about 88 or 89 years old. I tried to get out of her way. She was flesh and blood, just like you and me, right? I go down the other aisle. Now, I'm short. I'm 5'3", I weigh 105 pounds, and I'm fat. I go down the aisle, and she's there again. Right? How did she get there? I got around her. I went back up. I went to the cashier, and we talked for a little bit. And then as I was exiting, she was in the parking lot wandering. I get in my car, and I drive home really, really fast, which was only about a half a mile away. And as I'm turning in to go into my subdivision, it's a dirt road and very, very narrow. As I turned, she was walking towards my car. And she came up to my passenger side window, and I just kept driving. And I'll never forget that for the rest of my life. And I had no idea what it was. Definitely an entity. I have no idea if it was good or bad. And I don't have frequent weird experiences. In fact, this was the weirdest experience I ever had. No clue what she wanted. And that was the end of the story. Just really weird.
Now, you consider yourself also a medium, don't you?
Yes.
Has that enhanced your abilities?
To what? To see things?
To see things that most people can't?
I can turn it off, and that's what I've done mostly. The only time that I turn it on is if someone's calling me for a mediumship reading. Otherwise, you get caught up in that world, it can be kind of crazy. So, am I susceptible to seeing entities? Yes. But can I control it? Yes. This lady, I don't know, she just came out of the blue. This has never happened to me this way.
Now, you said earlier that you do not practice voodoo. Why is that?
Voodoo because I'm educated in voodoo. Voodoo's not my thing.
It's not that it's particularly bad or evil?
Oh, absolutely not. It's just, to be a santera, that takes years to learn. And, golly, I don't want to learn another religion. I'm already learning Catholicism and everything else. No, I mean, why? I mean, it's no reason. I'm very happy where I am.
Aren't most Cubans Catholics?
Yes, I'm Catholic.
That's what I thought. All right, let's go to the phones. They're lining up here for you. Let's start by going to Ben in Pennsylvania. Ben, you're up first. Go ahead, sir.
Hey, how you doing, George? It's an honor to talk to you again.
Great.
Yes, my dad is a big fan. My uncle used to work at UPS every night and listen to you all night long. So, man, pretty big in the tradition. But anyway, I'm sorry, what's your guest name again?
Miss Aida.
Aida. That sounds a very sensible name. So I'm a little late in the game here because I'm on the East Coast, obviously it's a little later, earlier, however you want to say it. So I kind of looked up and started listening, and people are saying always and the idea of intention of like what you're doing,
Amen.
What are you trying to do, yeah. So I was always interested because I've had several friends, people that are skeptical and don't even believe in anything supernatural, so to speak. See things or have experiences, but they're just like, oh, it's just my imagination or whatever. I'm a guy who never even, I kind of want to see something. something, you really just I should say you do it what you know. I'm just curious if take on that. It is really interesting to me. Like,
What up, baby?
My brother, for example, will say, "Oh yeah, I got."
Yeah, but you didn't.
Never had anything bad happen to him. So,
You had to go what?
I'm always skeptical. There's always a motor.
Okay.
Always like, it's probably just my imagination. It's just really interesting to me that I feel like there's a lot of people out there that will see things that are skeptical and are just totally not in tune with believing in the technique events. But they'll see things, and then there's people that just, it seems to just always track them and always be, I don't know, explain it, but it always,
You can generally go like a normal person 2 minutes without air, 2 days without water, 2 months without food. Correct. But there was a guy who, in like the 1950s or something, he didn't eat for more than a year. He was like really fat, and he just took vitamin supplements, and he lost like a ton of weight, but he didn't eat anything for more than a year. So you could go more than 2 months. It's just like an average person, their body starts to break down at that point.
So my take on it is you're probably super protected by your guardian angels. That was the first thing that crossed my mind. Okay. If you really do want to see them, and be very, very careful, because you have to be careful with what you wish for, right? Because if you invite an evil entity in, what's the old saying? Once invited into play, it's hard to make them go away. So my suggestion to you, and I don't know if you want to do this, but the best training you can get to be able to interact with these entities, and entities is the correct terminology from my perspective, is to join a paranormal group and let them teach you. And the more exposure you get, the more it will happen. And you'll do it in a safe environment where you're protected. You will learn how to protect yourself. You just don't want anything coming to you.
Do you find, Miss Aida, that non-believers are more apt to have evil spirits attached to them?
It's the opposite. In fact, I always play around with my Facebook group, Miss Aida Psychic, and one of the questions I asked was, what group of people are the most vulnerable to demonic attachments or demonic possessions? And guess what that group was? They're nuns.
Nuns? Really?
Yeah. So it's actually the opposite. The opposite.
So you think the more religious you are or spiritual, the more apt you are to get attached?
Yes. I think
What up, baby?
the devil comes to tempt you. I really do.
I told you about that.
No, I'll die before that.
Right now, we go to Cornelius, Louisiana.
Yeah, I want to stream the rest of my life. Just keep streaming all the time. All right. I mean, they don't notice me. I'm still doing what I love to do.
money eat with my mom, so they're enjoying themselves.
Okay, if ifs were fifth, we'd all be drunk. Okay, so
So that's my tagline. But I wanted to ask you, since you're into all this stuff, and I just heard George, you had a commercial where they're saying that AI is going to threaten humanity.
it could be.
And one more thing I want to tell you, Harvey.
Okay, well, if you don't like it, then you don't like it.
On TMZ talking about the aliens. He has a movie that he's Dream Eater. This guy is sleepwalking and the devil or demons taking over while he's sleepwalking. So Dream Eater, just like you had Dream Weaver, well, Dream Eater is a movie coming out right before Halloween. God bless you, George, and God bless Miss Etta. Love you, Miss Etta. Call me up. Me as awesome like you do.
Okay, and thank you for your service. Thank you so much for your service. So I am very, very afraid of the AI because of what has been speculated about Atlantis. So Atlantis was allegedly a super advanced society. And how they were destroyed, we don't know. There is speculation that, it could have been a plague, it could have been this, it could have been that. And another speculation is they destroyed themselves because they just were so technologically advanced. And that's what I fear. But have I had any premonitions? No, I have not. I don't like it. I don't like it because it's putting so many people out of work. And that worries me too.
Next up, let's go to Philadelphia, east of the Rockies. Chris is with us. Hey, Chris, good morning.
Outside of Philadelphia is one of the first largest cemeteries in the country called Laurel and West Laurel Hill Cemetery. My parents are buried there. And I started a couple of years ago going on Old Souls Day to brush their marker, the cut grass and it's cut and it's dry. And so the cemetery is still all open before the Civil War that these plots had these elaborate and huge markers and headstones, many which are carved, and it's really fascinating. So 2 years ago, I started walking around and looking at them, and I started to clean with the brush that I had taken. And I just wanted to notice that one of them was so large, a human-sized female figure carved as sort of an angelic figure. It was so large I had to climb up onto it, and I was cleaning the cobwebs and things. It's weird. It was like straight out of the Exorcist. A cloud hit the sun, the wind picked up, and I really had the feeling that I was trespassing. And I tried to cab off of it, and as I was walking away, I really had that feeling of something staring at me. So I really felt like I was trespassing on this particular headstone.
So I think that by stepping on it, it was disrespectful. And if you do remember where it was, I would go back with an offering with flowers and apologize. I don't think it was cleansing, it was stepping on it. And what I do when I go to cemeteries is I always explain everything I'm going to do. And so that the deceased know, the spirits of the deceased know what I am doing. So that's what you do. But, it's very honorable that you're doing these kind things for these gravestones and for these spirits. So that's what I was.
What do you think of cemeteries generally, Miss Aida?
What do I think about generally? I think they're beautiful places. I mean, I don't visit them, but often, but I think they're beautiful places. I don't think they're scary, creepy places like as they're portrayed on television and the movies. And
would you spend the night in one?
No, absolutely not. No, I'm not stupid either. No, I wouldn't do that.
Not that you're afraid.
No, it isn't that I'm afraid. I would, not that I'm afraid of the spirits. I am afraid of what they call hitchhikers. So I'm afraid that, something might jump on me and try to come home with me. And they come out at night.
How would you fight that off, ward that off?
I have a whole routine, and it involves, when I go to the cemeteries, I always put fixed vapor rub on the back of my head and my neck, because that's where they attach themselves to. And fixed vapor rub has camphor, which is a deterrent for negativity and for entities. I put a cap on, and then there's a gesture that I do that you won't be able to see. And when I leave the cemetery and I go in my car, I spray myself with holy water. I spray the inside of the car with holy water. And when I get home, I have an attached garage, and what I do is I strip down naked in my garage, and I come in the house, and I throw everything in the washing machine, and then I go during, when the water's coming down for the washing machine, I also put either salt water, sea salt water, or Florida water in that washing machine, and those things dispense of negative energies.
Do you have an attached or detached garage?
It's attached.
All right. I won't even go there. We'll be back in a moment and take final calls on Coast to Coast AM.
Find out more about tonight's guest. Log on to coasttocoastam.com.
Keep that breathless charm. Won't you please arrange it? 'Cause I love you. Just the way you look tonight. That wrinkles your mood. It touches my foolish heart.
On this podcast episodes, we unpack emerging trends.
Also,
In the world of resentment, cynicism, anger against women, and negativity.
I was living in my friend's house in a room. I was paying child support, and my attorney fees were just starting to go through the fucking roof. And then I did Christmas, I did New Year's, I totaled my car. I didn't total my car, I fucked up the rim, but it was one of those cars where each rim was $1,200. So I actually had to go to the lot. I'm not going to say the lot because then people will know. I had to go to the lot in the middle of the winter, the dead of January. I had to go to the lot, jack up a car, steal the tire off it to replace my fucking rim. I was just living like a nomad then. I remember going home one Saturday night and I bought that new car. I didn't buy a new car, I bought a slightly used car. Like, after you get divorced, you give away your truck and the family car, and you buy a hot rod. I bought an Acura Integra, beautiful, with a tremendous sound system. And I financed it through this bank. And I had a bank account in this bank, the whole fucking deal. And one night I go home, and I'm dead broke. I got no dough, and I got to do a line of coke. And I found, this Eddie credit card. When you get a credit card, they send you those blank checks.
Yeah.
And Discover, I had like 3 Discover checks. And that bank had a 24-hour drive-through. And I just wrote a check for $1,000 in cash. The Discover card was closed, for Christ's sake. The Discover card had been taken from me already. I gave the lady a check and she cashed it.
No.
They gave me $1,000 fucking Monday morning, 9:01, they called me. And they said, if we don't have our money by 5 o'clock, we're going to press charges on you. I didn't have the fucking money. I had spent the money in an hour. So I went down to the bank and cut a deal with them to add it on to the car principal. And then I didn't make the car payment for 3 fucking months. And that was great. When a tow truck is following you and you see them following you, so you gotta hide your car like Rambo with camouflage and fucking trees and shit.
You gotta shake them and shit.
When you look back, you think of all this shit. You're like, what the fuck was I thinking? Why would I even stick it out with something that there's no money in? Like, there was no money in comedy back then. I was just doing comedy. I was just loving it. And I was getting on stage every night. And I finally had a call my brother, whose wife just recently died, about 2 months ago after I got here. I called him. I told him what my situation was. I told him I couldn't make rent, that I was losing the war with my wife, with the kid, And he sent me a plane ticket back to Jersey. He goes, come back. So I came back, whatever that date was for the Super Bowl. I was back in Jersey. But before I left, I went to the Valium guy, and I fronted like 10,000 Valiums. I told him I'd be back on that. I told him I'd be back in an hour, and I brought the Valiums back here with me to start my comedy career up here as finance. So that's where we'll leave off. January of 93.
I'm writing it down. Hold on. January 1993 is where we pick up. I love you, brother. Thank you for doing this.
Thank you for having me, brother. Always a pleasure to see you. I miss you with all my heart.
I miss you too.
I'm not mad at Los Angeles. Like I told my wife when I went to lunch. And I go, I'm not mad. A lot of great things happened to me in LA. And I got to meet a lot of great people, and you're one of them. So, thank you. I'm happy we continue the saga.
We'll keep it going whenever you're available, my friend.
So I couldn't really go off.
Yeah, we'll wrap it up.
Next time we do this, I'll cover the fucking holes in this story. There's more excitement in this story, but I got the FBI upstairs.
I love you, brother. As always.
November 25th, Ozzy's Boneyard.
All right.
12 o'clock Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific, and then every day after that till the 30th, the Boneyard plays. Hopefully they'll keep me and they'll let me do 1 show a week, and I can do my heavy metal stuff. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I know it, brother. That's great. Good for you. Well, I love
That's what we're trying to do. I love you, brother. Thank you for having me.
Of course.
Thank you for having me on the Honeydew. A shout out to all you Patreon motherfuckers. I love you. And that's it.
All right, as always, RyanSickler.com, Ryan Sickler on all social media. We'll talk to you all next week. This episode of The Honeydew is brought to you by Upstart, MyBookie, and Policy Genius. More on that later. let's get into the do.
The Honeydew with Ryan Sickler.
Welcome back to the Honeydew, y'all. We're over here doing it in the Nightpan Studios. I am Ryan Sickler, RyanSickler.com, Ryan Sickler on all your social medias. I want to say thank you to you guys. Seriously, this community continues to grow. I absolutely love my job and this show and the stories that people are bringing here. The fact that you can laugh at your trauma, be that strong about it, be that open about it, be that vulnerable about it. I fucking love it. Thank you for the messages, all that stuff. Make sure you subscribe to the YouTube channel. And if you're wanting more of it, man, hit up the Patreon. That community is growing as well. It's called Honeydew with Y'all, where I'm highlighting the lowlights with y'all. It's $5 a month. If you sign up for a year, you're getting over a month of free episodes, all right? If you or someone you know has that story that needs to be heard, submit it to honeydewpodcast@gmail.com. Hopefully, we'll get to do a story with you, all right? Now, I want to talk to you about something real quick that I'm very proud of. You know, I record here at the Santa Monica Music Center, and working on with a nonprofit here with Lana called Outreach to the Arts, ANA, which is at-risk youth. Like myself and the guest you're about to see were when we were kids. If we had a program like this, we'd have been so much further ahead in life, I will tell you that. But we're teaching these kids how to podcast, how to live switch, how to work with cameras, graphics, editing, the whole thing. Ash is over there helping them. They're watching him, they're learning, and they're super stoked about it. We're going to start a podcast with these kids and get back. So very excited about it. Keep an eye out for that. I'll be feeding you some of that stuff. You'll probably meet these kids. I'm going to have them on the Patreon. They're really good kids, 18 years old with stories already that are insane. So that's the biz. We're highlighting the lowlights over here. These are the stories behind the storytellers, and there's only one storyteller like this guy. He is back, y'all. The saga continues. Ladies and gentlemen, Joey Diaz. All right. I'm just so stoked to talk to you. I miss you so much.
There were those programs when I was growing up. We just robbed them. Look, I robbed the science department. I had all the triple beam scales. And they knew it was us. They came down, and they're like, just give us like 8 bags. We robbed all the frogs.
Give us 8 of them. They negotiated with you.
We took all the frogs. You know the frogs?
Yeah, that's for
we took like 300 frogs.
Dude.
For a month, they got dissect the frogs.
I forgot who I was talking to for a second.
Then we robbed the athletic department.
What did you take from them?
Everything that was in that thing, from sneakers to jackets to hoodies. They came to my house the next day. They're like,
this high school or what?
Yeah, the high school.
They came to your house?
And they're like, we know, just come on, give us a break. The kids can't run track this week without the sneakers. Just bring it back.
They're forfeit.
And we'll make believe like we don't know nothing happened. You know, it's like nothing ever happened. I swear to God.
I believe you. Don't even swear to me. I believe you.
Jackets, trophies.
Trophies. Just taking trophies. You can't even sell those.
Then you had it.
Please, before we get into the continuing story here of your life, plug, promote everything you want to.
I'm at Vinny's, the home month of March down the shore. Vinny's, Uncle Vinny's Comedy Club in Point Pleasant, Wednesday nights, 8 o'clock, $20, working out with Uncle Joey, BYOG, too, because it's legal to bring grass now.
Yeah, that's right, it is, huh? So you can actually, they'll let you smoke at the venue, not inside, but outside?
Yeah, I know. No, smoke outside now. It's legal in New Jersey.
Okay, good. Your Patreon.
Doing well. I love it. Really got me out of the funk. If it wasn't a Patreon, I still would have been in the funk. Talking to those people every day, answering messages. You know, July, August, September.
What up, Frosty?
Really
Long time no speak. How you living, pimp?
To start at that level, just shooting little videos. I give me 2 free podcasts a week, just 20-minute podcast, just quick shit.
Yes.
Long time no speak. How you doing, big dog? How's life been?
Cozier from Jesse Keller, because home isn't where you live, it's how you feel. Let's go home with Cozier.
And welcome back to Coast, George Story with you, Miss Aida with us as we talk about the traditional hoodoo and conjure. That's your book. Where do people get your books, Miss Aida?
Well, I can get it at Amazon, Barnes and Noble, with most bookstores. Almost everywhere.
Super. Now, can people get a hold of you through your website?
Yes, missaida.com, MISSAIDA.com. And you can join me on my Facebook page, Miss Aida Psychic.
Now, what do you do on Halloween night?
I don't on Halloween night. I honor Samhain, which is a full moon closest to October 31st. This year it'll be November 5. And that's when I do rituals. And one of the famous rituals, and I don't do it exactly like the pagans do, but they do something called a dumb supper. And they're silent and they sit at a table and have a seat for deceased a loved one, whoever's welcome, and they serve food. And it's either done in silence or they play some music in the background. I, on the other hand, will offer food outside because I'm very, very cautious of what may enter my home. So I just offer food outside. And I do rituals because that veil is broken. It's a great time for divination. It's a great time to perform any type of magical spell. It's the most magical night of the year. And your chances of a person's chance of manifesting your desires is very, very, very strong on Samhain. So
because of who you are you more apt to get attacked than somebody else?
No, I'm an expert at spiritual eradication. I don't know, some people may have seen me on the documentary Michigan Hell House, and that's what I do. You know, I do spiritual eradications, I close portals, they won't attack me.
Let's go to Fun.
Knock on wood.
Mayan's with us in New York. Hi, Mayan.
Hi, George.
Good morning, Miss Aida and George. Such a delightful guest, George. I want to share a brief story about being a child around Halloween, and I also have a two-part question. Usually like to have my say, and then I prefer to listen over the air. First of all, you mentioned about the apples. I remember one of the field trips at this time of year was going upstate to the where the apple orchards were. We would get apples in like a bushel type basket, and we would bring them back, and it was called bobbing for apples, is what I recall. I'd also like to ask, because I have a book on hoodoo, and I was reading that the folk magic of using readily available, you don't have to try to search for your materials, for your own manifestations. And I'd like the first part of the question is elaborate on what is star magic. And the second part, you mentioned Hecate, and I'd like to hear more about her story.
That's Wayne Dread's kid.
Was she the one that was the mother of Persephone and went to the underworld to rescue her daughter? So clarify who she was. If you have my questions, and I'll listen over the air, and I'll be in touch, because I definitely want to read your book. Thank you so much.
First of all, I'm not a pagan, so I don't know much about Hecate. So I'm very, very sorry that I can't answer that question. That is a terrific, phenomenal question to ask a pagan, but I'm not a pagan. I'm a Catholic, and I have my own deities, and Hecate's not one of them. And the first question I think you're asking me, is it true that we don't need to use a lot of utensils or whatever in voodoo? I think that's what you asked me. And my answer to you is, when the slaves came to the Americas, throughout the Americas and the Caribbean islands, they didn't bring their suitcases, right? They didn't have anything to work with, so they worked with what they had. And they worked by communicating with the plants. They worked by communicating with the animals and communicating with the weather, communicating with what nature has given us to communicate with. They communicate with animals. And spell work does not have to be that complicated. The first gentleman that spoke on the air, he nailed it. He said it's all about intention. And when he said that, I was like, amen, brother. Okay? I'm not going to go to the shopping store and buy $500 worth of stuff, right? If I want to do something bad to somebody, I go out and collect dog food. I'll go out and collect rotting animals. You know, I use what nature has provided me, and that's most of what food is about, working with what you have.
And Miss Ayedish wanted to know about jar magic, where spells are contained within a single jar.
Oh, jar magic. Jar magic is very, very good. We use them quite frequently with honey spells, and they're contained, right? So that person, your target, we call them the target, right? So if I put that target in a honey jar with me, picture him and picture me, his whole birthday, and I always say Andy Garcia. Anyway, if I put Andy Garcia's name and birthday in the picture and, put it together with mine and then magnet and roll it up in a yard and stick it in that honey jar and then put the love herbs in there and honey is sweet. Put a candle on the jar and spray, and that man will, Andy Garcia doesn't know me, that man will be sweet on me. And we can do the same thing with breakup jars. You can put nasty things into breakup jars, put two people in there that you want to break up. You can create a cursing jar, and you put even nastier things. And I have those in my book, Voodoo, Cursing and Crossing, and my book, Voodoo Justice Magic, so that you're not running to the store and spending zillions and zillions of dollars. Jars, spells work because they contain that energy that you want.
And when you were on with us 5 years ago, we were talking about that book called Voodoo Cleansing and Protection Magic.
Yes.
Let's go to Sean in California, west of the Rockies. Go ahead, Sean.
Hi there, how you doing? I'm doing fine.
All good.
Good. I'm calling because I want to give a couple of corrections to Miss Aida and thank you for her otherwise delightful commentary. Her idea about dressing up to scare ghosts because we saw it is not exactly right. It's just partly right. And mostly it's right up because Christ comes to death for sin. And so skeletons, ghosts, witches, devils are being mocked at and laughed at. The devil hates being mocked because he's a narcissist. So that's one thing. Soul cakes came came around because children were banned around in medieval Europe and especially England. It goes back to a song that Peter Paul and Mary sang about sword pigs. They were given to children who prayed. They flew to different homes in their village. And knock on the door and often pray for them after that. Oh, purgatory, so that they would be released to go to heaven. And they went near the house and come out and bring a sweet breath treat called soul cake. They should bring that up. So it's like that thing you might want to know about that.
You want to comment on it? Go ahead.
I didn't understand. I'm so very sorry. I didn't come across clear. George, could you tell me what he said?
Why don't you rehash the costumes with Halloween? He was questioning that.
Rehash the costumes for Halloween?
Yeah, why the costumes came into existence.
They came in, why did the costumes come into existence? Because the priests were wearing them to trick the entities into believing they were one of them, and then to leave them alone. And then, as time progressed, more elaborate costumes were made as people forgot the real reason for wearing them. And that's how they developed into elaborate costumes.
Let's go to first-time caller Andrea in Missouri. Welcome to the show. Hi, Andrea.
Good morning. Thank you. I have a question. I moved here in 2000. I'm originally from Kentucky. I moved to Missouri in 2001 or 2002. I moved where I'm at 2009 in Missouri. And I'm still here, but I've got a cross on my wall. When I moved here, the place should have been condemned. I had 2.8 acres. Now I've got almost 7 acres. I've been developing by hand. For the first year I moved here, it was daunting. I mean, this place, it was hot, no water or anything. I woke up and said, I can't do this. I had some rocks I need to move. So I well, I've got to do it because nobody else will, and it's got to get done. So I get up, 7 o'clock in the morning, I'm out working, and at 12 o'clock I get hungry, which every rock I picked up, I put in my wheelbarrow. I picked up a rock, I said the name of the Father, the next rock, the name of the Son, the next rock, the name of the Holy Spirit. Countless wheelbarrows, countless rocks. 12 o'clock in the afternoon, I'm like, I have to come in and get something to drink before I pass out. So hot. I come in, well, instead of getting something to eat, there was a beer right there, and the refrigerator looked good, so I pulled my beer out, got to my recliner, and I sat there, I got ready to take a drink, and when I looked up on my wall, there was a cross that was developed. And Rick, and I moved in with him in the Navy still, he put all the wood and everything up. He was out of town at the time. I was 15, and I was trying to tell him about this process. He wasn't worried about it. About a week later, I said, he comes home, and I just hear a crash. I'm like, well, what happened, you know? And he's like, well, there's a cross on the wall. I go, yeah. And he's like, well, how to get there? I said, look, it's oil, but it's not Christian or anything. And the priests are like, well, you know, find out what it's about. But I never see the priests again. There's been a couple of priests. Well, in 2017, they passed church. They would have people come out here to try to help me because we're putting pinholes in my plumbing and my house is breaking. The same path brought people over to destroy my house. So now my house is like 4 inches away from my foundation. And for the last 3 or 4 years, I've had icicles inside my house. They have aloes and wandering Jew plants all over. And they're covered in icicles. Not last winter, but the winter before and the winter before that. They've been covered.
Okay, we only have a minute left. I want to get your reaction to this idea to a cross in a house. What would make that show up in a mirror?
I would just do a 13-day spiritual eradication ritual. It's in my book, Cleansing, Protection, Magic, because the cross did many things, and that bothers me.
You don't think a cross representation is a good thing?
It's a good thing. It's a wonderful thing, but didn't she have a mishap with that cross?
She did.
Yeah, so that's what concerns me. I would do it, first of all, spray that frothy cold water. Okay, and spray Psalm 91 over it. Okay? Psalm 91 is a strong protection prayer that you can pray. Always pray aloud.
Well, you know all about protection, that's for sure, Miss Ayed. Thanks for being on the program. Our website is linked up at coasttocoastam.com. For Dave Galante, Don Danite, Sue Trinkus, Lex Longer, Sean Ladisor, Alec Fernandez, Stephanie Smith, Ed Minot, George Snappy, and Richard Serra. We're up there on Coast to Coast AM. We'll see you on our next edition. Until then, be safe.
R&L Carrier. Ship anything, anywhere, anytime. Your expanded Southern California capacity provides less than truckload, lift gauge, guaranteed, expedited transportation services, and so much more. RLC.com. RLC.com.
Run a business and not thinking about podcasting? Think again. More Americans listen to podcasts than ad-supported streaming music from Spotify and Pandora. And as the #1 podcaster, iHeart's twice as large as the next two combined. So whatever your customers are into, true crime, sports, comedy, culture, they'll hear your message. Plus, only iHeart can extend your message to audiences across broadcast radio. And all this reach means everything. Just think about the universal marketing formula. The number of consumers who hear your message times the response rate equals the results. Now let's get those results growing for you. Think podcasting can help your business? Think iHeart. Streaming, radio, and podcasting. Let us show you at iHeartAdvertising.com. That's iHeartAdvertising.com. Or call 844-844-iHeart. One more time. 844-844-iHeart. And get podcasting working for you.
Johnny Knoxville here. Check out Fridays, Hillbilly Heist, my new true crime podcast. The true story of the almost perfect crime and the Nimrods who almost pulled it off. Storm in a sewer? That's dumb. Stop all my excitement. Listen to all episodes of Crimeless Hillbilly Heist, available now exclusively on the iHeartRadio app. Open your free iHeartRadio app, search Crimeless Hillbilly Heist, and listen now. As time goes on, I realize that politics is not serious at all. It's not about having accomplished things throughout your life. It's not that way anymore. Now it's a social media popularity contest. John Cobell, he moved up the way people vote for an American Idol. Live 1 to 4 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. KFI live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. KFI AM 640.
On this podcast themselves, we unpack emerging mindset.
Well, also,
In the world of resentment, cynicism, anger against women, and negativity.
Tomorrow is the day of retribution. The day every child had by revenge.
This is Incels. Listen to Incels on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Follow Incels and start listening on the free iHeartRadio app today.
KFI and KOST HD2 Los Angeles, Orange County. More stimulating talk.
We know the driver's name. I'm Lieutenant Cindy KFI, 24-hour newsroom. Police have identified the truck driver accused of causing a deadly crash in Ontario Tuesday. KFI's Sharon Reardon with details.
The California Highway Patrol says 21-year-old Deshaun Singh is suspected of driving under the influence and vehicular manslaughter. 3 people were killed and 4 others injured Tuesday afternoon when 4 semi-trucks, 2 pickup trucks, and 2 cars smashed into each other. A witness tells KNBC that the crash crash sounded like a big explosion. The red truck driven by Singh didn't slow down, causing the massive chain reaction. It happened along the 10 freeway near the 15th freeway interchange. I'm Sharon Reardon.
The LA City Council voted to give another $8.4 million to a not-for-profit that helps tenants. Money was approved for the Legal Aid Foundation Los Angeles, which runs Stay Housed LA. The additional funding was approved by a unanimous vote after the city attorney refused to sign an earlier agreement. The Senate has again rejected a measure that would end the government shutdown.
On this vote, the ayes are 54, the nays are 46. 3/5 of the senators duly chosen and sworn not having voted in the affirmative, the motion is not agreed to.
That vote came in yesterday. The Senate will meet again today. Today is day 23 of the government shutdown. Governor Newsom has announced new tax credits for film and TV production in the state. He says 52 projects have been selected for the tax credits. 38 of those will be shot outside of Los Angeles. And yesterday, the NFL said they are not considering dropping Bad Money as its Super Bowl halftime headline performer. This despite criticism from President Donald Trump and some of his supporters. Super Bowl 60 is set for February 8th. Sunlight weather from KFI. Sunny skies today. We'll see highs in the 60s for the beaches, 70s and near 80 inland. Right now, 59 in Anaheim. La Habra has 60, 58 degrees in Rancho Cucamonga, and it's 55 in Ventura. From the KFI 24-hour newsroom, I'm Bree Tennis.
You work for a company of 1 or 1,000. Odoo works with you every single day. Odoo's suite of business applications handles everything from websites and inventory to accounting. And there are no vendor lock-ins, no proprietary data. You own your data. And developers can build custom features on top of Odoo applications. Check out Odoo at odoo.com. That's odoo.com.
Run a business and not thinking about radio? Think again. Because more people are listening to the radio on iHeart today than they were 20 years ago. And only iHeart Broadcast Radio connects with more Americans than TV, digital, social, any other medium. Even twice as many teens than TikTok. And that reach means everything. Just think about the universal marketing formula. The number of consumers who hear your message times the response rate equals the results. Now let's get those results growing for your business. Radio's here now more than ever, and iHeart's leading the way. Think radio can help your business? Think iHeart. Streaming, podcasting, and radio, where the reach is real. Let us show you at iHeartAdvertising.com. That's iHeartAdvertising.com. Or call 844-844-iHeart. One more time, just call 844-844-iHeart and get radio working for you.
iHeartRadio LA Super Bowl. Just added EJ, Audrey Nuda, and Ray Ami, the singing voices of hundreds from K-pop demon artists. Tickets at Ticketmaster.com.
Do you have coins, jewelry, or precious metals and are looking to sell for top dollar? Sil DeGenova, CEO and owner of Tangible Investments, has become legendary by beating his so-called competitors' offers on these items by as much as 500%.
I had a diamond ring that had been an heirloom in my family for many years, so I went to a local jewelry store and they offered me $600. I just wasn't comfortable. I took it down to Tangible Investments and they offered me over $6,000. That store is absolutely awesome.
Stories like these are why Tangible Investments has become America's top dealer in precious metals, jewelry, and collectibles, and why Sil has been featured on CNBC and quoted on the front page of the Wall Street Journal. Over the past 30 years, Tangible Investments has bought billions in collectibles. That's billions with a B. Right now, demand is through the roof. Sil encourages all his clients to shop the competition and then call in last. You'll be amazed at the difference. Guaranteed. Call now for an absolutely free, professional, no-obligation appraisal. 800-711-2800. 800-711-2800. 800-711-2800.
Welcome to another unforgettable day aboard the Top Shelf Country Cruise. Start with a sunrise walk with Amy Brown on Deck 14. Take the blackjack table with Lunchbox this afternoon. Then join Crook and Chase at our exclusive whiskey tasting. And tonight, an exclusive for cruisers only performance by Keith Urban. Under the stars at the Nassau Cruiseport Amphitheater. The Top Shelf Country Cruise, setting sail February 2026. Brought to you by Signature Cruise Experiences. Book your stateroom now at TopShelfCountryCruise.com.
You don't need to be in the group chat to support your child. There's free, confidential mental health care right on campus. The cost of co-pays or impact to your health coverage. Simply update your health insurance info, signing consent form to get started. Brought to you by California's Department of Health Care Services.
Whenever I got through the window,
I tried to pick him up, his body was stiff.
The Peacemaker podcast is the story of a prestigious Missouri university rocked by a suicide cluster a few years back. Many victims were from the same fraternity, and every single one was close friends with a mysterious student named Brandon Grossheim.
The lawsuit says Rothschild was one of the last people to see each victim before their deaths.
Open your free iHeart app and search The Peacemaker and start listening.
KFI AM 640, more stimulating talk.
From the heartland of America and the gateway to the West, good morning, good evening, wherever you may be across the nation, around the world. I'm George Norrie, and this is Coast to Coast AM. Later tonight, Voodoo and Hoodoo, just in time for Halloween. We've got a great program for you tonight. And congratulations to Michigan syndicated radio host Michael Shields on his 20 years of broadcasting. He follows our program on many Michigan stations that we're on. Congratulations, Michael. Here's what's happening. The U.S. military conducted lethal strikes against two more boats in the Eastern Pacific this week, killing all people on board each vessel. The two strikes on vessels in the Pacific, the 8th and 9th known strikes by the U.S. military on alleged drug smuggling vessels since the start of September, appear to mark an expansion of the U.S. military campaign, with all 7 previous strikes targeting boats in the Caribbean Sea. So far, at least 37 people in total have been killed in the 9 strikes. The United States hit Russia's major oil companies with sanctions and accused the Russians of a lack of commitment toward ending the war in Ukraine as Moscow conducted a major training exercise involving nuclear arms. Were failed Monday after plans for a summit between U.S. President Donald Trump and Russian President Vladimir Putin fell apart. Mr. Trump told reporters he canceled the meeting because it just didn't feel right to me. The U.S. national debt has surged past $38 trillion, according to the U.S. Treasury Department. Just 2 months after surpassing previous forecasts to reach $37 trillion. This means the federal debt rose by $1 trillion in a little over 2 months. My gosh. The government shutdown meandered into its 22nd day with no end in sight after a 12th GOP Republican attempt to reopen the government has stalled and blocked by Senate Democrats Wednesday afternoon. Investment analyst Mitch Sedlock with us here. Mitch, they got to get this thing over with. What's going on here?
Second longest shutdown in history now, with no end in sight. We're starting to run into some serious problems here. The FAA is reporting more airport delays. There's short staffing in 2 major facilities tonight. There have been at least 196 controller staffing shortages since the start of the shutdown. That's more than 4 times the number on the same date last year. SNAP, that's the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program. We know it as food stamps. They changed the name to SNAP, S-N-A-P. That's at risk now. 2 states, Georgia and South Carolina, have already shut it down. Not sure how 2 states can shut it down and not all of them can shut it down. It seems to me to be possibly a political thing in those states. But anyway, the USDA, which oversees SNAP, has said there's not going to be enough money to pay all the benefits for November if the shutdown continues. So add that to the list of problems. And here's a new one that came out today. The ADP gives payroll data to the Fed. We've known this for some time, but what I didn't know is that ADP said they're not going to give the Fed any more of its private data. I don't know if this is a ploy by AEP to, say, hey, we're just not going to give you this, data for free anymore, or if someone pressured AEP to not give, the data to the Fed. Either way, the Fed is going to be flying blind more than even more than they have been, without access to some of this data. Now, the September data, which would have been the report that came out early in October, BLM already has that data, so that data is not at risk. But the shutdown has lasted long enough now, George, that the BLS isn't going to have any data for October. This would be the report that comes out in November. So we're heading into some serious issues here now as a result of the shutdown, with the Fed flying more blind than ever. That's my roundup.
All right, my friend, you keep watching this for us. According to New York City Councilman Robert Holden, the City Council is co-naming a street in honor of the celebrated journalist and media icon Dorothy Kilgallen on Saturday, November 8th. It will be the 60th anniversary of her death. As many people know, she was a star on the TV program What's My Line and was investigating the JFK assassination. Noted attorney, researcher, and author has written a book about her called The Reporter Who Knew Too Much. Mark Shaw, he is with us. He's been invited to attend that get-together. Mark, that's a pretty good honor for her, isn't it?
Well, George, you've been so kind to let me sing the praises of Dorothy, as a celebrated journalist and an investigative reporter over the years with my books. And I was just taken aback this week when I got the information from Councilman Holden that they were going to have an event on that day. They're going to introduce a co-naming of the street right at the corner of East 68th Street and Madison Avenue. Now, that's where Dorothy lived, on East 68th Street, as you may remember. They're going to call it Dorothy Kilgallen Way, so I'm just so happy for her because it's such a tribute to have something like that happen.
That is fantastic. And she lived. Do you think she would have unraveled the Kennedy assassination?
Oh, I think I still believe she's the most credible reporter to have ever done that. In the new book coming out, Abuse of Power, I have more evidence in terms of what she found out about JFK's death in Maryland. We have more information about what happened to her, but also, of course, Robert Kennedy. And if you put all of those deaths within, 6 years, George, in context, and that's what I tried to do this time, Dorothy just shines through because she's the linchpin for all of that. And so I'm honored that this has happened. I'm going to be able to speak at that ceremony. It's open to the public, and if anybody's listening and want to come by there, I'd love to be able to talk to them about Dorothy.
Great, thanks, Mark. Mark's website is linked up at coasttocoastdam.com. So why does hair turn gray, and how is that common hallmark of aging connected to a life-threatening disease? According to a new study, may have pinpointed how going gray is connected to one of the deadliest forms of skin cancer. Researchers at the Tokyo Medical and Dental University said that stem cells in hair follicles respond to stress in dramatically different ways. They found that the pigment producing could have some effect on skin cancer. Interesting take. In a moment, Dr. Brian Keating joins us back with us on Coast to Coast. We're going off into space to talk about that incredible, whatever it may be, called the 3-Eye Atlas, next on Coast to Coast AM. October is Cybersecurity Awareness Month, a reminder that your digital life is always at risk. Every day, hackers steal identities, drain bank accounts, and open fraudulent accounts using stolen information. LifeLock is here with tips to help prevent you from becoming a victim of identity theft. Use strong passwords, set up multi-factor authentication on your accounts, recognize, report phishing, and regularly update the software on your devices. And for real peace of mind, get LifeLock. LifeLock monitors hundreds of millions of data points a second for threats to your identity. If your identity is stolen, a LifeLock U.S.-based restoration specialist will help solve identity theft issues on your behalf, guaranteeing your money back. Plus, all LifeLock plans are backed by the $1 Billion Protection Package, meaning LifeLock will reimburse you to your plan's limits if you lose money through your identity theft. Stay smart, stay safe, stay protected with LifeLock. Get comprehensive identity protection with a 30-day free trial at LifeLock.com. Use promo code George. That's LifeLock.com, promo code George for 30 days free. Terms apply.
Every Sunday morning, my family piles onto the couch, coffee in hand, TV on, and wrapped in the softest blanket we own. The Bubble Cuddle blanket from Cozy Earth. It's plush, textured, and honestly, it feels like a cloud hug. And when it's time for bed, that's when Cozy Earth takes comfort to another level. Their bamboo sheets transformed our sleep. Made from bamboo, they're temperature regulating and moisture wicking, so we actually sleep cooler, silky smooth, breathable, and built to last. It's like slipping into luxury every night. Plus, you can try them risk-free with a 100-night sleep trial and a 10-year warranty. Upgrade the place you spend the most time, your bed. Visit CozyEarth.com. Use my code Jesse for 20% off. That's CozyEarth.com, code Jesse. And if you get a post-purchase survey, let them know you heard about Cozy Earth from Jesse Kelly. Because home isn't where you live, it's how you feel. Let's go home with Cozy Earth.
Hey, and welcome back to Coast. George Norrie with you, Dr. Brian Keating, back with us, professor of physics at the University of California, San Diego. He blends neuroscience, philosophy, and behavioral science to teach how anyone can achieve deep concentration and clarity in chaos of modern life. Brian hosts also a podcast called Into the Impossible, which features conversations with CEOs and visionary thinkers in the fields of science and technology. Brian, welcome back. How have you been? Good. Looking forward to this. Tell me a little bit about your podcast. How's that going?
Pretty good. We just wanted to signal more huge, it's the Nobel Prize in podcasting. So good for you. This year's choice of the bronze medal for individual episode about Planet 9. The search for Planet 9. Later, but I told my wife I think we got 200 more awards to catch up with George.
You'll get there, my friend. You do a great job.
The diehard. So, how much is yours a month, Joey?
3, 5, and 10.
3, 5, and 10, and it's
No more merchandise. That shit gets lost. People don't get the T-shirts. It's just a pain in the ass. It's just content. And like you and like Jimmy, I'm doing the same with my Patreon month. I'm helping out a few comics, a couple retired cops. I use cops to give me rides to the gigs, and they're retired, shit like that. I donated to the restaurant thing.
Yeah.
Before me, now I'll donate to Jimmy's. That's what my Patreon is for. Help out a few people. I pay my,
Yeah.
It's
but
not.
You're doing it twice a week and 20-minute episodes twice a week?
Yeah.
That's great.
It's more music based, shit like that.
Well, make sure you subscribe to that. And, what you're referring to. So, John Menadakis at Jimmy's Famous Seafood in Baltimore took a page out of Portnoy's book and did what Dave did in Baltimore, raise money for local restaurants and stuff, because they shut the city down, but they didn't shut the county down. That bullshit. So he raised over $500,000, and today I get to make a call to a bar I used to go to back in the day called Ale Mary's to let them know that they're about to receive some money to help save their business. So I'm stoked on doing that. I love everybody out there helping. Who you going to rely on? You ain't relying on the government. You're relying on the people, man. The people are the ones
I told them in the beginning, I go, listen, guys, I know they're going to promise you unemployment. Who knows how many people are going to call? Go get a job for now. Go stock shelves until this clears up. And sure enough, people in Jersey are hurt from unemployment. I had to help a few of my buddies out last month and this month because, it's just a nightmare what's going on.
My buddy James took a job at Costco. He's like, look, I'm out of work. I need to get a job. Took a job as he's a dad down there, and I say, good for you, man. Good for you.
You can't eat pride.
That's right, brother. Pride don't fill your belly. All right, so let's get back into it here. We're talking January 1993 is where we left off. I believe you're leaving Colorado.
I'm leaving Colorado. I'm beat up emotionally. I'm beat up mentally. You know, physically I wasn't beat up, but just emotionally and mentally for the first time. For the first time in 10 years, I was done again. Like I had just gone through a big chunk of life, you know. A lot had happened and I was ready to move on.
And Joey, sorry, just as a reset, how old were you in January of 93?
Whatever, take away 58 from 93. I'll have my calculator with me. Yeah.
What year were you born?
I'm 30 years old.
You're very young still. You're still young.
I'm 29. I got nothing going on. I got comedy under my belt. You know, I'm not featuring yet.
How long had you been doing stand-up?
At that point, a year and a half.
Okay, you're about me. I didn't start. I dabbled at 20, but I didn't do it again until I was 27 when I really got into it.
I was doing it every week. I was a host. I was friends with Stanhope already, that type of shit. And then I got fired from the broker where I worked as a house MC. And I just really went into the dumps. The girl I was dating moved to New York, and I was making money selling Valium. That's how I made a living. Selling and eating Valium. When you're a Valium salesman, depression is definitely going to be in your life.
I was going to say,
so
Valium salesman, you just said.
Valium salesman.
Sound like you sold it with a fucking suit and tie on.
I was selling Valium from like September of 92 to January 93. That's how I made a living.
What kind of living are we talking? Is that the only thing you have to do to get by? That's it? Sell Valium?
$600 a week.
Okay.
You know, that was one of my many hustles, selling Valium. I was working for a sports betting service. I delivered Chinese food. I delivered Coke. I delivered Chinese food as a cover.
Wait, If I want to buy Coke from you when I order Chinese food, do I ask for a special something? Like, is there a duck sauce on the side? Or
I got the job done. I told people, if you need Coke, call me. So they would call the Chinese restaurant. And one day the Chinese people came up to me and like, we don't know what's going on. You get more calls than we get more calls. So I had to tell the people, listen, when you call for a fucking Coke, you better order an egg roll or soup or something. So I had an excuse to go to your house.
Wait, they were just calling asking for you to come over without making any orders? That's stupid.
And the Chinese people were like, what the fuck? You get more calls than us? So I told people, you gotta order a pint of fried rice.
Yes.
And I'll put it at the bottom. I'll put in a baggie in the bottom. So even if I get arrested, I can blame it on the Chinese guy. I had to download fucking science. Right? So I'm doing everything I can. If you wanted to fight Coke for values from me, and I was working, I would actually make you come down to the venue, the broker. I would just tell you, come to the broker. And you go, why am I meeting you at the broker? And I go, because I got to meet my Colombian friend there. You want your Coke pure, right? You go, yeah. I go, yeah, so meet me at the broker. I'll give it to you at the broker. No, you were going to pay for a ticket to come to the comedy show. So I I'm on the stage. Come on, pay the $5 at the door. And the people would pay, and I take care of them afterwards. And they go, what about the $10 I paid at the door? And I'd make up some story, give an extra pill. I think I was paying like a quarter a pill, and I was selling them for like $3. Damn. So it was like high profit. I was getting rid of $300-400 a week. You know, so I found myself just broken. I was broken about how my divorce was going. I was broken about the only thing that was good in my life was comedy. That was the only good thing in my life.
But you're taking those Valiums, so you're bringing yourself down medically too. So
I'm partying.
Yeah. But is Valium fun to party on? Doesn't that just isn't it like an elephant drink?
I'm snorting coke. I'm drinking beer. I'm getting my dick sucked. Yeah. I'm not just sitting there with a pill watching TV like some fucking asshole. You know. I'm doing coke and then I'm eating the Valium to throw off the fucking coke so I get a hard on. So I had a little Asian girlfriend at the time. We were having a little affair. And we weren't going nowhere. It just was a dead light. So I fucking called a friend of mine, his wife answered, and I told her what was going on in my life. And she sent me a plane ticket to come home. I went, I got like 1,000 Valiums, because I knew I could get rid of them here. And I fucking just came here like Super Bowl Sunday, 93. And I sold some Valiums, and I got a job selling cars. And I started doing comedy around the city at the New York Comedy Club and stuff like that.
So you left Colorado to go to, did you go to New York or back to Jersey?
I went to Jersey.
And then you would do comedy at night?
In New York City, I was selling cars, you know, and then finally she had a baby where I was staying. She was pregnant. And they had a baby, so I had to find a place to stay. So my buddy had to go to rehab. So his mother let me stay at his house while he was in rehab with the deal that when he got out of rehab, I was going to take care of him. I was in no position to take care of anybody out of rehab. I had my own rehab issues. But I was a functioning, you know what I'm saying? Like I was working in the city. I stayed in New York from January of 93 to November of 93. I probably got on stage 12 times in those months. Not as many as I should, you know. It was a hard time to me. I was watching a lot of comedy. You know, like when you're at that level that nobody will talk to you at a comedy club. You just go there. They know you're a comic, kind of. You did an open mic there and you ate a bag of shit. Yeah. They don't really talk to you and you don't talk to them. Like I was at that level. So I was going into like Lucian's Club, stuff like that, and watch. And then at night, I would go to an open mic that started at 11. It went from 11 to 4.
Damn it. At 4 in the morning?
And sign up was at 11. And when you got there, you were already number 94.
Holy shit, yeah.
It was like 6-minute spots. It was called the old Triple N. So I would sign up and I would drive a limo. And I would go to Kennedy Airport, pick up the last Asians, because Japanese people usually fly in late, about 1. I'd pick them up, I'd drive them, drop them off, and then I'd go to your old Triple N, and my spot would be ready. It'd be like 2:30 in the morning. I'd be like half hour away doing my spot. I remember being on stage and seeing a chick giving a guy a hand job. Like, that's the type of place it was. You know, so
I've always wanted to do stand-up like at one of those old Blues Brothers places where they put the cage fence up and people can throw shit. I've always wanted to do that.
This was the place.
Without the cage, it sounds like. Let me ask you this question real quick. You're going through what you're going through. You're in a dark place. What is that 6 minutes doing for you? When you're getting on stage and at least getting to fucking tell these jokes, does that 6 minutes helping you more than any drug? Or, you know, how do you feel?
Yeah.
Because you want to keep going back, right?
I was really at an all-time low human being. The only thing that was keeping me alive was my day job. You know, I like my day job. I got a job working for a dear friend of mine who owned a sandwich place, and he wanted to start a delivery business. So I would go to all the businesses in the area, take their phone number, and I would fax them the menu for the day. And I tripled his delivery business. So I would work from 10:30 to 1, 2 o'clock, and make about $800 a week there. And then I'd either drive a limo in the afternoon, 4 o'clock, 12, and that was it. That was my thing. I was also going into the city for drugs for people. People didn't like going into New York City to buy coke. So I charged you a fee. So grams of coke were $35. I charged you $45, you know.
So you pick up and deliver?
Yeah, I pick up. I'd walk over the bridge in those days.
Really?
I used to walk over the George. Yeah, because the
George Washington Bridge. You could walk over that back then. Can you still now? Can you walk that bridge?
Yeah.
Oh, you can.
I don't know if I'm in the shape to do it now. It's going to be a long walk. Yeah. But back in '93, I used to do it back and forth, you know, an hour and a half. Stop eating Cuban food on the other side. So my roommate had gotten out of rehab, and he's my best friend. We're still best friends. We talk every day.
Okay.
His daughter works for me on Patreon.
Oh, nice. All right.
He went to rehab. So it was me, him, and his grandmother living in a 2-bedroom apartment in Cliffside Park, New Jersey. So when he got out of the rehab, he was hooked on heroin. So it was like a joint family. He has a great family. So his grandmother, his mother, his sister, and his aunt were like his support system and me, you know. But it was me and his grandmother who lived there with him, right? So every night, you know, he didn't have a job. He was on disability. They got him a job in the city, like moving rocks in the daytime. He got paid like with food stamps, like once a week, and he'd go buy heroin with it.
I love it. I love that heroin dealers will take food stamps.
So
there's an asshole heroin dealer taking Bitcoin and shit today. You know that guy's out there.
So George would sit there at night. We'd be watching TV, and he couldn't wait for his grandmother to go to bed. That was our whole goal. You know, like if I walked in at 12 and grandma was awake, George's face was red because he was dying to shoot, but he couldn't because his grandmother was awake. So I'd come in and I'd go, Grandma, what are you doing up? Letterman's on. Go watch David Letterman. And he'd look at me like, thank God. And then she'd go in her room, close the door, and she had a cat. She had a cat on the room, on her bed, and she would just sit there at night, snacking, like eating popcorn. And I would wait for George to go in the bathroom, and I'd time it perfectly. You know, I'd let him burn it, let him put the fucking thing on, and then I'd shoot spitballs at him.
You hit them with
she would sit there with the cat, and all of a sudden these spitballs would be hitting the bed, and she'd be looking up at the ceiling, and she thought the stuff was coming off the ceiling, and she'd go, what the hell? And she'd get up, and she'd go looking for her grandson. Georgie, what? And I'd be in the room laying there, like making believe I was asleep. Yeah. And she'd come in and she'd go, Georgie, and I go, Grandma, it's me. And she goes, where's Georgie? I go, I don't know. And she knew he was shooting heroin in the bathroom. She would storm to the bathroom and bang on the door.
And he's all tied off and shit. Trying to get a man.
Like, he's over there looking like Marilyn Manson, all tied up and shit. So, the other one I used to do, you know, their families are art collectors. They're art collectors. And they had this big gown in the hallway. And again, there were some nights that Grandma would go to bed, I would lay down, but George would go to bed first. He would play it off like, you know what, Grandma, I'm tired. He would go to bed sweating bullets because he knew if he went to bed, Grandma would go to bed because she wouldn't have to worry about it. So again, I'd let him go to bed, Grandma go to bed, and then I'd go to bed. And sure enough, George would get up, enough time to cook the heroin, and pile up his arms, and then I'd walk out to the hallway with a hammer, and I'd hit the car.
I know those gongs. I've hit one of those before. That fucking thing is loud. It made my daughter cry. They're loud as shit, man.
I hit the gong, and again, she'd come out. What, George? I don't know. And she'd run into the bathroom. Georgie, open up. And she'd bang on the door, the whole fucking thing. I'll never forget. It was like I was, like I was physically and mentally down, but my house was fucking hilarious. He used to sit on the couch and flick his ashes behind the couch. And I remember one day Grandma caught him, and she moved the couch, and it was just a mountain of ashes. like you know how many ashes it has to be to be a mound? Yeah. Like there was ashes on top of cigarettes. He was just throwing cigarettes back there and ashes. It was just a fucking, it was a horror show. I had to be in the city. Some days I had a free ride to New York because my friend's father was a bus driver. So I had to learn his schedule. And
he would let you get on?
For free, yeah. That's nice. His son is dead now, but he was alive then. And it was just my education at the time. It was those 9 months in New York. Like, it was a lot of fun. I did a couple crimes.
What kind of crimes? All right, okay, all right.
like ripping off drug dealers. Yeah, I had a friend that was still into it.
Let me ask you this: all the crimes that you've committed in your life, from kidnapping to dealing to whatever, what was the one that was most nerve-wracking? Would it be the kidnapping, or would it be knocking off a dealer? Because I feel like knocking off a dealer is dangerous.
Knocking off a dealer, and that's what I was doing. My buddy had gotten DEA badges. He was getting info. He was getting his info from a DEA agent, and it was like stealing.
And so you gotta just go make those hits.
Yeah. On Tuesday, he's gonna get a delivery at his office of a kilo, and he's got 2 guys. Then bring 4 guys. Then bring 4 guys with guns, you know. So I did that like 2 or 3 times, and I was like, I'm out like this.
Yeah, I mean, doesn't that just fucking? Are you always looking over your shoulder then?
I'm a fucking comedian. I'm done.
Yeah.
And then, like August of '93, I was like, what the fuck am I doing with my life? I had a daughter back in Boulder, you know, this comedy thing. I just came and looked behind. I looked into the mouth of the tiger. This requires a lot of work. It's going to be a lot. I could stay here and work really hard, or go to Colorado, be closer to my daughter, and work and do better work. Like I like to do bringer shows. Like I knew people who book shows every week at bars, stuff like that. And it was crazy. I quit the job at the deli, and at the end of the summer, and I got a job selling Nissans and Lincolns or something like that. Mazdas. Goddamn. In Englewood, Cliffs. It's a high-end area. And one day this girl came in with this guy. Fucking beautiful girl. Puerto Rican girl. Just a 12. Body-wise was a 12. And this kid's just a little mook, you know. And as I sell him the car, they just graduated college. She's a drug counselor. He's like studying to be like a half a bag. I don't know what the fuck.
Studying to be.
She was beautiful, you know. And I called her 2 days later to see how the car was going. As a salesman, you always have to call and see how the car is doing. Is there anything else I could do for you? Conversation. You know, and she goes, I want to come see you do stand-up. And I suck. And she came by herself. And I go, where's your boyfriend? And she goes, me and him broke up. After 3 years, we decided it's time. So I started dating her under the lie that I was clean and sober.
Oh, yeah, she's a drug counselor.
Yeah, she was a drug counselor. But the car she bought from me, she was buying because she wanted to drive to Colorado.
No way. All right.
She got a job offer in Denver. So I said, listen, are you still going to Denver? And she goes, yeah. I go, I'll make the ride with you. It was like perfect. It was like she came in, bought the car, and a month later, we had to make a move. You know, she's like, I think I'm leaving like mid-October or something like that. And I'll never forget that I had no money for the way. Like, I had nothing. My money went to an attorney, child support, and my drug habit. I think I paid George's mom like $50 a week to live there in the bedroom, you know, and that was it. Well, everything else went to my nose, an attorney bill, and child support. So I had to rob one more drug dealer
before you split.
Yeah, and that one was really scary.
Why?
Yeah.
What can you say about it? Like when you're robbing them, are they there? Or are you hitting their stash when they're not there? Are you taking it from them? How's it going down?
They're there.
They're there.
They're there.
Do they know who you are? Or are you covered?
No.
They don't know. Okay.
No, we're covered. I don't know them. I don't know what their patterns are. I don't know, you know. So that's the scary thing.
Yeah,
so I needed money. I needed quick cash. And I remember we busted in there. It was the weirdest thing because this is how weird life is. I would work, if I didn't work at the deli, if I worked at the deli, I would meet this certain kid and he would take his car. He would rent like a car that resembled the cop car and he would park 3 or 4 blocks from their stash house. And he wanted them to see him.
Right.
Because in their mind, we wanted them to think we were cops. So when you come in and you're cops, what are you going to say? Just take everything. Go to arrest. So we were going to guys that's being cops, you know, like, you know, this one time it wasn't good. The one guy was like, you're not a cop, blah, blah, blah.
Really? He called it out?
And I was like, that's it. I'm not doing this again. We had to run a little bit. Like, I had to run like a block or 2.
You ever get shot at or anything like that?
No, not this time. But then, like, that money took like 30% loan of what I owed. Like, I still wasn't right. I still didn't have enough money to move, you know. I was fucking broke. I was living hand to mouth. And he called me up again. And he goes, I got a new line of the guy. So this guy we followed. And we followed him for about 4 days. And do you know this was the easiest money I ever made? We were following him on the Henry Hudson Parkway Expressway. We were like by 100th Street, 110th Street. And there's like a pull-off section. He just pulled off and ran away from the car.
Oh, because he thought you guys were cops following him? That is easy as shit.
We drove around.
I'd take the car too. I'd take it all at that point.
We opened up the trunk. It was right there in the trunk. 4 pounds. We took it. And that's how I made the money. And then I put a bet in. Philadelphia was playing the Jets, I think, in Jersey. And Randall Cunningham got hurt. And I covered the bet. Like, the bet won. I won like another $8,000 or something. It was like I already had money, and I put this huge bet in. And the deal was, if I won, I would collect. And if I lose, I was going to Colorado anyway.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? I ended up winning. So that gave me more money to take to Colorado. So I think I left for Colorado maybe like a week before Halloween.
Now, I've done that drive from Maryland, so if you're doing coke and pills and all this, how are you hiding that on a cross-country trip with a drug counselor?
Well, with her, I just took a little bit of coke with me, and I had weed joints rolled, you know, with Monaca and, you know, the whole fucking Visine and stuff. I would smoke in the mornings while she was taking a shower, hotel room, and go for a walk and air out and shit like that, you know. And then we got to Denver. You know, I got to see my daughter. We got an apartment, like in Aurora, a suburb of Denver. She started her job. I think I lasted 10 days in the house. And she caught me.
She did?
Yeah. And she goes, I had a feeling you smelled like marijuana 10 days ago. Why didn't you just tell me the truth and all this shit? Like, I don't know. You were just so fucking hot, you know. She didn't go for it. She said she couldn't. At her job, she would lose her job, you know. So I ended up moving in with a cousin of mine who was fucking nuts, you know. He wasn't a blood cousin, but we had grown up together, and I had seeked him out. He got me a job. I worked with him for like a month or two selling cars. And then the weirdest thing, a girl came into my life. Now, I'm looking at my daughter. I'm seeing my daughter now, the whole thing. But this girl came into my life, Rory, her name was really pretty. I knew her for years. I knew her husband. I knew everybody. All of a sudden, when I get back in that time, her and her husband broke up. And she had just gone off the rails. She was fucking doing blow every night, the whole fucking deal. So me and her got a hotel room and lived together for about a month. And we were just like cocaine partners. We slept together a few times, stuff like that, but we were more friends than anything. And one day, I bumped into her husband, who was a great guy. He put his hand out, and he goes, "Can I talk to you about something?" I go, "What's up?" And he goes, "Listen, man, I really want to get back together with my wife. Would you mind? Would you just give us if you left her alone?" He didn't threaten me or anything. This guy could probably beat me up, but he was a man, you know. He goes, "You can do what you want, but if you could help me, I have a child with her. And if I could get her sober, the child could have a mother again, you know." So I remember I thought about it, and I'm like, this guy came up to me like a fucking man, you know. So I stopped seeing her. I just got my stuff and left. She was pissed. She called me a bunch of names. And I found a little apartment in Boulder right before the holidays. And, yeah, I started 94 in Boulder. And it was great. January 94. By that time, I'm rocking and rolling in comedy in Boulder.
You are. And what are you doing to pay bills and things? Do you still have a job? Are you hustling? What are you doing?
I'm doing a couple different things. I'm fucking selling cars. I'm selling neon at the time. I was doing whatever I could.
Neon, like those lights and shit that used to be on everything?
Yeah. Open signs and all that shit.
Oh, okay.
Like that. And I was just doing comedy. Comedy was my life. Comedy was my fucking life, you know? So, hold on here.
Yeah, can we keep this in?
Yeah, you can.
That's a whole different kind of sit down right here, brother. A whole different kind of sit down.
When you have, you know, tapering off the pain pills. So I gotta eat these other pills that slice through your stomach. I drink 3 probiotic drinks a day. You know, but I take this pill. That's a pharmaceutical to really break things up in your asshole. When you got a shit, Jack. There ain't no time out. There ain't no nothing. A couple weeks ago I was doing a podcast and I had a shit. And I had to come in here with the camera and everything, and just like nothing happened. It was an audio one for Patreon. People were hearing. The people put comments. We heard you flush.
Dude, I've been there before. I've been there where I go to fart and then I feel so. I'm like, no, talking to myself. Like, no, I don't have the outfit for this.
It's horrible. It's horrible to have to fucking do a podcast and take a shit or piss in the middle of it. In the middle of this whole surgery, I had to take a little bottle with me into the podcast room.
Oh, peeing?
And sometimes when I was doing the podcast, I had to take my little thing out and pee in the bottle because I have a stocking on. It's taking all the fluids out of my leg. So I got to pee every fucking 15 fucking minutes.
Oh, man.
Tremendous.
Tremendous is right, bro.
This is a real podcast.
This is a real podcast. This is how podcasting used to be. We'd all do it in our apartment.
All these fags. Your studio, the lighting isn't right. Yeah, go fuck yourself. Don't you love those guys? They complain about the lighting. Like, the sound. You know, how's the sound when you suck a dick on the street? How's that sound? You fucking sack of shit. Anyway, sorry about that. It's a tremendous shit. Coming out nice and smooth. Good. As you can see, there's no pressure. There's no faces.
No anxiety. You look good.
No, nice and smooth. That's this medication. It's not even a stool softness. It's a mist.
Oh, I see. Yeah, I know those fucking those pills are clog you all up. So this cleans you out, huh? There's no. It's right when it's now, right now.
It's not here. I gotta wait. I gotta do two things, and I got some Manscaped cologne right here. Sprinkle some on my ass right after this. You know what I'm saying? Little right there in the mouth, look up and get that feelings there. You know me? I don't like putting my toilet paper on a thing. I gotta do it fucking right here. And that's it. That's how we do it. I'm gonna sit here calling time out like some fruitcake.
Oh my God.
Keep talking. I'm
ready. So, what are we? January '94, pretty much now.
Yeah, January '94.
Here's the beautiful thing: you're not even remotely close to the first person I've ever talked taking a shit, but definitely the first I've ever talked to while podcasting. Unless I didn't know. Unless they had a bucket under them or something.
Oh my God. Thank God my hemorrhoids got it. You know what I'm saying? I had this little hemorrhoid when I got here. And one day before the surgery, I went to float in the tank, salty water. That fucking salt got that hemorrhoid. Oh my God.
Think about that.
I had to run out of that fucking thing. I had to bend over in the shower and spread my cheeks like a gay guy on Halloween. Oh my God.
Alright, so January '94.
Hold on, I gotta pee. Hold on. Turn the camera this way.
Turn that. You don't want to. Wait, you're gonna stand up to pee now?
Yeah, I don't pee sitting down like a fucking fruit.
Hold on a minute. You're already sitting there. Why would you stand up to pee when you're already sitting there?
Because I don't like putting my dick in the toilet because I don't know who else put their dick in the toilet.
Wait, you just took a shit and you're standing up to pee.
Yeah.
I want to know if anybody out there does that. You already did all the work. You're sitting there, man. You just piss it out now.
So what am I going to do? Put my dick in the toilet that's dirty. Other piss, other dicks in it. Now, you do a little manscaping while you